Hello everyone and welcome to Barcelona KeenCon 2024. Yes, it is Championship Sunday and yes, we're going to get to the meat and potatoes of all the matchups here today, and it's going to be a spicy affair for the entirety of the course of today. I am your host Lethal, and joining me as always it's the usual suspects. It is Int, it is Zoot, and my goodness, what a day we had yesterday. Not even just the groups on the Friday, but the Saturday. Even that final series yesterday was just unbelievable. What a way to finish things off.
Yeah, I mean, if we had to call out the favorite game from yesterday, mine would just be the last two maps.
I agree, but also the second map of the first series, the deep embrace we had there with
the comeback.
We started off the day brilliantly, we ended the day brilliantly.
I guess we just like comebacks.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I think it was some of the biggest comebacks we had, but we had it twice on the trot. So you guys are in for a real treat for what's going to occur here today. But not only that, we've got a bit of a recap of what happened over the last couple of days. Let's check it out. There we go. That's everything that occurred there yesterday, and things are gearing up here today. And I think we need to check the bracket, because if you guys at home weren't here over the last couple of days, well, for starters, one, where on earth were you? And two, don't worry about it, because the action today is going to get more intense compared to what we saw over the last couple of days. As we can already see throughout the quarterfinals in the upper bracket, there's a few close affairs, but even with those score lines, it doesn't really replicate what we actually witnessed there. As you can see, Chicago Doggos actually defeated Pasita 2-0 in a very close second map. The first one was a little bit one-sided. We had Cheetahs versus DB. Cheetahs managed to take that. Maestro Rave versus Mice 2, probably the closest series in that upper bracket quarterfinals out of all of them, as we saw there, where Maestro Rave were almost taken down just by a small hairline, which was just unbelievable. But the biggest talking point was definitely the Team Bobber versus Mice 2. A ridiculous matchup, a close affair, went the distance every single time, and two of the biggest comebacks we probably witnessed in KeenCon history.
Yeah, my highlights from yesterday are just those last two maps and Garpy and Buckster comms.
Yeah.
Sadly, we won't get to see more of them in this tournament, but that's my highlight.
It's funny because the last series also overshadowed the Maestro South Kill, which was also a brilliant series, and I feel like we're forgetting about it, that so nearly did Wenger and Razy get knocked down into the lower bracket, and then suddenly the last minute of play they string together sort of 10 kills in a row. It was really, really close to a serious upset.
I guess for us, the team of the tournament so far that has provided us with the most entertainment has been Garpy and Buckster.
Yeah.
All of their series have been quite exciting, despite them wanting to slow every game down to oblivion, because almost all of their games went down to like time limit.
Yeah, their slow, methodical approach did work out. Just a few decisions they just did not commit to, didn't it? Which is a little bit unfortunate. And speaking of comebacks, the biggest comeback I remember was Maxter against Razy on Awoken in the grand finals, or I think it was the upper bracket final, I'm not sure which, but that was, in my mind, the biggest comeback. But the fact we've got two back-to-back in the same series, obviously they're the same teams, it was just ludicrous. But that's what we want to see. But we want to see a little bit more of that. And what we will see is the prize pool. What are these teams playing for here today at KeenCon, as we're now down to the final 6 teams? Well, we do have 2,500 euros for the first place team with the trophy and some Vaxi goodies. And then we do have 1,500 euros for second with the trophy and the Vaxi mouse pad. The mouse will go to the winner. And in third place, we do have the trophy and 1,000 euros. Again, as we mentioned yesterday, nice chunk of change for a weekend's work. I say a weekend's work, but we've had to grind through 7 to 8 team series since March. So not just a weekend, it's been quite a few months.
Or for a couple of weeks' work for Maestro.
Yeah, yeah, technically.
There's plenty of work still to do today, especially if you're climbing through the lower bracket. There's a lot of best of 5s that we've got going on today.
Yeah.
And best of 5 and a best of 3 if you want to win from the lower bracket, just in the grand final alone.
Yeah, and I think we can safe to assume there won't be many clean sweeps, if any. It's going to be probably average at least 4 maps every time. Could be wrong. We have been wrong quite a few times, especially me. I'm always wrong, so I can't really do much about that.
That's why I'm here.
Right. Well, yeah, debatable. let's take a look at the schedule to see what you guys at home are going to be watching throughout today. And we've got the 2 upper bracket semi-finals coming up first, and we're going to be kicking off with Chicago Doggos versus Cheetahs. Both of them have been at loggerheads for most of the online season. It will be Maestro Rave versus Endpoint, a nice little rivalry there. And Maestro Rave have been impressing us considering the limited time they've put in terms of practice, but I feel like they have been improving throughout the offline environment during the course of today. And then we've got many more matches. I think we've got literally 8 best of 5s, which is just madness. But more Quake, the better, let's be honest.
Yeah, we can be here for another week with all these matches. But if Bucks and Garpy were here, we could be here for another week.
Yeah, we could be. We wouldn't finish up like later tonight, but maybe Tuesday lunchtime, something like that.
That's acceptable.
Yeah, what do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I find it amazing that they're able to play these many series at a high level constantly. Well, I think we're finding as well, at least through yesterday, it felt like teams were starting to find their shape. So I'm really curious, what's the quality we're going to get from these first winner bracket matches, and how's that going to compare to later on? Are we going to peak early? Are we going to peak late? Is there going to be fatigue setting in and things like that? Because it's a grind at this point, and you are earning your prizes by getting to the finish line.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a late one, and I do agree that fatigue is going to, or stamina is going to be a huge factor coming into this. And if you guys want to get involved with our giveaways and donating to a good cause in the GoFundMe, we do have milestones. We've already reached the first couple. We've actually already hit the €1,500 target, and just to give on a heads up, every 500 euros we will reach a new milestone. So we've already given away a couple of jerseys, which we're planning to do, and a board signed by all the players here at this event's KeenCon. And you can see there's plenty more to come back. See mouses, more jerseys, more t-shirts, keyboards, you name it, we've pretty much got it here. We've got plenty for you in terms of the giveaway, and the final one being that 20,000 euros if you guys want to see KeenCon next year. So if you want to see it, make sure you head over to the GoFundMe page and search for KeenCon 2025. Extremely important if you want to see this event next year. But let's get things started. Let's get, I said about the meat and potatoes, let's get to this first upper bracket semi-final, to Chicago Doggos versus Cheetahs. Now, we know that both these teams, they've been at loggerheads for well, not the later stage, but the second half of the online series. And for what it's worth, it's going to be a good indicator to see how these two are going to not just compete in this matchup, but maybe for the future, or leading up to the end of today. Because there was a few we saw early on in the previous series yesterday, but now this is where they're a bit loggerheads to find out exactly who is going to be the best of the best. Yeah,
it's a great test for both teams, because both teams seemed a little bit shaky in the first couple of days. Chicago Doggos nearly lost the map to Basin Pasita, and the Cheetahs lost the map. They even lost to Maestro, and now every match is going to be on stage. All the pressure is on them, and now there's time to perform. But
before the whole weekend had started, based on what I'd been hearing previously, I thought this was going to be the grand final. These two teams versus each other. I think it's very, very likely that we see both of these teams together later on in the day.
I would say they're the favorites until shown otherwise.
Yeah.
I think a good point to make is that both teams, we want to know their strengths and weaknesses, but both of them have shown a lot of vulnerability.
Yeah, that's why now they have to step up. Because if they show any vulnerability here, they're going to get eaten alive in the lower bracket.
They certainly will, and it's good that it shows a few dents in the armor. It shows they're human, they're not perfect.
there are those slight imperfections that we're seeing in the 2v2, and I think the sort of chaos of the mode brings that up. There's such an intense level of coordination that you need between the players that you see one misstep, one misuse of an ability, where it's just setting up for a power-up, and suddenly you're down 5, you're down 10, and they can steamroll to even more unless you expect your opponent to then they make a mistake. That sometimes is the only way that the game swings again, is if another error is made. And well, I guess we'll see if that's going to happen.
Certainly will indeed, but I do believe the players are ready to come onto the stage, and let's get rid of the chatter, let's get them on and get them ready to play in this first series of the day. The teams coming up onto the stage is Chicago Doggos versus Cheaters. We saw them earlier, they seemed pretty confident, pretty comfortable with how they're going to go, but these styles are going to be quite interesting.
Maxter's got that dap, doesn't he? He's just making, I could hear that from here, that was loud.
I just want to clarify, Sirius is not actually in Maestro. This shirt is because when he was in Maestro, he never got his jersey, because he went to a LAN, and when Garpy got there to give him the shirt, if he had forgotten it. So now that he's not in Maestro, Garpy did remember to bring his t-shirt, and now he's sporting it. He never got to wear it.
Garpy's permitted him to do this.
Oh,
I think it's all signed, it's all in good faith.
Okay, good.
Yeah. We don't want any lawsuits here.
2 or 3 years too late, but at least he's remembered. It took him a while. I know his memory's not as good as it used to be, but at least he's managed to whack it on anyway, at least represent, but it is what it is. But I want to start with you, Ince, and in terms of not just predictions with the result, but predictions as what you expect to see in-game. Because we know with Celts and Sirius, they've got a style where Sirius is more support, but Celts is going to be the one feeding that info, will be on the front line. But what do you expect Rafa and Maxter to do to try and tackle that?
Rafa and Maxter want to speed this game up to 200%, because they know Sirius has great aim. However, he's a little bit uncomfortable when the game speeds up very hard, because he's someone that he really relies on his positioning to have strong aim. And if you are speeding the game up so much where he can't even get to the positions he wants, then he can be exploited.
And how do you feel this is going to go? Not just in terms of what Ince has mentioned, but we talked about Celts and Sirius' style. Do you reckon Rafa and Maxter, the way Ince explained, they can tackle that quite early with that pure aggression, or strategic aggression, so to speak, or do you reckon there's other elements to it?
I mean, it's going to depend a little bit on the map and the champion strengths, and certainly the champion bans are going to play a large part of it. But no, I have to very much follow suit with what Bruno's saying. He's the expert here.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit of a shock, really, isn't it?
Wow. It's unfortunate at this point.
It's a
but
shame.
we're relying on him, and we'll take that.
Since you're mentioning the champion bans, I would be very surprised if I don't see Chicago Doggos leaving Clutch in. They got to ban Clutch, because Kel's Clutch is extremely good. As from the other side, Cheaters will likely be banning Athena or Slash, because you don't want Rafa or Max.
I heard you listening closely yesterday to Sirius and Celts chatting. I think you had essentially your ear on the table. You must know everything they're about to do.
I told them what to do.
And that's why they're here today, still in the upper bracket semis.
So no bias, surely, but if they lose, then that's your fault? Is that my understanding?
I'm fine with that.
He won't take responsibility, but he will if he wins, if they win, rather.
It seems we have the picks and bans on the way as well.
And we noticed that Chicago Doggos, the Blood Covenant has definitely been a favourite of theirs. It's one of their first destination, their first protocol they want to go towards.
Then we ban CK and leave Deep Embrace in, I think, yeah. Okay.
Get the hell out of here.
So they banned CK and want to leave Deep Embrace in as we were listening to their team comms. No surprise there on the Blood Covenant pick.
Deep or Veil.
We've been playing good on Deep.
We've beaten them every time with Molten. Played them once, but I'm good on
Last time we played them on Molten, we lost. I remember that.
No, we didn't.
Time.
Okay. Ban whatever.
They forgot.
I'm removing.
You got to remember, this is the same team who took 2 minutes to ban a champion.
You can only remove one.
Sirius had that
no.
Darth Vader filter on his voice.
Yes. We were playing the other three, right?
Oh, Veil, that's a very good map for Chicago Dogs.
Let's get it. All right, do not disturb mode. The tweet has been sent.
Okay, Molten was the last one.
Does make sense, because
Are they giving us the respect?
Now that's what I call respect.
Oh my god. Okay, so now for champion battle. The map band is all very balanced. We knew Chicago Dogs were going to pick Blood Covenant, and we knew Cheaters were going to pick Exile. It has been a really good map for them, and with those champion picks, I'm not sure that Chicago Dogs actually have to ban Clutch at all, because Clutch is only really played in like one map here, and that would be Awoken. So maybe no real need. Chicago Dogs end up banning Strog after Cheaters banning Anarchy. And now Cheaters will likely ban Athena or Slash. There's a Slash ban. Now Chicago Dogs, I'm not sure what they will ban. Maybe the Nyx, because Sirius on Nyx is very, very annoying to deal with.
And I assume they know they don't really play Clutch too often.
Surely then it
There's
has
a lot
to
of
be the Nyx.
mobility. A lot of mobility is disappearing at the moment.
Well, Sirius isn't really, he's more of a fan of the medium champions, isn't he?
And there's the Nyx ban. Now that's what I call respect.
I'm waiting for them to slam their hands on the, on the table after that Nyx ban.
Athena, the only light remaining in that case?
Yeah.
But there wasn't another patch I missed, was there? No?
No, no. Unless it was like 6 patches ago or something. I think we're fine. So we're kicking off with Blood Covenant going into Exile, and then it will go to Veil, Awoken, and then Molten Falls. Champion bans, Anarchy, Strog, Slash, and Nyx. I'm not really too surprised with Cheaters with the Slash and the Anarchy ban, because, well, not just for the kind of the OP champions, but they're not really a big fan of the movement mobility and all that jazz anyway. And are you surprised about the bans from like Chicago Doggers with CK, anything like that?
No, I mean, what I wanted to ask, sorry, was, are we going to see Athena all the time now? Is that what this leads to?
We'll see Athena on the Blood Covenant and the Woken for sure. On the other maps, probably not so much.
Really? Okay.
There's a lot of mobility missing with that, actually.
And I think this is one of the first series that we've not seen Clutch banned.
Yeah, but
sure, actually.
if you look at the maps, Clutch would only be played really on Awoken.
On
And
Awoken.
maybe on Veil, but even on Veil he's not very good
We're
at.
not seeing Blood Covenant clutches coming out
No.
at the moment. Okay. I was going to
Unless,
say,
unless they
'cause
want to try something
that would
weird.
be pretty insane.
So yeah, I'm not sure what they'll play on Blood Covenant. Probably, it's going to be Athena plus Ranger or Visor or Doom.
Sounds like we're going to get a lot of medium champions played throughout the series, which is quite cool.
It's great for cheaters, actually.
Do you think so?
That's what they prefer,
that's
isn't
what
it?
Sirius
Yeah.
is going to be very happy with.
He is. 2 champion bans actually. If they ban the light, it's really good for cheaters. So we're gonna see how that's gonna play out.
I'm Chicago Doggers banning out the Strog. Is that targeted towards one of to Celts or something like that?
Celts is a very good shock, but so are they. I wouldn't
So I'm
like
slightly
if I am
surprised at that.
Chicago Doggos, I would never ban mobility champions.
Yeah.
Because
Well,
they favor more from that.
Whilst you guys have your thought-provoking discussion, I'm going to leave you guys to it.
Well, let's do
It's
it.
a Zoot. You crack on with the first series. Let's get it.
Let's do it, guys. Winner bracket match 1 has begun here at KeenCon 2024. And we are setting off on Max to start with. Who's playing Doom? I think it's the first time we've seen Doom come out. We've obviously got 2 Athenas as well,
there's the heavy metal.
as expected.
And already 2 kills for Rafa and Max there. The hard part about about only having an Athena is that she's the only one who can actually get the rail. So someone has to be on that rail all the time, and I think Maxer is going to try and play that role and protect the rail from Sirius and Kels. Because if Sirius gets the rail versus someone like Doom, he's going to wreak havoc.
Maxter had a brilliant start just then. The heavy machine gun taking him down. Sirius can't make the work happen with the shotgun. It is a good start for the Chicago Doggos. Rafa with 2. Doesn't want Maxter to be the only one with the highlights.
I think Rafa is now 5 of their 6 frags. Make that 6 of their 7.
No, I think Maxter got a couple at the beginning, didn't he?
It was Rafa.
Oh, wow, okay.
So 7-1, a very strong start for Chicago Doggos. However, we just saw cheaters getting control of that rail area now. So now Chicago Doggos will not be able to just run at them anymore. They have to be a lot more mindful about the angles they're giving.
Well, we have got the first power-up now setting up. So this is the moment. Can cheaters make their way back into the game? Abilities will be set off. The Blazkowicz dual wield. Maxter coming through the teleporter. Celts manages to take him down, and it is going to be the power-up going over to the cheaters to start with.
There's Celts with the power-up. He knows the items are up for him. And he has the Athena, he has all the mobility he could hope for. He's just a little bit scared of if there's someone at the rail, and he would be correct. Oh, he missed out?
Oh.
Nice shot. Oh, he got...
Whoa!
No!
I can't believe it. He got the bump with the hook.
That
but
almost
Rafa
killed him,
takes
actually. Because that usually does 25 damage, so that would be 75, and left Rafa very low. But he couldn't hit the flick after, so power up goes to Rafa as he gets even more kills.
Oh,
Rafa must be at like 10 kills now.
That's right. If you're gonna the mistakes or the missteps, I think it's a bit better way to say. He didn't know that Rafa was down there. Get that done early on in the series. Still a lot of time for comebacks at the moment. Amazing rails from Rafa.
Rafa's aim is on, and we know when his aim is on, he's almost impossible to stop.
I assume he switched away from the rail there just to not give the gun away down in that lower position.
He's just trying to... Sirius really needs the rail. It switched out now from BJ to Doom to help him a little bit more mobility. I think even Ranger maybe would be even better.
Oh yeah, well spotted. Mega health, just not enough on the weaponry at the moment. Does need that heavy machine gun, which he's now got. Shotgun. Can't get it to connect properly. Max to trolling a little bit. Can they get that higher position and start getting themselves onto the rail gun? I think Kelts has the rail. Oh, double team there. Maxter finishing the job off. Rafa was incredibly low. Protection coming up in just over 10 seconds time. And Kelts taken down at an awful moment. Where is he going to end up spawning? He needs a weapon really quickly and to run back. He's over at the bridge, I believe.
Yeah, and Sears coming in alone. Maxter coming. Kelts actually gets the kill. Oh, but that's another power up for Rafa.
They did come in a bit one at a time just then between the two Cheetahs players.
Kelts had a really bad spawn and he didn't have hooks available, so he got there very, very late, and that's going to be Rafa racking up a few more kills.
Good job from Sirius though to manage to track Maxter down on the other side of the map. Keeping it a little bit level. They've not been under too much pressure. This could have gone a lot worse, and it's not a quad damage, I guess. We will have that in about a minute and a half's time.
That's good. Rail by Kelts. He needs to figure out where Maxer is as well. And not let Rafa get more rails. Nice.
Brutal.
And they help each other. There they go. Now the team play is starting to work. Despite seeming like they've had no control the whole map. Oh, he doesn't miss out on that mega. Despite seeming like they've had no control the whole map, it's still pretty close.
Yeah, I mean,
and now Sirius has a rail.
Catch me now.
Good job there on Max. He was under a lot of pressure for a moment. Really wants to keep hold of this gun. We've got the heavy spawning in just a moment. Oh, I can't get to it.
Rafa
The machine gun from both sides.
And they got both.
Did Rafa get that?
I think so, yes.
Yep.
So much damage by the Sirius machine gun. It's actually disgusting.
Oh, that was mega health and heavy armor that Rafa had taken in. It means pretty much nothing now.
Yeah. And again, as long as they keep the frag difference at 5 frags, any power-up can change the game.
And we have got that second quad damage going to be spawning really shortly. Loads of damage early on, trying to force them to get a spawn over on the other side. The setup needs to happen. Kelts has got a hook available to him. I think we're going to go into the team comms now just to take a look.
Power-up approaching. Kelts is the one getting it. And he's stacked, he has the weapons, he should be able to rack up a few frags with this.
Cabbies now, I'm taking.
Yep.
I'm gonna push LG stairs.
One at TT.
One is rail, one is rail. Athena rail. Rail twice. Actually once. That's right.
Oh, this is rail mid.
I have it. Just deny it if you can. I don't need.
On rail weak, Athena. I'm running. I'm gonna get Mega.
Nailed gun.
Got Mega 8. One cat. At the lightest cat. Rail Doom at rail. One mid, I think. Banana.
That was good. I think we went on the team comms exactly when we said, but the players weren't actually saying anything for like the first 10 seconds. They were just super focused on getting the power up. And now, as I said, they're winning. The frag lead was so little that any power up changes the game, and they have full control of the map. And this is a map where if you give someone like Sirius a rail and good position, it's very hard to get him out of there.
The damage that Kelts is doing with the rail also
was great.
They force them all the way to the bottom of the map at this point. They've got everything that they could possibly want. Now, what do Chicago Doggers do at this point? They're obviously slowed the game down a lot.
They need the next power up, basically. Next power is going to be a protection, and with that, he can self-control on the map. But they keep landing the shots. At this point, they won't even be able to get weapons.
And they're not taking damage, really, at the same time.
Yeah, it's all very clean.
Yeah, super clean. This is a little bit like what Chicago Doggers had right at the beginning, but if anything, it's slightly more dominant, the little amount of damage they're taking.
So finally some rails missed, and Celts goes down. That's very important.
I don't know why Celts put himself in that position. Sirius trying to retain some of that advantage he has got, the trifecta here to work with. Celts there for some support.
And Celts win the fight versus Rafa. He does, he gets the power up.
And he still has a bit of health, actually. He knows roughly where he is.
And he has the Mega spawning. He has timing on it. So now if they even push him, they both die.
He's going to be calling at Sirius to say that Rafa's low over there, trying to push forward. He's run out of ammunition.
He's still fine. He has 500 HP, basically. And Sirius is there to support and get the kill on both of the Chicago Doggos player and the Heavy right after. So they still have complete control of the map with all of that.
There's the rail again.
A double rocket jump from Athena is not something I usually witness from getting from bridge to rail and etc. And that causes that because he lost so much HP doing that.
He didn't have protection at that point, right? That was
No.
that was ages after.
Okay, so now finally Maxter and Rafa get rails once again, and they have good position. Now they should be able to get the Heavy. And Celts comes in once again alone, not really able to do much.
We could see a bit of a turnaround at this point. This is the time for Chicago Doggos to make that small little comeback. Nice little swings that we're getting in this first map of the first series of the day.
Maxter going for the Doom ability usage. Good position by Celts. Can he hit anything more? He can't. He's just going to try and run away.
Oh, beautiful from Maxter. I can hear from the side of me the comms getting louder and louder from Maxter and Rafa at this point, as the first map is reaching its pinnacle, essentially. Maxter under a lot of pressure, cannot make it out. Rafa fairly low himself. Celts, oh, there's a rail from the side from Sirius.
That push on them, even if Maxter stole the red, it was very important by them because they needed to make sure no Chicago Doggos player was going to be stacked for the power.
This is a crazy push though, surely. Celts isn't there to support at all.
He's waiting for the hook, but he needs to wait now for Sirius to spawn, and they're going to be late for this. It's 5 seconds. And I think we're going to jump in some more team comes for this power up.
Wow.
Okay. Right. We can still do this shit.
Yes. Do my power up. Am I real?
Stealing Heavy 12.
Doom real at Catwalk.
They're waiting for Mega, I think.
Catwalk Doom.
Okay, I'm at bridge stairs.
With us soon, Athena. Yes, me. Didn't do anything.
The Heavy. He's probably gonna grapple up to me.
5-minute warning.
Banana railed Athena. It's about to run out.
They're trying their best to avoid Celts' power-up run, but they still gave out a few frags, and more importantly, they lost complete control of the map just by trying to hide out. And now the frag lead is 8 frags in the way of cheaters, and it does seem like they might be taking the map unless Chicago Doggos do something very soon.
Crazy, amazing damage we're getting from Sirius. And again, Celts has just been doing an unbelievable job himself. 10 frag difference. I think right at the beginning we had something like an 8 frag advantage, briefly for Chicago Doggos.
But it seemed to be like a cat and mouse chase until Sirius would get the rail, because then Celts can just run all over the map and open up space for Sirius to use the rail. And Celts, as you say, he's doing an amazing job, especially when it comes to power-up running. He was doing so well.
100%.
And getting the items. He just does so much damage every time he pushes. Even if he pushes alone, he still is able to do a lot.
Oh, trying to
What
put
a
that
rail.
pressure up there. Whose map pick was this?
This was Chicago Doggos map pick.
Wow.
So that's even scarier.
Yeah, cheaters have woken up on the right side of the bed today. There's still time, as they say.
Yes.
And there's protection. I mean, there's protection there. I'd much rather it was a quad to make it back on this. Maxter needs to find his way over to the power-up. There's very little time at this point. Celts and Rafa are fighting over the other side of the map. It's essentially just Maxter and Sirius. It's going to take away Maxter.
Okay, this is their last chance right now. I really thought, like, Sirius, if he waited 1 second longer before taking the fight, he could have taken the protection. And now it gets very, very scary.
Right. didn't know that. I really
know
feel
the
he needs to
timing of the
push.
Mega.
He just needs to start taking some risks.
He doesn't need the Mega. Like there's no need for it.
Rafa's
You
dead on
have
his own.
500 HP. You need to go.
Yeah, come on. You're about to run out of protection at this point, and he can't hear anyone while he's in that berserk. He hasn't got much done at all of this. They're going to have to somehow mitigate the amount of deaths that they have till next power up.
He got one single kill, and I think Rafa died twice during that, so it was a net negative protection. That's the problem of having like I think Rafa should be running the powers because he has the most mobile champion.
He's only got rail.
That's 48 kills now for cheaters. They're 2 frags away for taking the first map of today.
I felt like there was a desynchronization of strategy there. Maxter wanted to play it too carefully potentially with the protection. He wanted that mega health.
I really think Rafa should have taken that power up. He has the Athena, he has the mobility. If he needed the HP, he could take the Mega himself. And now Kels might be able to win the game.
Just one more.
Not 49 in serious. Takes the last kill.
Wow.
Unexpected for them, for Chicago Dogs to lose their best map.
Do you think this is a big upset, or do you think this is just going to be the
let's see what
sort of way
cheaters
that the
think of
tide's
this.
turning?
The second half was already too late.
Like with the control, yeah.
Yeah, not the control, but it's more about the shots. But doesn't matter. At least at the end of the match of the map, actually, I was feeling better. So we'll make it in the second one.
Unabated confidence by Maxter. Not as confident as Buxer was yesterday, but still confident. I wouldn't say this is an upset, but taking down your
opponent's first map,
their best map, reportedly their best map. It was a map they chose, and it's a map they've been winning versus almost everyone. So yeah, it's a big win. But even versus Base and Pasita, correct me if I'm wrong, the map that Base and Pasita had closed was also
DM6.
It was also Blood Covenant.
It was, I think. Yeah, it was a super close 50 to 49 affair on that. No, it was Deep Embrace.
Right, Deep Embrace, yeah. On Blood Covenant, I think they won quite comfortably.
Yeah.
But I think the champion bans kind of hurt them here, because they're a team that really they like high mobility, and when you have one player playing Doom, it's not as mobile in...
It definitely changes the dynamic a lot, because Raffas can move around the map so fast, and it's going to take Maxter a while to catch up, and we saw that at that last protection, that they were on the opposite sides of the map at that point, and obviously Kels and Sirius are going to target Rafa. He doesn't have protection, he's weaker.
And it's very easy to avoid Doom on Blood Covenant. Map is huge, and Doom doesn't really have that much mobility, and Maxter is usually the power-up runner. I feel like at that point, if Rafa is playing the most mobile champion, maybe he should be the one who is running the power-up to catch up to them, because every time...
But the thing is, at that last protection, Rafa was busy fighting Kels.
Yeah.
So it was two 1v1s were happening on different parts of the map. And so I think there was just that anxiety from Max that I just need to sit on that power as quickly as possible. I think Rafa had more or less made it there, but probably was lower stacked.
I wonder what they think of that if we ask them in the interview later, or even if we catch them outside.
There's going to be so many more moments, I suspect.
Yeah, we're just like we are going to forget shortly, and I think so will they.
Yeah. But again, it's the first map of the day. Still a lot of things can happen. It does bode well for Sirius and Kels. I think we were talking a lot already about Rafa and Maxter and how they were performing in that map, but some of the aim that we were seeing, in particular for Kels, I think historically I've considered Sirius as one of those sort of elite aimers, and there's few people that you kind of put in that pedestal, you know, Kelson is someone you'd put up there with the rail, and occasionally some other players historically, but Kels just looked on par completely with Sirius there.
Yeah, definitely, especially like movement-wise. Kels was running every single power-up, and even I think Sirius kind of lost one of the power-ups because he was waiting for Kels there, but Kels was doing amazing on like the item timing and the power-up running. Yeah. And now I'm very curious about in Exile what champion picks we will get from both teams.
Let's do it, guys. We are going into map 2 of the winner bracket, semi-final between Chicago Doggers and Cheaters. We are going to be starting off on Kels, who's got the Ranger, he's got a heavy armor, and he's got a rail.
What more does he need? In series has the BJ versus Aizen and Ranger from the other side. So Kels getting his first kill. He's already well positioned with the rail on high ground, trying to land the shots, trying to help Sirius. I mean, he's 2 for 2. He's doing well. Heavy coming up soon.
Sirius is just feeding on the other side.
Exactly, that's what he does best. Heavy coming up soon, and Kels, he's going to attack Mega instead. And I think they just lost both of the items because of that. I don't know who made the call to go for Mega, but they ended up losing both of the items.
A delayed tri-bolt. Sirius looking for some rails. Both of them have it. Who's going to win this fight? Serious? Oh no, Maxter takes it.
Despite Sirius like superior aim, Maxter is someone that just wins rail duels. That is.
You were saying that earlier in the weekend. Maxter's rail is just to be reckoned with.
I don't think any player wants to rail duel Maxter.
I wanted a third rail there, but he made the sensible decision.
It's not sensible, you know what? you should keep the rail out to scare your opponents, because that really puts the fear in their eyes. Power up coming soon. Sirius well positioned for it. Rafa, I think Kel should be able to hold that angle. He throws in a little Timmy. Good damage.
Wow. Sirius goes down to Maxter. It's going to be taken by Chicago Doggos in the end.
Maxter doesn't have a lot to play with. Mag is up, but Sirius, of course, he lands the shot, and it's going to be Rafa taking it.
On another rail! Quad cannot survive at all. It is going to be Sirius who takes it. He does have a stack. That is a decent amount of the time that's gone from the quad already. But can he push in? Can he find where the enemies are?
Oh, he saw someone there, and he lands the shots, of course. And now they're in the lead. They were down by 5, but as soon as power up came, good trap by Rafa. If Sirius didn't have that much stack, he wouldn't have survived heavy soon.
That was just so frenetic there. Rails coming from all over the sides to up and above, below. It's a quad spawn, makes life very difficult for teams. Is this? Would you say that Rafa, and again, don't take it too harshly here, is he considered the weakest aimer on the server? Because that sounds bananas to me, if that's the case.
Why does that sound bananas to you?
Because Rafa is also really good at aiming. I really think that in like 2018, 2019, Rafa's mechanical skill also became one of those things, but that wasn't historically what he was known for, right?
Yeah, but his aim did improve a lot, but Sirius, Kelts, and Maxter all hit like trucks.
Yeah. Mental.
That's really good damage there by Rafa. They're down by 4. Power up coming up soon.
Let's go.
Maxter will not be able to survive here until the heavy, most likely, but he does want to keep that rail. So it would not be good for him to just die. Oh, who fell there?
Oh, rocket.
Oh my, and he dies. How does Kelts win that fight with such an awkward angle?
I think
with Tribal.
He got the Tribal on the ceiling above him, I think.
That's insane, actually. Kelts, can he get the kill on Rafa? Not quite. There's a protection. He even uses the orb just to not lose it. But can he survive?
Team, help me!
Just oh, and that's gonna be for Rafa.
I think Sirius was just in a sticky situation there himself. Oh, Kel's going down. A lot of pressure on Sirius. This is a good run, Chicago Doggos. Trying to start making that recovery from what we saw in Blood Covenant. They need to build that confidence level a little bit.
And Rafa just got the timing, got both major items. He knows exactly where everyone is, and now he wants to capitalize. Finds yet another kill. Great LG by Rafa. Heavy coming soon, and there he is. Does not miss a beat. After this, he knows Mag is up next. He's going to keep going and collecting frags in the process.
There we go.
Oh my god. Oh my god. You were talking about his aim, like he trash talked his aim, and now he's showing. He probably heard you, and now he's showing you he's actually the best aimer on the server.
I couldn't be happier, I promise.
Oh, the air rocket, okay, doesn't hit him. He needs Maxter support here. There is Maxter. Nice.
Maxter did everything just there as well. Yeah. Brilliantly done, Maxter.
I've seen Rafa collect all the last, like, 6 major items.
Yeah, he's just farming them. He's like, oh, I'm just going to time.
And the only thing that can save cheaters right now is a power-up. But how are they even going to get a power-up if they can't get a hold of a Rafa stack?
Yeah, they need to be able to take him down. He's got all the weapons at this point as well. And there is going to be one more heavy armor also before the next power-up.
Yep.
And it is going to be the second quad of the game, so a pretty important one. This is quick, though. We've had almost 50 frags in the first 5 minutes.
7 major items in a row for Rafa.
And there's a mega health. Make it 8. There we go.
We're going to jump into some team comps for this power-up now.
Back for that shit.
Yes.
Good job.
I think that's rail. Yes, rail. He should have rail.
Playing for control.
Remember control. There. LG twice. Rail them. 2T.
Okay, grabbing 43.
Got 44. HMG dead. Killing B. Got him. I need help, Mega. I am railable.
Yes, coming to you.
Okay.
Nest.
Got him.
Nice.
26.
Come on, LG.
Clearing dark right
Here,
now.
both shotgun. I'm not swinging
Okay.
shade. Fuck. There we go.
Right, trying to save a
32
rail at
Ranger.
nest.
Key and nail. I'm with you.
Rail at net still. HMG.
With you.
Killing.
Direct.
Wow.
Master near net. Killing
Like,
rocket.
I think I've seen Rafa get like 12 major items in a row now, and again, he gets it.
But
He's gotten everything from like 2 minutes on. It's been 4 minutes of Rafa stealing every single item. Cheaters were winning like 20 to 15, and they have barely gotten any frags since. It's been such an amazing string of plays by Chicago Doggos. They are looking unbeatable.
I think they did just manage to steal away the Mega Health.
And
I
that's
think
it,
that's
finally.
just interrupted that crazy rotation that's been going on.
5 minutes of Rafa stealing every item finally stopped.
I do also have to shout out to Max there with some great comms. I know he was under a lot of pressure during that power-up run and was just really concisely telling Rafa exactly where the enemies were. And
Yeah.
Rafa obviously nailing those rail shots.
And cheaters really need to get on in some items because they are not getting anything. Now, they did get the last Mega and they stole Mega again, so they have some timing finally. But can they get back onto the map, or is it too late already?
Oh, I can't believe we're already at another power-up at this point. We've still got a rotation of major items, but we are going to be there in seconds.
Heavy soon? Oh, that's going to be another for Rafa.
Just stolen by Kelt.
Kelt stole it. Nice. So they're finally getting some items, and we can see, because of that, they're finally getting some kills as well. Power-up coming soon.
He's railable. He's under so much pressure at this point. Gonna get that
Nice.
length on the shaft. There we go.
Like,
Oh.
no! Oh,
He does take
he
it
almost fell.
just in time.
I was actually so scared there.
Really, really smart use of the orb, I think.
Yeah. That's
Got me.
kind of... Okay, Sirius coming in for support. Heavy coming up soon. Can they get Rafa before he gets the item? No, they can't. Maxer, actually.
Brilliant rails. Brilliant rails once again. They are starting to bring it back a little bit. Kelts has been struggling with the amount of health and armor that he's been able to have.
Like, as soon as they got some items, the scoreline went completely in their favor. There's Mega again for them.
Doesn't know there's a player below him. There's a player right below him.
Probably not going to push through the TP.
That would be crazy.
With him for the heavy. That should be heavy for them. There's a rocket jump getting an easy kill on Maxter. Can they push Rafa as well? Rafa has a rail. That's gotta be, they gotta be a little bit more careful there.
Oof. Kelts, yeah.
Mega coming soon. They have timing on it. They know where the other players are, but Sirius, he cannot commit.
They're just trying to preserve their life at this point. They really, really don't want to like go in and sacrifice themselves to get some control.
Nice.
Oh, there's an orb kill from Kelts. That's brutal. He goes down to Rafa in the end. Heavy armor's going to spawn in a second. It looks like Sirius has got a good position for this. Pressure from Maxter.
I like the pressure from Maxter, but it did not work at all. And now he's not going to have warp for the power-up. And Rafa is still really well positioned. Look at the stack on Kelts, though. He doesn't really have weapons to play with, but he has a massive stack. Rail with LG would help a lot for him. But he seemed so concerned about the items that they're not really getting the weapons. But as long as they keep getting the kills, that's fine. 44 to 39.
Amazing Kels. Like, he's sustaining himself so well at the moment. 15 seconds. We're gonna... Kelts, still not too bad. Can't get those rockets to really work for him.
This might be the last power-up of this match, depending who gets it. Kelts has a really good stack. He also has an LG.
Oh, Mr. Rail, he's got the heavy. There's one down. Orb as well. Double kill for Kelts. 43 to 44. They still have the power up. Can they push in? Rafa down. Oh, Maxter!
Both dive. Who gets to it first?
Oh, who's going to get the lotto? Sirius gets it. There's another death.
It's Maxter getting it, and he got the heavy as well. It's still 15 seconds on it. It's a lot of time.
You're right. I thought there'd be loads killed, but there's one. Kelts, can he hide?
He just has to waste his time, and he's kind of doing it.
There he is. They've got a lead now. Chicago Doggos, 47 to 45.
This is very, very tense. The last couple of minutes, Rafa gets another kill, 48, and only need 2 kills. Oh no, the rocket that spawned, that's brutal.
There's no resources really left on cheaters, I think.
I really like Max's positioning here.
Kelts and Sirius are really sticking together up at the top. Rafa under pressure.
They're gonna sandwich them. They win the... What a beautiful sandwich at the end by Chicago Doggos to bring us back to effectively a reset to best of 3. That last couple of minutes by Chicago Dog was phenomenal. And the sandwich at the end?
The power-up too.
Yeah, let's see what cheaters think about this.
You were far away.
I went to railgun to restack too. I just...
Oh, yeah, I don't like, you just need to be with me. Like, it doesn't matter, like, if you don't have weapons or, like you just need to have, like, one, like one gun, you know?
Yeah, but... I don't know, you don't need to rush.
We knew, because if we didn't, they would have ended up winning the game. So, it's a really good call. Keep it up.
As you said, Max are doing some good calls when we were listening to them. Rafa, a couple of mad game on that. And we did see, you know, Celts trying to play only basically with rail as long as they were getting the items, it was kind of working, but it's not really the gameplay that Sirius prefers. Sirius is a little bit more methodical, a bit slower in this gameplay.
Were they sort of questioning each other's strategies or approaches a little bit? It sounded like one of them wanted something and the other was expecting or preferring something else to happen.
Yeah, and with Rafa and Maxer, you don't really get that, because when Rafa makes a call, even if Maxer doesn't completely agree with it, you will follow it to oblivion. And I think that is really, really important.
Oh, that was tense. There was a lot of tense power-up runs then, and there was a lot of swings, right? It felt like
it's Ronnie and we have the lead.
There was a really big advantage.
So that even without the items, we're always 200, and we can do that.
There was a huge advantage at the beginning for cheaters. Later on for Doggos.
We have a get-out-of-jail-free card
Almost
to steal the power-up. Then we have to position better and, like, really coordinate the attack much better.
Interesting tactics to coordinate better for the power-up.
After this map, I'm gonna need a quick bathroom break.
Okay, just so you guys all know, if we get some delays, it's because Rafa can take it.
We're getting old now, you know, the ladder's not as strong as it was.
Yeah, imagine
That's what I'm talking about, dude. Fuck all the online bullshit on certain maps where we did like this is land now.
And now we're approaching like the highlight section of like the last power-up especially.
Lethal was saying earlier that we are going to average 4 maps per series throughout the day. We're at least getting that on game 1.
After the performance that cheaters put out in the first map, I kind of thought they could win this map easily as well, because this is a very good map for them, but it didn't work out. This push here, the sandwich on from Nast and coming from Tribal was really, really, really good.
I was worried to start with because Rafa and Maxa had separated at that point, and Celts and Sirius were looking really strong, operating as a unit, but it was exactly as you said, that sandwich at that part of the map, brutal. But guys, we are going to go into map 3 now to see who can put themselves onto match point. It's Chicago Doggos and Cheaters here in the winner bracket semi-finals. And we have a different selection of champions over here. We've got a Keel and a Ranger for Chicago Doggos, and we've got a Sorlag and a Ranger on Cheaters.
Yeah, it's kind of the expected for these two teams. Maxer is very good at the Keel, and Sirius kind of likes playing Sorlag. And the Ranger, you know, it's kind of very, very necessary on this map.
Is that for that vertical play between...
And stealing the power-ups.
Right.
Celts not quite able to help Sirius there. Oh, and doesn't get to hit the shot. It would be worst case scenario if he actually got hit with the rocket as well, but thankfully avoiding that.
But how?
Nice, Sirius there helping him a bit, and we see Celts beyond point of view, but Sirius is the one finishing them off on the other side. And as long as like Sirius and Celts have a rail, they can get so much done.
Yeah. And it's not quite as punishing as it is in Duel, where getting the rail can sometimes really put you out of sync on the map. Is it a bit more... Is that a disadvantage in 2v2, do you think? Or is it not too bad getting the rail gun in 2v2?
It depends who you give it to. Like,
But I mean getting it to start with.
Getting it is...
You have to move yourself away from the mega health, from the heavy. Yeah?
It's super necessary. It depends. Like on this map, you can get away not going for it because it's such an awkward position and you don't really need it a lot.
Right.
But on most maps, you do need it.
There's the power up coming up for just about taking out. Celts has got a decent stack to work with. I did think there was a little concern in their camp before at the end of map 2. They sounded a little bit frustrated, but they have come out all guns blazing here. I can't believe he pushed through.
Yeah, same. He lost all of his stack, and now he just has to stay there. He does get a kill somehow, and he knows Rafa is there, so he might just use a tribal. He tries to use a tribal toward the rocket and just ends up shooting himself, but thankfully Sirius is there. The Mega is up for him, but he doesn't seem interested on it. Oh, Mega is not up, never mind. I don't know what I saw then.
Oh, well, it's about to be up.
And he just gets it stolen.
Yeah, Sirius is screaming for some stack at the moment. I saw like he's got not much to work with. He's takes another rail, does get himself a light armor, but Rapper takes him out.
Can Kelts win the rail duel? No, he can't. No one can win a rail duel versus Maxer. Apparently.
Even versus his keel.
Yeah, even versus his keel.
Slight comeback, if we can call it that. I guess it was 10 to sort of 3 or 2,
yeah,
wasn't it, briefly?
Maxer and Rapper both went for a separate major item, and they both got it. So they're bringing this one back, and even pushing out to get the kills on the rail. And they keep winning the 1v1s now.
Insane, really. He's got a good weapon selection to work with. Going through a teleporter, surely he's going to be suicide at this point. Rapper's not around to help him out, so he'll stack up in the lower parts of the map.
Maxer still gets, I think he went through the TP and got a kill. Or they went down to him and he still got a kill. And look at the stack on Rafa.
He looks good at the moment for the protection. What position is he going to pick to actually protect it? Kelts goes down, he needs to get a quick respawn. Sirius going to try and find a way. How does he attack this position? Good rail onto Rafa. He's lost a significant amount of stack. Kelts can't get close enough. Orb?
I like it, because if Kelts try to orb in as well, Rafa would be able to probably teleport him. A lot of HP, but he has the protection, and these 2 health bubbles are going to feel like megas. Cheetahs
haven't had a kill in ages. They're still on 12. I think they've been on 12 now for a minute and a half.
Yeah, as soon as Rafa and Maxer get control of the map, they don't let up. Oh my god, that is a lot of damage by Sirius. Can he actually win the fight? Almost. How did I mean, I know Sarlacc has stack, but that was a lot. Another heavy, good position this time by Cheaters. They can push in to finally a good coordinated attack to get the item they need. And now they can fight for the Mega as well, and Kelts even using the Orb to get it. Very well played there. They should be able to finally get some kills of their own, and now they're in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, amazing. They were under so much pressure for a while. It does feel like we're getting that. It has to be one team or another. It's not really scrappy with lots of kills happening at both teams simultaneously.
Yeah, it's one team establishing control for a few minutes.
Yeah.
Then swinging.
This, if anything, is the weird part. Sirius goes down, but he's right back at it, taking down Rafa.
Kelt's not there fast enough to help Sirius on the heavy, so Sirius was just fighting Maxer and Rafa alone. He almost took down Maxer, it seems. Nice.
Exchange is there, but yeah, I feel like Kelts had to be of Sirius a bit more.
Yeah, whenever we see them actually coordinate for a push, it works out almost every time. But a lot of the times they do not seem to be that coordinated. Oh, they both rail him.
What? Okay. A double rail from them.
And they get the kill on Kelts as well.
Last rotation of major items now before the second quad of the game.
Nice.
There's no stack at all. 10 seconds. Is he going to kill himself just so he can have a stack now to rush back? He needs a weapon to work with.
Especially rocket launcher, but he spawns at the rail, so he's not going to be able to make it on time. Kelts with a jump up, but not really working out, and they should be able to get an easy kill on Sirius as well.
I do like the thought that was behind it. It just did need a better spawn for Sirius.
Or do it way earlier.
Yeah.
There's heavy. Oh. Good rocket by Kelts, but Rafa's stack is insane still.
Not bad damage onto Rafa.
Okay.
Bro, looking at Maxter, he's got an enormous stack. I mean, he spawned with an enormous stack, but he's got Mega behind him as well.
Yes, Tribal Ranger.
And are we going to see a sort of string of control now for the Chicago Doggos? A lot of damage onto Maxter. They've actually managed to take him down. Nails there from the side.
Okay. 16-19. Elbow Sarlacc, Rocket Ranger. I have to commit to Rocket.
Yes.
Directed Ranger.
Ranger railed.
Railed her now.
One.
He went to Acid.
No, it's still Acid, yes.
Okay. Checking rail.
I wonder if the stream at home can also hear the team comms from, not just from that we're hearing, but from our mics as well. Because they're speaking so loud that it's like, so intense.
It's like echoing around the studio.
Yeah. At this point, I think even the enemies should be able to hear the item callouts. No, it's great, right? The energy.
Yeah, it's brilliant.
It's been very scrappy for the last couple of minutes now.
I was almost commentators cursed what was going on. Maxim managing to take down the Celt. Sirius needs to get as much damage output as he can, but he cannot land another shot. It is the second protection very soon.
Rafa dying there at the Mega. Sirius almost getting the heavy. I think Celt's got it, so it's still fine for them. Can they get on power up on time? Great positions by Rafa and Maxter.
He's got the ult to get up there, but his timing not quite perfect enough.
Yeah.
Rafa takes it down. Great effort from Celts.
Yeah, but Rafa, every single time on power up, he has that position, and he has waited for the orb from Celts to counter it every single time. He's not going to get fooled by that.
But it's more specific than to the second timing. It's to the 10th of a second from Rafa. It's really impressive. Not even bothered by the damage there. That is meaningless to him, essentially. But gets the recovery regardless.
Cheaters need to start getting on the power-ups.
Yeah, they seem to always have a bad position for it, and it's that 30 seconds leading up to the power-up. They're just not quite in the right spot for it. They need to find themselves towards the heavy a little bit earlier on.
And so far, we've really only seen Cheaters do one coordinated push, and it was when they both attacked at the heavy when it was up. I'm surprised it's only a 5-frag lead for Chicago Doggos, given that, you know, that Cheaters only really coordinated once.
Got a push on here. Pressure on Maxter, but there's just not enough stack from Sirius.
Barely any pressure. At least Kelt is there this time. But so long until the heavy comes up.
And he just doesn't have much ammunition to work with at all. Damage, pressure, really good work there. And there's a couple of seconds until the heavy. This could be a nice string of plays.
Finally, they both push the items, and look what happens. It's just flawless. Two really clean kills for them. They just need advantage if they do it often. That would probably help them a lot.
Their position now isn't quite as strong. Somehow it needs to help out Sirius.
And they go to the lower parts of the map, so they're forfeiting the Mega and potentially the Heavy as well. They don't really, like, look at Sirius tech, he has nothing. Okay, he dies 10 seconds before the power-up. I think he should have died way earlier. And now Kelt is alone, and he will likely not have any stack. And just, can he hit someone? No, they're gonna miss out on another power. Do it to another.
Yeah. He's so low.
Maxter is low though. They can do this.
Is he gonna kill himself?
Yeah. Okay, they lost another power-up due to poor play before power-up.
Yeah, I think they got lost. They were under so much pressure. I think they felt that if they were pushing, it was going to be guaranteed death. But maybe it would be worth it if they would have the stack afterwards.
If they did some damage, they would be able to spawn and go right back at it. But it's not quite working for them. And look at the stack on Rafa now.
He's not getting any kills from it. He's not really finding them. He knows where they are now. Celt's managing to finish the job on Maxter. Couple of exchanges going on. Rafa making sure he gets some value for that enormous stack that he'd got.
But I don't want to say this is a throwaway map for cheaters, but it's not a map that they are very comfortable on.
Is this one that you would definitely expect
them to lose, yes.
Okay, got it. It does reduce the pressure a little bit from them, though, if that's the general sentiment around it.
Now it's just clean frags going in the way of Chicago Doggos.
It's an advantage of 10 at this point. This is getting pretty massive.
Unless they actually make a good power-up play for the next power-up, there's no way they win this. Great damage by Sirius. That's Rafa dead for sure.
I mean, it's impressive considering I think there's been half a power-up run or something like that for cheaters.
I see. I mean, this can if they get the power-up, they can still come back. So much damage by Sirius, actually. How does he hit so much with the plasma?
It's ridiculous how much he's hitting. Oh!
I think we're going to jump into some team comments for potentially the final power-up of this map. What a mess, and Rafa gets it again?
Yeah, every time.
We're going to see how cheaters can avoid him.
Ranger chasing Tatura.
Fighting Kevin, just escaping here.
Rail.
Fighting.
Killing Rail. Got him. Let's get you Mega.
Yes.
Coming to help.
I'm down. You're super weak, so there.
I got her, and I got Mega. Okay, 22.
Go high.
Yep.
On the heavy.
Killing Heavy. Heavy 5, by the way.
Okay.
She has an OG somewhere.
Yes, 70. 50 more.
Grabbing. Okay, good job, good job.
It's fine, it's fine.
Going up. The other rockets. Exits.
Exit.
Correctly.
Nice.
That's game. That is game.
I mean, Cheaters did not get a hold in the power-ups at all.
No, I'm surprised it's not 30 to 20. Sorry, 50 to 20
Yeah,
by
honestly,
the end of that.
with that power-up domination by Chicago Doggos, it's impressive they kept it that close.
There was those occasional moments where they managed to coordinate and get to a rotation of major
It happened
items,
twice.
but they couldn't continue it.
It
really.
happened twice in 12 minutes. It really has to happen almost every rotation or other rotation. But only happening twice, it's not going to work for them.
But you don't expect Rafa to lose on Veil, generally.
No. It's a
Doesn't
very
matter
good
the
map
game
for
mode.
him. And it's not a map that lends itself to a lot of like aim fights, basically, which is where Kelt and Sirius really shine on. So I don't think they'll be too upset at losing Veil.
No, but we do go to Awoken next.
That is a very good map for them.
Do you think this is a map that's actually an advantage then?
Yes.
For Sirius and Celts?
If Sirius gets the rail, it's going to be like Blood Covenant, basically. He will not move from them, and he will try to hit every single shot.
Right.
And since there aren't many mobility champions left, it really only favors them.
We're going to see surely a Doom.
I would expect to be... Athena isn't banned, right?
You said Clutch as well?
Clutch is banned.
No, Clutch isn't
Clutch isn't banned. Oh, so Kelt should go Clutch here.
The
Clutch Ranger, possibly.
Clutch Ranger, Clutch Doom sounds pretty good because you do
Clutch
have
Doom
that,
as well.
that
Yeah,
mobility.
I expect something like that. But I think Celts need to come up with a Clutch now.
Of course, we still see the highlights of that game. So much action happening on Veil. But one of the more dominant ones. I'm curious what Celts and Sirius think after that game.
They probably think they messed up the power-ups, which is completely right. They did.
Yeah. But sort of digesting that information for them, how do you action that better? Because you're going to go now into a different map. It's going to be a different circumstance situation that you have to manage.
It's rough, right? Like talking after losing a map, unless it's something that is general and cannot be applied to every map, you just kind of wasted time thinking about it.
Yeah, for sure.
A lot of the times.
And it is completely different dynamic on Awoken. We're not going to see it quite the same way. I think because you have that sort of balance between the heavy side and the mega side, and it's especially when you've got players controlling rail, it's a bit harder to get onto the mega health.
Yeah. But yeah, Awoken is definitely a map that favors them more. And I think we're going to make to the 5th map.
You think so?
I think so.
We've still got another 7 of these ints.
Yeah, possibly 8. The more quick, the better.
No, exactly. And then, of course, we've got the other winner bracket semi-final that's going to be happening afterwards. Maestro Ray versus Endpoint, which is another A-list game for us to be going to. So, yeah, we've passed at least the halfway mark in this one. We have got the Chicago Doggos on match point at this point. I am curious, really, of their thoughts now. They probably can see the finish line.
And Doom is the safer swap too because he doesn't necessarily need the ability. Okay. Oh, for some reason I'm hearing like a lot of feedback. For some
Probably.
Test.
Hello.
Okay. That's okay now. Right, but yeah. So I think we start Clutch. They might not even run it. They may just do Athena Doom. So if the start is really good, I'm gonna keep it. If it's not, then I'm gonna be the one that swaps. So I think we put you on Athena first, and then do you want me to swap to Ranger or Doom?
That's really interesting.
Very, very, very. They give a lot of thought to the picks.
I imagine it won't be that dissimilar on the side of Cheaters, though, to be honest.
I think Cheaters are just going to go...
you can't play Slash?
I don't think he's going Slash. Hopefully.
Yeah.
I think he's just going to go Clutch. Okay, he's going to go probably double Clutch, double Athena. There we go, Clutch Athena on both sides.
Wow.
Very, very powerful combo.
Straight away, we've got the shield out. We've got 2 orbs flying at each other. The robots do combat. Rafa's the first one to go down. Maxter, they know exactly where he is. Surely he's not to belong here anymore.
So he does go up.
Wow.
With Rafa, that's just spawned there. So they bully Cheaters out of the rail, but Sirius very important that he maintains that rail because he just ran away and he still has that rail. Not sure if he's going to be able to escape this now. I would probably like to see Sirius more on the Doom than on the Athena, to give him just a little bit more stack.
It's the first time I'm seeing Clutch at this tournament.
Yeah.
I don't know how I feel about that. Oh my god. That shield working a lot, Rafa.
He's going to need to get those gravitical chronometers to get the ability back up.
God damn it. He did say that if he was having a good start, then he's going to stay on Clutch.
And
So-
I think that's a good start.
So this probably means that this is a long-term deal for him.
Ooh, yep. And now he has to keep it because power-up's coming soon. Sirius coming into the Mega.
No more heavies or megas before this power-up is spawning.
Sirius,
He'll keep this position, surely.
yeah, that's what I was going to say. He's just going to camp here until the power-up comes. But of course, he's going to have to be very careful about the Athena in the clutch. Yes, Rafa coming in with the clutch.
Well, the ability's been used at this point.
No,
Celts.
Celts.
Oh, he goes down.
It's not good, but I don't think Rafa has that much tech.
He's
Look
got
at
nothing.
the health
nothing.
on the
Oh.
on the Chicago Doggers. They have nothing. Maxer hitting the shots, he needs it, and he gets the heavy. All is good. It was a little bit scary there for a couple of seconds, but all is good, and Maxer now on the chase.
I don't think they wanted to bother self-killing at that point either. I think they were both quite low for a period.
Yeah.
Hello.
So he really only got one kill with it, but that's okay. At least he didn't give it to cheaters.
Oh, that's the main benefit, right? There's still a couple of seconds until this. Maxter a little bit early for this item.
Good push by Kelt as well.
He's going to go down. He still has got his ability up, though, if he wants to use it.
Oh, nice double jump over the rail. That's got to annoy Sirius because he messed up his stats.
Gotta find that last shot.
Max is just being very creative with his movement to annoy Sirius as most as possible.
I love that little swing. Don't miss the robot. Don't miss him. Oh. That was a hard shot, to be fair.
Yeah.
I'll give that to him.
Kelt fighting alone.
He's got the shield if he wants it.
Yep.
But I guess it's too soon until the protection at this point, so there's no point in using it.
Rafa has been the one getting... Oh, he dies in the end. Rafa has been the one getting his cooldown back up faster, so it's probably not the best for Celts to use it there.
Do you think they are timing the
Rafa is,
hourglasses?
I mean, not timing, but rotating them. Rafa is for
okay.
sure. I can see him, he keeps going in a circle, so he's just trying to get everything on the map.
Got it.
Good damage.
Really good rockets there. Maxter kills himself in the end. He's got time to get himself back. Celts, he's going to surely use his shield in a couple of moments. There it is. That's to protect from the pressure from Maxter. Takes him
gets
down.
a kill.
One-on-one.
Oh.
And there's another protection going towards Chicago Dogs. They've been getting every power up for the last map and a half at this point. It is only 13-13.
Which is impressive, given they got both of the power-ups.
I mean, surely you don't need to push there. I guess he's putting pressure on the mega health, but I don't think he would have gained that much from that.
I think it's just to get the timing. But yeah, no real need to give your life away. And again, I would really like to see Sirius on the Doom instead. But the Athena is also a great pick on every map, basically. Oh, great.
Oh my god.
2 HP and he still goes up to jump pad to get the face rocket. Nice.
Can't believe Rafa will not die. He just keeps going with nothing to work with.
And I mean, if he keeps getting the kills and keeps hitting the shots, it was 13-13 just a minute ago.
It's so impactful that he's able to deal these damage, even when you're 10 HP and you're dealing a rail. Like, that's a great deal.
Oh my god, really?
I can't believe it.
Someone arrest this man.
Is he going to recover from this position
He
completely?
keeps landing shots, what is he doing?
Kill the guy,
my-
for God's sake!
He's a refrigerator walking reel.
And now he's got heavy, like he's actually in a good position now. He was down to 10 health at one point. We got another rotation, then we have got the second quad that will be up afterwards.
He has not died in like 3 minutes as Clutch versus some of the best tamers.
It was 14-14, I think.
It was 13-13. They got 1 kill and Chicago Doggers got 11. They need the power-ups. Great damage by Sirius, even after the mag. He has the shield, but I don't think he has enough stack. And I think we're gonna jump on to some team comps. Clutch battle.
Oh my god. But this is a chance now. Rafa's finally down.
gets it.
He's weak,
Kelts gets
he
it.
needs to trade it. He's at cubby.
He has nothing to play with. Oh no! Oh no!
Maxter, unbelievable, sweeps in there with the hook.
HMG clutch.
I'll go for it.
We can hit the
I'm going
players.
to rocket. Heavy spawning. They went to elbow together. I'll hold rail while you
You go
look.
to D, yes.
Banana bolts.
He's helping now.
T clutch. He's like 100.
Okay.
At plats.
Helping now.
To nail.
Fighting Athena. Direct there.
Railed him.
Mega's first.
Yes, headed
I'm
to
at
Mega.
LG. Helping in 2 seconds. I'm good.
Sounded like rocket. That's shield in 7. One at
At
rail.
rocket, yes. Helping from below. On.
I can go
Fighting.
up.
Oh, he's still up, he's still up.
Killing.
She's low.
It's 55. I took the LG.
At rail soon. Yes.
Yeah, I can fuck him up.
Helping now, yes.
Killing.
I
No
mean,
shields.
he was right.
Yeah, I mean, he did. It just feels like Maxter and Rafa are completely in sync at the moment.
Yeah.
They're just doing so much damage to them. That was a great chance for Kelts and Sirius to finally get themselves onto a power-up, but they had no resources left at the end.
You can see they're both pushing the items almost from the same angle, but they're doing it at such a ridiculous speed that cheaters don't even get time to get
go
in
out?
position.
Oh, okay, there's some help from Sirius. Kelts keeps his life.
Can they get the power up finally? Please, let them get the power up. He gets railed. At this point, he kind of wants to maybe just die. Nice, he
Okay.
gets a kill. Mega's up soon. He should be able to get the Mega then. Oh, but Maxer is there and he's just going
He's got-
to end up forfeiting his life.
But this is okay, 10 seconds. You got a chance to get something and to get back there. Sirius is really weak, but Kelts, he needs to come and hide on there.
Yep, he has a shield. He's going for Rafa. Can he get the protection? He gets it.
He hit. Maxter
Everyone
died.
died. Everyone died.
Who's closest?
Sirius with 5 HP. He just has to give it away to Kelts, but there it is. Kelts getting the shield. Finally, a power up for cheaters. Can they do much with it?
Well, that's the question. Okay. Some nail work.
Team so.
Brilliant, Kelts. Brilliant. Now's the time. Now's the time to get back into the game a little bit. Has the Heavy still has 15 seconds left on the quad, on the protection?
He's starting with starting nail gun. I enjoy this. We don't see that often.
He's running out in a second. He needs to be careful. He could die. Sirius needs to help him out, but Maxter picks up
Way
the remains.
too aggressive there. After getting that kill, they should have just gone back and got position on the rail again. I know they're behind, but there's no need to take such extreme measures. At least they get back into the items right after. Oh,
Oh, he can't afford to take this kind of damage. Has got help from Kelts.
it's a lot of damage.
Kelts takes the Heavy, I think. We need to see those clutch rails coming out from Sirius.
You mean those Athena rails?
Sure.
That's a massive stack on the robot. And they do have rail control at least.
But what are they going to do here? I mean, they don't want to take any damage anymore.
Yep.
They need to somehow aggress onto the Heavy.
Oh, I mean, if Maxter is going to die like that and Rafa pushing in, that's a
Okay.
super aggressive push.
That
And
didn't
it
work.
didn't work out. Doesn't work out at all for them. It was 15 frags at some point, or like 13, and now it's 7. It's getting manageable. Power up soon.
Be careful pushing around this corner. He wants to get onto the Mega Help, but he's so early.
Nice.
He doesn't want to use the ability.
And Rafa uses his. That kind of benefits cheaters. If Sirius gets in position and Kelts spawns on the LG though, by the time he gets here, Sirius is going to be dead. Kelts coming in from behind supporting. Can he get the Athena? He needs to get more than what he's getting right now, and he gets nothing.
Sirius
Where is
can't get close enough. He managed to take them out. Sirius!
That's going to be Maxter, and that's the rail. That's
It's
the end of
over.
this. That's the end of this, surely. There's-
Sure. You
they cannot
close
go.
it now. You close it with the quad.
Yeah, he has to.
Athena.
You take.
Oh my god. Chasing her. 20. Hold here.
1 kill, 2 kills, and that's only
That's
1
it.
kill.
That's it. One final. Can Maxter finish it with the timer still up? He hasn't got a hook available to him, but he knows where the player
There
is.
it
Rafa finishes the job. It is the Chicago Doggos that are going to win the winner bracket semi-final here at Barcelona KeenCon 2024.
Very impressive last map performance by Rafa and Max, and it didn't really seem like Sirius and Kelts could get a hold of the power-ups for the last 2 maps. They only really got 1 power-up throughout almost 30 minutes. So that's fair play to Rafa and Maxi for controlling the power-ups so well.
I think they took the first map loss personally.
Yeah, probably. We did get 4 maps at least.
We did get 4 maps, and there will be many, many, many more. But I'm sure a lot for Sirius and Celts to digest during that series. We have Lethal with us. Hello, did you manage to digest some of that yourself?
I did. I never left the desk, actually. I was quite intrigued on how the outcome was going to go. Yeah, map 2 was phenomenal from Chicago Doggos with how they were literally flipping the map back and forth with their spawn rotations. I thought that was extremely impressive. Not only were they denying the power-ups, denying the weaponry every single time without fail with their aggression, strategic aggression, so to speak. But you made a very valid point with maps 3 and 4 with the setup they had for the power-ups, and I kind of felt like they just denied it almost every single time. I felt like it was 80–90% of the time. Yeah. And even with map number 3,
89?
80 to 90.
Ah, okay. I thought he was just being super specific.
Yeah,
So that was what he was doing on this, just calculating percentages.
But it just extremely impressed with the denial of not just the power-ups, but the power weapons overall, especially on the spawn. It was just extremely well played. Maps 3 and 4 really was a showcase of what they could display in terms of the strategic influence on the maps. And it makes you wonder, like, what ways they can do to break up these setups and deny it themselves. And it just seemed to be they had no kind of method or idea on how to be able to do it, even if they got there early or tried to make a sneak attack to even steal it. It just never worked out for them at all in the slightest. But yeah, map 1, it showed promise because it was the Chicago Doggos map big, and they showed a good display of skill and being able to actually set up for his powers quite well. But Synap being the opposite end of the spectrum in the next 3, especially with map 3 and 4. Very impressed by them.
I feel like Exile, they came out all guns blazing, and Cheetahs looked like actually they got a chance to go 2-0 here.
Yeah, I thought so. And then the last couple of minutes, Chicago Doggos turned it up. And at the end, we saw that perfect sandwich. That really highlights Chicago Doggos' communication and game plan. Because we thought, oh, they're separating, but they're separating with the purpose of then flanking the enemy players to close out the map, which is a really good display of
like
teamwork.
That was like a very much a turning point in the series, though, in terms of Cheetahs. It felt like they'd lost their confidence a lot at that point.
They only had gas for the first 20 minutes of the best of 5, basically.
Exactly.
I think you could see with they let off the gas a little bit, but map 4 was a great example of it. The coordination was getting worse and worse as the series dragged on, and you can just see clearly, which was a little bit unfortunate. Don't get me wrong, there was a few moments of, not glory, but a few moments of areas here and there where they were actually coordinating quite well, but there's other times where, you know, sometimes they were too separated, sometimes they weren't committed to certain battles, and it's a little bit surprising. But I do feel like for the power-ups on map number 4, it was a little bit better, but just weren't able to steal it or take off them at all in the slightest. So good strategies coming up for that early prep for those power-ups in maps 3 and 4. But to get a little bit more detail on exactly what occurred during that series, we do have Rafa and Maxter on the stage now to see exactly what their thoughts on that series.
Yeah, Maxter, let me ask you first, when you hit that air rocket on, I think it was Sears with the quad on Exile, did you feel at that moment that you won the map?
No, I actually didn't figure it out. I just hit a rocket like in the midair, like I'm just shooting around, and if I just hit like a big bomb, I just hit something like 70, 80, I just calculate, I don't even see. And he goes for the frag, and he always follows, and he always kills. So I don't know at the time, because you are just constantly getting comms and constantly just getting information that you are not aware at the time that something like that happened. But I didn't know that happened. I need to just watch it.
You'll be pleasantly surprised, I guess. But speaking of power-ups, I think it was starting with Veil, actually, where you didn't give them any power-up. I think they got 2 on the last 2 maps only, and you got the rest. How did you manage to set up so well for the power-ups all the time?
I think this is probably one of the best sets where we've played in terms of we usually time really, really well, but we really understood the flow of the game in terms of like when to keep going from item to item, when to concede it entirely, when to just try to punish. And that really helped in our setups, because we could understand, like, okay, based off the control, do we need to let them have position first and try to steal with Orb, like on Veil? Or do we need to get there first because they have control, and like, what are we looking for? Like, we were just really on the money with our calls in this set, and I think it really showed. Like, we were really in sync.
Yeah, I mean, after first map it looked a little bit, but then you got going and it was like the good old, right, basically?
I mean, actually at the beginning I was not hitting as I used to do. Like I finished like 4.8, and the rest of the guys were on 6K each actually. And I was like, no, this is not going to happen. The second one, I was actually feeling better at the second half of the first map, and I told them that I was feeling better, but it was late at the time that I started to feel better. And then we just start to get better comms. Actually, on Exile, there was one point that we need to just cap the bleeding because they had the power-up, they had the items. We just needed to run away. They had really good runs with the power-up, so we just need to just have a bit better because they did a really nice job just not showing out on the map. Like probably if you look at Disconnected, probably they were on the map. And yeah, we managed to just do it perfectly.
Yeah, your rail certainly warmed up on Exile. Like you were hitting some great shots there. And on Exile, I noticed that for the first half, you kind of run both items entirely, and then it was Kels. Like, how does it happen in a map like Exile that one team is able to cycle the items for such a long time?
I think a lot of it comes down to, since the map is a little smaller, it's a little like Deep Embrace where you can kind of force spawns. So it's just kind of between like Maxter and I, whoever has the hot hand. Like you just call to be the VIP. And I, from the first map, I was feeling good and I could just feel it in the first 2 minutes. I was like, I'm feeling it. Like it's my time. Like I'm going to be the VIP for this game. And then we just rolled with it. And we got a big enough gap that when they did start to get power-ups, because like he said, on the first map on Blood Covenant, they were getting a bunch of frags and control. It's like, well, we need to do one of two things. Either they get a bunch of frags, but at the end, they're so weak at the end of the power-up that we can get control back, or we just give up everything entirely and don't die. We can't let it both happen. And so that's what we adjusted most throughout the course of the maps through the set. And yeah, it just ended up working out. So it just goes to whoever has the hot hand. And then we just try to support each other.
Yeah, it worked out great. Guys, thank you for the chat. I wish you good luck for the next game. And I'm sending it back to the desk now.
Thank you very much, Linus. And Timings is a great example. What was it? Rafa at one stage got at least 12 of the items in a row on Exile. Yeah. That was just not really too surprising, but quite ridiculous in itself. Pretty much, yeah. But you could see, and what I'm quite curious about the picks and bans in the future, because this is the second time now they've played Blood Covenant, and Blood Covenant's probably been their worst map in terms of how they've performed. And the question is going to be, will they continue selecting Blood Covenant? Can they rectify it within just a couple of hours before they go into the upper bracket final? So will they switch Blood Covenant to maybe something else to start with instead?
I think they'll keep it because we saw in Blood Covenant, like even Rafa was saying, that at the end of some power-ups, they weren't getting control or frags, and we saw it because in some power-ups, they just stood still and they lost position on the map because they were both hiding on the stairs. So they weren't getting control, they weren't getting items, and they were just not getting fragged. And as Rafa said, at the end of Blood Covenant, they just switched it, and they were able to at least get control back during the power-ups or leave them low to then get the control back.
It's that adaptation that they're able to make, and in particular Rafa, that's very, very good at it. And when you're the other team, I think, and you see that they've made this recovery, you start to second-guess your strategy a bit, and even during the play. And I think we saw that on occasion with Sirius and Celts, that there's that moment of hesitation. And there's not enough time in Quake 2v2 to hesitate whatsoever. You have to you have to almost be instinctive with the way that you're approaching your tactics. And yeah, that's really, I think, how Rafa finds a lot of his success and a lot of his championships, is that he always trusts himself.
And he's able to adapt instantly. Yeah. Whereas for most other teams, from us casters, it might be easier because we're not playing, our heads aren't as full as theirs at the moment. They will be able to adapt, like if they watch the VOD and like, oh, we should have done this. But it's really easy to do that in hindsight. Yeah. At the moment, really only Rafa can do that almost instantly.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, why don't I do? Oh, he never feels that.
Yeah.
Maybe afterwards, but, but it doesn't seem to be the case at the moment. But we're going to go to a short break, but to give you guys a reminder, we do have a GoFundMe page. If you search for KeenCon 2025, we're just going through each of those milestones. It's got plenty more to go. So if you want to have the opportunity to win any jerseys, t-shirts, keyboards, you name it, we've got it. Make sure you head over to the GoFundMe page and search KeenCon 2025, and you can donate there and find out more information. But apart from that, though, we will go to our second upper bracket semi-final very shortly. So stay tuned as after this short break.
Times like this, I'm good.
Welcome back to Barcelona KeenCon 2024. We've just witnessed Chicago Doggos take down Cheaters 3-1 in our first upper bracket semi-final, but we've got our second one coming up next between Maestro Rave and Endpoint to see who's going to battle it out to meet them in the upper bracket final. Joining me again, Ince and Zoot. And I think this is going to be a little bit more interesting in comparison to what we witnessed in that last series. I've said it earlier that a lot of these series are going to probably average 4 maps considering what we've seen so far and how vulnerable a lot of these teams have been as well. What's your take on this matchup from what you've witnessed over the past couple of days?
Cheaters early on. But after witnessing this Chicago Dogs performance, I think they've overtaken Maestro as the most impressive team this LAN. I don't know if you disagree or not.
I heard some of that, but
I was saying that Maestro for me have been looking like the most impressive performance until the last Chicago Dogs performance.
Yeah,
because Maestro did beat Cheaters as well.
I don't think Maestro Rave looked unbeatable yesterday by any means.
They didn't.
No.
Until they played Buckster and Garpy. But the thing with Buckster and Garpy, like they play so weird that it's hard for any team to play versus them.
I think so. So I think this series is going to be actually incredibly close. It might average 5 maps.
Yeah,
I don't know.
It's going to be 3-0.
I'm going to predict right now. If this lands on the white side, it's Endpoint win. If this
Where are you
lands
throwing it? Don't throw it at me.
if this lands on the KeenCon side, it's gonna go 3-0 for Maestro.
Well, I hope so. You're supposed to be the
3-0
expert.
Maestro.
You're supposed to be the expert.
That's it. That's my
This
expert
is actually,
analysis.
yeah, that's how he's done his analysis for the last 10 years, actually. He flips
There
a
is
coin.
a prediction page that the community has set up, and I'm ranked number 1 on the predictions.
Is that really?
Yes.
Is that like a sort of fantasy draft kind of thing?
Yes.
Can I play?
Cool.
You sure?
Is
I think I
it
posted it on my
unprofessional of
tweets.
me to get my phone out now and look for it?
I posted it on my Twitter.
Well, he hasn't
really?
told you. He's actually made it himself, and he's the only person competing.
No.
That's it. You're
No, there's
ranked
like
1
50
of
people
1.
competing, and I'm ranked number 1.
I'm too late now. I can't make my predictions on yesterday.
Unlucky. Probably a skill issue.
Yeah. Even if he was a perfectionist, I think, yeah, you got absolutely no way of catching up.
Yeah.
Dear me. But yeah, it's going to be, well, we assumed it was going to be a close affair. You think it's going to go to map 5. You think it's just going to be a clean sweep and pretty much a one and done, which is a little bit shocking. Completely different turn of events from your prediction.
Questionable sort of methods, I'd say. But
Yeah, yeah. He's had some debatable predictions
yeah.
earlier, but this one, it wouldn't surprise me. If I reckon that if they do 3 over series, this is where Chicago Doggers are going to be questioning themselves, thinking, right, you know, what do we need to do in order to kind of contemplate the the flawless plays we could potentially see? Because we said it earlier, every single team do not look flawless. There has been a few dents in the armor for a lot of these teams, and this is going to. We all talk about indicators, what we've seen from earlier on over the past couple of days, but this time round it's a tad different because now we're getting to the the higher end in terms of the skill ceiling, in terms of like what to expect. So we're going to see a few more weaknesses coming up, and I think the prep for these power-ups is going to be a huge way to kind of describe how things could occur in these matchups.
It's especially like Maestro versus Endpoint. If Maestro click, I don't think any team can stop them.
Yeah.
The problem is, are they going to click just with the very limited practice they got? And with Endpoint, they've gotten a lot of practice, and when Kilson is playing TDM, properly, they are unbeatable. Because Avec is a god at TDM, but it really depends if their team play is clicking together or not. When it gels, they're really, really good.
I do find the whole 2 champion ban per team dynamic really interesting.
Yes.
It's something I've really enjoyed a lot more than I thought I was going to. I thought 1 champion ban each in the best of 3s was good. I think 2 each is amazing. I think that really changes the dynamic because you remove quite a lot of preferred champions from some of the key players, which can often swing quite significantly into the side of the favorite team. So I think when you remove 4, it makes it even more even. I think to me that's even more of a reason why this will be a close series.
And it's the 4 you normally make the assumption of, the Clutch, Slash, Anarchy, and probably the Athena. That's like the go-tos normally. But we've seen a couple of changes here and there, but I think it's more dependent on the map picks.
Well, I do wonder, are we going to see throughout the rest of the day a lot of, 3+ champions banned being high mobility champions?
Yes,
or are they going
most likely.
That's what I would really expect, and that changes a lot from yesterday.
Yeah.
Unless you go like Chicago Doggers versus Maestro, then I think they would probably end up banning mean champions, quite honestly, because they both play every single champion great, so maybe they would ban Athena because Rafa is really good at Athena, but every champion they are really good at. There's no need, like, in that matchup, Chicago Doggers probably end up banning Clutch because it raises best champion, but the rest, no real need. In here, I think Maestro do have the advantage because Avic's champion pool is not really big, neither is Kilson.
It's like I said, it's situational. It depends on the players, but depending on like the map picks themselves, it's perfectly understandable.
Yeah.
But we're going to get the teams out now for our second upper bracket semi-final to see who's going to be meeting Chicago Doggos in the upper bracket final. So let's bring them to the stage. Maestro Rave versus Endpoint. So we haven't gone too deep into predictions as of yet, but we've had completely different scorelines from the 2 of you so far. You've already said 3-0. You think it's going to go to map 5.
What about you?
It wouldn't surprise me too much. But
what about you? What about
what's
you?
Your prediction?
What's your thoughts?
Shall I just go
Tell
in the
us how
middle
you
and say
feel.
3-1?
That's so boring.
Yeah, I didn't say a team. I copped out.
Okay. I'll let out my predictions.
I'll say my prediction after the champions.
Okay, I feel it's going to be a Maestro Rave 3-1, depending on how the maps are going to go. But
You also
in terms of the champion picks, I do feel like it was what I mentioned earlier. It's one of those go-to 4, but maybe one is going to put a diamond in the rough to considering the players are up against, but of course depending on how the map picks are going to go as well. So we'll be waiting for the pick in bans very shortly. But what do you expect the bans are in terms of like how you feel this is going to go for these teams? Like what are we expecting the bans to come out? What picks do you think both teams are going to make?
I'm trying to think
at the very first place
of maps first, and I think Maestro are fine on every map except maybe Exile.
They don't want DM6.
Yeah, Blood Covenant, they did lose it versus Buckster and Garpy, but that's weirdly Buckster and Garpy's best map as well. I think
I heard something that they don't feel comfortable there, so that's the only thing that I think they don't want to play. They're
maybe
probably
Exile as well,
Kilson
then.
Avic might pick that very early, or Kilson will be very comfortable. So Blood Covenant.
That's good. Endpoint will likely end up picking both Blood Covenant and Exile in that case.
And both teams have actually been significantly amazing on CK, so I'd be curious to see if one of them pick it first, or if they will just like ban it at some stage because they're not too comfortable depending on their opponents.
Yeah, Maestro will want to pick CK and Deep Embrace most likely.
Yeah, I mean both Razy and Wenger are incredibly well known for their corrupted keep in their dual careers.
It was Razy's keep for quite a while.
Yeah.
I feel like CK won't be selected until it's match 3, 4, or 5 because I think they're going to be. It's going to be their mental game.
It's going to be the first.
Yeah, but it's more of a mental game. They'll probably hope that they select CK.
He's trying really hard to make predictions now. It's just going to be the first.
You think so? But I kind of feel like at the same time they're probably hoping for each other to select CK. So then if it doesn't, then they may have to push themselves to actually select it as match 3 and 4.
And
we just all have to crash and burn for each of our failed predictions. That's all we know. Yeah,
we're just completely failures. It's fine.
That's good. The fact that neither of us can agree on prediction is good. It means the next map should be exciting and unpredictable.
Or we're just wrong and useless.
Speak for yourself.
In most departments, yes.
I do think we're going to get a clutch ban though. I'm pretty sure Kilson
they
and
have,
Avic
yeah, they have to
get
get
that.
yeah.
That's one thing I think we can be 100% sure about.
Unless the maps are just like Exile, Molten, and Blood Covenant. But it's 5 maps. The clutch will be useful on a few of them at least.
I would guess I would probably imagine a Strog or Slash will be banned by Razy and Wenger.
Probably Strog, and if they ban Strog and Nyx, the champion pool of Kilson and Avic drops dramatically. So first map picked by Maestro.
So Lethal was right. In that case.
Deep Embrace.
Yeah, well done, Lethal.
Cheers, mate. I'm right about something at least. I know I've only got like a 10%
fail, of course.
Right rate, but
Avic's favorite map.
But this is where I'm interested about the bans. I think
There's
CK.
ban,
I feel like CK will be left open. It just depends on who's going to select it first.
There's the CK ban coming up now.
Imagine. I will be surprised if CK does get banned though. And I think if it does get banned, it will be banned by endpoint.
10 seconds.
So Deep Embrace will be starting off with. Veil will be next. Exile already banned, as it's rightly predicted about how they could perform. I called it, Bo. I called it. I did say if anyone was going to ban CK, it would be endpoint.
I'll give you half a point.
Oh, cheers.
I'll
give
you several points for saying it wasn't the first pick, though.
So 0.75?
Yeah, there we go.
So Maestro now likely going to pick Awoken.
We can still play.
It's still.
Oh, they're talking.
You okay with that? Yeah, I'm okay.
You're okay with that?
Is.
They're so gentle with each other. Oh, they pick Molten. Okay.
Molten is map 3.
We've got Blood Covenant left as well, and Awoken.
Awoken and Blood Covenant.
And Blood Covenant being the last map, it's kind of dangerous for Maestro.
I think so. Finish it in 3 or 4.
They even champion first. Interesting. What? Yeah, I didn't know it was like that. I don't mind. I think we should
it's good for them
to
actually.
What we discussed.
Well, you do now, mate.
Does it matter too much who bans first, champion?
I think it's good for Maestro that endpoint.
Yeah,
bans
surely.
first.
Surely they can't be complaining.
Then they ban Anarchy. No real surprise.
Okay.
So we always said that the big 4 would be Anarchy / Clutch and Athena, but let's see if there's going to be one ban.
I'm expecting the Strog or
surely. Yeah.
Aizen. Okay, because I think he's like one of the few players that is amazing at Aizen. But still, you would rather play Strog or
There's the Clutch, of course.
Yeah. And now, what's it going to be?
But we're going to see it banned against Maestro Raven every series.
I would honestly just ban a Nyx. There's a Nyx ban.
Oh, okay, so we've still got Slash available, still got Athena available as well.
I'm curious what endpoint are going to be playing. Avic is likely going to play Strog on every map.
Does Slash work on Embrace?
popularized it, yeah.
So the reason why Razy made it so popular is because he was kind of trolling a little bit, but he was using Slash on Deep Embrace during his ranked games on stream like all the time, constantly.
Yeah,
and then he made it work, and he was like, oh, actually, do you know what? This actually worked quite well.
His chat bullied him, saying he couldn't play Slash, so he just started playing Slash everywhere.
Yeah, and we had Max. So it was basically Razy who brought out the meta with the Slash on Deep Embrace, and Max that brought out, I wouldn't say the meta, but it was more his style with Slash on CK, which was
crazy.
Razy does have this sort of tendency to sort of define new sort of styles of play.
No, he's not a follower.
Clutch to start with,
right?
He's not
a follower. He doesn't follow the meta, he creates the meta.
Exactly.
Or he's gone from memeing until making it into the meta.
the innovator.
The meme meta, and actually became part of the meta, which is a little bit surprising in itself. But yeah, so we had Max and Razy kind of like add Slash to the pool in terms of like some of these maps. So like the fact that he made it work on CK was ridiculous. We saw that 2 years ago, I believe, against Razy. On CK.
Really?
Yeah, exactly
unusual.
right. Yeah, it's mad.
Look, I've seen Rafa and Max play Slash and Keel on CK, which makes no sense, but they make it work.
But there's so many combinations that you could work with, and the amount of combinations that probably still haven't really been tried because of the assumption is that why would this work?
Yeah, and it's kind of like, why would you work? And then not many players actually trial and error in that kind of circuit.
Do you think people are testing things out on Duel first?
No.
So, well, if it works in Duel, then it's like, if it's a meta in Duel, it means it's a strong champion, so it could work in 2v2.
I think there are very few teams that actually try like new things out.
Yeah.
And most of the teams, like especially if you play like Rafa and Max, they're always trying their best. They play every game like it's a final, basically.
Right.
Which is why they can adapt so fast. Because if stuff starts going wrong...
The Foundry last year, I was seeing a lot of Death Knight.
Yeah.
Still. And we haven't seen any of that yet.
Yeah, we haven't.
It's so good, we've never seen Death Knight. So anyways, I'm going to leave you to it. I'm going to let you crack on as myself and Zoot are going to cast this next upper bracket semi-final between Endpoint and Maestro Rave. Let's see exactly who's going to start things off. It will be with Razy. We'll find out who's going to take this series and meet Chicago Doggos in the upper bracket final. Already some good tri-bolt damage coming up from Razy as he's just standing his ground and collecting all the weaponry in his arsenal. Rotating round towards the TP for the heavy, and they're already set up for it quite early. Will be coming up in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, there's Strogs and Athenas everywhere at the moment. A little bit of scoping out. Some drone work over here, okay.
It's quite chill with the Pika this time around, but why wouldn't you, I suppose?
It took 30 seconds to get the first kill on the map. We are on Deep Embrace, guys. This is the fastest map in the pool, essentially.
We against Mice 2?
Action-packed, yeah.
They realise Mice 2 is still in the competition. That's always a great press already. Oh, left on 4 HP, still takes out Kilson, and look at that, Wenger managed to finish Avec off. That was huge from them, and we've got the Mega and Heavy both come up almost simultaneously.
So we got the last rotation of items, and then it's going to be the first quad. This is going to be important. We do have Razy. He's got the Heavy, and he's starting to recover a bit with his HP. Wenger trying to string together some rails. Really weak. He's probably going to fall, needs to, before this quad's going to spawn. Watching Kilson, moving over here to the Endpoint players. Great damage from him. 5 seconds, got to start setting up at the moment. Wenger is going to fall. It's going to be 1v1 at the end. Can he do anything here? There's a dive in, but no, it is going to be going over to Maestro for the quad. So over on the other side of the map, we have got Endpoint taking the protections at the same time. So there's not really much of a stagger between the two spawns. We've often seen they go one after another.
I don't blame Endpoint in that 1v2 situation not going for the quad straight away, because it was just utterly pointless. He could leave himself open and get killed instantly. His whole prerogative there was to try and do as much damage as possible before they take the quad, which is probably the best scenario for them to deal with it.
This is so slow, this game.
I know, but yeah. Is this Deep Embrace or is this Molten Falls?
Precisely. Precisely. They just want to stick to their side of the map. I do feel like this is a bit of... Reminds me a lot of Razy, even on some of the fastest duel maps. And I'm talking sort of 5 years ago at this point, where he would suddenly decide that he no longer wants to move on the map.
Yeah.
And so kills would no longer happen anymore. So I'm blaming Razy, is what I'm saying.
Unbelievable. How dare you blame me? But I don't blame you at the same time.
But part of the reason that's happening is that there's no time difference between major items. There's no time difference between power-ups. So you can just split off onto your own side of the map and benefit from that. Finally getting a small exchange over here, and that is going to be Razy capitalizing. A little bit of a return frag. Still very, you can barely call it an advantage at this point for Maestro, despite them being twice the amount of kills.
Yeah, no advantage at all, really, from either side. Both items going to come up any second now, as Avik managed to clean up Wenger and just close the gap just a tad. 3 frag deficit. Good LG coming up from Avik. It's going to whip out the Pika to see if he can do it furthermore, which he's actually done quite a fair amount, considering the position he was in. But the rail to his troubles, clean up with the LG by Wenger, and they're looking to push on forward once again. Both perhaps are coming up any second now. It looks like Razy and Wenger are going to be in a good position to take this, and it looks like they've decided not to contest the quad and just keep on for that protection.
So surely he can do a bit of damage now. He's got really good mobility. Can he get double power up? He can! It's going to be Avik goes down. Razy is super stacked, and well, if there wasn't an advantage before, then there sure as hell should be one in a moment. Can he close the gap on the players? Nice little vertical rail.
Is protection still
Hello! There's a bit of traffic in that
I'll
gap.
check at something else. But yeah, it was. I wasn't expecting Razy to have the whip out the gauntlet. His trademark
You're right,
so
the protection
early on.
stuck on the wall.
Okay, that did make sense.
Yeah,
because I saw it on the map, and I was like, what's going on? And then I looked at the timer, and I was just like, hold on a second, something's not right here. But okay, we were talking about, the delays in that. Of course, the power-ups are still roughly around the same time, but the fact that it was left so long uncontested is just ridiculous.
So he's had a minute of power-ups. There's 60 seconds left till the next one.
Yeah, it took so long. I thought there was something wrong with the HUD. It got.
But normally it's one circle or something on your HUD, right? So you don't really pay attention. I genuinely don't think they noticed.
I don't think so either.
I'd be very, very curious to have that asked afterwards. If we get a word from Maestro at the end, if they win the series, obviously, then Linus, I'm calling you out there.
Wenger left on 13 HP top mid. He's decided to kind of stay his ground, but it's going to be trying to clean up Razy. But even though he's on 13 HP, he was getting a good trade onto Avik, with Kilson trading straight back at him. Ooh. But look at the lead, it's just extending slowly but surely, 19 to 10 after 5 minutes. It could go to the time limit, considering how slow and methodical both his teams are playing.
Oh, hello. Trying to get the bump, and Wenger tries to do the same in return, but there's 2 that go towards endpoint. Oh, the rockets can't connect quite.
Oh, and he's going to try and go for this quad. Will he be able to? He's still trying to take it down for the LG. Isn't able to, but let's take a listening on the teams to see how they're discussing with that quad.
I can use now. Right now. I'll take.
I rallied 3 times.
He's weak. Oh. They double red me. Strug is weak though.
Okay. Rail Afina.
Strug on Naga.
We need 33. I took power up at 7, by the way.
I got lower.
Got upper. One more at heavy.
So even though they lost the quad, at least it went off the map to not put it in their
The double rail, right?
Yeah.
Not too tilted at that point during that time for the Maestro players. But there is a bit of a gap closing at the moment. Might re-extend here. Athena so weak on the side of endpoint. We're doing good damage. This is very, very nice from Kelson. Yeah, he really needs to try and hold on to his life though. And finally that light armor spawns, so he can withstand more than just a single rail shot.
Even with the 4.5 seconds difference between the 2 power-ups, at least whoever picks up the quad first, they know exactly where their opponents are going to be positioned and try and pounce on them or create some kind of strategic influence with their aggression. But it looks like Kills still holding out top mid angle. They're well aware that both players are hanging around heavy. But look at the rail coming up from Wenger now, just adding another to the tally. Hits another rail from Avik, but Wenger just sweeps on in down the murder hole and cleans them up with the rockets.
And back in time for the heavy that's going to be spawning in a moment. It's amazing we've got 7 minutes to play and there's 4 seconds difference between the item spawns. And that applies to the major items and the power-ups.
Yeah, pretty crazy considering.
Starts who's going to push over towards quad. It is It looks like Endpoint are slightly better position at the moment. So Avex's got it. Good heavy machine gun damage. Can he put pressure? Oh, the rails! Can he get another shot? He's got to get out of there a little bit. He has got the mega health, so he can get out of the fight and now re-engage if he wants to.
Oh, he was
Brilliant shot.
debating a little bit, but he decided to back away, and he did back away at the perfect time, especially with the Mega popping up. At that stage, Quad running out very shortly. Mega and Heavy's come up in 15. Good way to finish up Razy, even though he's about 5 seconds of protection left, but it's going to do itself justice if he stays alive and whips out the rail. Great stuff from Avik now, just adding more towards the scoreline, now making it a 2-frag deficit.
It has closed down tremendously. Only one between them. Rail fired by Wenger. 14 health left for Avik. Wenger trying to get the shot. Keep chasing him. He still finds him with the Pika. The lead has now been taken by Endpoint. What a shift in circumstances.
Certainly has been indeed. Skills are getting a little scuffle with Wenger. Wenger will win that bout. You notice they've been hanging around the Heavy for the majority of this game. Apart from when the power-ups are coming up, of course. Mega's been up for quite a while. It could be purposely delaying it, but instead it's now almost in sync once again as we're approaching that 9-minute mark. Just using that Pika to feed himself info to gather exactly what is going to be occurring on the side of Endpoint, and you can see that one is going to be hanging around the power-up and the other player will be around the Mega.
Wenger just fishing for a little bit of information in the top parts. Only 10 points of health. Surely he's going to go down. There we go. There's been a push in from Endpoint to get some control on the Heavy. This is a nice little maneuver that we've had from Endpoint. Razy under pressure down below. Can he get much done? Wenger's pushed a little bit. Razy tries to get back, but it's not really worked for him. And finally that rail comes firing through. Well, Kilson goes down. We have got the power-up spawning in a second. Razy's there. I think Avek's trying to do some damage from the side, but Razy has got himself the quad.
Oh, and now they've picked up the quad, they can now have that aggression to try and put a stop, or at least do a little damage while they've got that protection. But we do have another listening with the lads on the stage to see how they're going to do with this quad and protection.
Okay. Yeah. One is at Mega.
26.
Okay, 27.
Uppers up.
I got upper. Lower side.
One rocket.
I got lower too.
One heavy. Lamp.
Off. Heavy force with me, heavy. Okay.
Yeah, I'm on it. 56 it is.
Coming one. One on top. Both are rail. Mega next. One will stop.
Okay, got the other. Upper soon.
Either.
Oh, fuck. Uppers up.
There's that coordination coming in to get themselves back over to deal some pressure over to Maestro. Endpoint doing really well with that last power-up. They maybe didn't manage to string together too many kills, but the amount of map control that they gained from that. Oh, Razy goes down. Kelson cannot afford to take a rail shot, vulnerable to quite a lot. But manages to get himself onto the Heavy, so he is well rejuvenated.
And as you may have noticed, it's the first time this game, but the power-ups are now segregated enough to have both power-ups be able to contest it. So this is going to be an interesting way to see how things go. But for Maestro Rave, even though they're almost tying things up, if they pick up the quad first and contest the protection straight afterwards, they could just run away with this. It could potentially be the last power-up, depending on how this is going to go. Of course, we know we've got one more around that 14-minute mark. But if it gets that stage, that's going to be another story, because we've gone from quite... Actually, it's been quite a slow, methodical approach for the entirety of this game. God knows what the other maps are going to be like.
I mean, you were right earlier saying that we might get to the time limit, but here we've got Avek, who's got a power-up to work with. We've got 2 seconds left until the protection. He should be able to get both. This is huge for Endpoint. 40 to 32. There's pretty much all the time limit left on the protection, at least. How many more can he string together? With the Strog, he's just got so much more just general mobility to work with around the map. He must know exactly where they're hiding. There's another there that... There's Razy behind. Kelson will be screaming at him, telling him exactly where he is. And he can't find any more rail shots, and he's just going to slow down at the end of protection, and he's got himself that heavy armor and an amazing pixel rail as well.
And this is going to be the next question on the minds of Endpoint. Do you want to speed up dictate the pace and speed up the tempo of this game so they make it so the next power-up won't even spawn? Or do you want to continue to play how you're playing in terms of that methodical approach and leave it time so the next power-up does spawn. It seems like they have decided to speed up the tempo, which I completely agree with, and now increasing their lead by 12. Not something I expected. But you've got to remember, Maestro Rave have been pretty much doing the same thing in terms of their strategy around the heavy for like the entirety of this map.
It has been fairly static tactically for them. But this is the Maestro's map pick.
Yep.
So Endpoint taking this would be pretty significant, and it certainly looks like we're getting that way. Venga does get some pressure on. Still 30 seconds until the quad, but are we even going to get there? There's 4 kills needed for Endpoint. Do they just want to mount the pressure as much as they can now? Razy really can't afford to die. Is he going to just take the risks? That shotgun from medium range is not going to do anything. Kilson gets an easy one, makes it 3 to go for Endpoint to take map 1 in these semis.
And quad is coming up in the next 10 seconds. This needs to be grabbed by Maestro, and if they don't, and also contest the protection, then it's going to be all over here. As at least you go for the 5, and Razy does manage to take him down on the LG, so quad will go in favor of Maestro, but Razy needs to try and get the protection as soon as possible. There's only a few seconds left. They need to try and contest it, but it's decided to circulate around. All members of Endpoint are at the protection area, so they need to take this fight. They've already taken a lot of damage going up for the heavy, but if he takes out the protection and grabs it, it could completely change things on its head. But the problem is, there's only about 10 to 12 seconds of quad left.
Kilson's got to stay alive somehow. He really can't afford to take any damage, and Razy just cannot chase down for those frags. There we go.
But I think that was enough delay.
Well, we've got a bit of protection to work with. It is 48 to 40. We have seen Maestro Rave do some incredible comebacks already, but Venga, he goes down. Only 1 more kill is needed from Endpoint. They're going to be rushing Razy. 5 health to go. Are they going to be able to find him? Oh, they kill Kilson. There's the bile. He needs to go for those flick rails. He's so vulnerable, and there's the last rail shot. Avec with the final kill. Endpoint win. It is 1-0.
Yeah, I called it earlier. It was one of those situations where there's about 80 to 90 seconds left for the power-ups, and they had 2 choices. Either speed up the tempo so they would even make it towards the power-ups at that time and try and end the game beforehand, or continue what they were doing and then just see what happens when they set up for the power-up later on. But they did speed up the tempo and dictated the pace a little bit better. You saw that they were trying to end it before next power-up even spawned. Yeah. It didn't get to that point, but there was such a significant gap in the scoreline anyway. And how much did Kilson delay Razy with the quad around the LG behind that one pillar? That was ridiculous. Like, what, 5 to 10 seconds, something like that? Back and forth through the TP?
Precisely. I really thought that Endpoint were struggling to get into the map at the beginning. It was almost like both teams were sort of being very reserved, but to me that's Razy and Venga are sort of super happy to do that. They eventually got themselves a bit of an advantage. And then I was worried that Endpoint weren't going to be able to get back into it, but everything we've been seeing this weekend has been just comeback galore. Like, they've been happening over and over, and Endpoint just completely excelled. As soon as they'd made it back, they carried that momentum forward.
And it's a good reason why Razy and Venga were both hanging around the heavy majority of the game. If they got any frags during that time, then whoever spawns on Endpoint, they could be denied a rail instantly without even a train of thought. And technically the Rockets as well, considering their positioning. So consider they had that point in the side of the map, and the fact that the protection must have been sitting there for 30 seconds waiting for someone to grab, but yeah, that was unreal. That was probably the longest time we're going to ever see a power-up just sat there.
And it was reachable. It wasn't like it was in a broken position or something where you had to wait for it to time out. And Razy looked at it as if he'd only just noticed. And that means that when he was running the quad round beforehand, if that's true, then he probably thought that he took a fourth of the damage of normal. So it's a good job that he didn't need to worry about that.
His thing is that protection sprite even sitting there, or is that just me like being completely unaware? That's why I was questioning it earlier. I was like, I saw the countdown for the protection. I was just like, that's been taken. So where is it?
I mean, that might have been a surprise for Endpoint too. That like, oh crap, there's another power up.
Is there a second protection we didn't know about?
We've got to chill even more. But I mean, that was the main highlight really for Maestro. After that, that's when it started to go a bit more sour for them. And I mean, I saw at the end there was 28 kills, I think, for Avec. He had an absolutely phenomenal game there. But there's no time to rest, Lethal, because we're going to map 2.
Yeah, we're heading straight into Vale as Endpoint's taken the first map. They drew first blood, and now we're going to head over to see how things are going to go this time around. Both of them go with the Ranger, and we've got the kill on Maestro, and for Endpoint, it's going to be the Sorlag. As we're going to see how this is going to go, and maybe switch out some champions halfway through.
Oh, yeah, I assume that Razy's playing the Keel, something that he got quite comfortable with. I think this is what we saw actually when we had Cheetahs versus Chicago Doggos. They had the same thing. One of them had the Keel, one of them had the Sorlag.
Yeah, that was right, and the Chicago Doggos were the ones with the Keel, and they made some incredible plays with the Keel. It was worth its weight in gold, absolutely.
No, guys, it's 30 seconds in. This isn't a big map. Can we get some... Come on. Let's get into this and get some kills.
We'd have a frag in a duel by now.
You can't have it, I just click my fingers at them. Thank you.
Deary me. Kilson now lowered himself down to 28 HP, taking so much damage at that angle. And trying to stay alive, but Razy finds him. Managed to get the first frag on the board. Trying to rocket jump up, but Avik is sitting there with the LG. Doesn't manage to get it, but it's delivered a huge amount of damage and ends up trading with Razy. So considering he wasn't able to pick up the heavy, he did distribute a lot of damage from that angle. But let's see how they're going to try and break the setup for the quad.
Kilson is absolutely stacked at the moment. Got to be careful about that all combo. Wow, Wenger got an enormous amount of damage just then. Avik has got a second to work with. Razy with the splash rockets at the end. And a little rail to flick onto Kilson too. So 5-1. It's been super quiet in the first minute of play. Razy denies that pickup. Oh, and it's so patient.
Brax are just coming through here. He's actually TP'd in to see if he could try and take him down. He knows how weak Razy is. It's just the armor so it's going to help his backside just a little bit. But it seems like it's not going to be the case as he's now doing extremely well for his quad. Again, Maestro with his only lead. Let's see if they can maintain it in comparison to what happened in that Deep Embrace game.
Are we going to get a super quiet next 85 seconds of play here?
Probably.
Who took that? Did Endpoint get that steal? I didn't quite see because there was so much damage exchanged afterwards.
I was going to say the exact same thing. I think they tried to take it. I'm not sure if they actually did, considering with the all placement, but Razy's now getting a nice double for his troubles there. Now 2.5 minutes in, it's down 9-2, and Maestro just trying to make sure they keep this lead. And I think the last game, the start of play which we witnessed, we can tell it's not their cup of tea.
Razy a bit weak. Trying to stay back a little bit and get damage from the side and just let Wenger take the damage for him.
That was nice of him.
Yeah. I think that Mega Health spawning, well, it did just spawn, but the timing was just a little bit off. It was a pretty brave rocket jump to have made. This is good from Maestro. They suffered quite a lot in the second part of Deep Embrace, but they've really gotten into Molten well. This a strategy that they're very comfortable with. And can they continue to manage this chaos? Heavy, though, has just been taken by Endpoint. There's a huge amount of stack on both of those players, although it looks like Avik being punished quickly. Let's move over now to the protection, which is coming up. Wenger just getting stuck in, dancing on Kilson's head, and Avik. Oh, Avik didn't manage to get it in the end. It was Razy. Came out seemingly of nowhere to pick up the protection. Not a massive stack himself, and he looks like he's just waiting for this heavy to spawn.
I'm quite surprised because whoever's got the team who actually gets inside the power-up room first, they've got a considerable advantage to actually be able to collect and keep that power-up, considering the choke points and the narrow angles they can keep hold of with the rockets. But Razy trying to do as much as he can to do what he must with that protection, but it's decided to now prioritise the Mega and just wait to see how the situation is going to preserve itself.
It looks like it was very much just to keep map control. I don't think they were after loads and loads of kills or...
More map control and denial.
Yeah. All frag from Avik, double kill there for Endpoint. Is that going to give them the map control that they need to get into this game a little bit more?
Good LG coming out from Razy there, taking him down on that LG stairs. Avik just waiting and baiting for him to come for the TP. As he has picked up the Mega.
Yeah, you've got it already. He's just holding steady. Nice rails there, Wenger.
But Kilson just on the low ground currently, waiting to go for that heavy, but he's waiting to see if any of his opponents are going to be coming through and decides to hold the angle whilst Avik grabs that. Good heavy machine gun coming up from Avik. Now both players are going to be pushing through to see if they can take down Razy. Razy's already cleaned up Kilson, but Avik's going to finish to go up and get a very important trade as Wenger just comes out of nowhere, comes in with a machine gun and cleans up.
That was a great effort from Endpoint to get that rotation over from Heavy to the Mega Health, moving around as a unit, but the kills happened quite far apart, so Wenger was able to get back into the fight. We have got the second quad damage spawning pretty soon, and we're able to actually go into this on the team comms and see how they're setting up for this quad damage.
He's weak. You can take. I got it. I'm weak. I need you. Drop down here. Drop down here. Drop down here. He's up here. Mega is up. I need help. On the sandwich.
One was LG. Red rail one. Kill at rail. One, two row, two tunnel. Killing him.
Elbows, I think.
No, I'm elbow. He's LG. Behind this pillar. He went LG.
Yeah, he went.
You took Heavy, right?
Yeah, I did.
Good display there, back and forth with that power up. It was in each other's hands, but Kilson coming up that jump pad to put a stop to Razy with that quad is a huge play in order to trying to close the gap ever so slightly.
I think Wenger was just a little bit anxious there, being 50 HP roughly with the Ranger. They couldn't get much done with it, so a chance to split the scores a little bit further, but actually Endpoint bringing it back a bit.
And you can see that Maestro early on were trying to dictate the pace and trying to make it more than set in stone, but now it's become a little bit different. It's starting to become a bit more of a stalemate situation, but we've seen more situations now becoming a lot more chaotic, especially for these items, not even just a power-up anymore. There's a trades are coming up back and forth, but Maestro are going to take those trades all day.
Kelson, super stack at the moment. Mega Health's taken recently, so what part of the map are they going to want to control? Avec is sat there waiting. I think there might be a bit of a mistime going on. He's so weak, he needs something. Is he going to sacrifice his life just to try and get some damage output? Very good tri-ball damage.
Kilson just left on 9 HP and a dream at this stage, and Wenger's going to put a close to that. Been on 5 HP for so long, and Avec does take down Razy and also cleans up Wenger, which is going to be absolutely huge, along with the protection, and already finds his first opponent as he's heading down towards those hourglasses, dropping down to the rail jump pad. This is just insane.
So Avec, he's got about half the time left on protection. Does he want to push in? He needs to find a way to get close the gap, support Kilson. It's like Kilson's doing okay on his own. He managed to frag Wenger. He might be committing too hard here. His protection's running out pretty soon, but has he timed this perfect? Kilson finishes the job. That was really, really nicely done. Where does Avec want to end up, though, now that the power-up's gone? The rotation of the major items, still 10-15 seconds away.
Endpoint do have the lead, but a little bit low on stack. Just waiting for these next items. Is Mega will be up shortly, followed by the Heavy. Looks like Maestro could be in a good position now to contest both. Managed to get the Mega. Now let's see how they're going to even approach. They're not even going to bother with the Heavy yet. Quad's up in a minute.
I thought they were going to move into the other room, but they decided they didn't want to bother with that. They're keeping that higher ground. And they just want to stop the damage coming to them. They've been suffering a little bit. They had an advantage. They've been losing it. Let's get some control.
Oh, good rail there from Razy. He's managed to hit another one, and Wenger's able to orb in there to take down Avec. So it's only Avec left standing, but still contemplating what to do. And nice little bit of damage there. 27 and the 47 from that last tri-bolt from Wenger. This is now just continuing. And you're talking about height advantage in the high ground. They've been having that for at least 30 to 60 seconds and just maintaining it throughout the course of this. And Kilson does take down Wenger, but look at his quads go up the next 12 seconds. Who is in position? Both Razy and Wenger are down below, but Kilson could drop down at any time. Using that preemptive spit to make sure they continue to take damage whilst pushing on forward, but Wenger does take down Avec. Managed to hit it, but Kilson takes down Wenger with the trade. And it looks like they will manage to pick that up, and Endpoint could at some stage increase the lead with that quad. Let's see what Avec can do with it.
He's looking for the rail shot. He really has very little in the way of weapons. He's now got the lightning gun, but decides he's going to back off actually and stack up. He didn't want to push through the teleporter. He's going to, at the end, but Razy's up there as well, so he manages to fight back a little bit. There's only 2 kills between them. He has enough time to sort of get himself into a good position, but not really going to be able to push out further. And Heavy's up in a second, so this is a nice spot for them to finish on. Is he going to make that jump across?
But yeah, they'll definitely take that trade. As you saw with Wenger and Razy on the top TP earlier, just baiting Avix with that quad. But Wenger's going to do as much as he can. And Razy does clean out Avik and still trying to go through. Both of them at the bottom TP, flying back in again as actually ends up in a trade. Go for the TP once again as Wenger tried as much damage as he can, left on 42 HP. And still, finally, Kilson does take down Wenger as he was on such low health for the last 10 seconds.
He's finally picked up a little bit of a weapon that he can work with. Avik did the TP through with the orb, repositioning himself very, very nicely, maintaining that pressure. But Wenger coming out swinging with a couple more rails, just trying to keep themselves close because we are 4 minutes from time limit. We're definitely going for time limit at this point, rather than to the 50 frags.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. But we do have a listen-in with the teams to see how they're feeling as we go to this matchup before protection spawns.
Ranger, I cannot really take it. Ranger again. He fucked up.
Heavy is up still. And then Mega and then Prot. I'm going Prot.
I got Mega. I'm fighting Sarlacc.
Ranger is dead.
Sarlacc is weak.
Oh, what? Around the corner. He's on Heavy.
Machine gun one.
I need help for Heavy.
I'm on my way. I stole Heavy. Ranger dead, chasing Sorlak. He's on Mega in real team before, and again. Sorlak is not healthy.
Nice, concise comms, but calm comms coming out there, considering the high pressure situation we're in at the moment. Endpoint still leading by 2, and I'm still surprised how they managed to get that protection, considering the lack of weapon we've had. That kills out was a very important double.
Yeah, we've got 2 fresh stacks though appearing from Maestro. I'm getting the double rails are coming out. So they have a chance to reapply some of the pressure at the moment, but honestly, looking at Kilson and Avik's health and armor, well, I guess Avik is suffering a little bit, but Kilson acting as the anchor at the moment. He is going to push through. Ridiculous rail shots. But that mega health is no more. They just have to hold on to this lead now for 2 more minutes. How hard can it be?
Well, we still got a time for quad, so this is going to be extremely important. This is going to decide
right?
the winner in this second map. And Kilson just been popping off with this rail. His aim skill in the last few minutes has just been ridiculous. And Razy does manage to get one and gets up with the pineapple straight after. Huge play. I'm sure 40's going to be proud of that as well. Seeing kill more often compared to last year. And now we've got quad coming up in 15 seconds and Maestro with a healthy stack.
So Razy needs to get in a position now. He's got himself a lightning gun. No rockets is slightly annoying for him. Is there a power up there? It is used at the end. Wenger pressure, he manages to get the double kill. I think they've locked down this vital quad damage. Let's go over to Razy in that case and see, can he chase? No lightning up, but that's it. The rail, that's going to do all the damage needed. We are 2 frags away. We're 1 minute and 14 seconds. Now he's got the trifecta to work with. It's surely about pushing it. I cannot believe that he is going with close range rail shots at this point. Right, he's going to give away the mega health and say, right, surely to push in, level it out. Oh, he's taking a ton of damage. He needs to find some health. That heavy's going to help pad the damage from the poison. We are at 43-43. Maestro Rave are desperate to get the lead going into the last 50 seconds. They are a map behind. If they lose, Endpoint are on match point.
Oh, Razy does get some rocket damage in, but Kilson finishes him off the LG. Wenger does take down Kilson, but Avik then trays out straight afterwards. 35 seconds left. Mega is up. Heavy's coming up next. Will Marshall have time to contest it and even have the weaponry to contest it?
I thought I was just baiting him there, but actually Kilson had a good stack. There's the push. 46-44. Wenger's got to think about what's valuable at this point. He needs to put himself in a position to get kills, but he's not able to do so. We are 3 away. Razy does get something back. Can he get enough damage? Because Avik is just hitting like a truck at the moment.
Goodness.
He is not going down whatsoever. The maximum damage output, and with a couple of seconds to go, Endpoint have done it. They put themselves 2-0 up here in the winner bracket semi-finals.
Now, let's be honest, what could they have done? They only had a rail to work with, and it's just not enough. They just come in with the LG, and Avic's rails towards the end was just ridiculous, and Killson's was just as good, if not better. He was the, why they call him Railson for a reason in those last few minutes.
Brazy is 30 frags.
That is mad.
I mean, Avic's got 21, but if you look at the last sort of minute, it doesn't feel like he has fewer kills than Killson by any means, but yeah, amazing work.
Yeah, Avic with that 14 assists has been supporting really well. A lot of damage across the map, and yeah, it was just unfortunate with the spawns they had. It wasn't really bad with just the spawns though. It was, the heavy was coming up in about 8 or 7 seconds time. They only had time to go for one weapon. They just both picked up the rail, and they decided to try and not make a push for the heavy, but to try and contest it, or at least deliver as much damage as possible, so then they can circulate afterwards and make another route to then punish them for it. But they just missed a couple of their shots, and they thought, you know what? You haven't got the weapon we required, so we're just going to come with the LG and just do what we need to do.
I mean, everything's going towards endpoint at the moment, and now we're going to Molten, which is the really well-known fast map, because Embrace and Veil are the slow maps that we've been seeing. Yeah. I mean, I'm surprised we actually hit the 50 kills on Embrace, given how slow the whole map was going. But I think, speaking seriously, moving into Molten, it's going to be even slower. Yeah. I know it took a minute to get the first kill in Veil. I wouldn't be surprised if it takes to the first power-up comfortably. I wouldn't be surprised if one of them says, actually no, we won't take the first power-up.
Yeah, considering what we witnessed in Deep Race, blimey. We've seen it quite a lot before in duel, where in certain maps you're like, okay, this is a bit odd, why is it taking like at least a minute? And then all of a sudden on the next map it could be, it could be on Molten Falls, could be on Ruins, but then again, you'll find out that actually the frags turn out to be a lot quicker than we anticipated. We've seen it time and time again. But yeah, I do agree with you, where I'll be shocked if it's actually sooner than Veil going into Molten Falls.
Maybe that's what Maestro needs to do differently. They've been very happy to sit back. Maybe they do need to assert themselves a bit more.
I don't think it suits them. Yeah.
But that's what's strange, because they are two of the most mechanically gifted. Again, I'm talking from my Boomer duel experience.
No, you're right, yeah.
But they seem to be, they're waiting for a reaction and then reacting themselves accordingly. And I would like to see them take a bit more of an initiative and pounce and get those, those double team attacks or whatever it happens to be. Molten makes it very hard. There's a lot of very tricky choke points and stuff to work through, but Maestro obviously needs to change something.
Yeah. I think Veil is a good example about the narrow choke points and the angles you can hold without having to make things too chaotic, and it stops them having that clutch factor of managing to mitigate and actually be able to coordinate to trying to stop them from being out of their comfort zone. It's very difficult. We know what Veil can be like. Deep Embrace, though, I'm surprised that still occurred, though, because that's like one of the most open, smallest maps we have in the map pool, and they still couldn't do that.
It's just incredible that Ince predicted 3-0 for Maestro. He was sat next to me and he's like, now I'm putting the microphone on. I don't think we can hear you. They decided to ban your microphone.
I don't blame them.
So it's okay. He couldn't resist the bait whatsoever.
Yeah, we saw Ince come around the corner when we mentioned it. Yeah.
They can't hear me. I cannot defend myself.
Perma muted for the whole day. You can have the day off if you want.
we can hear the players just talking through briefly their approach into the next. I didn't quite catch what Maestro was saying. Did you hear anything that they was mentioning there?
Nah, I was too busy telling Ince that he's muted for the whole day.
Yeah,
so
okay.
I thought it was more important. But they've been in this situation before. There's no reason why they can't create a reverse sweep. It only takes one map to then swing the momentum in your favour. And then if you even win map 4, then they're going to be in serious denial about the series.
I mean, another prediction that doesn't necessarily work is I said this is going to go to 5.
It still could go to 5, in my opinion.
It could, but I don't know. I think I would have certainly expected a 1-1 at minimum at this point. If not Maestro, I would have certainly leaned closer to what Ince was saying in terms of Maestro being the favourites and showing that they're the favourites.
Yeah, I completely agree with you, though. There needs to be a style change now for Maestro. We know what they can deliver with the pedigree of skill they have behind them. It's about actually being able to coordinate it perfectly. There's already a lot of damage has been taken. Mega is set up. They've denied it only by a few seconds, but a few seconds needed.
They didn't get a kill, though.
Rail.
That would have been too Larry having a kill in the first 10 seconds.
Oh, of course, yeah. That would have been ludicrous,
They're
wouldn't
not
it?
about that. They're not about that. Oh, wow. Maximum tri-bolt damage. It's going to be Razy spilling first blood, and then Kilson falls shortly afterwards. This is the positive type of news they needed. They are taking a bit more of initiative. There's some pushes happening here. And, well, we have got sliding champions all over the place with Anarchies and, with Slashes and Strogs. And Endpoint now also have a bit of stack themselves to work with.
This is what we expected from Maestro half an hour ago, and
I think so.
They need to continue on with this consistency. I can understand planning, you know, the plan of action and how they want to go about things, but sometimes you just have to take the initiative and just sync it with your chemistry. But
this is
a little bit more difficult.
This is what I'm using, based on the champion setup that we've got over here. Maybe this is going to be the most outrageous and aggressive map that we've had so far. It certainly could lend itself to that. They're able to reposition themselves so quickly now.
And they've got the spacing behind it on top of things.
So we got the quad spawning in 10 seconds time. Kilson falls, but Avik is trying to ready himself. He's taken a lot of damage. This looks like it's surely going to be a Maestro first power up. And it's a while till there's mega health. Does Razy not want to sort of aggress a little further? We do have the heavy that's just been taken.
I'm going to make the assumption that because they've got the rail room covered, they're expecting to get a couple of rails onto Razy before we can push on forward, which is a little bit understandable. He's going to push in quite late, so if he does dive, then that's fine. The quad damage is only going to be for a few seconds until he makes an engagement, but...
They got nothing from it. I think it was really smart from Endpoint. They realized that the rail room is the obvious hiding point, so later on when they're expecting, like, we're going to move down to the mega health, I thought, brilliant, really, really intelligent. I mean, I do think a little bit that Maestro took too long to make those rotations. They could be up by 1 or 2 more kills at this point, but they're still in the lead, and that's not a bad thing. And the game has actually slowed down again.
It just seems to me, but if they've got the angles covered, if he pushed from LG stairs and both of them have got rail, then they could lose the quad quite quickly. The reason why Razy decided pushing so late is that if he does lose the quad, it will just have a few seconds, and then when he comes up in the respawn, they're going to have no time to even clean up Wenger, which is understandable. It's again, it's very situational, as you rightly mentioned, but the heavy has been picked up. As Wenger just firing a few rockets, and more actually going to an engagement with Avik, and Avik does win that. Razy actually has his own 1v1 with Kilson and defeats him on into the Mega, and is railable, but does hit him with a rail of his own, as both of them are going at it, but Kilson starts to pop in, say hello, whip out the rail of his own, and then cleans up Razy, and then Wenger's now taking Kilson out straight after us, but Avik is trying to get another trade. Will he be able to? No, he doesn't. Wenger comes up with another rail.
Very scrappy 20 seconds just then. Do they want to settle down a little bit? We have that's the mega health, the last major item to get taken before protection spawns. Not going to chase through that teleport. It does, keeps it quite late, goes back through. Doesn't have the rockets to easily guard that teleporter exit. But it is going to be Razy who eventually gets himself onto that protection. And I think he's getting fired from behind, but completely ignores it. And again, it continues going from good to better to brilliant for Maestro with their power-up work.
Yeah, this is just, in terms of control, I know the scoring is a little bit closer than we anticipated, but it's so much cleaner from what we saw previously. And when we witnessed their first coordinated push, that's exactly what we want to see. Some strategic aggression coming out in sync. We need to see a little bit more of that, maybe a lot more, considering they're 2 maps down. If you were just joining us in the series, this is our second upper bracket final in this best of 5. Endpoint currently up 2-0, and Maestro are looking to make this comeback happen. And this is a great start to witness it on map number 3.
And they can hold control a little more themselves now. And Razy's going to need a little bit of help. Oh my god. So much damage in just a fraction of a second just there. Razy gets the kill, and all close range rails, and it's still going to be Wenger popping off with them. 18-7. I think this might be the biggest lead we've had in the series within a map. Am I right there? Is that right?
Yeah,
okay.
I agree. Yeah, I think they had a considerable lead at one point in Deep Embrace, but that was very late on. But this is probably the largest we've had so far, definitely.
Certainly early game.
We see with the stacks, Maestro have a tiny advantage Another stack, but Heavy will be up in 5 seconds, but with the timing segregation, it means they will have time to go for the Mega straight afterwards. But in the end, both Venga and Razy took both players down on endpoint for their troubles. Missed rail from Venga, but they've already done quite a lot. Razy took down Kilson in the meantime, but you see, Razy actually still got a bit of stack from that last engagement as the Pika was coming straight through the TP.
That was a brilliant little combo there between the both players. Razy, he is on the power-up. It was barely challenged in the end by endpoint. They died just a couple of seconds beforehand. It seemed, again, the coordination's just not quite there for Kilson and Avik. This is a map pick by Maestro, though, and they clearly look a lot more comfortable here. And this is going to give them confidence to go into the rest of the series. I mean, at this point, I know when we were watching Team Bobby yesterday, you would dare say that a comeback's not on.
Yeah, this is it.
Is a comeback on here?
I don't know. I was going to say Multiple was a little bit more different, but because it's one of the largest maps here, you've seen how they've been working with the power-ups, with the quads, and they're not really getting the maximum from it, are they? So if it was on a smaller map, maybe it's on Veil, maybe it's Deep Embrace, maybe a little bit of a different story, because at least they can flip the map back and forth, but the frags aren't going to come as quickly compared to those maps.
I mean, and surely at this point you just run for the rest of the game if you're scared of a comeback, right?
Yeah, yeah, you would, but they just don't seem to be letting up. Like, why this is a night and day difference. Why didn't we see this in map 1?
I mean, a completely valid question. I feel like the map geometry fits them a bit better, maybe. Yeah. But I think the biggest part is that there's a switch has been flipped in their brain. I think they are taking more initiative. Yeah. They're being a little bit more aggressive. It almost feels weirdly like they were giving too much respect to start with.
Yeah.
Now there's no respect.
It's like, actually, do you know what? I've had enough.
20 frag difference between Maestro Rave and Endpoint. This is significant. Obviously, Endpoint can afford to lose a map. They're not going to be stressing too much. They're going to move to Awoken next. That's going to be their map pick, and they can go back to their comfort zone. If this is what they have to suffer through, then they'll suffer.
Yeah, you can easily tell that with Endpoint, if they lose this, they're just going to reset their mentality going to map number 4. And again, Razy with this protection, they've had every single power-up, I believe.
I mean, I think I'm not really sure what's going on with the power-up setups from Endpoint. Because it's also very scrappy fights that are going on beforehand, but they're losing out on these, and no one really seems to be close to the power-up by the time that it is up.
And look at this, Razy doing everything he can just to distribute the damage onto Endpoint. But the great thing about Venga is that he realized how weak Kilson was from Razy's rockets earlier and managed to rotate back around and get a very important flank. But 32-9, I think this is the largest margin we've actually seen for that entire weekend. If they win by at least 22 frags or 23 frags, then that's basically a good example.
I think it was 50-28 map 1 with Chicago Doggos versus Basita. I think that was the biggest, and that was right at the end of the game. But we're like mid-game at the moment, and that's the same gap that we're seeing. So yeah, this very much so.
Well, I can tell you what, Molten Falls is going to be banned for whoever plays Maestro.
I mean, then you just get picked first, right?
Yeah, well, this is it. Yeah, this is the pick your poison at that stage. So still up by 21. This could be, you know, considering we're witnessing the largest map, we may not even be reaching the time limit here. Avik trying to get as much rocket damage on as possible, but Razy and Venga just evading it like the plague and didn't really tank too much, which is going to give them the chance now to push on forward again. Great coordination, and the bait and switching has been so crucial for them here. We do have 6 minutes left, but I don't think we're going to make it here. Quad coming up in 25 seconds.
I mean, this is this point where I say we're now in trash time.
Yeah,
this is, you can kind of see that Endpoint aren't really making a concerted effort to re-strategize, regroup, and reimagine how they can come back in this map.
They're probably talking about map 4.
Yeah, I'm genuinely not surprised. Or they're talking about what went wrong, or something like that. I think we can actually go in and listen to teams talk, so let's try and do that.
Naga next, you take.
Yep.
Armor take. Rail, other guy. Banana, hold him if you can.
Sorry, I went your way.
That's fine. I'm pushing LG, stay on heavy. LG is going rail.
One shotgun.
Taking heavy, other guy shotgun as well.
Yeah. It's camping TP, probably.
Rocket, dead.
Awesome shots.
Naga next, you take.
Yep.
I'm guarding LG.
One with me.
I can't help. Nice.
One pushing maybe you.
Yes.
Pop
I took
rocket, pop rocket.
23. You set up for heavy.
Yeah.
One rail.
One rail.
Behind rail.
So 47 to 14 now. This is just a complete whitewash. Very one-sided going on Molten Falls, and Razy was still able to deliver so much damage. I thought he was actually going to stay alive. It got that bad as Avic was flying down, but only got one more frag left remaining. Venger's got a great stat to continue on this aggression, but that's going to be it. The scoreline is just the biggest scoreline we've had so far. I didn't catch what it was at the very end. Was it like 50 to 16, 50 to 15, something like that?
15. I think it was 15 right at the end. 15, at least that's what I'm putting. That's what I'm putting on my notepad.
But incredible. This is what we wanted to see from them in the first map. I do believe for Molten Falls, with the huge amount of open space they had, it was a lot easier to them to have that clutch factor, to jump on in, fly in, and to be able to get the first shot and actually get the damage done possible. Deep Embrace, I'm surprised we did not see it, but Veil, I'm not surprised. We're going to definitely have a few stalemate situations there.
A little bit of a surprise for me is that these are champions I would normally slightly more associate with Kilson and Avic, just for the sake that their sort of history within Quake, but then it kind of shows the work that Wenger and Razy did, particularly all the dual preparations in QPL, are saying, right, these kind of champions we have to have within our pool. We can't afford not to. And obviously they've been incredibly successful. Obviously Kelson's a QPL champion as well himself. He's no slouch by any means, but it is interesting how that sort of dynamics changed, and Maestro were able to push forward with it even more so. Night and day difference in Maestro from what we've seen in the earlier maps, the first two maps of the series compared to map 3. That brings us to a guaranteed map 4, which is Awoken. That is Endpoint's second map pick, but we're starting to get to a few maps in the pool where those advantages are going to be slimmer and slimmer. And Awoken's a map that Razy and Wenger are always going to be happy to play.
Certainly will. And just to let you guys know, if you haven't already heard about it or spoken about it, then we'll definitely talk about it now. We still have our GoFundMe. If you search on GoFundMe KeenCon 2025, we've still got our milestones left to go. Plenty of milestones to try and hit. It's on every 500 euros. And I believe we have hit the next one. I believe the 2,000 euro one was the Vaxi mouse. So well done, guys at home, and thank you for the donations, of course, as we've still got plenty more to go. So make sure you head over to GoFundMe, search KeenCon 2025, and you can see our list of milestones there if you would like to contribute to the Barcelona KeenCon prize pool. And going back to the series now, so 50 to 15, we've already had our largest scoreline. They're just going to throw that under the rug. They're going to pretend that map didn't even happen, which I don't blame him in the slightest. But
what
now, yeah, exactly. And now that Maestro have found their groove, what is it going to take for Endpoint now to put a halt to this train?
They need to bring themselves back to where they were in the previous maps, right? It's a full, complete reset. You forget about what's happened, and I mean, part of it's the coordination. I think that's it. It felt like halfway through Molten, they stopped really even thinking about it. They need to get in sync again.
We certainly do. Resync is absolutely required. There's about a 5.5 to 6 second difference already this early on between the items.
There's a slight difference in the champions we're getting. We've got a Ranger and Athena from Maestro. We have got a Strog and Athena from Endpoint. There's an early fight.
I feel like there's been two differences with Maestro over the past two maps. We've noticed that they're collapsing in sync, which we never saw in terms of their coordination before, but their aim skill has definitely improved over time.
Yeah. Kelson's desperate for some help. And then can't get those rockets landed, and he is getting hit from two sides. But we are 2 for 2, and a 1v1 remains with Wenger and Kelson. That Kelson's going to win. I think they tried to... Okay, nice little maneuver there from Razy. We are going to be set up now for the first quad. The major items have been consumed. Maestro are in early position, but they can surely expect a last-second dash now from Endpoint.
Endpoint do have a slight stack advantage, but Maestro have that defensive setup. But very important kill there from Avic, but the trade does come out. Venger's trying to stay alive, and it's just trying to still continue. Sadly misses those two rails, but if he hit them both, would have made a monumental difference here, and Kilson does get the quad. He actually misses it. That was such an important rail to miss.
Oh, Venga's
Can't
still
believe
got a
it. And
stack.
Wenger is still trying to fly on forward with that quad and try and get the most out of it. And why not look at the stack advantage he has? He might as well continue making his push. Still got about 7 to 10 seconds now with this quad to try and make a difference.
Gotta hit your rails. Always gotta hit your rails. 6 for 6 at the moment, with no more seconds left on this quad. Get out of my way.
Come on, Maisie, stop body blocking.
Wenger, I think, offering the heavy up. We're just gonna have to take it. So, someone take it. There we go. Razy has, and Razy's gonna get a double kill. Thank you very much for that, Wenger.
Yeah, if it went for that heavy, he wouldn't have got that double, that's for sure, considering the stack he has currently. But Wenger just doing so much damage, and Razy managing to clean up on like, what, 10, 15 HP, looks like something like that.
Well, I feel like we're back to sort of ordinary 2v2 now all of a sudden.
Yeah.
It's gone fast, it's gone furious. Only a couple of minutes into the game. This is what we expected.
And this is what, as viewers and casters, this is what we've been hoping for as well. As we're just approaching the 3-minute mark, Maestro do have that 3-frag lead, looking to try and make it 4, considering the amount of rocket damage he's getting out. But there has been another kill coming out on the other side of things, and Avik managed to get a very, very important double. Mega is up and just been collected, protection up in 30.
Oh, wonderful shot there from Avik. Incredible rails that we're getting. Another player. Watch out for that rocket. The orb doesn't manage to get much damage done. Still managing to get the exchange in time. We are 15 seconds away from protection. Kilson is holding steady. Avik is going to let him have that one. Pushing through that choke point is so difficult, but he needs to help his teammate. Rail missed. He's going to go for the mega health. Where's Avik going to spawn? He needs to come there and fight for the protection. Avik's there in time, 44 HP. He needs help here. He's got barely anything to work with, and he gets pummeled away. Can someone get that protection? Is that possible there?
No, I don't think so. He might be able to protect, grab it from the hit. He might be able to get it with considering the hitbox.
If you got an orb, if you have an orb, you can do it.
True, true. Or the grapple, yep.
So it might only be Razy that can get it.
It's still up. It's still there.
Is it?
I'm sure it is, yeah. But do they know? Or maybe they do know but realise that they can't get it.
I think it's disappeared now. I think it's gone.
Yeah, now it's respawned, yeah.
Did one of them try to get it and die?
I wouldn't blame him for trying.
I think so,
would.
yeah. I mean, it was worth a shot, right? Why does it always happen in Maestro games as well?
I don't know. I have no idea. Do you know, I've given up even questioning it. But Killzone has picked up the Mega. Pika comes in, thanks to Avik, managed to help extend the lead. Only by 3, mind you. Make that 4. Avik is just been on par, and great rail from Killzone too, as the machine gun time is actually quite a lot coming up from Maestro there on the respawn.
I love that endpoint. I've managed to get back in this quickly. It's as if the last map didn't happen for them.
Pretty much.
Completely focused. Wenger with a nice double though. Can't lose your focus from that. Brilliant work from Wenger.
Oh, great rails coming up from Razy. Wenger now here to support, to keep Razy alive, but he said, no, I'm fine. I'll be on cleanup duty as well with Avik on that last kill. Now only 3 frag deficit. I didn't realise it was there as well, and there's going to trade come out for Kilson, but they'll take that trade. And now we can have a listen in to see how these teams are going to try and jump in for the quad.
Athena one health. Dead.
One rocket, Mega. I need you.
Come towards me, come towards me. Heavy first. I don't know when exactly though. Should be soonish, in like 10 seconds maybe. We're gonna need to waste time to play it safe.
Impressive timing.
They don't have rail.
Yep. I took it now, it's 24.
Okay. Check banana.
You got one.
Come towards me, take Mega. Take Mega, take Mega, take Mega.
Yeah.
1T. I'm guarding rocket rail. They don't have rail still. One nail gun. I'm pushing nail gun.
Low. Red him.
He's weak. I read him as well. Use machine gun or LG.
Yeah, fucking peeker.
I love the fact that even without knowing the timing, he's just like, it's in about 10 seconds, and he was exactly right. I just love that. By instinct, by feel.
Timer.
But just by feel, the players, they just know that much information. But not bad work. Maestro were slightly down, now they're slightly up. So we're sort of heading towards a map 5 at this point, but there's a lot still to happen.
I think we are, and I think we could, but now Avik and Kilson are stepping their game up a little bit, and look at that rail again. Protection will be coming up in 30 seconds. Mega will be coming up shortly as well, but it looks like they're trying to prioritize the kills. As you saw, their kills was only on 10 HP, but Avik goes for it anyway. Wenger gets a very important frag, and Razy finishes up Kilson straight afterwards. And now they've got full map control. They can deny the rail, and it's a matter of how they're going to try and get this protection, or at least contest it in some way.
10 seconds away. Razy's going to want that heavy armor. He's so low on HP, but uses his passive to stack himself up a little bit. Razy is on the protection. Slight frag advantage. They got the mega health to work with. Oh. Kilson manages to get the denial, but he is going to fall afterwards. I'm just not sure if is that worth it in the end of it. Still losing your life regardless. Avik's going to be trying to find a way to escape. There's got the push. You got rockets. You can get around the corner. You're not going to take too much damage, but some good knock-off damage. Oh my god.
He will pick up the protection, but there's only really a few seconds left, so it's not going to do itself justice for what they had to do. But actually, it's made it worthwhile a little bit, but in the end, does get taken down. Wenger does clean up Avik, and they manage to pick up the Mega in the process. Heavy segregation, or the heaviest really, between the Heavy and the Mega. Razy does manage to get another, now up by 5 frags. Going to make that 6 once he cleans him up on the light, and just needs to try and stay alive, and Wenger still somehow valuing his life, and this is what's been so important. Not only is their aim skill and collapsing on their opponents has been massively improved comparison to the first 2 maps, but also valuing their life a lot better. Wenger finally taken down after a huge feat and being able to distribute so much damage across the map.
We're going to need a big power up from Endpoint coming up next.
Yeah.
That lead is starting to gradually grow. Still managing to get the damage out and manage to keep the pressure going. We've got another rotation of items though that's going to be essential as we move into this next power up. There's another exchange. Wenger benefits nicely. Can he hit a rail? Finally strings on together. It's relatively even at this point. Kilson with that kill on Razy. Have they secured themselves position at this point? But Avik's low. Kilson's not doing too badly. I think we're going to go and listen in quickly and see how the players are setting up.
Come on.
You take. Yes.
Quad spawn.
Waiting for Heavy.
I'm shielding you.
Took Heavy now. I'm going nail. Stroke dead. I'm good. Checking Mega. I'm going water.
1 banana. Dead. I'm going back to
He
rail.
can be real. He can be real. Don't go first. Don't go first.
Yeah.
He's dead.
Good job. I'm taking armor below.
Nice. Heavy next. Take Heavy.
1 machine gun.
Come to me. Come to me.
Coming.
1 T.
Just falling into his hands, really, it feels like. They disappear in his crosshair, and then points are scored.
And look at the score difference now, 40 to 30. Made up 41 to 30 with that trade coming out. And yeah, just a monumental difference. Finally, not only establishing control, but better setups for these power-ups, and how they're valuing their life run has been so impressive over the last 5 minutes. And the timings as well has been impeccable. Even with the lost timings with the Heavy earlier, still able to grasp a rough estimate of when it could be and set up for it. So it's been very, very important. And it looks like the lads on Endpoint have seemed a little bit lost in the last couple of minutes.
Yeah, I mean, Razy and Wenger have just been super tight with their aim, with their fights. I love how they're maneuvering between the major items and closing down on Endpoint. With 4 minutes to go, surely it's a map 5 at this point. Endpoint need everything to go perfect.
They certainly do. Kilson does take down Razy. Still got about 3 minutes 40 left on the clock. Heavy's up, and Kilson's going to be grabbing that instantly, whilst approaching the Mega. Surely that's it up in 5. But Wenger takes down Avik. Kilson got the kill onto Raze with their little scuffle there, but Mega is still available. It's actually been up for about 5 seconds now. It looks like
I don't think they don't want to lose.
Go T-junction.
They don't want to lose position though.
Yeah.
That's what's really important. It needs to get back up, needs to be able to challenge for this protection. I think it's just been taken actually. Is that Wenger who's Brazy who has it on Kilson? Kilson was in position for so long, but I think he fell off at the wrong moment. And he's not been able to get it. This is enormous now for Maestro. I see no way back at this point. No way back whatsoever.
Literally impossible at this point. Just gave Wenger the protection. The heavy, he's having a field day at the moment. It's actually Racy still getting the kills.
Get him.
And Wenger just acting as cannon fodder and now still managed to get the frag onto Avik. Only one left remaining to tie this series up. And Wenger's just looking for that 50th kill in order to end this map and go into the 5th and final map here in this series. It's been absolutely crazy in itself, and it's been still trying to avoid the plague, and Kilson still managed to take him down. Kilson actually manages to get 2, but yeah, the clock is ticking.
It's a bit late to wake up, guys. Oh, there we go. Raising heavy machine gun brings them over to a map 5. Well played from 2-0 up to 2-2 level. That's 50 to 38 in favor of Maestro.
We did call it though after map number 2. We needed to see a style switch, but when I say a style switch, I mean play their game. Don't fall into the hands of this passive stalemate style.
32 kills for Razy there, absolutely storming away. And given you can see that, yeah, Wenger has got some assists, but that is a lot of work at the hands of Razy. Very, very impressive.
It's a shame because I would love to see their damage as well afterwards.
And I can happily slate you and Ince for your predictions, but I said it was going to be a 5-mapper.
I said it as well, didn't I?
Like,
no, I said 3-1, didn't I? No,
yeah,
I'm
don't try to claw your way back into this level of glory.
Trying to sneak in, but you're not letting me.
I might have been fairly inactive recently, but I've still got the magic touch. Wait, did I ever have it? Oh, I have it now. There we go.
You've got it back. You've de-rusted from the desk, and now you're ready for more. You can just have a go at Ince for saying 3-0.
So, what would Ince say about predictions for the last map?
He'd probably say he was trolling.
Would he commit to a team? I'm going to commit to a team.
I think he would, yeah, and he'll probably give it a wrong scoreline again.
I think that Endpoint will take it.
Yeah, you think so?
And only because of what I've heard about Maestro away being slightly uncomfortable with Blood Covenant. I think we're going to hear the players now just debriefing.
Practice. We're always going fucking next Vice or the next.
Yeah, but there's no next anyways.
I know, I'm just saying.
So if you play anything, it's Asina, that's for sure. Unless you want to play Visor, I mean.
I don't know. I think we should mirror them.
Yeah, I think so too.
In all fairness, a Visor wouldn't be a bad shout, especially if you've got the power up control, but you know, it's very situational side.
I think it's very interesting that Avik's saying we should copy what they're doing. We should mirror their champions and just try and excel at that. That almost means whatever they cobble together.
Yeah.
But I'm curious. Visor is definitely a champion Avik and Kilson enjoy a lot. Let's find out. Let's just find out. At the moment, we've got 3 Athenas, which is going to change, guys. Don't worry at all. Athena hasn't been banned, though, so it can be selected. And we are getting Athena Slash from both teams here in map 5 of this second winner bracket semi-final.
This doesn't surprise me because it's arguably 2 of the best champions in dual format and Blood Covenant. So the fact that we're seeing it here in 2s, let's see how it goes.
And it's a good job you don't pick Visor against these, because I think you get walked over quite hard just with the amount of mobility they have. And mobility reigns supreme a lot of the time.
It certainly does. Doesn't matter how much the mechanics you have. Yeah, that Visor's only going to do itself justice in a certain amount of ways. It's Avik trying to get as much done with the heavy machine gun. Didn't do a lot, but that was a huge rocket coming up for him. Just left on 80 HP, gets away, picks up the Mega. And it's a nice early start from Endpoint, but you can see a couple of missed rails coming up from Maestro, as they do tickle him a little bit more, but the main thing is that Wenger did get the cleanup.
Avik has got the rails. He's got loads of weapons at this point, actually. He's looking really good. And he's defending the rail so that Maestro can't get onto it as easily and landing great damage. There's the heavy armor. Kilson picking up Wenger at that point. Ooh. Oh, he doesn't want to die. He's got so many weapons there, but he's going to fall. He had so much to work with just then. It's 3-4. And we are sub 10 seconds away from the quad. Razy takes down Kilson. Can Avec do anything? There's a telefrag. There's a telefrag. Who picked it up? It was Avec got it in the end. How has he changed the situation to benefit him? That looked like a lost cause at that point, but the telefrag coming in, changing the game. He has got hooks if he wants to get himself a bit closer and swinging on by. Well, I think one of them was down at the teleporter there just a moment ago. But where are they? He needs some information from Kilson.
Oh, he still manages to get away. He gets one frag, but didn't maximize the potential of that quad, but the main thing is they denied it.
But it's the setup for quad. Somehow Avec comes in with like 2-3 kills just during that period. That's ridiculous.
Again, an illegal situation which just should not have realistically happened.
I would have bet my house that Maestro takes that power up.
I thought you were going to say something else. I was going to say, yeah, your house is gone.
Yeah, I did, and I lost it.
But Kilson gets one, Wenger gets the trade with the heavy machine gun. Avec is now going to be flying in to see if there was anything to clean up, but he still had a not a bad stack, but Avic's on 53 HP now, dropping down to 17. Stuck on that stairwell, but Kilson came in just in the nick of time to finish Razy up with that heavy machine gun. But now Kilson's quite heavily stacked. A good rail and prediction. They knew it's going to try and go for the rail straight away. Good deny, but it's trying to stay alive on that heavy staircase and manages to get Razy.
He left a rail on the floor there. I wonder if Maestro benefited from that at all, but they got control of that position regardless, so probably a moot point. Heavy up next. A couple of seconds away, and then it's going to be rushing over to protection. Great rail shot. Heavy did just get taken. And it looks like Razy setting himself up. Oh, sorry, is that Wenger, I'm afraid. He's up on the top. That rocket, can it connect? Hello, can we take him down?
He's been so annoying, so annoying. And it's not a position we don't see anyone use really, but finally manages to get the cleanup. And now going to hit the rails. Oh, he's actually going, oh my goodness, he took quite a fair amount of damage from that.
It's just slipping away completely.
Yeah, you don't really see many people taking a lot of damage from the trail, but...
Oh, it's the protection though, so...
Yeah, exactly, it doesn't matter too much.
It was whatever.
Still, yeah.
It might have done a bit more if he decided to trigger the trail though.
Yeah, yeah. We'll make this up in the next second, and Heavy will follow suit in the next 12. Razy does take down Kilson. That's going to be a huge kill for that Mega, and now try and contest the Heavy if they can, but they're going to be backing away again. As you can see, the guys on Maestro are trying to deny the rail. Just a tiny bit too late.
Avec just seems kind of on lock at the moment. He's playing amazingly at the start of Blood Covenant.
Yeah.
You got Kilson with a rail shot, which is always something that's good to see. He can't lock in those last two shots to finish the job, but Avec will be there. Trusty, reliable Avec.
Always there when you need him most, but he actually misses out one of the players whilst he's holding the round with 2 health bubbles, but it's to be expected. You're not going to check absolutely every single angle going at that pace. But some good rockets, good damage coming out from Avec here. Oof. And having to take that last rail, very important rail for Wenger to stop Endpoint with such a ridiculous map control, which they could have potentially had and continued maintaining afterwards. And Kilson is railable as he's going up, and again, a very important rail coming out from Wenger.
Very surprised they was pushing into that. Guys, moving into the second quad, we are able to go in for a team listen and see how they set up.
Wasting him time. Can you take?
Yes. I'm going Mega.
1 balcony. 8 is Mega. I'm restacking.
Slash Neo. Dead. Do you know where he is?
Nope, nope. Okay, 23, 8.
Okay, very good.
1 bridge, railed. He's fucked.
Yes, nice go ahead. Back to
the
Mega.
2.
Rushing Mega. 1 LG, 80s Mega.
Oh, well played. This is a great comeback from the lads at Maestro. A huge potential come up with that quad, and now Razy is just flying at the moment. His aim skill contributing it as well, complementing things further for this team. And considering how far behind they are now, just down by 3, the trade did come out from Avec, and he managed to get an important double.
I mean, after that quad, it feels like it's game on here in the deciding map. What a series we've had on our hands so far. This is a brilliant way to finish things off. Can Maestro keep things close? They have said in the past that they feel weak on this map, but they are still showing some decent form. But it's Endpoint that they're chasing. 6 kills between them, and the Endpoint players are slightly weak at the moment. We've got Heavy coming up. Venga's got the better position. That's a good take. But Kilson is hitting his rails this time.
Certainly is. That was huge coming out from Kilson. Game-changing, in fact, with the Mega coming out now, and both items are segregated to the pretty much at its maximum, and we've got the protection coming up in 20 seconds as well. How is Maestro going to hold these angles? But then again, Avic's coming in from behind. They're looking for a collapse, but it looks like they were committed to Kilson. Avic did finish off Razy. Good call from Kilson saying how much damage he actually distributed onto Razy. But are they going to be able to grab this? Are they going to be able to somehow, some way contest it enough to get the protection? No, they are not. That means Avic will be able to take it, and considering his stack's not the greatest, it's still going to be plenty for that protection, technically equivalent to 400.
He should find a way to get into them. He has essentially a starting stack as a light, but it looks like they want to go for the map control a bit more. Razy does push in. He might be regretting that in a second. 29 to 20 as we start to say goodbye to protection. And we're going to be finishing over on the pillars. Venga's there. Protection has now faded, but there was just that early damage which helped Avec out. Avic's been, as I said already, incredible on this map. He's always there, always able to support Kilson, also when he's in his own fights. And Avec pushing in from below to get onto the Heavy. Razy with a nice push there onto Kilson, sorry. And then Venga finishes off Avec. Are we going to get that turnaround now? We need that comeback to start materializing itself.
They're going to need at least 2 power-ups at this point and as much item control as possible. They've got the timings. See if they can contest this next quad later on a little bit better than they have done in the previous 2 power-ups. As Heavy will be up shortly. And it looks like, I wouldn't be surprised if Maestro would attempt to hold on to a larger stack so they can prepare for the quad later on, but Razy does get a good kill into Kilson, but again, Avec always there for the trade.
I felt like a bit rash, that push. I'm not sure if that wasn't necessary for them. We've got a rail exchange. He really needs to find a way to health up. Mega looks like it will go the way of Endpoint. We have got a Heavy spawning 2 seconds before the power-up, but I don't know if we'll get to that point. Let's go back in and listen to the teams and see how they set up. This is a very important power-up.
Oh, fuck, got me. Shit. Cannot have. I got Heavy though, 5.
Do you have timings on anything?
30 was Heavy, it's gone. I don't know about Mega.
Mega now? 30 and 16.
I'm still available. Maybe bridge.
Here is clear.
LG probably. I'm playing for Heavy. One with me. Nail.
Slash is dead.
Okay, let's go for Meg after.
Okay.
One bridge. Going rail. Rail at her. Nice. Rail Yafina.
Ah!
I can't go up.
He can't get his rockets to work, but Venga's got himself a kill. There it is. They take control of the Mega Health right in the last fading moments. I don't think they took the item, but they got the damage down, and they've managed to retain good amount of health themselves. They have brought the frag difference down quite considerably. It's not like we saw some crazy quad kills or anything, but we're down from 10 a difference to 5 a difference.
Now, even though they couldn't find Endpoint at all in the slightest, the main thing was they managed to establish full map control. They've got the timings back on the items once again, and now they can try and keep them on spawn and denying the weaponry to follow suit. Good rail coming up from Venga, good support coming up from Razy there with that heavy machine gun backing away, trying to restack from that last engagement. This is going to be so important here. Now only down by 3, they were down by 8 at one point.
He's got pressure from several sides over here. I don't know if Razy can pick up this heavy anymore. Is there going to be... Oh, the brutal rocket from Avec. And Wenger is going to fall back at pillars with the mega health. Is there going to be a push from endpoint to try and get some control over here? You can see Kelson from the side, but oh my god. Avec just darts in there. And we're still getting these double rails. Endpoint working in unison so brilliantly. Protection up in just a moment. Maestro are desperate for this. Wenger has just died. Razy's on the sidelines. He gets one kill. He gets two kills.
The trade.
And that must have been Wenger who's picked it up in that case. Absolutely critical. He's got the heavy machine gun, so he can get this frag onto Avec, surely without too many problems. Now he's got the rail. He really sort of needs a rocket for those super close range engagements, but he doesn't have any hooks available to him. That is a bit of an issue. That really reduces his mobility quite considerably, but Avec, oh my god, the hook just in time. Protection's about to fade away. Razy does get that important one-on-one.
And you've got to take into consideration as well, there's only one power-up left on the map, and it's going to be the quad, and it's going to be very important for whoever gets the quad for the partner in crime to feed the info and to keep flipping the spawns if they even get the opportunity to. Good rail from Razy. Even though he doesn't deny the rail, at least he's done enough damage to maybe make something work in the next few moments.
Wenger is critically wounded at this point, and there's no mega health for a long time. Awesome rail shots. Razy trying to alleviate some of that pressure and just edging over towards that heavy armor, but it has just been taken, so not going to get much from it. I think Wenger managed to apply a bit of pressure to it. And Razy's probably calling for Wenger to pick up the items at the bottom of the pillars, but it's too late. Someone from endpoint has pushed in. He needs to get that kill quickly. He takes one rail for it, which is one too many, really. Through the teleporter. A lot of pillar control that we're getting. Oh my god, he's railable. Needs to be incredibly careful over here. Wenger's taken down Avec. Heavy is up. The LG, but Kilson still takes it. Mutual frag at the end of it. We are 3 a difference here. The climax of Blood Covenant, the climax of the series. 15 seconds till the quad appears. There's 1 versus 2 over here for Wenger. Can he take down one of them? Oh. Kilson dies. Quad
still needs to push him forward though, because Quad's going to come up any second now. Gets a few rockets, but he hasn't got any more rockets left. And Razy does take down Avec. The Quad is available, but he hasn't really got much HP, but he's going to see if he can try and make it work. Mega's up in the next 5 seconds. He's deciding to prioritize it. Perfectly understandable. Do not want to give that Quad to your opponent. The Heavy still hasn't been picked up yet. It looks like they're just making sure they can, or at least they burned it now. So if they do get taken down, the main thing is that they've got the timing of the Heavy, but they will be denying it for endpoint. But it looks like he can't really get a huge amount done there. Does get up to him to Kilson, almost tying this game. It's left on 1 HP. Oh! Gets cleaned up by Avec. He's only get a few seconds of this quad, but gets away with it. Look, he's only on 13 HP. Maestro trying to get away. 45 seconds left. 2 frags in it between the two. How is Maestro going to try and come back? But it says Avec comes up with the grapple, takes down Razy. Now, 3 frags between the two, done quite a bit to Razy. He's just trying to back away and recuperate himself. And will he hit with the rail? Yes, he does. That's going to be an awful way to potentially end this for Maestro.
They got 25 seconds. Those kills need to come in quickly. Razy does manage to pick up 1, but Kilson there on the exchange. 20 seconds to go. We have got 1 endpoint player, is pretty weak. Kilson, he is going to fall. I think I saw possibly Avec on the staircase a second ago. He's just running away. Wenger looking for the rail shot. We've got seconds to go. 1 frag between them. Razy, I think he's found a player. He's found Kilson. There's the kill. We're tied up with half a second to go.
As if he managed to get away with that as well. Literally 1 or 2 tenths of a second, and we are going to go to sudden death.
1v2.
Makes a takedown, Avec hitting it as well. That's absolutely ridiculous. And Razy's still continuing his wall path. But let's think about things though. Mega has just come up. He's now looking to try and deny the rail. Already picked up the rail. LG's him. And now Maestro up by 1 frag. And it's obviously not going to go to the time limit. Look at how things are going so far. We could be seeing a stalemate here and trying to slow things down. But some good weapon denial straight afterwards. And now looking to push on forward once again. As Razy lets it go forward. Protection up in 1 second. They need to try and go for this now. But it looks like Razy just standing his ground, noticing that someone is on the pillars, dropping down straight away as Avec does take down Razy, all tied up here, Zoot.
We're 48-48. We are protection on Kilson. He has got the light armor to work with. Is he going to look for a push at this point? It is heavy spawning in just a second. Avik takes him down. We are 49-48. Can he find the final one to lock it? Well, they're trying to get away. Endpoint. Razy, what can he do over here? The rockets to land. Something hit, please. We're 49-49.
There was absolutely no way he should have got away with that. Those missed rockets.
Crazy!
Manages to win it for Maestro, but that heavy staircase situation, they should have won it there and then.
Whoa.
The reverse sweep for Maestro into sudden death, 50-49. You could not make it up. What a showing there from Maestro.
I don't even know what happened. I think we got Ince with us. Hopefully we can hear Ince in a moment.
It was just that frag on the heavy staircase. That should have been it. That should have just ended it all. And the amount of damage he did with that LG on Nail.
Yeah. Oh my
ridiculous.
God. Well, who were we watching at the staircase there?
So it was Kilson with the protection when he was actually fighting Wenger with the LG.
Kilson had his head in his hand at that point.
I don't know how the players feel. I'm shaking thinking about it. I just could not believe that.
Oh,
not only 1 or 2 tenths of a second actually stopping him on that staircase to take it to sudden death, but we need to watch that ending again. That was just
That was the grand final,
stupid.
right? I can go home after this, can't I? That was...
yeah, that's true, that's true. But you were right though, it did go to 5 maps. It ended the way we wanted to, and it ended with Maestro with the Vixes.
I was wrong on the victory at the end. I thought Endpoint was going to take that map, and honestly, for most of it, it sort of looked like it was heading their way. Maestro clinched it at the end. 34 frags for Razy. That's just stupid. He's been high fragging all the way through.
That was Endpoints at the end. Like, there's no reason behind that, but we'll have to see how things go. But yeah, what a way to end things. 1 or 2 tenths of a second to take it to sudden death, and then straight afterwards with that ridiculously ludicrous engagement at the end.
I'm actually going to watch all the highlights this time so I can remind myself what happened. I think I kind of blacked out most of the rest of the series.
I want to watch at the very end just to see how it all went down, because I know it was Wenger with the LG.
Equally, look, you can see Endpoint here are dominating at the beginning. They were 8, 9 frags up for a while.
They certainly were, but
I'm back.
We got you. Welcome back.
Oh man, that was a nail biter. Like, I was watching it upstairs and everyone was shouting. Like, the whole series was amazing, right? Maestro starting out very slow, but then 50-15 on the third map, and then the Campgrounds, what a nail biter. I mean, Razy, as so far, he's been the most impressive player this whole hand. He has had like over 30 frags in 5 straight maps.
That's crazy.
That is actually crazy.
But I thought Avik was amazing this series. I thought Avik played
his trade potential was incredible.
He just, and it was just his aggression, and I often thought that this is too aggressive what you're doing. He's pushing too hard, but he's making it work. He makes it work so well.
And there at the end, Kilson, if it was with Rail, he would have hit it, but Kilson rockets are not as good.
Did he run out? Did he have like low ammunition or something?
No.
He just
We're going to witness it in a second, because he was on that staircase, and Wenger, I thought that was it. That's going to be the curtain call. Endpoint. Yeah, there was no reason for him not to, but we'll witness it in just a second. But I think the next replay at some stage is going to be how they managed to take down one of the players on Endpoint, hide it on the staircase, which is here it is.
Yeah.
But it's the next moments after
my God, that was
that engagement on the nail. But this is the final bit where Razy was able to take down one of the players on Endpoint at Pillars. But I think it's the fact that Wenger, the most importantly, stayed alive against Kilson with that protection on that heavy staircase. Unbelievable.
Kilson's got to be thinking about this for a while longer.
I need to watch that back. Oh my God.
We do. But before we talk about this further and discuss it from a more analytical perspective rather than the crazy hype we've had to deal with so far, let's go for an interview with the lads on Maestro and Linus Hasm standing by.
Yeah, exactly. And guys, what an amazing game that was, but you really must feel relieved now after clutching it out with like basically 0 seconds to go.
Yeah, I don't know what to say. A bit shaking still, but you know, when we were down 2-0, I told him we can still recover, because the first 2 maps, even if we lost, we had a good lead. We just didn't really feel the second part of the game. We just can do it, and I was keep telling him, and he did racy things, and I did Venger things, and it worked.
Yeah, the things worked. I mean, speaking of the first two maps, when you pummeled the protection carry of them, you probably thought you picked it up, right? Because when you went back there and looked at it, you must have been pleasantly surprised to get another power-up run after quad run out.
One would think that if you pummel someone and you go through his body, you pick up the power-up that he drops, but, you know, it's Quake, so,
Maybe it also was excited and did a little jump. Who knows? Yeah, but so I was also curious about your champion bans, and a lot of people backstage wondered as well why you decided to remove the Eisen over something like the Stroke.
He doesn't like Eisen, so we ban it.
It's just pure hate for the champion.
well, I just don't want to play 3v2. It's enough as is when Peeker has protection. It's like immortal, you know? So turret, the same thing. Sometimes when you spawn in front of a quad turret, you just die to it for free. It's annoying, so we just took it out of the equation.
Perfect. And yeah, I mean, it was an amazing game, but we have a very, very tight schedule. Can you try to win faster next time?
We will, don't worry. I'm not gonna say anything else.
So, you follow it up, right?
I don't mind. If we win fast, I'm okay with that.
Thank you guys very much for your time. And yeah, let's hear what the desk has to say about this.
Thank you very much, Linus. And yeah, come on, lads, speed things up a little bit. I know you want a map 5, but sudden death as well.
Yeah,
goodness me.
Come on, guys.
Yeah. You want us to finish it for you? That's fine. That's not an issue. More Quake the merrier. But yeah, I think let's discuss it a little bit further before we talk about the next series. I think we have to talk about how they were playing the first two maps, and then map 3, how we saw a style change.
I'll be very honest, guys. I forgot what the overtime rules were.
I know, I realized. Oh my god, he's 1v2 and the game's gonna end.
Yeah, I thought it was...
2 more minutes, or until frag limit.
Which I'm very happy about, but I thought it was golden frag for a second, and I was...
Golden frag? Wrong game, mate.
Yeah, it was close enough. But you know what I mean, like next kill wins, right, sudden death.
Especially as a player, you think that it's gonna happen like that.
Yeah,
Because it does say sudden death, and then overtime, or I don't know if it says overtime.
It's because Duel is next frag,
Quick
isn't it?
has like the clock changes and says like +2 or whatever it is. So yeah, either way, I locked in again and it was okay. But I just had to reveal my insecurities there.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. We'll try and make you feel a bit more secure now. It's fine, not an issue. But I understand it because the dual format is what you said previously. But, it's what everyone is accustomed to now. But what do you think the changes were with Maestro compared to what you saw in the last 3 maps? Was there anything significant? When we talk about the style change to play more like themselves and how they should be with their strategic coordination, but how did you feel? Like, was there anything else in particular which you could pick up on?
Yes, they needed to warm up first. Because Razy got to the venue about 3 minutes before he had to go on stage. As he usually, at least he arrived this time. He arrived before he had to play instead of after. So that's a bit of an upgrade. But yeah, they had to warm up a bit, and as soon as they did, they started clicking. We started to see the real Maestro. And even on their allegedly worst map, they still pulled out a hell of a performance.
I mean, it was close.
It was very
I don't think that was planned.
No, definitely not. And everyone upstairs was losing their minds, and I guess the chat was as well.
Well, I mean, I think Endpoint. I really thought Endpoint had a solid chance at the end. What actually went wrong for Endpoint at the end?
Kill some
So I mean, let's stop. That was one. That was one moment in overtime.
It is because Maestro kind of messed up at the end. They didn't go for the power up, right? They didn't go for the power up in time, and then he was like, "Oh, maybe let's not push to the choke point. Let's try to run away from the protection." But running away from a protection with Athena and has hooked and the teammate is Slash is really hard. And Kilson did end up, fighting Wenger there. That should have been it. But Kilson Rocket's not quite working.
Yeah, like Wenger was trying to
like Kilson's going to be rewatching that moment for
or
the
not,
next
or he'll never
hours.
rewatch it.
Or he'll never watch it. Kilson kind of has that
rewatch it.
mentality to just get over things really easily.
Yeah.
Other players would probably linger on that much longer. Kilson not so much.
Players with experience like that, they will have had these kind of moments in the past, and they can haunt you probably earlier on in your career. But I think at this point it'll be hard to admit. On a serious note, maybe he will actually watch it and
That's
get
more
over
than
it
that
quickly.
scarring for life.
Yeah.
It would be me. That's going to be something that will be dwelling on my mind a little bit. I think I'll be like, I'm not playing Blood Covenant ever again.
Ever again.
Yeah.
Considering, but yeah, we talk about the final situations. It was Razy who got the final frag onto Avik on Pillars, but it was what Wenger was able to do to stay alive. So he knew that, yes, of course, I'm not going to be able to kill Kilson considering the protection he had and the stack he had behind him. But the only thing I can do is to value my life as much as possible and just pray that Razy does find that final frag, and he did. But I think it's not really about Wenger value in his life. It's more with the missed rockets coming out from Kilson.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like, Wenger got caught off guard there.
But that was the win, right? They were on 49 at that point, weren't
Yeah,
they?
yes.
Yeah. So that was insane. And I don't know if we caught the final frag. I think we were watching Wenger or something, and
That's right,
Razy
yeah.
got the heavy machine gun frag at the end.
I think it was more important seeing it from Kilson's perspective. Yes, sure, he didn't get the frag, but it was just crazy how
That was the pivotal moment, really.
Yeah, because I think the reason why we're focused on his perspective, because he should have got the 50th frag.
You have a protection.
Yeah.
It
a
was
lot of players
slightly
just
awkward when
rocket jump on the enemy, and that's it.
But Razy was then jumped down onto the stairs afterwards. I don't know, it looked like he was going for a direct rocket rather than a foot, splash
I
or
don't know.
something. I don't really know.
Didn't work out,
I
sadly.
thought I heard like a click as well at a time with the rocket starting to run out of ammo. I might be wrong on that.
Maybe.
There was too much going on. I think I was having sort of flashbacks
it's
of
actually
my
going
past
through the
life.
highlights now. Let's
Yeah,
see.
it's quite difficult in those high-pressure situations to check the ammo count, let alone actually.
Since he didn't get the frag, we probably don't have that in the highlights. But we just saw that Razy frag to get it to overtime was insane.
Yeah, and there we go. Yeah,
That's the most emotion I've ever seen from Razy.
Exactly. Yeah, it is. Yeah, probably out of every single event we've seen. Pretty much like 10 finals combined.
At the end of QPL, he's usually too tired to even sort of think at that point.
Yeah, I don't blame him.
At least he's not going through the lower bracket this time.
No, but I think anyone
Not
facing
yet.
Endpoint at this stage,
time.
they're going to be a little bit worried. I think some people have been underestimating Endpoint with what they can deliver to the table, and I think now it's really showed it. Yeah, so I think anyone who's going to be watching that series, I think there were some players who were saying in the lower bracket that they would prefer whoever loses in this series in compared to Cheetahs and Chicago Doggos, but after that performance, I don't think you would want to play anyone. But like I said, they're in the top 6, so they need to face one of them at some point.
So it must be Endpoint DBE and then Cheetahs Team Bobber. That must be it, because
I think first we're going to go to
Cheetahs
Cheetahs versus Team Bobber.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Well, we're going to get ready for our next lower bracket coming up. Surely we've already had both upper bracket semi-finals already, and what a spectacle we've already had. And that was only our second series of the day. We've got 6 more left to go. And don't forget, guys at home, we still got the GoFundMe. Make sure you search on the GoFundMe website, KeenCon 2025, and you can make your donations there with the milestones as we'll show on the website as well. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of a breather. You can see the milestones there. We've already hit the 2,000 euros, so the vaccine mouse will be available for the giveaway, and the next one will be the 40 God jersey signed by the one and only Maxter, and then the Anywhere keyboard straight afterwards with the other 2 jerseys, well, with Endpoint and Team Liquid, and the big one, the witnessing it, or hopefully having the Barcelona KeenCon 2025 event next year. But for now, we're going to take a break. We definitely need a breather, I think, after that one with the close to being a cardiac arrest. I will catch you very soon after this short break. Hello everyone and welcome back to Barcelona KeenCon 2024. We had just an absolute epic series in that previous upper bracket semi-finals, with Endpoint sadly losing out on the final map from the reverse sweep created by the likes of Maestro with Wenger and Razy. Hello, I'm Lethal once again, back with Ince and Zoot, and we're still recovering from that last series. I think we've now calmed down a little bit with what occurred and what we just witnessed, which is just ridiculous, but just amazing and just pure dominance of skill coming back from Maestro.
I just walked past Avik and Kilson, they're still recovering as well.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised, and I think Avik probably doesn't want to watch what happens.
Yeah, I think if someone shows Avik the VOD, Kilson will need recovering after, after being told off.
Yeah, I don't blame him, but obviously that was the last match. Let's move on to the next series. We're now heading straight into the lower bracket now between like sort of Team Bobber and Cheetahs. So Cheetahs did lose their first upper bracket semis against Chicago Doggos, and we know, I think there's a lot of reasons as to why, mainly due to the power-up control coming from Chicago Doggos and the coordination. And well, I was waiting for you to give me like a shopping list of everything.
Yeah, a lot of things were going wrong. Their timing wasn't great, their power control was none, and their coordination, we saw them planning an attack together twice per map. And I was talking to Sirius about it, and it's like, we were watching Maestro game, and he was saying, oh, Wenger and Razy are always together. Maybe we should do that.
Yeah, it is a team game. It is a team game after all.
Maybe.
I don't know if anyone's noticed, but this is actually a 2v2 tournament.
Yeah. Team Bomber started getting into things a little bit yesterday. They at least managed to get some kind of flow state at some point. So if they can get into it a bit faster this time, that would be ideal. They have time in the best of 5, I guess.
This will be pretty nerve-wracking for both of these teams because this is their last lifeline in the tournament.
Yep.
This is when we start deciding who goes from top 6 to top 4.
And what I'm curious about is Sirius able to sort of hold on and calm down from the emotions of the first game, because obviously he would have been fairly disappointed to have lost that series. Is he able to settle a little bit?
I think
that's to me, because I find that he can often play like a day of games sometimes, and suddenly he's out of the tournament.
Yeah, when it comes to like actual lands in tournaments, I think weirdly he sets his expectations really low. Like going into Chicago Dogs versus them, I think they kind of expected to lose. That's why they were, both him and Kelt were like actually chill. But in this game, they should be the clear favorites.
Yeah.
So there's a lot more pressure on them.
So that means you're expecting a 3-0 kind of territory.
Again, yes.
Yeah. That's what you said last time.
Sure?
And we got the longest best of 5 ever. So
yeah, that was great.
I don't regret it.
It was the longest
if
best of
I
5
say
technically,
3-0 again, it happens again, I don't regret it.
You thought the games against Mice 2 was bad. It even got even worse last series. But let's talk about it a little bit further. So, you know, we saw with the placements, I would say Team Bobber right now, top 6 considering their stature and how much practice they put in. I think they're satisfied. If they lose out here, fine, that's fair enough. They got top 6. That was probably their goal. That's the minimum they've required and what they wanted anyway, realistically. But now they've got the opportunity now to go, hey, we could actually get top 4. We've seen how vulnerable a lot of these top 4 teams are. There's absolutely no reason why we can't establish themselves as one of the top 4 teams.
Yeah, and there's no pressure on them.
No, zero. Absolutely zero. And I think they're going to be quite happy about it, because now they can play to their own strengths and take a lot more risks. And if it doesn't go in their favour, then they can say, well, hey, you know, we're one of the top 6 teams in the world. We've got nothing really too much to complain about. But one thing we're not going to be complaining with is do have the match coming underway very shortly. But we do need the players to come up onto the stage with the teams. It is going to be Team Bobber versus Cheaters. No BM, by the way. He just thought, do you know what, I'm just going to hit to my desk and just leave
get on with it, you know?
Yeah.
Just get
I
on
just
with
want to,
it.
yeah,
You
I like that attitude. Just wants to crack on. Yeah, understandable.
Well, there was the 2 teams yesterday that did that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
they
just
did.
like, we're not interested.
So I'm not interested in socialising. I'm just going straight to my desk.
Exactly.
Just treating it like he does at home.
Yeah,
Understandable.
Yeah, that's it. Right, easy.
Are you going to stick to this 3-0 craziness? I love how you're like contemplating it now.
Yeah, I think the Cheaters should win 3-0, but I do believe there's a lot of potential coming in from Team Bob, especially since they have no pressure on them. They should be really relaxed, and from Cheaters' side, things can get a bit emotional.
Yeah, that's what I do think. There's a chance we can see something really unusual, like a 3-1 Team Bobber. I really think it's possible, but the first map is what's going to tell us. If the first map is something that Team Bobber can get past and win, I actually think they can take this series, because to me that shows that Sirius might no longer be sort of feeling it like he might have been yesterday.
Yeah, it's going to make for an interesting one after a while, because you know Team Bobber, like with Chenzo, he's been progressing quite rapidly over the last couple of years, and still a young gun, you know, coming from the Splitgate scene, and has been for the last couple of years. It's nice to see him back once again, and technically improving his placement from previous years. But we do have to pick some bans, and we've already got Cheaters whipping out XR already, and it's going to be Deep Embrace straight afterwards from
Also no
Team
surprise.
Bobber.
Let's listen into the teams and see what they think of the bands.
I'm a little bit surprised with
A
the
lot of
multiples
thinking
coming
going
out
on, but
from
not much
Cheaters
talking.
side.
Sound like I'm underwater.
Are you surprised about Molten Falls being banned by Cheaters?
I mean, it technically should be a good map for them, but it's the kind of map that it's hard to coordinate. And if you don't have that natural coordination, you end up just taking 1v1 or 1v2 fights a lot.
But at the same time, both these teams prefer anything with a small map geometry anyway. So seeing Molten Falls and Black Covenant does make sense, and we're seeing CK banned by Cheaters straight away. Sorry, CK coming up for Cheaters straight away. So we'll have to see what the next one is going to be, and to find out what's going to be maps number 4 and 5. You think it's going to be a Veil pick?
Probably. Team Bobber. I mean, the Woken is the Cheaters' best map, so Team Bobber should just pick Veil now.
Would make a lot of sense. Yeah, Veil has come up, which of course means Awoken will be the final map. So it's the champion band We're now going to see, and I love how Razor made a very good, valid point about Eisen, where, especially on a map like Exile, for example, if they have the quad, the turret is just going to be just a free kill for the turret, basically, which is why he was mentioning the whole 3v2. And it looks like Nyx is going to be banned first by Team Bubba.
It's good. Series is a menace with Nyx on a few of these maps, so they just want to get rid of it. Cheaters with a respect ban there, banning Clutch, even though they have Kelt on the team, so they don't want to put up with Chenzo's Clutch shenanigans.
They might not have thought that Clutch worked that well against Rafa and Maxter, so maybe they decided they just don't want to deal with that anymore.
And we're going to see the Stroke ban coming up from Team Bubba. Still, Athena still available, Slash as well.
I would assume an Anarchy ban?
I think we can still hear Kelt. Is that Kelt's that's discussing?
The Ranger ban. Oh, that's okay. So they banned 2 of the Team Bubba's best champions.
So Slash, Athena and Anarchy going to be available in this entire series, which is definitely not something we expected. We know that players like Sirius prefers more the medium champions rather than anything with mobility, and the fact that, okay, yeah, sure, fair enough, they banned the Clutch, but now they banned the Ranger, they obviously prioritise what their best champions are rather than what the meta is currently.
So coming in Exile, I wonder what teams are going to pick. I assume an Anarchy from both teams, and then the second map, the second champion, neither of these guys really play Eisen, so maybe something like Doom, perhaps?
You're not going to do
DK, BJ probably from Sirius, because he really likes
on Exile, you're talking about Exile?
Yeah.
No Athena on Exile?
Not really. I think you need to be really, really good at Athena to play her properly on Exile. Even though there is some verticality, especially if one of the champions will likely be Anarchy, you don't really want to have 2 lights on such an open map.
I see.
So yeah, I expect like Anarchy, BJ for the Cheaters, and for Team Bobber. This is where I'm not really so certain. Because I would expect the Anarchy from one of them. The second one, not quite sure.
I do feel like we're likely to just get mirror matchups.
Possible.
To be fair. This was interesting hearing Havoc in the last series, like let's just do the same as them and do it better. I wonder if others have, well, we can hear them now.
They're both so soft-spoken.
But I did like that from Kiosk and Abbott, though. That just shows confidence, doesn't it? Like, we'll just do exactly the same as them, but better. And I'm also not surprised about the map pool at all. These are 2 teams who prefer the smaller maps in the map pool, and seeing Blood Covenant and Molten Force banned instantly, it didn't really take in too much thought process, let's put it that way.
It's an interesting map pool in general, isn't it? Just at KeenCon, not having things like Ruins there, which helps filter out the sort of amount of smaller, fast-paced maps that you have there.
Or Tower of Cod, which was a map that was introduced earlier this year. It was a new map.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the largest map ever. I can't remember what that was called.
But the Sincara like cut in half, and it became a really good 2v2 map. But it wasn't.
Is that one of like the extra mega health thing, or is that a different one?
No, extra mega health.
Mini mega health.
That was on. It does have one left. That 150 HP bubble, basically.
Anyways, I think you deserve a break, don't you, mate? After that.
Oh, that's the Anarchy and DJ.
Right, we'll let you crack on. Myself and Ince are going to be casting this first lower bracket match of the day. It's going to be Cheaters versus Team Bobber, and we've already cracked on and starting things off here. As it's already tied up, we're going to be sticking to Kelt's perspective. As I was thinking the same, I thought they were going into warm-up, what we're normally used to, but they're just going to get straight into it here, and we're going to have the Anarchy and the BJ versus the Doom and the BJ.
For me, Team Bobber, FaZe is one of the best Anarchies in the world, but since he really wants to fight against the Anarchy main reputation, because he comes from CPM, he never plays Anarchy. He should be playing Anarchy right now. Because Kelsey is a really good Anarchy, but FaZe is even better. It makes no sense for him to keep trying to fight against himself. Just play the Anarchy, man. You're fine.
Yeah, it's interesting that he's quite reluctant to whip out the Anarchy. Sirius now down to 10 HP, trying to stay alive, but FaZe comes out, whips out the shotgun, and now Kelts is looking to try and at least apply more pressure and try and clean up. But he does down on FaZe, but Chenzo straight in with a very important trade. Now up by 3, quad coming up in 12.
Chenzo has a massive stack going into quad. He does take a fight against Sirius, and Sirius gets one of the kills. Sirius almost gets 2 of the kills. So Kelt should also be positioned now for the quad. Where is Kelt? There he comes a little bit late, and that's going to be quad going in the way of the Polish player.
Oh, it does get taken down, but at least he's burnt the heavy, which is the main protocol vet. And now Team Bobber up.
Oh, he drops on the Sirius shaft, and Kelt's there to help him out. Kelts really bailed him out there.
He certainly did, or else there would be
Kelts,
probably a few
Chenzo.
arguments on the server.
Chenzo really bailed him out, not Kelts, my bad. Get another kill. Oh, wow, they got a lot of kills.
Yeah, this is a great start from Team Bubba. 13 to 4 is just treating XL like their playground. Make that 14, so now up by 10. Mega's still available, but it's been jacked by cheaters, and Chenzo left on 39 HP and still able to trade out that last frag from Sirius. Kelts finally take him down after Chenzo just valuing his life down to a T.
And keep in mind, this is cheater's best map, allegedly. So like Zoot was saying, if these things start going wrong, it can go really wrong.
Yeah, it's something cheaters have selected in the past. They have always made sure XR is selected at the very beginning.
And I think they, having talked to them, I think they kind of expect to win this game rather easily, but it's not going their way at all. Another kill from FaZe. Now 10 frags in the lead. It's 2 minutes in and they're already 10 frags in the lead. It does not bode well.
And now we've got to try and find out and try and figure out how they can recuperate their losses and try and retaliate. It seems like once Team Bubba get going, it's very, very difficult just to put a hold and control into their aggression. And it just seems to be that they are the sort of team where on XL, at some stage when they get the next power up, they will be able to flip the map.
And as much as I like Kelts on Anarchy, him playing Anarchy does not really allow for his normal playstyle of rushing at the items, because he usually has very low stack. So I'd rather give the Anarchy to Sirius and give something more sturdy to Kelts. But you can see, look, he's just playing with rails, long range, and that really should be usually Sirius type of gameplay.
It's Chenzo with the protection. It's all about getting the information required. You can see as well that FaZe was looking around to see what you can give to Chenzo, so he knows where Chenzo needs to push in terms of his route. But the duel comes out, and Sirius, fair enough, he actually did a really considerable amount of damage, but it's not going to be enough as he's got enough protection now to finish off Kelts. And now still up by 10. Make that 11 now as FaZe managed to finish off Sirius with the shotty.
Yeah, it's not really going well for cheaters. They need to find something. My suggestion would be to actually switch to the champion for that.
Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. Now FaZe has picked up the Mega. I mean, if he dies here, he's made sure he's denied it from Sirius. It's Chenzo looking to try and do a little bit more, but Kelts has come out with a shotgun again and closed the gap. Now only down to 8 in terms of deficit.
It's very hard for Kelts to, defend items. He really needs Sirius here if he has something as low stacking as Anarchy. So Sirius now does seem to be the one taking the item. It should work a little bit better, but he will have to be way more aggressive than he normally is. And I'm not sure how comfortable he is doing that.
Trades coming out back and forth, but Team Bubba managed to come out a little bit further ahead in that scuffle. Quad in 35. And the heavy is also coming up soon. So we've still got 2 more items left to go before the quad comes up. Sirius coming up in engagement again. Look at that LG. Disgusting. As would a trade even be able to come out? No. Sirius, great plays again, staying alive and still doing a considerable amount of damage in the process whilst he's on the back foot.
Only 6 frags now. Yet another kill onto Chenzo. This could be a good power up now for Kelts to run. With the Anarchy, they should be able to hold this. Sirius is going to... Oh, that's a good kill, and he gets a kill on FaZe, so it's going to be Sirius running with the power-up. And since they don't really have anything with mobility, Sirius, they won't be able to run away from him much. I think we have team comms from cheaters.
Yeah, let's have a listen in with cheaters to see how they're going to work with this quad.
Nest. Pushing from there.
Yeah, rockets. Pushing.
Got your back, kid.
Yeah. At rail. Standing on the light. I'm pushing him through. Through now.
Yeah, I'm dead. Probably. Yeah, I'm dead.
Try to get heavy.
Top mid. Don't wait for heavy. He got it.
He got it. Rail the map taken though.
All it really took was that one power up, and now they're in the lead.
Yep, they're down by 10 now, up by 2. As the trade comes out, Kelts managed to finish off FaZe on top of things. As Kelts using that inject and does manage to get away. Even if he didn't even need the inject, he just used it for extra insurance.
That was pretty good. They were down like 22 to 11, and they just got like 20 kills versus 6. And Kelts hold until this heavy spawns. He does. He will die right after, but it's fine. Oh, he gave him a rail as well. That's not good.
Well, the last thing you want to give him right now, considering how he's been performing on Exile with the rail. And also meant he could have had more of a defensive stance considering the stack he had. But Cheetah's still up by 3. Team Bobber's still got room to breathe in, still room to try and make this comeback. Protection's up in 25. And the great thing is, for whoever gets the early setup, the Mega will be available 6 seconds beforehand. But Sirius doing quite a lot of damage, but finally taken down by Chenzo. Celts is there, but oh god, the tri-bolt damage, almost maximizing the amount of damage he got with that tri-bolt. But still comes with the LG, does a fair amount, but FaZe does take him down with the tri-bolt.
Oh, Chenzo not able to win that LG5 phase, coming in with a dual LG. Gets one, can he get the second? No, Celts gets the power up. And now he does have a mobility advantage over his enemy team, so he should be able to catch up to them much easier, especially now with the stack. Let's see if he can find anyone. They both expect them to be here, but Chenzo is just at the TP exit. I like how careful Celts was just not to get telefrag. Oh, it's serious. Okay, they're gonna get like 10 seconds of power up still. But they don't know Mega timing. Mega's been up for a while. It gets taken by Sirius.
Now up by 4, still room for Bobber to try and make something happen here. Sirius did take down Chenzo, but FaZe got a very important trade, and Celts trade straight back in. So now that's Cheetahs with that 2-for-1 there, just about to extend by 5.
And they have Mega timing as well, which Team Bobber does not really seem to have. They are here because they assume it's going to be soon, but they don't really know the timing.
Oh, Chota comes in to go for the Mega, but it looks like FaZe was able to set down Celts. Sirius finished off Chenzo with the LG, and Sirius come out with the rail again. I look for the amount of frags he's actually meant to build up, because there's been a few moments where Sirius just didn't like, he just didn't really fancy dying today and got like 5 or 6 back-to-back frags when he's so weak. It's just been not only valuing his life, but being extremely proactive. And remember that this is Cheetah's map pick, and we can see exactly why.
That's a hard angle enough to hit, but Chenzo hitting him with 2 rails from that angle back to him. So Mega up, Sirius, I think he saw the Mega in the corner of his eye. He's going to go over there, pick it up, and then go back to the heavy.
Great LG coming up for Sirius. We expected nothing less from him. Instead, he's one of the best aimers in Quake Champions. Quad's coming up in 10. Now let's see how they're going to set up for this. It's like Sirius is just hiding at an angle when some go through the TP. Good setup there, and that's all about trying to push for this quad. But they're taking their time because they know they've got plenty of room. They know exactly where FaZe is going to be. And this is where they're going to clean things up. And that is going to be it. Cheetahs wins the first map in this series by 10 frags.
And they were down quite substantially.
They were.
Let's see how their spirits are. Great thoughts.
Again, expected nothing less, but you can see there, Celts with 1.4, Sirius with the 1.2 with a couple more assists. And on the opposite side of things, pretty much the same in terms of KD, no weak links, nothing too much there. Obviously, we can't see the damage, so we can't really go a little bit further in terms of what we expected during that game. But yeah, that was great play from Cheetahs, down by 10 by the majority of the first half. And after Sirius plays with the rail around rockets to bring them back, and great LG with the dual wield on quite a number of occasions and picking up some of his power-ups, they're able to not only take the lead but extend it by a massive margin, just putting Team Bobber to bed.
They stopped talking now. They are so soft-spoken when they win or when they lose. They don't really talk much between themselves. Because they have a plan, they're just going to execute it, and after the game they're going to review it and make adjustments, but they don't really seem to be fans of making adjustments during maps or during the game. It worked out for them. They were down like, as you said, like 10 or 11 frags behind. And I think that's the biggest problem for Team Bobber, is that when things aren't going their way, they don't really have like a second gear or a backup plan. They just have one gear. They're really good at what they do, but if it's not working, it doesn't work.
When they get an item, they split. As they split, we need to just focus one target, and again, play together, and we get the wins.
Yeah, let's talk champs though. What to use? There's Slash and Athena available as the lights.
Anarchy.
And, oh yeah, that's true as well. I mean, do we want to double light it? I think that's pretty risky.
No, I think maybe go Doom or something else. I go Anarchy.
Okay.
Nice.
You were saying about that earlier, how with the kind of player is in terms of his background, an Anarchy pick would be great for him.
It's like FaZe's. We're gonna see him play Anarchy. We're gonna see he's really good in it. But every time he plays Anarchy, people start calling him Anarchy main.
Yeah.
But there's the reason for that, because every time he does do it, he gets like 40 frags.
And you saying with cheaters, why? Because they're softly spoken, are they the kind of players where you have to literally put on their mic volume like twice the amount on TeamSpeak?
So they're going double live, yeah. Cheaters are going Athena's Anarchy versus Doom Anarchy.
Right, so we're heading to our second map now. As you can see, Cheaters out at 1-0 in this best of 5. Remember, guys, at home, every single series today will be a best of 5, and this is our third series, and we've still got 5 more to go after this. So we've still got plenty more quick action for you all to delve into. And some decent damage there with the rockets from Chenzo, looking to try and clean up or add some additional amount with the heavy machine gun, but gets caught off guard with that LG, and looks like FaZe should be cleaned up here, considering, oh, it seems like series is going to be finishing the job with that rail.
Oh, Chenzo going off the map! The double jump did not help him.
No, there's, we thought it will actually help him in a little bit, but no, if anything, it just delayed the inevitable.
FaZe now, with the Anarchy trying to get the rail as well. Now he has his 2 favorite weapons. Let's see what he can do with them. Injection coming up soon. None of these champions, except the Anarchy, really have like a good abilities for power-up. And Anarchy is not really for power-up, it's just to boost himself, basically.
Yeah.
So I'm curious how the power fights are going to go. I wouldn't even be surprised if one team decides to stick with the protection. Well, getting the kill on FaZe. Chenzo trying to help. He's doing a lot of damage. He's going in now with the punches. And FaZe is going to get it. Oh, and he gets the protection as well. Oh, Sirius almost killing him from behind, but FaZe, he is fine. He has 30 HP, double power up. GB will get a couple of kills. There's eventually 1 kill.
And the Mega was up for quite a while. It was up for at least 5 seconds there, but that's the only reason why, was because they've been so distracted trying to fight for that protection straight afterwards and got taken down. So this has been huge for Team Bob. They had a really bad start into this game, but thanks to the protection and the quad, they made to swing things in their favor. And FaZe looking to try and take down if we can. Manage to take down Celts. Huge play coming out from FaZe, and Chenzo obviously won the other duel on the other side of the map against Sirius.
Now we're seeing a bit more FaZe coming out. He's starting to believe, basically. I think he's died maybe once in this game so far.
It feels like that, doesn't it?
His aim is not quite working out for him a lot, but even with just his Anarchy movement, he's been able to do a lot.
Oh my goodness, the damage
that is so annoying.
Put it then.
Celts got the heavy, but he got nothing to show for it after.
Oh, good LG again, coming up and Chenzo catching them both with their trousers down. One is up in the air. Now extends it to 7. Now this is exactly what happened on Exile earlier on, but the only difference is, can they maintain this lead and not give it away? It's all about this next quad, which is coming up in 20 seconds. As Sirius catches him with a shotty, and now it's still lurking around waiting for this next heavy pickup. And this, it may have been, yes, it has been stolen by Cheaters, but both FaZe and Chenzo did take them down. But the thing is, though, look at their stack. Still something to work with, and still doing so much damage with that rail. Great big play from FaZe, and now it means Chenzo can pick up the quad with still a decent stack. Still needs to try and hit up a little bit more. Protection is available.
Another double power up for Team Bobber. Let's see how much more frags he can get after this heavy. Now he's pretty stacked. That's like, he's gotten 5 kills, I think, for right now, since he got the first protection. He's got on the items, but doesn't matter. He's keeps getting the kills. A 15 frag lead now, make that 16.
Yeah, definitely got pretty much the maximum you could ask for with that quad. As Chenzo now continuing on the warpath here, takes down another player. Managed to finish off Sirius there from heavy, and actually finds Celt straight afterwards, but Sirius managed to get, again, a trade which is going to be quite beneficial for them. But look at the scoreline, 29-13, and we're only just over 4 minutes in.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Cheaters to get back this one, especially because they're playing double light, right? Once they spawn, they don't really have a stack to immediately fight, which delays them significantly.
Well, this is what Team Bobber were discussing earlier. They're like, it's a bit too risky having two lights against a champion pool like this.
So that was a really good decision by FaZe and Chenzo to not go double light, and it's not working out for cheaters at all. But I don't even know which one of them should change if they do decide to change. I think if it was like if they swapped champions. Oh, there it is.
BJ straight away.
There's the BJ. Is it listening to us?
But it's going to make you question now. Maybe it's too late considering what's been occurring so far. They need to put a halt to this aggression coming out from the lads on Team Bobber. But we do have a listening from the lads on stage to see how they're going to progress for this quad and protection.
No shaft.
54 is heavy.
I died on Mega. Okay.
Around one.
Just getting protection. I'm far away.
Oh, he missed it.
Where's he going?
I don't like it.
Around the 50. Okay.
I need to play Mega side. I can't push
BJ
out
hit
too
for
much.
60 at Rocket.
Where?
Chilling. He's at Rocket. 150,
Dead.
screaming. He's getting heavy, I'm trying to deny it.
Let him push into you.
I'm grabbing, I will steal. He's,
Where?
I got 24, he's below. Oh,
Nice.
Nice.
Getting well, pushing into shaft.
Yep. Fighting in twin. He's in 50.
He's weak. Good.
Yeah. Should be rail next.
Watching. They go.
Just gonna fight him rail.
I'm too weak.
Nail BJ. I'm passive as well. Hit him for 40 more. Still BJ.
Big plays coming up from Team Bobber. They're pretty much denying every single power-up almost in this map, and the scoreline is seriously showing it. Not only are they denying it, but they're maximizing the potential from both these power-ups every single time. 41-19 as it spiraled out of control after the second minute, as Team Bobber weren't looking so fruity at the very get-go, but now they've completely turned things around. 42-20, looking to try and make it 43 as Chenzo manages to get away, but managed to take that rail as he was getting away. But Kelts has taken down FaZe, taken down Chenzo, but it's going to be a little bit too late. Maybe that BJ pick should have happened a bit earlier.
Yeah, probably. And that's... Oh, Kelts now with a slash instead of the Anarchy. Also acceptable. And as we looked into the Team Bobber's comms, we do understand now why they are so, swingy. When FaZe had the power-up, he was telling Chenzo, oh, just let him push into you. But Chenzo has that confidence and that aim that's like, I'm going to push him into him. And it's great if it works, but when it doesn't work, the whole team breaks apart and they start feeding frags. But we're now seeing the aftermath of when it works, which is amazing. When it works, they can beat cheaters with a 20 frag difference, which is insane.
Yeah, we were talking about massive scorelines earlier. Before today, it was 50-28, and Maestro Rave changed that to 50-15. But look at this, I didn't expect this from Team Bobber. This is kind of something you expect from cheaters here, and Team Bobber looking so damn good here in map number 2. We can see why this is their map pick, and FaZe, lovely way, style points for him to finish things off map number 2, 50-27. And that's a great way to come back in this series.
30 frags. You know what I say to that? Anarchy diff. Our favorite main Anarchy picks up the mantle once again. Let's check out the comps.
He's getting beaten by some random onliners. You see that? our fucking series, dude. First game was just a slip up.
Yep, we got this one.
Now we have DK. Okay. We have right side as well.
Yeah.
Biggest not swapping.
I'll be interested to see what their champion picks are going to be now and what they discuss.
I heard DK.
I did, and we haven't actually seen. I haven't seen a DK all weekend.
Same. We might see it now. Guys, I think the third map is going to be Veil. You see, it's a great map for DK. Definitely not a great map for Anarchy, sadly.
No, so we may not see an Anarchy this time around, but he did perform extremely well with that Anarchy earlier on. And just to give you guys a heads up at home, that we've now reached 2,186 euros. Thank you all so much for your contributions as we've reached the 3rd milestone. We've still got plenty more milestones to go. If you want to find out more information, head over to the GoFundMe website and search for KeenCon 2025, where everyone at home can make their donations, and you'll find out more information about what each milestone is. And if you don't, we'll be bringing it up later on at the end of this series. So make sure you keep with those contributions. And we've already, I think we're on the fourth, heading to the fourth milestone now, but the biggest one will be the 20,000 euros to have Barcelona KeenCon 2025 next year. So all the donations will be going toward that, and we'll be seeing how this series goes. As so far now, if you're just joining us, one apiece.
Oh, CK, right.
And it is going to be over to CK, and let's see how things are going to change up in comparison to what we witnessed earlier on. So it's going to be a bit of a slugfest, and it has been the first two maps, let's be honest. And this is Team Bobber can now
Anarchy.
keep up with that
Let's
momentum.
Go. We still have Anarchy from FaZe, so I still believe in Team Bobber. And as Dude was talking about before the game, having lost that map, being the favorite, has got to take a mental toll in Cheater's confidence.
It certainly would. I think it would for most people as well, considering they were one of the favourites coming into this matchup, or not this matchup, but of course, but the tournament alone, as we're 30 seconds in, and Team Bobber have an early lead, but very weak stack from the previous engagements.
For me, it's very weird that they left the Anarchy in, because even if Kelt is a really good Anarchy, FaZe is probably the best Anarchy.
Yeah, because I remember you saying that earlier, but FaZe is definitely one of the best Anarchies in the world.
We should see more FaZe POV. Oh, serious, let's get the 2 kills.
It's going to be very tough to call. It's going to be depending on how they're going to prep for these power-ups early on. Sirius managed to take down 1. Waiting for the next light, but it decides to back away because he hasn't got an exact timing for it.
Doesn't seem to have timing on anything. He's just waiting for items and hoping they appear sometimes.
Pretty much. That seems to be the case. But Quad will be coming up in the next few seconds. Let's check this out. 5 seconds till Quad comes up, and she's in a prime position here, but they've taken quite a lot of damage into trying to fly on forward. As one of them did pick it up, I think it was FaZe, but in the end dropped it straight away as Kelt's going to be greeted by Chenzo, as now he's picked up the Mega, and Kelt's can just have, you know, pretty much treat the map like it's his playground.
Yeah, he needs to have a couple of frags in his squadron and get their confidence back up. I think he saw the second player there as well. Doesn't really need to chase. Just needs to maintain position, and Sirius will sandwich the player with him. There they go. Get 1 kill, 2 kills. Sirius should be able to get the third one. I think he's getting pushed by the enemy 2 players. And Kelt's just watching him get pushed.
Yeah, pretty much. You can just run off on your own and I'll just...
That is what I mean when I see like their coordination isn't great. Because a lot of the other teams, they see the teammate get pushed, they just go for that instead of just getting the item. Because getting the item is fine, but allowing your teammate to stay alive with the weapons is finer, I guess.
Oh, lovely aim skill there coming up from Kels. Looking to go for another with that LG, hoping he'll just walk straight into the rockets, but managed to go for the TP and take down Chenzo anyway, was using that inject.
I like that they're keeping position on this side of the map. Hopefully they can eventually branch out. As long as they're taking both of the yellows, the lights, they're fine on staying on this side. Sirius does go down. Great aim by Kelts there. And there's the second light. So they got both of the lights. Not really getting heavy, but at this point doesn't matter a lot.
Taking a leaf out Sirius boot there with the aim skill he's performing at the moment. Kelts still somehow staying alive at 8 HP.
Kills himself like 4 times.
But well, it don't matter. It don't matter. And I don't think we're going to see any champion switches this game either.
I mean, Chenzo switched, right? He was DK at the start or something. Or did he never end up going DK?
I was going to say no, but now that you said that, I'm now second guessing myself.
Yeah. Power up soon. Kelts gets both of the kills, and it's going to be Sirius running the power up this time. Doesn't really have much to play with. It's going to be very hard for him to chase the enemy players without a straight mobility advantage. Should be able to get the heavy though. Maybe a rocket jump just to give himself a little boost on the wall. Finds FaZe. That should be 1 rocket. The second rocket not really landing, but there it is. He's able to still get 2 kills with the help of his Swedish teammate.
Yeah, let's be honest, there's not many places you can hide on CK, so it's going to be real rough. Depending on where your opponent's going to rotate with that protection. But Sirius doing quite a bit of damage with the machine gun and just even though he's not doing a huge amount currently, he's just keeping him pinned there to give Celts the opportunity to then do a little bit more from a different angle here. As both of them now could actually be pinned on the LG, which they are currently, and they're just standing their ground at the moment, waiting for them to make the first move.
On this series is a lot better. Like, they're setting up crossfires, they're both trying to attack the same enemies, which is a lot better than what we saw versus Chicago Doggos, at least. So, signs of progression there. Chenzo does win the fight, but Celts is there to get the trade once again, and 10 frags in the lead for them. Which is normal, given that they did get the 2 power-ups.
Yeah, they've done a little bit with the power-ups, but it's more been their coordination and how they've been performing with their especially straight afterwards, which has been more of a case where they've been grabbing so many frags. But they've been collapsing in sync, which has been so important, and hesitating less to make these pushes, which has created this lead. And Sirius now just baiting switching with Celts. So just going a little bit too long there, but did do quite a considerable amount of damage. Chenzo has picked up the Mega, whilst sprinkling a bit of damage onto one of the players on Cheaters with the LG, and Chenzo has backed away. But we do have a listen in to see how these teams are going to perform over the next 45 seconds with the quad coming up any second now.
Oh fuck, he has shadow.
Or just rush Mega.
I gotta push banana.
Firebolt. Close. Up your tunnel. I'm pushing from here.
Mega's up, or heavy's up for you.
Yeah. Got it. 23.
Thanks. Fighting shaft. I ended shaft.
Operators are available.
They seem really focused right now.
Yeah, after that last map, I think they just thought, right, okay, we need to sort of lighten that a little bit. And look at it now, 20 frag difference as Cheetah's just completely dominating CK. Picked up every single power-up and just good denial with the items.
They've got more power-ups on this map than they've gotten almost in the whole series versus Chicago Doggos.
I was just thinking that. It's like, even with, if one of them gets like 1 power-up, I'm like, really? We live in like in a parallel universe. As Chenzo does get a good double, but we know what CK can be like. It's very difficult to create a
And Sirius just gets the double right back from spawn. Or a triple, I suppose. Unless he gets hit with the air rocket. No, he managed to avoid it somehow.
But I think it's just going to be trades back and forth now until Cheetahs kind of finalise this 3rd map and make it a 2-1 in the series. But Celts just trying to back away. But finding his life quite well. Sirius is there to support. As Celts also took down Chenzo 41-17. I'm still surprised on the scoreline considering the map.
Only 8 frags till we go to an actual 4th map. And I don't think it's that surprising. I think it was great that Team Bobber managed to win a map. I don't know if they're going to be able to win a 2nd one, but winning even 1 map, I think it's a good performance by them.
Yeah, I completely agree.
And at least it does seem that it didn't affect Cheaters negatively.
No.
If anything, it seems to actually make them focus a lot more.
Because deep down, they're probably telling themselves, you know, we're much better than this. What on earth are we doing? And now you can see the fruits of their labour here. 46-17 now, up by 29. It was approaching the 8-minute mark. And I did assume that against teams like this, playing against each other, we're never ever going to meet the frag limit, no matter on what map. Especially now with Molten Falls and Blood Covenant, it's not going to be in this series anyway. As 4 more frags to seal the deal here, with Cheetahs now looking to try and grab another. That's going to make that 47. Good damage coming up from Sirius. He's just going to jump in the TP and continue to support. Good direct, followed by the nail gun shots from Celts. Trying to back away, but still did a fair amount. And Sirius, again, this is what I'm talking about. The trading is much better from what we've seen in the previous 2 maps. Looking for that final frag. Both players going to just push in.
Like, that was an awful angle to push, but at least they were pushing together.
Yeah.
That is much better than what they were doing versus Chicago Doggos, even if they did lose the fight.
I still pick up. Hit the 130 to Anarchy, he's going lower.
Team Bobber's comms now, I believe. To see if they can close out this map.
But they're really making them work for this last kill. We've been staying alive for the last 30 seconds, and Now, is it going to be their time? Finally, Sirius does close out the final frag onto FaZe, left on 5 HP around Heavy. But that was a great performance, and this is what we wanted from Cheaters.
At the end of the games, they don't even say anything to each other. Like, we are listening to their comments, but they're just not speaking.
It's just all business, isn't it? All business, no pleasure.
Like, no words, literally. Something, please. They just don't want to speak.
They're not supporting each other, just I love a good whinge now and then. Each to their own, you could say. I'd be interested in their reaction if they won the entire event.
Cool.
Yeah, right, yeah. Cheers. Thanks for the trophy. Me and contributions now up to 2,191. Again, head to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. We can find all the information with the milestones reached and what milestones we have left remaining, and we'll also be showing you the milestones later on after this series. But again, very impressive from Cheaters. This is what we were hoping for, and it's a scoreline they would have liked to see and managed to achieve, which is going to be good for their morale heading into map number 4. I think the next map is Bale, I believe.
I think so.
And maybe Awoken last if it gets that far.
I'm just surprised that they're finally speaking. Nope, never mind. They said 3 words, and that was it. We are trying so hard to get comms from them, but they just don't speak, guys.
Why don't you just pop over there and maybe like
just tell them
a discussion? Yeah.
We want to hear their thoughts, but maybe the problem is that they don't have any.
yeah. Are you trying to say they've got no brain?
No, that's only serious. Kelts has a relatively decent brain.
You make it sound like it's mincemeat in comparison. I'm sure they're going to watch us back and love that we said that.
Team Bomber, there's always discussions going on there.
True. But there you have it though. If you missed it, 50-26 now. Cheaters up 2-1 in the series. This is a best of 5. Every series is going to be a best of 5. And this is still only the 3rd match. We've still got 5 more matches coming up after this and potential bracket reset. Do you know what? Looking far ahead, I wouldn't be surprised there was a bracket reset, considering how close a lot of these series have been over the past few days. But we'll be heading into Vale. Could this be the last map in the series here for Cheaters to send Team Bobber home, or will they keep their hopes and dreams alive and send us to a map 5? Let's find out how things are going to go. It is going to be Chenzo starting off here from his perspective, and it is going to be the Athena versus the Sorlag on the other side of BJ and the Sorlag.
Athena is such a weird pick for it. Can work. I think Chenzo likes playing Athena on Vale. I've never seen a game where Athena is actually played, but I've heard it can work really well. And it makes sense because it's a very vertical map, which Athena excels at, but it's also a map with a lot of choke points, which Athena doesn't excel at.
Yeah. No, we probably would have expected it potentially on Awoken, but we probably will see it again on Awoken if we get that far. Team Bobber with the early lead. And trying to stay alive, but it's going to be Chenzo with the rail just to try and keep their hopes and dreams alive and maintaining this lead as it's just the 1st minute mark. And this is what we expected, especially in Quake. You know, this is a kind of aggressive style, and both teams just fighting for dear life on those LG stairs.
Yeah, I've never seen a 2v2 fighting for one of the 4 yellows on the lights on the map. But sure.
Yeah, fine. Just let him crack on with it. Mega's up, has been for the last few seconds, and it looks like quad will be available in 20. Now, let's see how these teams are going to set up for that quad. And whoever picks up the quad could pick up the heavy straight afterwards. Let's see what their game plan's going to be as they're just fighting it tooth and nail here. Sirius able to stay alive, left on 24 HP, but Chenzo, is he going to stay alive? No, he will not, as Kelts does take down Chenzo, takes down both, and the quad has a slight stack. But now he picked up the health bubble and the light, and now he's going to be on the warpath. But the heavy has been denied, which is going to be a huge play for Team Bobber to maybe even take down Kelts if he slips up slightly. But I can't see it happening now. He's got the LG in his back pocket.
And the shotgun as well. Yet another kill. Kelts might even get a couple more, because Team Bobber seems to be completely adamant about pushing every single item. And if it works, great. If it works great, but when it doesn't work, on a map like Vale, where it is relatively easy to maintain control in position, it can snowball against them quite easily too.
Kelt's heavily stacked here, is taking a lot of damage from those rockets though, as the Rails are coming out straight away as Kelt's looking to try and stay alive. Not for much longer. FaZe just dived on in with the rockets. Sirius now coming in to the rocket room and still does a fair amount with the heavy machine gun, but Chenzo will be cleaning up with the rockets again. FaZe, you can see, just trying to stay alive. Hopefully long enough to try and get the heavy, but commit suicide in the process. Heavy will be taken. Megas coming up next, and looks like Chenzo was looking to be in position, but again, Sirius able to steal it away.
Constant back and forth. They just want to fight. They might as well be playing UHT right now, because this is what it feels like.
Certainly does. Cheetah's trying to keep hold of this lead. And Kelts and Sirius taking down both FaZe and Chenzo respectively. So we've got Heavy coming up now. Mega will be up in 5 as they managed to grab it and also maintaining the lead, but not only that, being very, very proactive. It looks like they're both trying to apply a lot of pressure onto each other for these items.
Sirius has a lot of stack going into this power-up now. He also will have the ability in just a second. They got the kill on Chenzo. She should be able to get the kill on FaZe as well, and they're both kind of low, so Sirius is just going to say, all right, I'll take it. I'll be able to get some resources faster than you. The rocket jump up, not quite working. He's just going to go somewhere else. The heavy was just stolen, so missing out there. Can he get any kills with this whatsoever? There's one. Another rail.
They were a tad early for that protection, but that's fine. Still got plenty more power-ups to come. Sirius does take down one and still able to stay alive with this protection. Doesn't really want to even give 5 seconds protection, let alone the full amount. And obviously Quad will be coming out next. Heavy's up in 2. Sirius is going to potentially make a play for it, but he's well aware that the angles are going to be covered. FaZe does take down one, and it's going to take down Sirius as well.
It's a big
and now it's going to pick up the heavy. This could be a great way to abuse this stack.
Especially because it was very clean. They both got they both hit the rails, they both got the heavy. But as I say, clean. Chenzo gets destroyed right after. Doesn't really seem like the Athena is doing much. Like, it would be fine for power-up, but even on power-up, I don't see it working. I don't know if they're going to switch, but it's still close. The game is still very close. If they do start missing out on more powers, maybe they'll make a change, but for now, I still think it's fine.
Keeping track of that heavy and good contention of it as well, but he took so much damage considering the stack he had available. And Chenzo down just standing his ground and was going to try and hold the rocket angle, but realised that FaZe needed a little bit of a helping hand, as Sirius did take down FaZe eventually. And the heavy and mega, whoever picks up this heavy and mega, if they have to even pick up both, if that's possible, that quad is going to be available to them 10 seconds afterwards. So there's going to be a huge play coming out for these teams. Kelts does take down Chenzo, Sirius takes down FaZe, and now let's see how these teams have a listen in to find out how they're going to try and grab this quad.
Get RD. I got it. I'm dead. Drop. You have a rail.
I need help.
Yeah, spawn fire. I need help. Come now. Come now.
Come now. You come to me. Back.
I'm gonna delay it for a bit, just to fuck him up.
Imagine it disappears. If you wait long enough, it will disappear.
I got heavy. 21.
Tribal. 92 Solak.
Okay. I will go.
Oh,
92.
that's fine. It's kind of low.
Power up.
I can get back. I might die though.
Nice.
Got it. Nice. Okay, only 7 bind. Do this. Rocket. I'm trying to go around. 21 and 9 are the items.
On rail.
They don't know them.
Rail.
Play heavy with me, please.
Yeah, coming. 92
got it. I'm dead.
Did he say please?
I think he said that. I think he's literally begging him to give him a
that is so nice.
hand. Exactly, yeah.
Can you come to heavy, please?
Yeah, can you do something? 28 to 19 is Cheetah now not only maintained the lead, but extended it by a few frags, and 7 minutes in, left to push on forward as FaZe does take down Sirius, and Chenzo also taking down Count, so trying to cushion the blow.
Even though that was a power-up for FaZe and Chenzo, they only now seem to reaping up the frags. The power-up didn't really seem to help them a lot, but at least helped establish control after, at least until Sirius got 2 rocket kills right there. Good mega steal by kill. He gets the kill as well after taking so much damage.
The damage output coming up from Team Bobbit has been monumental in comparison. over the last couple of minutes. But with this protection, this is going to be so crucial here because with his team, let's be honest, it's not going to hit the frag limit, but this could be potentially the second to last power-up.
Oh, this is an easy power-up for Sirius now. Oh, there's someone there. I don't think he realized it in the last second. And FaZe steals the power-up.
That was huge. This is going to be game-changing here. If they want to take this to a map 5, that was probably one of the biggest steals of this series as FaZe does take down Sirius with the support from Chenzo. FaZe now dropping down to see what he can find. Manages to get one player, manages to get Sirius, but Kelsey is still there. He's going to rocket jump up to try and catch him if he can. And what a play coming out from FaZe. Wow. Huge play coming out from FaZe. Great movement as well, and well aware of what he can do here, which
FaZe
is why...
He's really good at CPM movement, and he's also a very, very good power-up runner. And the frag lead that Cheaters had just vanished after that power-up run.
Yeah, pretty much disappeared in getting the maximum out of these power-ups here. The potential was going to be a huge steal and maximize the potential of it, as I've already mentioned. And still, Chenzo gets to heavy, denying all these items, but he's tanked so much damage. FaZe to try and push in and try and distract, but still gets Sirius. Now only a 2 frag deficit here. Team Boba are well on for a comeback here if they keep up with how proactive they're being. My God.
The aim from Chenzo is insane. He's hitting so many shots. Even versus Sirius. Sirius expects to win a lot of these fights, but Chenzo just keeps landing shot after shot, stealing the items and getting kill after kill.
Oh,
now teams are tight.
The momentum coming out from Team Boba now.
That's when they get really dangerous.
This is it, and on a map like Vale, where you can get easily suffocated onto rail with the map control, it's just going to pile on even more pressure for Cheaters. It's a matter of how we're going to try and come out of this. But let's have a listen in to find out how both these teams are going to approach quad.
I have dual shafts coming from heavy now.
Oh, good.
Below.
Stuck up.
Oh, he kills him, but Sirius gets both.
Mega up soon. I don't know. Above.
That's insane.
That is absolute madness. FaZe is going to get the remainder of this quad, but even if he doesn't need kills, he still makes a bit of the heavy. Will he be able to get a second onto the LG? He says yes, he does. FaZe, great play, and managed to take down the quad guy straight beforehand. And now Mega's up in 5, Heavy's up in 10. And we may not even make it to the protection, considering the pace and the tempo that Team Boba are playing out in the moment. Both of them pinned down that bottom TP. They've gone through, but Sirius has taken down FaZe finally after such an incredible run.
Especially the tempo that they play at is very uncomfortable to play against. Sirius not able to get the heavy and he's going to go down once again. Yeah, the tempo just makes it really uncomfortable, because if they play at a tempo before, like if they get a couple of kills and then they get back before the opponents are in position, Sirius, it's very uncomfortable for him to play. And so far, okay, Kelt's getting 2 easy kills with a starting nail gun, I believe.
It certainly doesn't. We've only got 2 frags left. The protection's up in 40. I think Team Boba would prefer just ending it now before the protection even comes through. Sirius going to dive on in. He's going to take the duel between, and in the end, FaZe wins that duel outright near the Mega. And it's going to be 2 apiece now as we head into map number 5.
Very impressive performance there by FaZe and Chenzo, which somehow made the Athena work, or have made the Athena work.
And it wouldn't surprise me if we see the Athena again in map number 5.
Yeah.
Now we chill. Now we fucking chill.
Yeah, see that? I told you. They win their close map, we win ours. We win our funky map, they win theirs.
I'll go ahead.
Again, from these two, no, nothing.
Are you going to? Okay. You gotta fucking Bob it. But you see that though? Sirius is doing like all the damage there. We gotta just see how we can shut him down. That was why we won the fucking deep embrace by so much. So I kept finding him and killing him.
They're right though, he has been packing a punch in a lot of his maps, and they managed to shut him down on Vale. Like during the second half, with the amount of pressure they're piling onto Sirius, there was not really too much he was able to do to retaliate, and Kelts was on the front line trying to distract and disturb a lot of those situations, but just still couldn't. It was very, very tough.
And they kind of figured out how to, I don't know if they completely like realize it or if it's an actual plan, but the way they shut them down is just keep rushing at him to a point where he can't really set up and even get weapons. Because once Sirius is set up and has weapons, he becomes like the highest damage player. But if you don't let him get to that point, that's the one way you can shut him down, basically. If you just keep the tempo at the pace that is too fast for him to be able to play comfortably.
That's right, but that protection still, when there were 5 frags down by FaZe, was the turning point. It was critical for him to grab that, and it looked unlikely, so we weren't really discussing the probability of him actually being able to steal it. And because he actually did a lot of work with it as well. He was able to find his opponents quite comfortably. And then that was the momentum shift there. Without picking up that protection, it could have been an entirely different story, and then shutting down Sirius to start or to stop distributing so much damage. So this is going to be the final map in this series. We could be heading into Awoken. Who's going to be going home and who's going to be staying in the competition, heading into the lower bracket semis later on this evening. We've got the Athena and the Anarchy, and the Athena and the Doom coming out from Team Bobber.
Yeah, again, Cheaters going for that double light combo, which I'm not a super fan of. Let's see how it's going to work. Anarchy, Athena, and Athena, Doom. This is a very good map for Cheaters regardless. It's a map that it's very easy to play at the pace that you want, because the rail area is very easy to control. And you already see the Sirius set up there, and now to get him out, it's gonna take a lot more than just rushing at him. The map is more spaced out, there's more long range, easier to breathe.
Yeah. More choke points as well to keep Team Bobber trapped if they try to do anything a little bit overzealous here. But remember, this was the map which Team Bobber won in the series against Mice 2 with that ridiculous 15 frag comeback. But this could be a different ballgame now, considering the skill structure coming out from Cheaters. We're a minute in, but they do have a 4 frag lead. This quad's come up in 20 seconds. And whoever picks up the quad can just pick up the heavy straight afterwards and then just go on a little path of destruction.
Kelt does everything injection. He has all the weapons that he wants. He has the rockets to rocket jump over as well. Surely going to attack it in the last second. See Chenzo trying to hold. And he's getting pushed by every angle. He's only on 50 HP. Can they get Chenzo before he gets the heavy? Oh, he's trying to survive. That heavy is up. Oh, and he dies. Who's getting? Sirius gets it. And he's going to get the 2 kills, make that a 3 kills with yet another rail. Oh, and 4 rails in a row.
He's probably the last person, isn't he, to have that quad.
Yeah. Can he get the 5th? Oh, he couldn't really get an angle there. Probably gonna find the enemy. He does try to ego it and go for another ridiculous rail, finally missing one. Only a couple of seconds there for the quad, which he gets again.
But that's good discipline coming out from Sirius earlier on to take down the quad in the first place and then getting back-to-back frags around the LG area. And Sirius is continuing to fill up that kill feed with his name, now up 12-3.
The biggest problem now for Team Bobber is how do they get him out of there? How do they get Sirius out of his comfort zone? Because as long as he's around here, like, he's super comfortable. The thing is, he's playing Athena. He doesn't really have a lot of stack, but he does have a lot of mobility to run away if he wants.
Yeah, he's got a few get out of jail free cards in his back pocket. Sirius just trying to stay alive. Protection is up in 40 seconds, but it's more about weapon denial. As he's coming in with the LG, he's done so much damage with the rockets considering the stack he had available to him. And Chenzo and FaZe both dived on in with the LG, finally able to claim that rail. And you can see now Heavy up in 7, Mega in 15, and protection shortly afterwards. And this next battle is going to be so important. If Kelt doesn't manage to stay alive and FaZe and Chenzo manage to get a 2-for-1, which they're going to take all day as they've closed that deficit. And look at this, Chenzo with the Mega. Heavy's coming up in 15 seconds, but it's going to be all about this protection. Chenzo and FaZe just trying to stay alive and make sure they're positioned well here. But you can see Chenzo's still trying to be aware from the right-hand side, but they've just completely given up, leaving the protection to them. And now with that mobility, let's see what he can do with his protection.
Does have a lot of stack. Can he find the players, though? There's one. FaZe also gets one of his own, so they should be able to tie up the game in a few seconds. The Mega is up. I think he kind of ignored it because he doesn't really need it. FaZe should be able to collect if he does want it. I think he... Oh, someone else stole it with the Mega. but he managed to kill him before he runs out. That's why he was so aggressive, because he still has the protection. If he takes that fight after it, he's dead.
And many things are still keeping map control, finally cleaned up, and there's a lot of weapon denial in the process. But that's what we're hoping for. Great rail coming out from FaZe, looking to try and at least keep himself alive for as long as possible for Chenzo to come on in, which he has done, but also gets cleaned up by Sirius.
A nice 1v2 by Sirius there. And they're still in the lead, although very marginally. They have timing of all the items, so that's good. FaZe winning an LG 1v1 fight, Sirius is not going to be happy about that. We're trying to rush up to Chenzo. Sirius somehow kills him. And he gets the heavy as well. Again, they keep going back to the rail platform. This is where they're comfortable in.
Oh, he's tempted by the idea, but
and the Mega
does take down FaZe, and yes, the Mega will go in the hands of Cheaters, and quad is coming up in 30 seconds. It's going to be a big quad as well, especially for Team Bobber. We need to close this deficit and try and make this even more competitive in map number 5. Remember, loser goes home. This is a best of 5. Final map now between Cheaters and Team Bobber. Let's see how both teams are going to approach this quad with listening.
He's gonna probably hook from below.
Interesting movement there by Chenzo.
Good.
Yeah.
Heavy soon. Try to stick with you, but I'm weak. Come back to heavy.
Good.
Okay. On rail. Happy. Dropped. On platform.
This is probably the least talkative team out of all.
Lights up at rockets.
Oh.
It's out in a few seconds.
It probably is. You're certainly right. And that was a good listening as well. Fantastic listening. Even
if they said
quite impressed.
3 words per minute.
You probably get more frags than those 3 words in a minute.
Yeah, there's a lot happening, just not a lot of talking.
Yeah, I'm not expecting a lot of small talk, but the basic comms, yeah, sure. As of now, 26-18. I kind of feel like how impressive they've been with the quad. You'd think they'd have a little bit more in terms of the scoreline. Maybe it's just me, but now only down by 7. Still giving them that room, that breathing space to potentially come back. Now only, was down by 6, now down by 7 again. Make that 6 once more. They've got a lot of combat potential. I'll be a little bit worried if Team Bobber managed to get the next 1 or 2 power-ups.
Yeah, Team Bobber is doing a good job of going back to the rail platform and trying to challenge again every time they see an opportunity. Interesting movement there by Chenzo, trying to juke his opponents, but Sirius now with 4 frags in a row. Gonna be feeling good about that as the frag lead goes from 6 quickly to 10. Mega up soon. Sirius going in, steals it, gonna come back down, and they'll begin the setup for the protection.
Both have injector available, both in that mirror match as well. But Kelts is just purely standing around that rocket area to feed info and catch him with their trousers down. That's exactly what's happened against Chenzo, sadly, for Team Bobber. And now FaZe is playing a ring around the rosy to try and get away. Chenzo's trying to help him, but it's just not really going to do too much. As they're now up by 14, going to make it 15 in a second, considering the amount of damage they have to do. And it was a good collapse at that moment. Is still trying to dish out the damage onto the protection, but Cheaters have just been finding it so easy to collapse onto Team Bobber.
Yeah, whenever they have
got
control
the power up.
Or the power, whenever they have both, it's just domination. And it takes like a whole 2 minutes to break. Sirius just hanging out. Doesn't need to pick up the Mega, probably telling Kelts to pick it up himself. He's very anti-items.
Just hanging around that T-junction now. Sirius is just floating around, managed to grab FaZe. And now rotating to see if he can find Chenzo as well, which he has found him. Just looking just to finish him off. Good teamwork coming out from both Kelts and Sirius. This is what we wanted to see earlier. And we did, don't get me wrong. We saw it on CK.
Right now, I don't really see a way in for Team Bobber, but we have said this before, and they did make the comeback. But I believe this might be a way taller order than they can manage. Although getting to 5th map versus cheaters is impressive enough.
It is, yeah, it really is indeed. Some people really weren't expecting this. Probably some people were probably expecting a clean sweep, weren't they? And
yeah. I wonder who was expecting a clean sweep.
Nearly at the team 10-minute mark, 42-23. But we'll have a little listening to see how both these teams are going to approach the quad once again.
Okay. Just try to hide. Okay.
Quad spawn. Enemy has the quad.
Guns heavy. Corner rockets.
Yep, coming. We just can't die now. The difference can't be made up though.
Rockets pushing me.
One banana, I think. I can kill him, just chill.
19.
Oh, I don't know, they're just fast as fuck.
I can't, like, yeah.
Got her, Mega's up. HMG for 140. Heavy soon. Like 8. They have rails as well.
Fighting Apino.
Rail energy, I'm coming to you, just chill.
Mega.
He's dead.
Making a good comeback, but it's probably too little too late. We have said that twice before. But
I'm not risking it again. I'm Team Bobber believer now.
Yeah?
Completely. I mean, they were down like 20 something, like 1 minute ago.
Yeah,
it's only 15 now.
Yeah,
the problem is the enemies only really need 3 frags. It's likely impossible.
Yeah, a few trades and a few coordinated attacks coming from Cheetahs will certainly seal the deal. Yeah. But FaZe is just not missing at the moment and predicting quite well where we're going to go and what routes they're going to take. Good LG from Celts, but it's not going to be enough as FaZe says Azazel has been pretty damn dominant at the moment, trying to stay alive. But this is what I'm talking about. It's these small trades here and there. This is going to be quite beneficial for Cheetahs just to try and secure it, but just making life so difficult. They find Chenzo again. They're keeping their distance from FaZe.
Oh no, he's gonna die, and he goes
Yeah,
down.
That's gonna be it. It's Team Bomber sadly fall short on that final map as Cheetahs take the match 3-2 in that best of 5, and we'll be seeing them later on in the lower bracket semis, depending on how the next series is going to go. But fair play to a good comeback towards the end.
What a great performance by Team Bobber. Getting to a 5th map versus cheaters who didn't really seem to be playing worse. If anything, they seem to be even more coordinated than they were earlier versus Chicago Doggos. And Team Bobber, with such little experience that they have as a team, they came to KeenCon, they got top 6, and they put out the hell of a performance with some of the best comebacks we've seen.
Yeah, yesterday was just ludicrous. They were trying to create that repeat performance, but it's like I said, just a few trades here and there was just going to close out for them. And that was exactly what they desired and got. Hello, Zoo. How did you get on? What did you think of the games?
Not yet.
Oh, not here yet, but you can join us later. It's all right. It's fine.
Sirius getting 32 kills at the last map. He almost got more kills than the whole Team Bobber team combined. And that's why he plays this map. And Woken is kind of his playground. It was really hard to stop. I think maybe in another map, Team Bobber could have had a bigger chance. As we saw, they did take down cheaters in 2 maps.
Quite literally. I've been very impressed with Chenzo and FaZe, just how they performed, not just in this series, but just the entirety of the tournament. Like how they performed yesterday against Mice 2 with, yeah, pretty much like it was incredible work from them. And just to let you guys know, these are the milestones we have available and what we've achieved so far. So we've surpassed the €2,000 mark. So it means that still got the giveaway for the KeenCon 2024 board signed by everyone. And we've got the Kovacs with the KeenCon jersey, and then we've got the Baxi mouse as well. We've got still plenty more jerseys, t-shirts and keyboards to give away, and of course the final contribution for that €20,000 for the KeenCon happening in 2025. Every donation will help massively. But it looks like we do have an interview ready with the lads on Cheetahs to see how they felt that series went for them.
Yeah, congratulations, Sirius, Celts. At first it looked quite solid for you, but then things got a bit, well, rough, I'd say. Yeah, hectic and chaotic. Do you consider that, like, the power-up setup for you on Awoken, was it what pushed it over the line finally?
The power-up setup on Awoken, I think overall the way we played the map pushed over the line. And I would say we were setting up fine for power-ups on Veil, but I'm not sure if it was an item game or a power game at the end. I just remember there was this crucial moment with where I killed FaZe and he respawned, and he managed to somehow get behind me while I was guarding power up as Sorlag and kill me, which gave them the protection, which was the crucial thing when it comes to their comeback. And ever since that point onwards, we haven't managed to regain any control back. So I don't know. That's it for me. I don't know. Woken was just a very basic game, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it also used to be one of your best, and in the past even your best maps.
We also hit a lot, so...
Yeah, you actually came back to life. I mean, you also must feel really relieved that you secured top 4 with that match now. I mean, there were tough opponents, and so what are you going to do in preparation for the next game?
We're just gonna try to play the game that we know that we can play, because when we do what we want to do and we're working well together, I think we can beat probably any team, but we're still trying to fit the pieces together, and some things are working, and then other things we're still making mistakes. But
I said the deep embrace we're not going to talk about.
Yeah, you felt quite a bit out of the order.
We were quite a bit desynced on that map, and we just kept trying to push and play for items no matter what, and we were super unorganized when it came to that. Not to mention the power-up setups, that was the biggest issue. They just honestly also just wrecked the same ways.
Do you think that banning a map like Deep Embrace or Veil would actually help you going further?
I don't think the maps were the issues, or were the main issue at least, because we have played Deep super well before, and we have played Veil very well before, so I don't necessarily think it was the maps. But on Veil, whenever we managed to secure some item or something, they would spawn, rush in, and then we just kept on kind of dying, so we couldn't really make the comeback that we wanted, because we managed to get some items, but we just couldn't really do it without dying. But we'll try to just keep picking the maps that we feel good on, and we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, I wish you good luck for the next game, and with those words from Kelson Series, I'm sending it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Linus, and we are going to go to a quick short break because we've still got a lower bracket match almost ready and set in stone. It's going to be Endpoint versus DBE. So don't go anywhere, as we'll be back in just a few moments. See you soon. And we're back with Barcelona KeenCon 2024. 3 series down, 5 more matches to go. And our next one is going to be Endpoint versus DBE. Another spectacle, of course. And we haven't any clean sweeps as of yet. 2 map 5s, these aren't too shabby at all. And they're close to fair in the first series earlier too, joined with Ints and Zoot once again. And for this one, I'm very intrigued to see how this is going to go. Because Endpoint, what we witnessed earlier against Maestro Rave, they were performing extremely well. Just a few situations they could have clutched up to actually solidify that win earlier, and they're going to be looking to make that lower bracket run.
Yeah, I can't really call it. If before I had seen that Endpoint prediction, I would say DBE would have a very good chance of winning it. But now that we've seen Endpoint perform that dominantly at some occasions versus Maestro, I'm a little bit more concerned about DBE.
Are you not worried about how the crushing defeat that Endpoint had at the end of their match?
No, I'm concerned about other things right now.
Okay. Good to know.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see what's on your mind. But yeah, with DBE, yeah, it's going to be a lot to play for here. I think it's going to be all about how Endpoint is going to control their aggression, because we know how well RMV's been performing incredibly over the last 2 weeks, over the last 2 days, and there's no reason why he's going to consider or continue to actually perform how well it's been performing over the last group stages and the elimination bracket earlier yesterday.
I was talking to them a little bit and seeing like what kind of champion picks and bans they were gonna try. And obviously, like one of Avex's best champions is Strog, but it's also their best champion, so they'll need to leave Strog open. So I'm not gonna really sure what they can do in terms of picks and bans. I think Endpoint does have the upper hand there. Yeah, a bit concerned about them.
I just want to see RMV running at people, really.
Yeah,
That's mostly what I'm interested
just doesn't care, does he?
Yeah.
Drummies does that even more often, and he does it with rail out.
RMV does it better.
Yeah, RMV does
yeah, the difference with RMV is he's so fearless, he makes you question if you have done 200 damage to him or whatever stack you could have left. It's actually crazy. And fair play to him, like how he just stands his ground and still distribute the amount of damage he does. And it's not just that. The main prerogative for him is how proactive he's been. He's probably been one of the most proactive players so far we've seen in the tournament.
I think Avik is probably happy to kind of engage in that level of aggression. I wonder if Kilson is equally... He's probably the most passive player. I'm not saying he is a passive player, but out of the people on the server, he is.
Oh, he definitely is.
So I'm curious, is he going to be happy to keep up with that level of sort of aggression and back and forth that we're likely going to get?
I think if you need to give Kilson a mobile champion for him to be able to keep up with that, because if not, he's just going to stand in the middle of the map and trying to hit people, or standing in the corner of a map trying to hit people. And Avik might not enjoy that quite a bit.
As long as he hits all his rails.
I am curious though if they rewatched that last sequence versus Maestro or not.
You don't want to demoralize him that much, do you?
I just heard some strong words being said by Avik in previously, but
yeah,
I
that was before they saw it.
Yeah, that was before that.
Colourful
so I don't
words
know.
or just
just the kind of word you know when you hear a conversation, you're like, I probably shouldn't be a part of that.
Yeah.
And you just kind of move past them.
You
know?
walked in at the wrong time.
Yeah, that kind of thing. Like I walked out of the bathroom and that was okay. Ooh, sorry.
Yeah. It's like you know when you watch a soap or something, and that one person walks in that moment, you're just like, oh right, yeah, probably shouldn't be here right now. But it's a bit late now. It's like I know it's like an episode of EastEnders or something, isn't it? Yeah, it's interesting, but yeah, I know. I'm not an enjoyer of that. Yeah, typical
so
Londoner.
English.
Yeah, exactly. yeah, could say that. I'm pretty sure none of the viewers probably know what that is. So I think I've saved myself a little bit there. But yeah, it's. I think a lot of people can agree that Endpoint are definitely the favourites to come into this, no matter what. Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you tried to whip out a 3-0 series once again. You haven't been too successful. This could be a time to do it, because I'm pretty sure now that after this series, if a 3-0 doesn't occur, I don't think it's going to occur for the rest of the remaining matches coming up.
I'm not sure if they would be the favorites. Like coming into this LAN, DBE, whenever they would play, they would get second or third place, and Endpoint's average was like fourth, fifth place almost every single time. I think they got second maybe once when not a lot of teams played, but I think the DBE's average placement was higher than Endpoint's. But their performance at this LAN has kind of been underperformance a little bit, and Endpoint has been kind of expected, and I think they played over their performance a little bit when it came to the game versus Might, where they were very dominant at times.
I think the problem is we know what the potential for DBE is. We know they defeated teams like Cheetahs very early on, but they're the kind of team who do want to create the tempo, dictate the pace. If they don't, what's their foolproof plan? Like, we know what's their plan B and C, because I kind of feel it's a plan A or that's it, but considering
like
their aim skill,
in that sense, but a bit more explosive, if that's even possible.
Yeah.
But we're averaging about 4.6 maps per series at the moment. You promised me 4 maps per series.
I said we average 4, but I think we're going to average 4 to 4.5 by the end of this, considering I've just said that the point ain't going to be any more 3-0s. It's probably going to be the last chance we're going to witness a possible clean sweep. We might not get none today from what we've witnessed so far.
And then the bracket reset.
Yeah.
So
How can we forget?
let's get to that one later on, though. If there is a 3-0, I guess this could be the one. But then again, we saw yesterday that Army and Dramus did actually have, again, their moments to shine. I really get reminded a lot by Team Bobber and them, just in terms of how they get themselves into the game. I just feel like that those players, they need to somehow build some momentum somehow. And if we see RMV just had some amazing points yesterday, I would love for him to bring that confidence today.
Well, let's try and see, as we're going to go into the game very shortly, but first we need the players to come up onto the stage, and of course it's going to be none other than Endpoint and DBE. We made that top 4 prediction where we didn't exactly say which placements is going to happen, but we did say that if Endpoint does make it through, the top 4 we expected to get in the top 4 will be solidified. But DBE are the last team now to kind of throw that out the window.
And I think to decide the top 4 between these two is kind of like, I wouldn't be surprised if whichever team wins here would end up not making it further than top 4. But so I think this is kind of like the 2 teams you would expect to fight for the top 4.
So do we know the winner? Is the winner playing against Cheaters?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, and then it's going to. So that would be the loser bracket semi-final essentially. I guess this is the quarter-final technically.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that would be a great game. Have we seen Endpoint or DBE versus Cheaters? We've seen DBE versus Cheaters, so if they were to win, then yeah, I feel like that might be a given, but an Endpoint versus Cheaters could be really interesting.
They played, they were in the same group, I think,
Yeah.
and Cheaters won 2-0.
2-0?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, so you're probably right, to be fair.
Were they in the same group? I think
I
so,
have
yes.
that
They were in the
over
same
here.
group, definitely. I
They
saw
are.
it. It was Maestro, DBE, and
Maestro came first, Cheaters came second, Endpoint came third in that group.
Yeah, it was Endpoint, yeah.
Well, it looks like we'll be having the picks and bans coming up very soon. Is there anything you would maybe expect from these two teams?
Nick's ban from DBE is the only thing I kind of expect, and Endpoint kind of have to ban Slash. If they ban Strog, they also shoot themselves in the foot, so both teams should be leaving Strog in, because it's everyone's best champion basically there. But Slash, yeah, the Endpoint want to ban Slash most likely, and Clutch.
Think so?
Those are, yeah, definitely the Clutch. Avex can play Clutch.
But in terms of map choices, so we've seen that DB are quite similar to Team Bubble, where they're going to want the Deep Embrace, the Veils, the Awakens. We're probably going to see that again, aren't we?
I suspect so. I wouldn't be surprised. Going back to the champion picks, though, I feel like we might lose 2 or even 3 light champions at this point. You're saying Clutch is almost certainty.
Yeah, I mean, RMV loves Clutch. He's a really good Clutch, and it's a really disruptive champion. It's one of those champions that if you can't play it, you have to ban it, because it just changes the game so much.
So I think it'll be interesting, depending on those map picks, if we lose a lot of light or high mobility champions, it's going to make those map picks even more interesting, in my opinion.
Yeah, it's going to be matchups where they're not really accustomed to.
Yeah, exactly. We saw medium champions were eliminated previously, and we still had that sort of fast meta developing, but if you get rid of that fast light meta,
it makes champions it makes maps like Blood Covenant kind of awkward to play.
Yeah.
That's where we'll see like Doom, which we did actually witness earlier on, where, okay, not the best mobility, but in terms of going from rail to rockets and vice versa, maps like Blood Covenant, has worked out. Worked out in Duel, and it's worked out in twos as well. We've seen players like Kilson use it quite effectively in Duel, but it's also been quite effective in twos as well on Blood Covenant, as the players now just sitting down, getting ready for the picks and bans, which will be shown up before your very eyes live. And we'll be seeing exactly what they're going to pick first. So it'll be 2 picks first, then the bans, and then the final 2 picks, then the ban pick afterwards as well, as will be coming up very shortly. But I am quite curious. I think the maps are going to be quite obvious. First couple of champion bans will be quite obvious, but I want to see if it's a spanner in the works.
Predictions here. We're getting some lethal predictions.
Actually, isn't that my job to ask your prediction?
No. we're turning it on its head at the moment.
Okay, I think, considering what we've seen so far, it wouldn't surprise me if DBE selected Deep Embrace to start with.
Okay.
And then coming from what we witnessed there from Endpoint, I was thinking more of a Blood Covenant, but after what happened in that last series, they might actually switch that. But let's be honest, it was very tight-knit, but wouldn't surprise if it came up again anyway. But it looks like the countdown has started, so we'll be finding out what the first map is going to be. And it looks like Endpoint has selected CK, which is understandable. They did ban it against Maestro, but they performed very well before. And there's the Deep Embrace coming up. But what I mentioned earlier, I got 1 out of 2.
You took long enough to say your prediction that you were eventually right.
I was hoping to say it long enough, but it appears and go, oh, there you go, yeah. Told you I was right.
Actually, yeah, which one would you rather play? Because I'm going to have to play them. Okay.
Just going for a listening to see what they're going to say in terms of their comms for their bans. And it looks like Exile is going to be banned by Endpoint. DBE has banned the Blood Covenant, which is not really too much of a surprise because of how well they performed against Maestro. Let's be honest, that should have been a win. The Blood Covenant's been banned quite a lot.
On Veil.
Also not a surprising pick. And Awoken for DBE. Last map being Molten.
But it's the champion bans we want to look at. Things are going to get a little bit fruity, aren't they, with the champion bans? Let's see. So Anarchy, standard, that's been banned by DBE. Clutch straight away, as you predicted.
Nyx has to be Nyx then. Either Nyx or Item. Should be Nyx.
Unless they do.
Although there's not really...
Yeah, Nyx has been banned, you're absolutely right. And Caesar...
You think it's Slash, Strog? Okay.
They banned Strog, okay.
So it seems to not to be as confident as they thought they would be in this series with Strog, which is bit of a surprise.
Even Strock gone, that's still another mobility champion gone. Sure, you leave Athena and Slash in there, which we're unlikely to see those in the CK. CK, do you think that's going to be a mid-champion heavy now? Or
it's going to be likely the
BJ.
Ranger and BJ.
Yeah.
Basically what we saw in Duel.
Yeah. I don't really think
different.
we're going to see any heavies until we get to Vale, where Dramis will likely play Keel. Outside of that, it's just likely going to be, Ranger, BJ,
it's going to be Lights will be on Embrace.
Yeah,
right?
Lights will definitely be on Embrace.
Yeah.
Definitely Slash, perhaps an Athena as well.
I don't know about the group stages. We haven't seen it on the Atrium. We've seen no Galena and we've seen no Death Knight. I'm not going to say it's interesting because it's not, because that's what we expected.
That's really unusual to me because that's probably the meta that it was last time I did 2v2.
Yeah,
where it was only
Picture takes a
Visor,
lot.
Galena, and that's all you really ever had. So
The
it's
Death
a nice
Knight,
change.
yeah, because back then I suppose the Death Knight was the weakest champion, if not one of the weakest, wasn't he at the time?
Yeah, and
a
the
couple of
Death
years
Knight
ago.
came in a bit later on, and
It was
that
straight
all
after
over
that
Duel for a
final
while.
against Rafa, wasn't it? Where I think Razor was forced to select the Death Knight, and yeah, there's a few sadly mistakes coming up from Razor, but at the same time he had to use Death Knight because he was forced into it.
Yeah.
And I love after that final, they're like, oh, we'll buff Death Knight a little bit. It's like, and Razor's probably thinking, well, a bit late now.
Wasn't PGL 2018 where Rafa
Death
was
Knight
just
Arena.
incredible at Death Knight? Yeah.
I remember Cooler, Kilson, everyone just playing Death Knight, and they were just behind the corner waiting to explode people with the rocket and.
Oh, it was some kind of mad combo or something.
Yeah.
We also had the Doom shotgun pummel. Shotgun
when you
punch
could
or
do the
whatever.
combo in like 0.1 seconds, yeah.
And I remember the Chron was particularly good at that combo.
Yeah, Chron, he was particularly good at everything.
Yeah, but he would always find the little tricks.
Yeah,
he does. Yeah.
Exploits.
Well, look at him. Like this
I
is the
always think
same
the-
guy.
the
He was
good
23rd
word.
seed at last year's, 2 years ago's QuakeCon, and then ended up coming like what was it, top 6, something silly like that. Unbelievable. Sandy's not here, but you know, I hope you're doing all right, mate. Hope you're. I don't know if you're watching, but you probably are on the sideline somewhere. I'm sure. As yes, I'm gonna let you guys crack on.
go away,
I was actually getting ready to cast the series, but I forgot.
Yeah.
It's actually not
What
my
are you
turn.
doing?
It's your turn. Let you guys crack on. Enjoy.
Thank you, Lethal. Let's do this, guys. We're moving into the 4th game of the day. It's the lower bracket match. We have got DVE versus Endpoint, and we are starting on Corrupted Keep. It'll be
That's the Eisen coming up from Avec. Avec is one of the few players that is really, really good at utilizing the turret mid-fight. Most players use the turret to annoy their opponent, which is a fair tactic. As earlier Maestro said, they just banned Eisen because he's annoying to play versus, but Avec uses him a lot mid-fight.
Was it Razor was saying it's 2v3 if you go against Eisen?
Yeah, especially if you go versus Avic's Eisen, it's definitely 2v3.
A good start we've got for Endpoint. Make it even better. RMV hiding on the sidelines a little bit. He had a great stack, but
it's gone.
Yeah, withered away somewhat. There we go. Picking up the pieces. RMV gets himself 2 on the board very quickly, almost tying things up.
RMV playing right now uncharacteristically slow, just trying to maintain position on center map. Not even going for that LG fight. He hears the dual wheel, is like, okay, maybe I don't want to take that fight.
I like that nice little turnaround there. There's no major item spawning. He's actually going to push in. He's caught them off guard, so it's good damage. He does die, but maybe he gives Dramus an opportunity to get a frag here.
I like the orb, a very unconventional orb, not quite working. Can he get the kill on Avec? Everyone dies.
Who's going to spawn first?
Who knows?
Who's got it close?
RMV does, and he is awarded with some weapons as well. Heavy is up for him, which he doesn't go for.
Mega health.
Which he also didn't get. Oh, there he is. He does get
he's okay. He surely knows where they are, roughly. That's going to be the clue, right? The turret on the side. Pushing from behind.
Really good push by Drami, just distracting them, but they need to get both of the kills. If not, it was for nothing. Nice. They do get some kills after.
Dramus as well, picking up on the other side against Avec. And we've got Heavy Spawn in Nexus is a brilliant place to finish the run and can now start pushing towards that mega health. Oh wow, amazing from Dramus. Gets the steal with the orb onto the mega. Beautiful play we're getting from DBE.
Right up until he went up and jumped at it.
We won't go there though.
DBE with a very marginal lead. They should have the timing on the Heavy. Can they protect it from Avec and Kilson though? Both players there. Get the kill on Kilson. Avec, not sure if he's going to be able to push. No, he's just gonna sit on the sidelines and get the timing for the next time. And RMB just got both of the major items fairly uncontested.
There's a third player.
Third player, he's gone. I like this more calm and collected RMB version.
He's doing awesome at the moment. Absolutely brilliant play. He's going to be able to stack back up. That BJ passive, bringing his HP up as well. LG ammo, back intact. Heavy is spawning. That is going to be going over to endpoint.
Yeah, kind of unsure why they didn't push that. Maybe they forgot that maybe Drummies wasn't... RMB didn't have a lot of stack, and I guess Drummies was also not super stacked. Now they're gonna try and push and get both of the kills onto the players at Rocket. That's very good coordination by DBE.
That's awesome. Drummies took all of the attention there, but a great all-play helped him out a lot. They're not going to be able to get onto the protection. How much health has Avec got remaining? Has a little bit. There is a Heavy and not long. RMB actually wants to pile on a bit more pressure somehow.
Oh, he takes a face air rocket. he almost kills Avec there.
I mean, it's good damage. Was it worth it, really? It wasn't.
If his timing was better, it would have been worth it. Like, the only reason Avec stole the power-up was because he had timing to the second.
Yeah.
You even trying?
Everyone dies. Still, 7 frag lead for them. And I would not be surprised if DBE can actually win this.
I mean, it's looking as definitely as if they can at the moment. I love, as you've been talking about, these slow plays from RMV, a little bit more methodical, thinking about it, and then those sudden pushes and synchronizations with Dramis. It's been excellent.
Where is Dramis? Dramis trying to get a kill on Avec, and he does. He's able to. A lot of these fights, they seem to be able to help each other or get there just as the fight is finishing and then get the trade for themselves. And it seems to be always favorable for DBE. Oh. Avec coming in, but not really working out. Again, he goes into a 1v2.
Dramis to get himself mega health.
Even Dramis is being more sensible now with the plays. Never mind. Just goes in with the orb.
He looks alright still.
Yep.
He can rocket jump around if he wants to. And he should surely have RMV nearby him. Oh, it doesn't need him. Never mind. Back to where you were. This is awesome. This is just such good play between them. They're now really low on resources, and I'm curious to see how are they going to pick back up on that and again play that war of attrition.
Let's go into the team comps for a listening as they prepare for this power up.
Okay, I'm going to grab shotgun. I'm going to play low for this. I'm going through tele, actually.
Oh, and it gets everything.
Trying to mega, I hear you. He's not healthy though.
One rocket. Lower was up. Tail. Window.
Oh. Brutal. Absolutely brutal. You can hear the difference in comms actually. Dramis and RMV sound a lot more relaxed than Avec and Kilson.
They have to. Have you seen Dramis' sensitivity and Axel? If he shouts, his mouth goes spinning out the window. Still a 14 frag lead for DBE.
Oof. Good rockets from Avec there to knock him down. RMV still looking for a fair exchange. And if they can keep these exchanges sort of similar, like 2-on-2s, 1-on-1s, brilliant. That's going to benefit DBE to no end.
Yeah, all of these exchanges are going in the way of like it's a 2-for-1 trade for DBE. That's why the scoreline is almost double for them. And Endpoint need to find out something to do to change this.
They need that clean power up or something. Avec getting taken down by that shotgun completely nullified all the benefits they could have gotten. Dramis, it's a 2-on-1. Dramis gets himself a double kill.
2 2-on-1s.
But this is Endpoint's map, by the way.
Yep. So it's not looking great for them. Avec does get 2 kills there, and he still has a decent enough stack. So very important kills to get. He's getting a third. Is Avec waking up right now? He goes for a rocket jump just to get the kill on the other. Okay, Avic's feeling it now. We have a game in our hands again.
No, he has to at this point. Right, one more rotation of items before we get over to that protection. Who's going to be benefiting from this? Still 5 seconds until the mega health appears. Kilson going to wait
all the frags are going
way.
for Endpoint now.
Yeah, everything's going their way, but it was still 10 a difference. We were around 15 between the two of them. Dual Wills come out with 1 second left until the protection. Who's going to be able to make the jump? It is RMV.
So low though. Can he get anything in where he's stuck? Okay, now with the 100 HP, he's kind of fine to take some LG fights.
Yeah, he
and
can do
Dramis
this.
is with him to distract.
He's got the click on the
They
rockets.
don't know the mega timing though. He's been waiting here for 10 seconds. It's gonna take a while longer. Finally appears, but all of that protection is pretty much gone now.
I mean, is it worth it positionally just to keep a hold of that? Sure, they don't push their advantage, but I mean, look at this. They're pushing their advantage now.
They could have done that with the protection, but it works. It works.
Oh, 1 health left. The passive to help a little bit now.
Oh, is that Kilson coming pushing in with the
I can't believe
gun?
he still gets that direct rocket though.
Oh, speaking of directs, there's Dramis. Apparently can hit more than just rail.
Dramis has been very, very solid on this map. He's been coordinating with RMV amazingly, whether he's acting as bait or something like that. He's been sometimes doing the sort of 1v2s, been performing excellently for DBE.
And like DBE said, I think it was yesterday after they won CK, I think Linus kept asking them why people pick CK against them, and RMB said, oh, they pick it because they think we can only play with rail, but we're actually really good on this map, and they're showing us, yep, they really are.
A little dunk on the rocket.
Coming up soon. He's getting prepared for it. Maybe in 10 seconds. I think waiting there a little bit earlier.
Mega in a second. Can he make it to him? Oh, he gets the dual wield out and doesn't really make any use of it in the end. Is this perhaps a little chance for Avec? There's going to be a double kill very quickly for Avec. But you've still got to bring the gap closer. A lot of work to be done, and surely they know they're going to be hiding on the corners of the map. There's one.
He's so scared right now because he got blown up last time he went through there.
He's got some health now to work with.
Oof. He's just getting
RMV.
Oh, where did he go?
I think he went to the
nail room, yeah.
Nail room, yeah.
But they didn't really lose a lot of frags there, but they still haven't gotten 1 kill in like 7?
Yeah, it's true. DBE have been on 44 for a while, haven't they?
For about a minute now.
We've got Kilson trying to chase around. There's a push. The rockets are super solid from Kilson. He's got a nice stack. There's another double kill. 5 frags between them at the moment. DBE cannot get across the finishing line. 44 to 40.
I'm very scared for DBE right now.
Wow.
We've seen 11 frags in a row going the way of Endpoint. DBE cannot get a hold of the game back. That's 12 frags in a row.
Full map control. Dramus finally breaking that issues that he's having, but gets the kill back. 46 to 42.
Finally.
RMV was going for a pummel, but I think he's going to be too low on HP. There's some help from Kilson. Avec does sorry, by Avec.
Oh, but Kilson leaves thinking Avic's going to win that fight. He goes and steals the heavy, and apparently Dramis won it. Nice.
That might be worth it, just to perpetuate the control on the map. Avec trying to play for that mega health.
2 kills for DBE.
I did get taken, sorry.
Only 2 kills for DBE to win the game, and Dramis is forcing the issue.
One more. Who's coming through the teleporter? Is RMV going to try and go for it? He just wants to finish the map off, and he's able to do it. Dragonborn Esports are going to go 1-0 up here in this lower bracket match.
They're going to be breathing a sigh of relief after that. They almost couldn't finish it, but then at the end, Dramis stepped up and RMB did as well. Avec with 30 kills.
Very even Stevens, RMV and Dramis, both of them playing brilliantly there. I mean, it can't really split the difference, I think. Apart from the last couple of minutes, they were really sort of side by side throughout the entire game.
I want to see what teams say.
Back, but Ramus pushes, so...
I'm telling you, it's like the all-the-time push, you know?
Yeah.
That's what you were saying before the match, though, wasn't it? They're going to be aggressive.
So we mirrored them, right?
Good job, bro. That's the map everybody thinks we can't play.
I'm on the slash, yeah?
For
DB.
Yep.
What do you
play
want?
slash, I'll play
Athena.
Anything else. I'll play Ranger, maybe.
Ranger? Yeah, sure.
Really?
I kind of think Athena would be better for him. Or RMV with Athena and Dramis with a slash, but they don't want to go double light. So I respect it.
I always find you've got to be careful who's picking up the power-ups then. If you got super mobile and not mobile, you really want to feed the quad definitely to the slash if you can.
Yeah, there's only 4 vials on the map.
I didn't know that.
A ranger.
Off the top of my head.
4 vials, yeah.
4, what do you call them?
Gravitical chronometers. There's 2 at the top, 2 on top light and heavy, and 2 at the,
There's really nothing
the
else
twins.
to play on this map.
DK.
I think Orb's better, so I can steal
I
power up.
want the bubble blaster.
My hands are tingling like fuck.
My son likes bubbles.
Yeah,
I want the bubble blaster.
Oh, the
nail bubbles.
Breathe, bro, that's a W. Now they're nervous. That's a fucking no rail map, bro.
Yeah.
I got most damage on a no rail map. Just I'm hitting hard as fuck, bro.
I love that. I fucking love that. Excuse my language.
We'll excuse you and Dramis.
Thank you. No fines, please.
2.
Second map starting now, Endpoint versus DBE. We're starting on a Dramis point of view as we take it to Deep Embrace. He's going to be playing this Ranger, and RMV is going to be playing with the Slash against Athena and Slash. So a double light coming in from Endpoint, which seems to me it would be the most sensible thing, but DBE don't want to go for the double light. I respect it.
I just want to watch Dramis for the whole thing now after what he said.
Same. And now he's going straight for the rail. Gets it. Oh, just a straight rocket jump up. Doesn't even get where he wants to go, but that's fine. He just wants to chase, and he
got the kill.
Skill.
He got it.
Gilson. I really like Gilson. Oh, wow, what a rail. Oh, Dramis is everywhere.
He's hitting hard as fuck, bro.
He just keeps going. Teams are Tydos, Avik. Not letting them run away with the score. Trying to slow down the game a bit. Oh, wow.
Take that, Dramis. We got power-ups coming up soon. The next rotation items will be shortly thereafter, so positioning on the power-up X is going to be very essential. There's one kill. Avik being pushed back. Looks like Quad is going to go the way of DBE at the moment.
Yeah, there's no way Gilson can do anything else either. He does get the kill though, but that's surely for Dramis, I guess, with the Ranger. And Avik getting the protection. They know the timings of the items. There's the Mega coming in.
Is he going to push? He doesn't have his orb or anything like that, which would serve him really well. Great damage up at the top.
Good damage there. Not really able to find or close the distance because they're playing.
Wow.
Oh, nice in the end. But there's RMV. Because the problem is, if you're playing Ranger and you're the one getting the power-ups, you can't really find the enemies fast enough because they're playing double light, hyper mobility. Only a few seconds left. Maybe like 2 seconds. Oh, it's good steal by Avik.
Got the steal, but Dramis got the glory points there. He's getting that rail on Kilson too. DBE the first to 10 here on map 2.
Dramis just wants to rocket jump
I
everywhere.
love it. It's just so worth doing with Ranger. You take a fraction of the self-damage that you would otherwise. Yes, Dramis, let's go.
Oh, the double rail. Perfect coordination there. Heavy coming after, and he's still leading the shots, even though Avik keeps stealing the items.
Beautiful, Dramis.
And I get scared that if DBE actually start getting the items, I'm not sure Endpoint can stop it. Wow.
Lovely R&B. It's not just the Dramis show at the moment.
It's a DBE show.
It absolutely is. Still getting the damage out, regardless. Dramis suffering fractionally on the stack. They're going to try and get himself over to the mega health of that Kilson that he's fighting against. But R&B picks up the pieces. 10 seconds until the power-ups are up again. Help needed. Kilson on the sidelines, but he's going to fall.
I like where he's going. He knows Dramis secured his power-up, so he tries to go to the other. It doesn't quite work, but he might have been able to at least do some damage. It was a valiant effort. Can Dramis find him? Oh, he's so low, he's so low. Can't really pick, and he goes down. RMV there to pick it up, but that's going to be double power up for the Polish player.
Well played by Endpoint. A lot of really, really good pressure there, and they just could not get themselves to some health. It's that double, it's the protection and the quad at the same time. It's now even things up completely.
And even worse for DBE, Gilson's controlling the rail side, so they keep spawning on the LG and they really want to get back to that rail.
Teams are tied.
Back and forth at the moment.
Gilson's really making a point of staying around here, collecting the heavies and preventing the rail. But Dravis and RMV keep forcing the issue.
Dravis is just hitting direct rockets after direct rockets. Back in with the lightning gun as well. 22 to 20. There's the push with the nails.
Oh, the RMV comes back up. And Gilson thought that he would never do that, but RMV he's completely fearless, basically.
Everyone's hitting like a truck on this map, honestly.
Love it. We're averaging like 10 frags per minute right now?
Yeah.
Pretty much 10 frags per minute. That's the highest I've ever seen.
Maestro Rave could learn about this pace. I think it took 1 minute for them to get the first kill in the previous time we saw it. It's super tight. I cannot call this map at the moment.
But then one team actually gets like a really good run with a double power up. It will likely be like this.
This is a DBE's map pick for anyone, in case they have forgotten. DBE managed to take the endpoint map with CK previously. Let's see the setup here. Power-up's about to spawn. Kilson's on it, but he is far too weak. Dramus is there. He gets the quad. I didn't see how much health he's got left. He's got a little bit, 100 total, but he's going to feed it over to RMV, who's doing a little better off, but has that extra mobility that he could possibly work with. But he's been hit, and it's still a couple of seconds until the Mega Health spawns. Oh, he wants to push. I thought he was going to hang around for the Mega Health, but he hasn't done that.
He wants to go. Is that surprising?
I guess not. Avec was pointing out that they just always bloody push, and they don't stop.
Yeah, I'm not with you.
Okay, one's lower, LG.
Nice work, RMV. Great weapon switch.
Trying to
Oh.
Full trail still. He went heavy.
Really good comments by Dramis. Keep signaling out where the enemies are. And RMV goes there and he hits the shots. What else is there to do?
He's so calm with his rail.
Oh, really calm after he does that flick.
31 to 29. It is neck and neck and has been for minutes now.
Oh, the movement there with Avec. Avec uses the ability so well in fights. It's not even to kill, but to dodge the shots. It's amazing.
I haven't seen him miss a rail in a while. I'm going to curse him now. Sorry, RMV.
Put up or shut up.
I'll get heavy, okay?
Yeah, you grab them.
It's 23.
And finally, DBE get to the rail side of the map, and we can see they're starting to get a lot more momentum. Frag Lead is starting to go their way.
For Mega, okay.
Can they isolate the missing player?
I think we can hear DBE there.
I left an LG for you up here.
Yeah, one on LG. Push up. I'm gonna go die.
On a window rail.
Oh, I nearly
railed on LG.
23.
Oh, we ran out of ammo.
Oof. Trying to push through, but it looks like it is going to be Endpoint who pick up the quad. Protection will go over to DBE. It's been the other way around pretty much the entire time otherwise. I think it's RMV who has the protection.
Yes. I wonder if they're going to try to push out and fight each other. Avec wouldn't mind the fight, but he doesn't want to do such a risky move that will completely leave him out of position, especially since he doesn't even have rockets.
You certainly don't want to just give up the quad for free. Not worth it. It's not that the score's too close. There's no point taking that risk just yet. DBE are just about holding on to it, but it does feel if one mistake as a team happens, then it can completely flip on its back. Both teams playing it exceptionally at the moment. That was a hook kill that we just had from Avec.
And he also took the heavy right after. RMV trying to find the spawning Kilson. Can't really get a grasp on him. Travis gets Kilson.
Travis.
Dramis is really just showing up in this game.
Massively so. He's managed to sustain it through map wide. Oh, R&B. Awesome rail.
You don't see that angle often.
His rails are outrageous.
Oh my god. Once more. The plasma to rail combo. Like what is this? Who does that? He doesn't quite get the kill there, but it's fine there. They only need 4 more frags to finish the game.
That string of frags we were seeing from R&V as well, that's just extended the lead massively. I mean, we've gotten so quickly towards the frag lead.
Nice.
Dramis with the rockets, 2 more needed. We could get a 2-0 lead for DBE in moments time. We have got the power-ups about to spawn. Dramis, he's got a stack, he can work with this, but he's gone down. Avic's got himself the mega health. Kelson's died. There's only 1 more needed by DBE. There's a small push in. Kelson's got to stay back a little bit. Avic, what can he do? He can't do anything. It is GG. DBE go 2-0 up in the best of 5.
Very impressive performance by DBE. They are not letting up. They want to play fast, and they don't care. And like Dramis was doing great, but so are R&V. Like their frags, they have 26 and 24 frags. They are just both playing phenomenally.
I mean, they're feeling it, right? And
yes.
They sounded confident before the game, and love to hear the confidence. Absolutely love it, and to actually be able to bring it in afterwards, it seems like they're completely fearless at the moment.
They certainly are, and Avic's always. Oh, let's listen to the comms.
After Veil is...
Awoken, I think.
Yeah, that's correct.
Last Morgan is good.
Yeah, map order is fine.
To win it.
They say they win it, but their energy doesn't say
they're
that.
not saying with conviction, you know.
Yeah, the conviction is the fundamental. Then map-wise is actually fine for them. Yeah, Veil is a really good map for them, and then Awoken as well. Molten is always good for them.
How does this compare for you with watching DBE compared to previous times watching DBE? How does this compare in terms of like their level of performance that they're showing at the moment?
DBE is like, as we discussed previously, they're like Team War. If they're feeling it, they're really, really good. If they're not feeling it, they're not so good, but they're feeling it.
Do you think this is the best you've seen them play, or is this reminiscent maybe of some other times that they've been at this top level? Because for me, it's the best I've seen them play. But
yeah, but you haven't seen them play a lot, I suppose.
Quite, exactly.
They're at just a very high level right now, and if they maintain this shape, they could honestly go all the way. Especially if Drum is usually it's R&V, you know, being really good at combat. Like his level of combat skill is almost at the same level as Avic. And if Drum is stepping up to that level, they're very hard to stop.
I swear, I don't think I saw R&V miss a rail for the last 5 minutes. I'm not exaggerating. We were obviously switching around quite a bit.
And we didn't see Dramis miss a rocket for the last 5 minutes either.
Yeah, exactly.
And we know how good Dramis is using 1 weapon. If he uses 2, it's too much power. Now we're going to the 3rd map. This is match point for DBE. We're going into Veil of Nad. We're going to be on Avic's point of view. Let's see the champion picks. It's going to be Sorlag and Ranger for Endpoint, and Kill and Ranger for DBE. Dramis is a really big fan of Kill.
He is. He has been for years now, hasn't he? And it has translated from Duel. There we go. I could hear it. I couldn't see it, but I could hear it.
Pineapple's coming in. They're just both pushing Avic, but Avic is fine with his fight. He has the LG out, he has a good position. He's just going to push in and get 2 relatively easy kills.
And he was stacked to the bits just then, taking the opposition there to support Kilson.
This is LG therapy, basically. So, are we feeling the 3-0 right now? It's not a good start for them.
I don't know. I genuinely... I feel like almost every series, it's felt like it's about to go one side and then it switches at the last moment. But we just saw Maestro and Endpoint go 2-0, then 2-2.
Yeah. And if Endpoint loses 3-0, they would have lost 6 maps in a row.
It was 2-0, then 3-2, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah. It was complete reverse sweep.
Power up coming soon. R&V already well positioned for it. Can you get one more kill before going down, or can you get any damage on the player trying to rush you?
You're very early there, RMV.
Yeah. Oh! Dramis gets the kills with the rockets once again. Gets the quad. He still has enough HP to... Oh, the rock. Dramis just keeps landing the rockets.
It's insane how much damage he's doing with it. He's got the heavy for him. He's going to be eternally stacked. He is a bit low on weaponry to work with, but hello, thank you. LG appears out of nowhere.
And there's finally his favorite weapon. It's kind of low on HP now, just going to take some more armor.
Where was Endpoint on that power-up?
Hiding.
It all happened so... like, all the fighting happened about 7 seconds before it. Oof.
And you can see RMV is so stacked that he doesn't even need it. He keeps switching to the rail.
I saw him miss a rail. He missed a rail.
Oh, there's two.
But that's the law of averages. That means he's actually human.
Will he miss more though?
Who knows?
With Heavy coming up soon, and it does. I mean, he hit 5 out of 7 rails.
He won't miss anymore.
That's it. He doesn't. He just won't miss again.
Travis there again, picking up the pieces.
Oh, that's a great steal. What a great play by Avik. He gets the rail, and you know he's going to jump after, so he just orbs. Like Avik's game and fight IQ is just so high.
Travis though, there's a lot of damage exchanged there, so Avik gets the steal, but he does fall shortly thereafter. Kilson trying to get himself on the frag reel a little bit. It's been mostly the DBE show.
Yeah, I feel like it's only Avik that is keeping up with them frag-wise, basically. Kilson is not having the best of games.
Well, we were talking about the sort of pace earlier. You're talking DBE, really going to be aggressive, something that Avik can keep up with. We're kind of trying to find out how Kilson deals with that level of aggression.
And so far, the answer is not great. But he did get a couple of kills, and RMV shuts him down. It's going to be Avik getting with the power-up.
Been very needed. It has felt like DBE has just had the edge this map so far. This might be able to turn that around a little bit.
Let's go, you sons of bitches.
Thanks, Ranger.
You might have to ban Ranger there. And Avik is trying to get as many frags as he can while he still has the power.
Travis's rockets, he's just hitting mid-airs and everything. No more protection anymore. Finally, Dramis dies, but there's just a truckload of damage that he's dealing to him.
Yeah, no major items anytime soon. Heavy will be the next item up, but Avik nowhere near. It's going to be a clean pickup for... There we go. Finally, Endpoint come in and do some damage at the Heavy. They're able to collect the Mega all for themselves. Kilson goes down on a 2v1, and then they get the trade on Avik as well. Okay, Kilson in position. Only has a rail though, not
He's okay with that though, usually.
Yeah. Will he be okay with it here? I mean, he's hitting. It's what we expect. There's 3 rails in a row for Kilson, 4 rails in a row. He got the speed kill.
Gonna give Avik though the armor. So timing that Mega, you can hear them. Well, I can hear them shouting from here. The timings.
Kilson kind of leaving Avik there alone. I'm not sure Avik will be a fan of that, as they get the trade on him.
I mean, is there any value in that if you're keeping that upper position? It is quite a long time to the items at that point.
Apparently not.
No, I don't think. Was not worth it. Avik is under a lot of pressure. There's the Yorb kill, and this is such great timing ahead of the next power. We have got quad coming up.
Kilson dies. Oh, can Dramis get the kill on Avik? That would mean...
Quad's up.
Where is RV?
We got quad up.
Oh, there we go. Let's listen in to DBE comms.
I'm pushing straight after.
Get the LG?
He didn't get the LG, he just walked over it.
Fucking bitch, let's go.
Heavy soon, push.
Okay, coming from lower.
59.
Oh, he missed a shot. He still didn't get the LG. Oh, what?
Oh my god.
Did he miss everything there?
I think so.
He's weak on Mega.
Good job.
Trash. Another one on it.
Dramis kind of saved that exchange.
45 Mega.
Yep. Rockets. 54 for this.
Double.
And Kilson is starting to find his groove there with the positioning.
Mega. One on top already.
Almost fully loaded for a moment there. Kelson taking quite a lot of rails, and he's now sandwiched RMV on the other side with the nails.
Heavy 7.
He's going to sustain that advantage.
That's all.
Then we get Mega. Armor is up for you.
I railed them.
One tri-bolt. Dropped.
Okay, coming.
Tri-bolt again.
Both.
Great kill.
You'll sandwich them.
Ranger, armor.
I got 33.
Nice.
Fighting.
Ranger 1, jump it. Nice, killed himself.
I like how aggressive Avec is being on the items, but I don't think Kilson can keep up that pace. So Kilson will have to find a plan to be well positioned to keep fighting, basically. Catching up soon. They both come up the jump pad, but Kilson is there, and it still works. They both go up the jump pad, and it works.
Is it Dramas? Dramas is in position at the moment. Is there time to come back still? Oh, he's got it. The sacrificial lemon front. Oh no, he misses completely! Big misses. I don't know why the rail. Did he run out of rocket ammo there?
No, but he's just Ramis. Can they kill Avec? He does kill Avec. He gets there. Okay.
He makes up for everything just there.
Exactly.
He's out of weapons and everything at the moment.
And it's still a very tight game. It's impossible to call right now. He keeps going back and forth.
Yeah. RMV who took the heavy armor and also... Oh, hello.
RMV playing a little bit more defensive now. I think he knows that someone just took the rail, but he can't find an angle on whoever it was. Still a while for items to be up. Nice, and he almost gets the combo with Avec.
Well defended by Avec, really well defended. That was under a lot of pressure just then. Kilson also picking up a kill. This is putting Endpoint 1 ahead, but there's a fickle amount of health for one of them.
Wow, so much damage there from Dramis and RMV just on cleanup duty. Mega coming up soon, and Dramis again with 2 directs. Again and again, these rockets have been stellar this whole best of 5.
Heavy next, great positioning from him. Get Avec away. No, already taken. Not to worry about that. Push from the side. RMV really needs to help, and he is there. 2 frag advantage. RMV screaming for the mega health, but he had it mistimed a little bit. It was still 5 seconds away at that point. We have got the quad coming up in a second. Draws falls. Just RMV to try and protect it. But it is going to be 2 clean frags and a relatively clean quad to be picked up too. Amazing stack for Alex. Surely this is the light that they're looking for to bring them to another map, to put them on the board when it comes to the map score. This is a big swing considering what we've been getting on Veil so far.
Yeah, and all of the kills have been relatively clean as well. So Avec and Kilson maintain control throughout the map, and they're sandwiching the kill there. RMV does get the kill on Kilson in the end. So maybe there's still a chance they can come back. They need to pressure this heavy though. There's no pressure whatsoever. The Mega is going to be up soon. And there's no pressure whatsoever on the Mega either.
It's 2 very stacked players on Endpoint, all things considered. They're playing themselves off the map. Dramas is just scrambling to get any amount of items.
You know what their plan is, right? They got rails. They want to use them, but without stack, they're not going to be able to use them.
I mean, they're hitting rails, but is it enough? It just doesn't seem to be. Dramas!
Oh, nice.
3 more needed.
Wow, did Avec just steal that with a knock from rail?
I don't know, but it has actually resulted in a kills for DBE. 2 more needed for Endpoint. Dramas with a frag. Mega Health was just picked up by him. This should be 1 more for DBE.
This is very scary now.
Heavy's the next port to call for the players.
It's going to be Heavy, then power up.
Chunky rocket from Kilson. Important at this point of the game.
Kilson really only with rockets though.
Oh wow, Kilson.
Just leg it. And Avec getting the kill. There's one. They need one kill.
One more.
Kilson to fourth map at least.
Avik, what can he do? He's pressure from the top. Mega health is going to be taken. There's a huge look at the top right. You can see the stacks on the Keel and the Ranger. It's an enormous amount of health and armor, and we've got protection coming up. This needs to be perfect for DBE. They need to break it in. They've killed Avik. Can they get Kilson too? It's 46 to 49. Kilson's run away.
And RMV gets it. They can definitely do this. Dramis just has to stay alive, basically, and let RMV go on a hunt. Yeah. Heavy is up. Kilson trying to push for it. He's going to go down.
Oh, wow. Dramis from below. There's no rockets or anything, so RMV's got really limited mobility at the moment.
Dramis just has to stay alive, basically, and let RMV go for it. This could be a clean sweep from DBE if RMV can find them, but he's not finding anyone.
He can't move at all around the map. Finally, Dramis, you've got to be careful. He's close to them. He has some stack to work with. Avik goes down. It's 48 to 49. Kilson's been found. It's going to be 49 all.
Where is Avik? Can they find Avik together?
He's just got to keep...
If they rail him, can he land this other shot? Kilson is at the rail.
He landed a huge rail just then, and you can see how weak Dramis is. That was almost it. That was so close.
One rail to decide this match right now.
Oh my God. He's so weak. Dramis just trying to leg it away, 78 points of health. Almost everybody is vulnerable to some degree over here.
This is insane. The tension is too much right now.
RMV, 10 points of health! Is he going to go for him? No, he doesn't. 10 HP!
Hits it! They win!
You got it!
Clean sweep 3-0. That's insane. That is insane. 3-0 by DBE to endpoint. That is the first 3-0 we've seen today. We didn't think we would see any, but what a performance by DBE. They showed up big.
Oh my God.
How are you feeling the tension, Lethal?
I'm still stunned.
Those last 30 seconds were insane. Everyone was railable on the server.
Yeah, everybody low, and I could not keep up with what needed to happen next because it's like everyone needed to do nothing, and it was a bit like who dares wins.
Who dares to show, and obviously DB eventually showed up. Even to the power up, they needed endpoint needed one frag, and they both show up through the choke point using their abilities, and it was a mess. Nobody knew what was happening, but they did get the power up.
That was crazy.
What a performance.
But they were set up so nicely with items there as well. I thought if there's a chance for them to make it back, it's now, because Kilson and Avik were relatively low. Sure, they had position, but how the hell do you defend against that? Unbelievable.
And fair play for Dramis for staying alive for that entirety of like the last minute, whilst using RMV to try at least find out exactly not just where they were, but Dramis had a clear indication of where they're going to be. They knew they could be hiding around the rail.
And just, thanks to DBE for bringing us back sort of in schedule, I guess.
Yeah, a little
starting
bit,
to get there.
Could be worse. Well, they definitely said it's at least half an hour. Could have been much, much worse, but yeah, fantastic play. Inter's right about the prediction, but just wrong team. But fair play for actually making that 3-0. But yeah, I find it funny that after that first map, RMV actually said during a little briefing for the second map, it was like, fingers a bit tingling, like, very nervous. And then he pulled all that from his backside on Deep Embrace.
Yeah.
Ridiculous.
This is a great performance by RMV and Dramis, because on LAN they have been infamous for not performing on LAN, especially Dramis. When he performs really well online, then he comes to LAN and he gets really poor results. And RMV came to last KeenCon, he didn't really perform well, and now they showed up big.
Question: how hard was he hitting?
He was hitting hard. He was hitting hard. That should be a question for our interviewer. How hard was Dramis hitting?
Yeah.
I don't know if Dramis knows we heard that though.
I was waiting for you to say it word for word, but we'll let you off.
Yeah.
Zook got away with it. I won't get away with it.
I was ready to commit.
Unlike most of the teams here, you committed. You committed to the cause. But yeah, honestly, that was a stellar performance. I would say that was probably one of the very last chances that there could be a clean sweep. The fact that it happened to DBE, fair play to them. They were just phenomenal. Both RMV and Dramis just complete domination. I'm still gobsmacked.
RMV's rails as well. I mean, that's also one of the things.
Dramis' rockets.
And we even had corrupted keep where we couldn't think about that. It's just, Dramis rocket. You're absolutely right.
Insane. Everything about that series was insane. I am really happy for RMV and Dramis.
Yeah, I'm extremely impressed with just the display of skill overall. I know majority of it was aim skill, but their coordination is probably some of the best I've seen so far compared to most of the teams. It's like whatever they do, it's fast-paced, but it's committed. They won't just have different ideas and then segregate, which happens to a lot of these teams, and some of these top teams could happen. So for the top 3, or top 4 now technically, yeah, sure, fair enough. They're going to realise that Endpoint got dominated. And you've got to remember, Endpoint took Master Rave to a game 5, so what can DBE now bring to the other teams?
One more win, you get yourself in that prize money.
Exactly, yeah. €1,000 to start things off in the third place, 1,500 for second, and 2,500 for first. But I do believe we have an interview with Dragonborn Esports lads to see how they feel about that clean sweep. I'm sure they're feeling pretty damn good about themselves right now, but we've got Linus to find out their thoughts on that series.
Yeah, I mean, these two have been smiling since they got next to me here. Congratulations for reaching top 4. How do you feel right now? I mean, that comeback on Veil, that was just nuts.
Yeah, I'm feeling pretty good. I feel like we're hitting hard right now. I'm ready to go all the way to grand finals. Let's go.
It seems like you seem to struggle a little bit in the mid game from some maps at least in this series. Do you think that's something you need to work on going up against cheaters in the next game?
Yeah, I kept losing time in this for some reason. I don't know. I was focusing on hitting everything, and then I couldn't remember. I was like heavy 16, and then 2 seconds later I was like, I'm gonna wait for heavy. I don't know.
Speaking of hitting everything, there was a little moment where we grabbed the comms of you guys, and Ramis actually, you put it quite, hit the nail on the head in saying I'm hitting hard as fuck, bro. Both of you really did it, right? I mean, how does it feel when everything just clicks?
It feels pretty good. That's all I gotta say about that. I feel like today is just one of those days where everything's, hitting. Weapon switches feel good. Everything just feels really nice. Coming from 100 ping online, this is feeling real good.
Yeah, I can imagine. I can only imagine. Now, I wish you the best of luck for your series against the cheaters next. How do you feel about that?
I mean, with the cheaters, it's always like 50-50 with us. We've played them pretty much every qualifier, like before this. So it'll probably be the same maps as earlier, because it always is. And it'll probably go to like really close games like it did earlier as well. It always is.
Ready for the rematch, that's for sure.
Looking for some revenge. And with that, I'm sending it back to the desk.
Thank you very much, Linus. And it's just a matter of who can put these lads on a leash. It seems like no one at this point, well, today anyway. And the top 3 will be a little bit scared of like what they could do in order to kind of put a halt to this aggression, because it's not just the usual just running at people and hitting all your shots. It's been coordinated extremely well.
I mean, it raises eyebrows, doesn't it? All of a sudden.
It's
does. Like, oh, right, okay. These guys are here to play. Because, of course, they weren't in the sort of winner bracket semis, for instance. And you kind of sometimes expect, oh, well, winner bracket semis, we'll kind of see all these same familiar faces a bit later on. But no, not necessarily the case. It's a nice little shake-up in what's happening. And if they can take down cheaters, it stirs things up even more and changes expectations of those players that could be coming down at the lower bracket.
And we did mention as well that DBE are probably not a dark horse, but a complete wild card of how things could occur in this tournament.
And I just want to add that it's also Dragonborn Esports' last Quake event. I believe that's what they.
Possibly, unless there are more.
I think that's what they announced. I saw on Reddit, at least. So.
Yeah.
A sort of final hurrah for that, if that is indeed the case, is going to be well appreciated.
Nothing else is announced. It's hard for them to prepare for more.
Yeah.
Unless
they win, and then they're like, oh, we're back.
Unless you guys at home donate for over 20,000 euros, and then we can have another KeenCon next year.
Speak of the devil, we're just about to bring that up before we go for a break, as we do have our GoFundMe. Make sure you head over there and search for KeenCon 2025. We've still got plenty of milestones to get through. We've already got through 3. Well, I think we're very close to our 4th one now, hitting that 2,500 mark, and the final one being that 20,000 euros to have a Barcelona KeenCon 2025 next year. So if you want to contribute, make sure you head to the GoFundMe page, search KeenCon 2025, and you can make your donations there with all the information required and the milestones which are available for those giveaways. But for now, we're going to take a little bit of a hefty break. We've had quite a few series so far. We've had plenty of map fights. Our first ever 3-0 finally. Typical, I'm not the one casting it. But yeah, we're going to take a break, and we'll be back later on with the rest of the lower bracket matches, and of course that all important upper bracket finals. So we'll see you guys very soon.
Who's a hot shot now?
Can you tell me who won that time? 'Cause when you're 20 feet tall and throwing light. Are you even?
I like this party.
Set him up. I'll knock him down.
Flying high and fast. I didn't know we invited clowns to this party. It must be my birthday. You wouldn't. I thought you were gonna. My house, my rules. It must be my birthday. What you? Let's go, There's only one top pick.
Shane pissed.
My bad. this. You must feel terrible having... You lack. I'm 5 by 5 over here. Can't catch me.
Let's go, sons of bitches. Come looking for
Who's a hot shot here?
Can you tell me who won that time? Because I... Well, you're 20 feet tall and throwing lightning.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Barcelona KeenCon 2024 as we're still in pure darkness and here we are, we're lit up once again back with Int and Zoot for this next series. And let's be honest, this one is going to be a banger, this upper bracket final.
It's going to be great, although the last one was also really good. All of the games today have been amazing. As we expected when we get to these kind of stages, right?
Yeah.
I'm trying to look through my notes, guys.
So
they've all been great.
If you guys are unaware, it's going to be Maestro Rave versus Chicago Doggos. It's going to be a very difficult one to call, and we have to be real here. Maestro have had a few close shaves leading up to this, especially the one with Endpoint, which has probably been the best series, or actually, let's be honest, one of the best series, because we can't forget the ones earlier with Team Bobber and Team Mice 2 yesterday, because those two back-to-back comebacks was ridiculous, but how that final map ended between Maestro Rave and Endpoint was just ridiculous. And now they've got to play against Chicago Doggos is where they've got to try and really dig deep and find their weaknesses.
I chatted to Wenger earlier, and I just wanted to clarify that he too forgot what the overtime rules were.
Really?
Yeah. So, because he died shortly after, he's like, crap, I just lost the game for us. And then Razy's telling him, no, keep going, it's not over yet.
But this is what I mean, they've been so accustomed to this dual format for the last 7 years. It's
with that in mind, I wonder if who were they playing versus?
Endpoint.
Endpoint also thought that by killing him, they would win the game, and that's why they all dropped position to kill him.
We didn't ask them, I guess.
We didn't ask them, but I mean, they were sad enough. I was talking to them outside. They were sad enough. I didn't want to ask anymore.
Was the overtime rules in the rulebook, or do we just assume we just play by Quake Champions server rules?
Quake Champions standard rules, I guess.
I knew it went to sudden death, but I thought it would just go to sudden death continuously until the next frag. And then when I realised it went to 49 instead of 48 and nothing happened, I was just like, okay, it's not next frag. Because we've been so used to the dual format.
It can't go over 50, right? I'm pretty sure it stops at 50.
If you had more scrims versus Buxer and Garpy like I did, you'd be used to that. At least 1 or 2 overtimes.
That is true, yeah. Well, they're probably used to, they probably had more overtimes than any other team combined, if that's the case. That wouldn't be too much of a surprise. But I do believe the teams are ready to come out onto the stage. And this is, let you guys know at home, the upper bracket final if you're just joining us. So we're going to welcome onto the stage Chicago Doggos versus Maestro Rave.
Very civilized.
Yeah, I feel like with these teams, a lot of people would have predicted this, but it would have been a little bit more different if Maestro Rave were more well-drilled, so to speak, but they still made it here, and we're going to see if now they can give Chicago Doggos not just a really good run for their money, but just take it all and not let fatigue sell it in if they drop into the lower bracket.
Chicago Doggos, it's not like they've been the perfect team
this
tournament.
No.
There have been sort of slip-ups or signs of weakness or vulnerability where teams are able to exploit them and take map wins off of them, but they still have been getting all the victories, of course. They topped their group, and they're topping the standings aside from Maestro who are beside them in the winner bracket. Do you think that do you think they can lose still, or is it me just making excuses? Or
it's LAN, right? People have to adjust to the LAN environment once they come in. We've seen a lot of teams perform close to their standards, but there's been a lot of weakness by every team. You know, Maestro, we expected a little bit more from them, and then at some points they overperformed, other points they underperformed. Same thing with Cheaters, same thing with Endpoint or DB. I think every team here has been wildly inconsistent, which has made for extremely fun games.
Yeah, it really has done. And after what we saw from Dragonborn Esports earlier, the world's their oyster, and I don't think anyone wants to dip their toes into lower bracket from what we've seen from their performance. We don't know how consistent it's going to be, but it was consistent. Like literally the entirety of the series. It wasn't just one map they popped off, it's all 3. So we have to see Cheaters play against them later on, and I'm sure that is going to be an absolute bloodbath. But speaking of bloodbaths, this is definitely going to be one for the ages here.
They're starting the picks and bans, and they're just going quickly at it. By the time we turned around, they've already picked 4 maps. So Exile, first map by Chicago Doggos. Maestro Rave go with their favorite pick, Corrupted Keep. A ban on Molten Falls, and a ban from Maestro on Veil. Chicago Doggos not picking Blood Covenant first. It's going to be last map Deep Embrace. Okay.
But that's what I mentioned earlier. I said after their performance on Blood Covenant the last couple of times, do you reckon they'll make that pick? Yeah,
they
they
probably
make the switch and they have to.
sort of kind of avoiding it, picking it first, I guess.
Yeah, yeah. And they've had the choice of, they probably would have banned Blood Covenant first if they had the chance, but instead
Is that a
Bale was
kill
banned
ban?
for them.
It is a kill ban.
Yes, it is.
You know what that ban
Clutch
says?
Nix.
That ban just says, pick whatever you want. That's it. To be fair, Maxer does play kill quite a lot on the first 2 maps. And even on a couple of other maps. Like
Anarchy
Maxer,
or
for some
Slash.
reason, he likes kill.
Either one.
And
So
he
does
makes it
Razy.
work. Yeah, but Razy can play everything else.
That's true.
I find it quite interesting that in the interview, Maestro
Razy on
did say
Anarchy
that
when he can't be
they
hit
always prefer
is a
banning
little,
Eisen, and
yeah.
now they haven't. But maybe they said that on purpose just to try and throw off their picks.
It's not like
their
Maxer
bans.
or Rafa are really Eisen players.
No,
So there's no real, you know,
Yeah,
risk.
they're worried about Avic there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But so interestingly, the Cheetahs beat Chicago Doggos on Embrace, and Embrace is their last map, I guess.
Which is Maestro's best map as well.
But it's just strange that we aren't getting Embrace earlier. I would have thought that Maestro would want to capitalize on the possible weaknesses that are Embrace. Like, well, you lost it to Cheetahs, meaning we have a good shot at it.
Maybe how they played against Endpoint earlier has thrown them off. Because there's a lot of stalemates
I
there,
guess.
and they had the right idea with hanging around the heavy section and then denying the rail, but still weren't able to solidify any kind of map control afterwards. So maybe if they decided just to not exactly throw it away to the point where they're going to ban it first in the best of 5, but at least leave it open towards the end of the series instead.
Yeah, plus it's a very swingy map. If things aren't going your way, or if you still need to warm up, it's not a good map to jump straight into.
No.
You want to be well warmed up, because it's a very fast-paced map. You need your timings on, you need your communication on, and you need your aim on.
Where do you see the maps going in terms of who's winning? Is Exile one that you see Maestro taking?
I'm surprised that, yeah, I mean, Chicago Dogs are they're not the best team on Exile, but neither are Maestro, and I think they saw how Maestro were playing it early, and they thought, okay, we can exploit this. And by the second map, I kind of expect this to be 1-1 from the start.
I really feel, yes, Wenger and Razy love Corrupted Keep, but I just feel like Rafa is amazing tactically on that map. I would be not surprised if it's a 2-0 start for Chicago Doggos.
It might be a 2-0 for, like, it's generally, when you get to this level, both teams are here due to their own performances. You get this level, it can go, all 3 maps might be very close, but we can also have like complete washout from one side. And with that said, I'm about to leave you guys. Have fun watching the game.
Enjoy your late lunch.
Enjoy your break, even though you just had half an hour. And we'll let you crack on anyway. And guys at home, this is the upper bracket final. It's between Chicago Doggos and Maestro Rave. Let's see who's going to be able to take it. And you can see already Ranger and the Eisen coming out from Chicago Doggos. And for Wenger and Razy, they're going to wrap up with the Strog and the BJ. So completely different picks. No signs of a mirror match here, but we could see a bit of a switcheroo later on, starting off from Raf's perspective. And not the best to start, as Max is trying to stay alive. Great trade straight from the TP, and Wenger traded straight back onto Maxter afterwards.
Maxter just taking them off the negatives as quickly as he possibly could. Beautiful rail there of Wenger. He's got some rockets to work with. He is going 1 versus 2 with a robotic turret there versus him. But Maestro Rave off to a wonderful start, with Wenger also overstacked with the armor, pushing forward, taking down yet another. And Razy's actually quite healthy himself, and Rafa killed himself off with the tribal, I'm pretty sure.
I kind of feel like with Maestro Rave, they needed to be pushed over the edge at some point in this tournament in order to hit their peak. And I think Endpoint have actually accidentally done it for them. So now they're playing how they should be playing and how we said they could, consider the pedigree of skill they have. And which they could deliver, and it's 5 to -1. So let's hit that last round. Yes, he does. Wenger managed to take it. Left on 64, 84 HP now, so he isn't relevant anymore, but can continue making that push. Wenger gets another one. Rafa's doing well left standing on the Mega. Quad up in 10.
Rafa's killed himself twice, I'm pretty sure, which is why this are back to -1. And Max just keeps having to bring them back. There is a quad though, and it is going to go to Liquid. I think that Rafa died, so we've got Maxter to take it. There's the orb kill, and he is now well stacked up.
And you know how easy it is to flip the map back and forth, especially on XR. They proved it again and again before, especially now with the quad in their hands. But it seems like even though they're fully stacked, Maestro are doing a good job just keeping their distance and maybe trying to get a sprinkle of damage here and there. But not been too successful, but let's see what they can do as Max just Using those rocket jumps to try and at least create a surprise attack onto Maestro. They get a huge amount with the quad, but great distance and great reluctant plays coming from Maestro.
I wouldn't recommend any rocket jumps with quad damage on any other champion, just for the record, guys. I was honestly even surprised you'd do it with Ranger. Good little push there from Maxter. Rail damage too onto Wenger and cleaned up by Rafa, who's working his way into this series after probably not the kind of start he would have hoped for.
Yeah, good comeback so far from Chicago Doggers. They were actually down 7 to -1, and now they're changing things up. It's now 10 to 7 in favor of Maestro, as Mega will be up shortly in the next 12 seconds. Protection not for another 50, as they're going to be having their plan of action to try and get top control back, have that height advantage, and grab the Mega to follow suit.
They're coming through. There's the push. The Mega Health getting stolen just then. Rafa takes 2 kills while Maxter controls the items in that room. And we are almost tied up again. It has been a while since Maestro have been able to get a kill. And I can hear Razy on VJ using dual wield. He takes down Maxter. And I think we have the Eisen player incredibly weak at the moment. We have got protection spawning in about 10 seconds time. And they just want to clean them both up. And this is beautiful for Maestro. Get himself with 5 seconds to go. We've got a bit of pressure coming from the side, but not an issue for Wenger. Very close. Rafa almost with the steal, but we should be able to actually push forward and be aggressive now, Wenger. Look at that overstack.
And you could tell as well, Maxter and Rafa were looking to save that turret for the very last moment if they managed to get any kind of defender's advantage and prep for that power, but it just wasn't to be. They just couldn't get any kind of establish any kind of control there. It's making good use of that protection, 16 to 10. Wenger trying to find anything else before the protection runs out. Has only got a few seconds left, but they're going to get a good idea exactly where they are. Managed to find one. Wenger coming up with a peeker. Does he get him? Does a huge amount of damage towards the Nazi Chicago Doggers, and what a direct coming out there from Wenger onto Rafa.
I think we've had 3 self-kills so far for Chicago Doggos.
I feel that, yeah.
I think so.
I think so.
And it's not been long into this map.
No.
I'll forget about that at some point. Oh, nicely done by Razy, even though he's so weak. Maxter just appears out of nowhere. And it's that sort of recovery period that we've got as we lead into the next cycle of major items. Maxter starting to string together those rails that he's so well known for. One more rotation, then it's going to be quad number 2, a defining point on the map. Oh, railable after that. Picked off by the 2 Maestro players, going back to back with them.
And they're quite aware as well that if you give Maxter any kind of space, it's all doom and gloom there, and they try to put as much pressure onto Rafa to back him away so then they can try and collapse onto Maxter afterwards. But Rafa right now, he will be collected, but he's being witnessed by Wenger above onto the rockets. Done a little bit of damage, not a huge amount to kind of turn the sway of things, but Wenger actually took out Maxter at the same time whilst he was backing away from Rafa, and looks like he's not going to go for the TP, just daring for him, but leaves the turret there just in case he does continue to through the TP, which he does not. So that is going to be the quad going to the sides of Chicago Doggos, and we're going to have a listen in with Team Chicago Doggos to see how they're going to crack on with this squad.
Okay. Should be 46 for the heavy. Killing LG soon.
13 heavy.
I'm at cave.
C.
Killing. There's a rail in cave still. Okay. HMG.
Yes, 2 nest.
I'm clearing nest. Ending at nest. Both weak. Got one. Shotgun.
Okay. I'm with
Mega first. I'm grabbing B.
A tribal 1.
Okay. Don't see him anymore.
Oh my god.
Okay, grabbing Mega.
I think he has a rail.
They're going to get, actually.
I got heavy. 45.
15 Mega. Strog took nest and A.
Yes, A. A strong rail there.
Okay.
It was a very, very good power-up when we just saw from Chicago Doggos, but they are battling a bit more with the control moving into this next portion of the map. Razy and Wenger did briefly have control of their heavy, but they're struggling with it all of a sudden. Nice double push there by Maxter and Rafa.
I do like the comments from Maxter and Rafa as well. A lot of small talk and quite concise comms just to not make sure that the comms are a little bit too inflated in a lot of ways, and nothing too pointless is being mentioned. They make sure the most important.
most.
Yeah, no word salads, basically. Let's put it that way.
I'm good.
Yeah, word, speak, basic, go.
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
Their way of things. But still, Maestro up by 5. Protection will be up in the next 20 seconds, but not before the Heavy and the Mega is going to be appearing before our very eyes, with Max getting a good amount of damage and cleans up Wenger. Razy has backed away, but just making sure they get that heavy control, but he's trying to get the rail at the same time whilst Wenger spawns with him. But it's all about how they're trying to try and tackle Chicago Doggos for this protection.
And here we go, couple of seconds left. Maestro players are pushing in. We've got both of the Chicago Doggos going down. Little bit of health and armor to work with for Razy. I think it's enough to get something working.
I got your back, kid.
He's got his back. Wenger's managed to find Rafa. Can he push a little bit more? Heavy, I think, was taken by Rafa. Go and get rid of that turret. We've still got 10 seconds of this. He can survive a bit. Oof. Light armor, teleporter, and where does he want to finish this on? He has rockets or something to play with. He's got to back out now. Slight missed switch there, it feels like. And that is going to allow Chicago Doggos to get a couple more frags back. There's 7 a difference, though. Advantage, Maestro, Rave. This is the map pick for Chicago Doggos, so it would be quite a significant advantage if they can get this map win.
Yeah, that heavy steal earlier from Rafa was a huge play from him, just to cushion the blow once the protections run out, just to then be able to maybe establish a kind of map control. But the back-to-back rails coming up from Razy, that's going to be another double for Maestro. And Rafa was able to put Razy in his place, knowing that he was going to go for the TP from the info transferred from Maxter. So coming down by 7, still plenty of time left on the clock. Rafa has picked up the heavy, quad's coming up in 40. And we've still got a couple more items left before in hand, but Rafa's already taken a ton of damage before putting Razy in his place and finally hitting that one crucial rail as he's still trying to back away and restack, and still took down Wenger, but Razy finally tackles him down with the machine gun.
They went hard on that. Razy finally getting himself the kill of the rockets. 15 seconds left. This is a big, big power-up. Heavy taken by Rafa. I think we can go in and listen to teams for this power-up. This is going to be a big one.
Go on, then.
Net on. Fighting. Yes, I'm a shotgun. For me.
He's going to get Mega. 33 power-up.
I'm going heavy. Is that?
Good job.
I'm guarding LG. They're going to be near, I think.
Yep.
Rocket, I think.
One rocket, yeah.
I'm going up.
63 on him.
Don't fight, don't fight.
Yep.
I'm good. You can take heavy. Take
okay.
heavy.
Take in. 21.
Other guy dead. They might have rail. No, they don't. They don't.
5-minute warning.
Below, machine gun and rail.
Mega's up.
Rail, Eisen.
Dead.
Other guy rail as well. Focus heavy. Let them
I'm here.
rail.
I'm here.
I'm killing Eisen. Don't pass me. Focus on heavy.
This has been an amazing string of play we've just been seeing from Maestro. Perfect control with the quad damage, finishing with the quad on the Mega Health, which is the next spawning major item, getting all the vertical damage. What an advantage that they've currently got against the Chicago Doggos. Rafa goes down. It is 3 more kills that they need to take map number 1.
Yeah, it's not looking too great, is it? A bit of a bleak start, considering it's their map pick as well. So we've seen it time and time again. We've seen teams taking each other's map picks and 48 to 34.
They lost to Cheaters the first map in their series, and then they came back all the way. So I don't really think you can't read into it too much at this point if that's what's about to happen. This is going to be the penultimate kill now. Only 1 more needed by the Maestro team. Surely it is but moments away for them.
Certainly is. Raiders is there for them to push in. He is on the Mega, coming up any second now, followed by the Heavy and then the protection afterwards. I don't think we're even going to get that far, but with some good rail damage coming up for the lads on Chicago Doggos, and they're just backing away towards the LG, towards the top light, and now looking to back away even further. And this is just going to be a very difficult task. They're definitely making themselves work for this last kill, but should be able to find him, but Wenger will be finishing off Rafa with the heavy machine gun. And there we have it, a nice clean start there from the Maestro lads.
Very confident start, honestly. A bit more than we've been seeing, I think, versus Endpoint.
Yeah.
I know they were getting the map wins. No, they didn't. They lost. They were losing 2-0 to start with, so they were particularly shaky versus Endpoint. But they've come out storming out the gates, to be honest. But 28 kills for Wenger. Everyone else relatively even. Yeah, very impressive.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Wenger's massively stepped up his game now in comparison to what he's done in the previous series. And I mentioned it earlier, but someone needed to push Maestro Rave to, because there was a lot of times they would force a lot of stalemates. They were trying to play it very methodical. Needed a team to kind of get him out of that rut and play to the style, which they need to do to dictate the pace. And Endpoint were the ones to do it, because you saw by map 3 in that series earlier against Endpoint, they were just an entirely different team. And that's exactly what we needed, especially for their tempo for them to perform. So now they're playing the A game. They're playing like they're at home. They're playing like how they should be. And it needed a team to push him over the edge, which is what Endpoint did. So now they can play to this phenomenal fashion against Chicago Doggos.
I'm trying to remember the last time that we really see Rafa going into a lower bracket.
Yeah, it's not really on anyone's bingo card, is it?
I'm genuinely trying to think when was the last time that's actually happened. From recent, and I'm talking LAN performances from recent times. The last time I remember, it was probably PGL 2018, but there must be something more recently than that, right? There must
2021 or 2022?
Was there a QPL that he went down early? I think you're right. I think there's a QPL that went down a bit earlier.
It was the one which Wenger won. I can't remember which year it was. I want to say
2020. It was later on, right?
I think, yeah. I want to say 2021, because that was when he dropped into the lower bracket, and then Razy took him down in the lower bracket finals afterwards. That's the one I want to say. I don't know if it's 22. I'm pretty sure it's 21. Pretty sure. Someone can quote me if I'm mistaken. I'm sure plenty of people.
It's almost like these where, okay, Rafa and co. At this point, it's Maxter. Sorry, Maxter. Rafa's the narrative that I'm trying to build at the moment. Sorry. It's like, oh, he's lost the map. Does that mean he can go down to the lower bracket? Because he's just such a favourite every single time he plays. It's always wondering, can actually his opposition, in this instance Wenger and Razy, actually do it? And I'm not going to believe it till it happens.
No, it's the tip of the iceberg at the moment. They basically just scrape the surface, and it's depending on how many more maps they can take.
There's a lot more digging to go.
A lot more layers, yeah. It's still got to reach the core yet. They're still on the surface.
You don't want to make Rafa mad, and at this point he's going to be entering his level of hyper-focus, where he is paying delicate attention to what minute tactical changes that he needs to make to fix what's been happening, and him and Maxter are going to look for whatever that solution is, whatever that's down. And I'm sure whatever happens at the end, we'll find a breakdown one way or another.
I think we will, yeah. You can tell a lot of the occasions that Rafa's always on the front line, and if you give Maxter plenty of space, Raspen is going to be hitting like a madman. And Wenger and Razy are well aware of it. You've seen how aggressive they are. They seem a lot more coordinated. I think before, back in the first 2 maps against Endpoint, they didn't seem committed to every battle, even if it's the right or wrong decision.
You're completely right. They started the series now against Endpoint, just not really pushing anything. It was a stalemate.
But it was constant. There was like no flow. There was always letting Avok and Kilson be the initiative playmakers, when we damn well know Razy and Wenger, it's in their blood to make the plays, and it's so weird to watch him on the defense.
And they've actually gone out and taken the initiative really early on in this series.
Exactly.
Which is interesting now, because if they are moving from, they were not at their highest level at the beginning of the series versus Endpoint, but if they immediately go to their potential, I'm wondering, 3-0 on the cards?
Yeah,
well, anything can happen. It can reverse sweep 3-0, whatever. We don't know what happens here.
Well, do you want to cast at 3 AM? I don't mind, actually.
I mean, we might have to, is the thing, so... We'll do what we're told, Lethal.
No, I'm just here to talk. I'm not really here to say much. I haven't got much of an analytical opinion, but Inta's not here either. So actually, I've got a better replacement. Yeah, I've got a better replacement, so that's fine.
Oh, thanks, mate.
That's all right. It's all good. So you come back after like 4 years, and you're still a better expert.
I mean, I'm contractually obligated to slate Inta every opportunity.
That's understandable. And just to let you guys know, at home we still got the milestones. We've already surpassed 2,000 euros earlier. We were very, very close to the 2,500 euro mark, where we will be giving away the 40 Gods jersey signed by the one and only Maxter. And after that, we still got keyboards, more jerseys, and then the 20,000 euro mark, which will be to have KeenCon next year in Barcelona in 2025. So keep the donations coming in. Make sure you head over to the GoFundMe page, search for KeenCon 2025, And then, yeah, we'll just have to see how it happens, and we'll keep you guys updated with each milestone we'll reach. But back into the series.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to go to Corrupted Keep next. I suspect they're waiting to load the map for us. We are moving now into Maestro's map pick. I did say, though, at the beginning that while Wenger and Razy are incredibly confident Corrupted Keep players, tactically, I think Raph is just incredible on this map. I think it's going to be a lot down to that lightning gun room. Time and time again, we've seen earlier in the event that it's kind of won or lost based on the control that you have around that room. And if you are a team that's going to continuously try and challenge, and you are almost forced to do that in order to weaken your opponent, sometimes you just end up throwing frags away and the game is over and it's 50-28 or whatever it happens to be. I think it's going to be won or lost on that, but I just know that Rafa is amazing at planning tactics around it. And if Maxter is able to sort of follow that lead, or, I don't want to undermine them at all, as I know that they kind of share that sort of captaincy of the team.
Yeah.
He's just such a star. He's the VIP, and he calls for VIP to treatment. Like, I'm feeling it. Give me all the items. Give me everything. You know.
He's the juggernaut in terms of his strategic influence around the map.
And that's it. That's what I'm trying. That's what I'm spending 45 minutes trying to say.
I didn't mean to simplify it in 5 words. Do you know what I was going to say? I was going to say that it's pure filth how good he is in terms of strategic manner, but I'm not going to go that route.
That's what's so sort of unusual for a player like Rafa. It's not just that sort of gift of being able to duel. It's his ability to also articulate himself while he's playing and put that into a sort of team environment at the same time. So that's what it's rare to have someone who can get to that level in both types of game modes.
Yeah, I massively respect his refinements to his gameplay in every aspect. Even when he feels like things have been perfected, in his head it's not, and it never will be. And even then, like, he could win like 10 championships in a row, which he probably has done, but we just can't recall how many times he's won in a row. But
it's been a ridiculous amount.
And it's a pleasure to watch because it makes us as viewers, as casters, or just the average player or competitive players realize what that level is in terms of how to reach it and what needs to be done and what's required to even to hit that level. But he was so beyond that in duel. It was very, very difficult for anyone to even be on par. Like, it may take a map or two if you're lucky, but beyond that point, it was very rough. And now you've got to do it in a twos environment, which is going to be it's going to add more complications to how you want to go about things. The only thing you can do as that player is to take on that in-game leader role, which in my opinion can also sacrifice some of your slaying ability.
Yeah. I'm also wondering on Razy's side now. I'm so used to in the past seeing QPL events where Razy will meet Rafa in the final and he'll be exhausted because he would have played like 400 games already that day. He's going to be relatively fresh compared to that. So I wonder whether there's a sort of mental game going on as well, because the amount of times that Razy has eventually lost to Rafa in a duel format.
Exactly. And just before we get into this map as well, with the donations, Asta have actually donated 2,000 euros into the GoFundMe pool. So thank you so much.
Unbelievable.
For a huge donation, much appreciated. And we were talking about the milestones we've reached. We've probably gone through every single milestone apart from that last one.
He missed a 0. We're trying to get KeenCon 2025.
Yeah. I don't know if you're meant to put in 20,000, Asta, but we're only joking with you. But thank you so much for such a generous donation. We really do appreciate it. As we're now going to go back into the series between Chicago Doggos and Maestro Ray. If you are just joining us, we are in the upper bracket final, and you can see Maestro coming up 1-0, and we're tied in this second map on CK. And this is now Maestro's map pick. Let's see how dominant they can be potentially compared to that first map.
Yeah, absolutely. Relatively even start, back and forth. Strogs and BJs mirrored. And we are on Razy Cam. Heavy up in a second, and it looks like Chicago Doggos are trying to put some pressure on, but they're not able to push all the way to the end. No LG for Razy. And I'd be surprised if there's LG for Wenger at this point as well. Now, they're going to need to push in at some point. Rafa's suicided. Done that a lot during Exile. Gotta get the kill, but doesn't really have that LG angle. The dual wield was used just as the power-up is spawning. I think that is Rafa who's been able to pick it up, and Maestro are trying to just extend that aggression to try and take it away from him, but they are not able to do so.
Certainly not, no, but this squad is going to do themselves dividends here, and it's just making it work. But even though Rafa got 2, Razy was able to get the trade onto him straight afterwards, and I like that from Max, just delaying the quad a little bit just to throw off the timing, assuming how and when the quad could expire, as Benga did take down Rafa. In the meantime, Max is still trying to get something out of his quad, but good plays from Maestro, just trying to keep his distance, or keep bed distance from Maxter, whilst that quad has now finally expired.
So delay on the heavy at the moment. Is he trying to force a trap? Let's change the tone. 10 seconds now between the Mega Health and the heavy armor. Pushing all the way to the max. Very, very weak. Looking for the peak of damage. It's going to get the full blast of the 75. Max being wary, moving back in. There is a vial down on the floor. A Razy, great blast of Algae. Getting himself a double kill, in fact, bringing himself back into the game. 12-8 still to the Doggos.
And this is the issue with CK as well. The power-ups become more important because it's even harder to keep your distance away from either protection or quad. And we can see it now, 12-9. Still in favour of the Chicago Doggos, but it's the weakest stack now coming out from Maestro. They just need to be a little bit less carefree. Is still managed to take him down, even left on 40 HP. Finally gets traded, but Benga's still trying to take on this fight, manages to come out on top. And now only down by 2 in terms of deficit. Protection 15, very important for Maestro to try and grab this.
Yep. Let's see, 10 seconds left, trying to get some support there around by the Mega Health area. 1 versus 1 remaining. There is a vial on the side, can't get the kill as the teleport is getting used in the air. 1 second to go, Maxter does not have enough health. And we have got the BJ of Razy that is going to be taking the protection. He has quite a lot to work with. No rockets that would really help accelerate him through the map.
And how Maestro were able to survive at that time after each engagement and still to get taken down and still had to stack to then compete against that protection and be able to contest it. Just ridiculous stuff. And Maestro just playing out of their minds right now. Finally got the lead and now extended it by 2. This is looking pretty good for Maestro.
Very, very impressive. We haven't really seen many corrupted keeps where we're able to get that sort of back and forth at all. So the fact that we're getting that, even if it's just the early game, very, very good news for us as spectators.
Oh, yeah.
And we're going to have a re-engagement here onto the heavy armor. Spawning in a second. Maxter does manage to take it away from them, but he is going to fall after all. But having consumed those resources, perhaps it's not going to be as dominant as a bit of map control that Maestro are allowed to have.
I've noticed that Chicago Doggos have been separated quite a lot on multiple occasions. They're always at the same time. They're on the same page, but trying to make these rotations, but Maestro is just cutting him off every time. They're like, you want to try and collapse us? That's fine. And what I love about that is with Maxter and Rafa trying to collapse onto them, both Benga and Razy decide to try and then commit just to one player and then make that split second decision straight away. And look at that, Razy with a great double with the dual wield and just continuing to punish him for their mistakes. Now up by 5.
That's the kind of dual wield that you dream of, honestly. Oh, massive rockets that we had from Rapper, but not enough to take down that monster stack that Razy had. And he's right back up with the Mega Health. Rockets are missing this time. The pressure that we are getting at the moment from Maestro is unbelievable. I think we can, though, go over to some team comms as we move into the next important power-up.
Easy. One pushing you, Mega. All right, you're fine. Mega soon.
Did you get lower? BJ there. Got it, BJ?
Not tribals.
Need help for heavy.
I'm there, You take. Okay, so Rocket, Strog, and Nail, BJ.
Going fast.
BJ twin. To Nail. Still twin.
Checking brick. Okay, twin. 5 here.
Okay, you're alone.
Yes.
Helping from Mega.
Power. Yes.
Take again. Keep going.
Yes.
Last turn, Rocket.
And got.
They're using a tribal.
Yes. Follow.
Great job from Chicago Doggos, hearing their comms and just making decisions in terms of who needs to take priority of the items and how well he did with the quad. Didn't get a huge amount of frags, but at the same time just being concise, making sure not to give it away either. Max left on 59 HP. Chicago Doggos have now retained the lead, now up by 2. after that previous quad. But it makes it quite scary because they've had one extra power-up and only up by 2.
Yeah, I love that sort of Rafa's egging Maxter on. It's like, no, you take the items, you keep going, you make the action happen like you've been doing already. Wonderful job that we're getting from Maxter.
I think that's something he mentioned in his interview as well. If someone's hit their stride in terms of their movement and aim skill and just looking to continue going into that beast mode, just let the flow keep going. Don't break the flow.
And look at the stack that Maxter has, actually. You can see at the top left under the strong portrait, he's overstacked on both items, on both health and armor, should I say.
Damn good so far for Chicago Doggos, but they managed to clean up Rafa. Rafa's just a bit of out position, but Maxter didn't actually push into help either.
God,
and look at that, great damage with that heavy machine gun and still keeping the stack, especially with this heavy coming up. And again, a great play using the Pika to feed Rafa info so he could make the chase down, and Razy actually took Rafa down again.
He spent a long time in that, though. It's harder to set up. He manages to get the damage, though, onto the protection. It is taken by Rafa in the end. This gives them a chance to extend their lead a bit. And Razy just trying to waste some time around here. Mega health taken. He does have a chance to get away briefly. Can he apply some pressure to Maxter during that same period? And Wenger is just left the building at this point, does not want to be a part of this.
He's well gone. Well, I'll say that. He's now going to have to jump. I thought he could get cleaned up. Yes, he does. And Rafa now is just going to be going straight through and just picking up a little bit more LG ammo. Well, actually went past it, but I think it was already picked up by Maxter previously, and using his rocket to try and get a little bit of damage done into the red room. Still up by 5 in this matchup, and what a direct there from down below in that red room.
It definitely feels like it is Chicago Doggo's map to lose at this point, just the way that they're playing. We have got the dual wheel being used. Not much has come from it. We're striking fear into the eyes of Maestro. Mutual frag in the end, now controlled by Razy up at the LG. And we see Maestro fight their way back into this. That's some good damage. That's some good pressure. Does feel like maybe the tide is just about turning. We just need to see if we can get Maestro to hold on to some of these kills and these exchanges. Rafa goes down. Heavy's just been taken. Vega needs to get out of here. So weak from that. Up above, Maxter manages to hunt him down. There was a one-on-one previously, though, which Razy wins versus Rafa, I believe.
This quad is so important for Maestro, though. 15 seconds left, and they haven't actually got the stack to work with. But now they've actually taken on one of the players. Yes, he does have the weaponry, but depending on the spawn, if he can grab the nearest one and then help out to grab the quad, that'd be huge. But Rafa does take down Wenger straight away. Quad up any second now. Rafa's there to pick up. They're both trying to dive on in from the Mega, but it's just not going to happen. And look at that. You saw there Maxter using the Pika. It's pretty much a body blocker, so Rafa could then continue on the rampage with the damage he was outputting with that LG.
Yeah, that power-up setup went awfully for Maestro. They were trying to win some scraps early on, but in the end, it was Rafa and Maxter winning the Mega Health, then into the heavy armor, not taking much damage in between, and now moving into the power-up. As you can see there, Rafa just closing out with a kill on Wenger. That is 11 frags ahead for the Chicago Doggos, and another's been spotted.
Did a little bit of damage with that Pika, but it's not going to be enough to turn the tide, and also did a little bit of damage onto Rafa also. Oh, good rockets coming out there from Maestro. He's having to back away once again. Still a 10 frag lead, but I think a lot of us have to agree that these next 2 power-ups, if we make it up fight, are going to be crucial now for Maestro, as it's been 3 on the trot.
Yeah, we
Chicago
can't really...
Doggos, and they've prepped very well for them.
We just can't have mistakes anymore for Maestro, but it's just under too much pressure. Rafa's just, this is what happened. There was a bit of pressure on Rafa early on. Those tactical alterations, he's hitting his stride, and now game just becomes just difficult. Whatever's beyond nightmare difficulty, I'm not sure what's after that. I think it's Rafa.
Yeah, it really is. Still that 10 frag deficit. You can tell that Maestro have actually slowed the game down a little bit, but it's not really changing much at all, because if they keep trading like this, they're going to be, they're fine with that, you know, just to end the series, end the map, sorry, they're going to be pretty keen for that idea at all. And Wenger trying to stay alive, but again, Rafa and Max are just taken down once again, and it's just the same rotation again and again. They try and progress towards that power, they lose the opportunity, try and stay away from whoever's got protection and quad, and then can't really seem to get the weaponry and the items back into their arsenal in order to then try and make some kind of comeback in map control.
So trying to get some damage. I think Razy just wasn't close enough there, moving into the protection. We've got one more kill. And it is going to be a 1-to-1 in this series. Maxa chasing through the teleporter. Surely Razy's going to go down in a second. There it is, with the bigger 50-33 on map 2, and we are tied up in this best of 5.
It was looking so good for Maestro at one stage, and we saw a couple of misplays, I would say. I think they had different. I don't know if they had different ideas on what to commit, but we'll actually listen to.
And I didn't switch because I just like the dual wield was working when I used it, so I just kept going with it.
If the job is done, just keep going.
Yeah, fucking 34% LG, my ass.
7 and 12. That's who wins games.
I was expecting to say that's BS, but it's good enough.
What was interesting was...
Yeah, the power-ups, that's what fucks us.
Yeah, the 0 armors.
But what I was trying to mention was, I don't know if it was they had different plans of action, because we saw Rafa die a couple of times when it was around the Mega, and we were going to talk about what was going to happen afterwards. But the only issue was that Rafa was actually keeping distracted, so Maxa could pick up the heavy and then keep it so that far away from him, so it's going to be heavy stacked ready for the power-up. So that was huge play from them, and that's thinking about the long term for the next 30 seconds for that power. But just to mention again, at home, Asta managed to come in with a €2,000 donation, which means we've hit almost every single milestone. So we'll talk about the jerseys and the keyboards coming up left. We've hit all that already, and we've got alls ready to give away. We're just on that one last milestone, which is the €20,000 one for Barcelona KeenCon 2025. Thanks again to Asta Esports for giving us that €2,000. Much appreciated.
Do we need to lobby Sombra into maybe some more milestones or something?
I think we may have to do it this way. We'll have to give him a bit of a nudge.
Do you get to 5,000, you can go on a date with Lethal? I got a really bad look from you.
That's not really €5,000. That's more like €10. It's not worth anything.
Oh my god. Do you want a hug, mate? We'll hug it out afterwards, okay?
A hug's worth €1 for you. But let's get into the next map. It's going to be on Blood Covenant. And if we do have additional milestones, we'll let you guys know at home. Don't you worry about that. We'll give you guys a shout and keep you guys updated, because well, I suppose we didn't really expect to get those milestones so quickly, thanks to Asta Esports. But starting off from Rafa's perspective, as respectively as well, considering how well he performed on that last map on CK, and he's already backing away, just trying to restack from that previous engagement, trying to deny that rail.
Now, I know that Wenger was laughing about it, but hopefully they can actually get some armors this time.
Yeah, that's true.
They're going to need to do that. And we're changing pace a lot with the type of champions that we have. A lot more speed going to be injected into this. Ooh, lovely turnaround rail.
Yeah, this is going to be an extremely fast-paced matchup. Don't expect any stalemates between these two teams, that's for sure.
But it's slow and sort of strategic at this point. No one wants to be the first to slip up. Wenger's just feeding. That's okay.
Rafa cleans up Razy. Now the stacks just a tiny bit, now a little bit now in favor of Rafa and Maxter, as Rafa trying to go for the rail again or trying to deny, but wasn't able to deny sadly, but might get a chunk of damage done anyway. Quad in 15, extremely important to get one of his teams off to a good start, especially Maestro, considering they haven't even got the first frag on the board in the last 90 seconds.
It seems Maestro really struggling to get any health and armor here. Razy doesn't actually kill Maxter. Okay, they are on the board at the moment. Can they keep the pressure applied? Quad was taken, but it goes down, and Wenger gets a double. He's got the mega health ready to work with. He's only got 2 rail shots left. He's focusing on the stack over the aggression, but there's another rail shot. He has heard where another player is. There are some time shards there. Shotgun into the face of Maxter, and that is putting Maestro narrowly in the lead.
I love that from Maestro as well. Having one of the players as Ferrari peak, just daring for him to try and challenge the quad, and when the other player just zooming straight for the TP and just catch him with his trousers down from behind, and then manages to rocket him to pieces and grab that quad. That was massively well played in terms of the strategy they managed to improvise such a short amount of time. So now it's gone from trying to find their first frag after 90 seconds, now up by 1 here on this third map.
It's a fragile lead. And we got Heavy and Mega are spawning at the same time at the moment. It's like Wenger and Razy have pushed themselves over to the Heavy side of the map, but are they going to rotate? They're sort of in no man's land at this point. Rafa's got some sort of coverage over here and takes a massive rocket. That is going to be Heavy going over to Razy. And he's wielding quite a good stack with the slash. Now he's got all the weapons as well. I mean, he must have been alive for a while at this point if he's able to accumulate all of this. Takes a rail shot. You can see immediately with a light champion how vulnerable you are.
He's got all the goodies. Apart from that heavy machine gun, I'm pretty sure he's going to be... he'll be fine with that.
Heavy armor in a couple of seconds. He is going to go for it. Vega manages to pick up some other rails also. Now we need to start finding that position, getting onto the protection.
Yeah, playing the lone wolf card a little bit whilst Razy was trying to restack back up and go for the heavy, but Max did a couple of missed rockets, but he's still got a decent amount of damage. But Razy manages to challenge and get a crucial double restacks. Lucky for him, the light and helpful was still available on the pillars, and plenty of damage done. Needs to try and get through that TP and finish the job, but Vega might even pop in and say hello and actually get the trade for him. And look at this though, Heavy has just been picked up. Razy sadly didn't get there in time, but due to the lack of weapons on the side of Chicago Doggos, they could take full advantage of that with the LG. And it happens to all of us, does it, with the miss jumps? It happens to the best of us.
Yeah.
Even with the slash.
Razy just injecting a large amount of chaos into the scenario. I don't think Rafa was going to be happy with the fact they lost out on the protection then.
Yeah.
One of the Rafa curses. Ooh, caught from down below, but Wenger able to save the day, get himself up onto the heavy armor. Managed to get that switch away from the rails and switch right back to it. 12-6. Brilliant first third here of the third map.
Yeah, Wenger's playing really well. There were some occasions where I kind of felt like he was being a bit over-aggressive early on the Saturday and the Friday, but he's massively changed things up, and he seems like to be playing his A game here in terms of how he wants to react around the map. Now, taken down again, left on 73 HP, up by 8.
I think Wenger struggled quite a lot in Corrupted Keep too. I'm pretty sure I remember him being fairly low on down on the scoreboard, and it feels like he's having a much better Blood Covenant.
Certainly is. Have just surpassed that 5-minute mark. Mega has been picked up, and Heavy will be coming up in the next 12 seconds. Both items heavily segregated. Quad is actually going to be coming up as well. So whoever gets that quad can go for the Mega straight afterwards. So this is going to be a huge power-up, depending on who's going to be able to prepare first and ready to actually go grab it. So it's come up in the next 12.
Yeah, Chicago Doggos are much better stacked for the time being, but we do have a heavy armor that can get taken. I think Razy's the one who grabbed it, and they're going to need to swing on by over to. You can see them moving around the long way to that part of the map. Razy has pushed forward, but it has not worked out for him. Where's the pressure coming up? There's 15 points of health. And Maxter managed to take down Wenger, who was the primary concern for Rafa at that point. So we are going to get a little run now from the Chicago Doggos with the quad. Where have Wenger and Razy disappeared to?
Yeah, hide and seek for the next 10 seconds, and rightly so, who would, considering the lack of weapons and the quad in the hands of Rafa. Just on the hunt, but didn't find too much, but the whole point of that was denial and just a few frags. It's very difficult on a map like Blood Covenant. So many places you can scarper from and just pitch a nice little tent.
Exactly. I think that was crazy then. Also, it was Wenger who had put tent up on the rail.
Yes.
Rafa still pretty stacked. Heavy machine gun just blasting over towards him, but he's just got so much to work with. Another rail. They need to do some damage to this guy. He's got all the weapons. You can tell that Rafa, with the full arsenal of weaponry, has been alive for quite a while now, and he's just rotating through the items.
Certainly is, and this could be the first game where we're going to hit the time limit if the pace continues to stay this way.
It's slow, isn't it?
Very slow, yeah. Like 7-minute mark, we're only at 14. Kind of mathematically means that we'll probably hit around the 32 mark. Math serves me correctly, but now we have reached the 7-minute mark. They're both tied at 14. We've seen quite a few unanswered frags coming out from Maestro, and it's getting a little bit worrying here as they're not able to establish any kind of control.
They've not been able to do anything for a while. I think they've been on it was 14-6, I think.
It feels that way, yeah. It does feel like that. You could be right.
Protect. What did that happen? I'm very confused.
I'm a bit confused. I'm just going to say nothing.
Yeah. I don't know what happened. And this is surely a very, very secured protection. They complete lockdown on this map is what it feels like. They know where Rafa is, so they can try and move accordingly. But now they know that he's been playing with some fancy rocket jumps. Locked down yet again. Maxter one-on-oneing with Wenger. Maxter wins out on that.
Back-to-back items, and I think that was probably the cleanest protection we've seen picked up so far.
Yeah.
Still on 14, by the way, just a heads up.
It's been a almost 20 frag swing. There we go. At last.
Absolute madness how long it took to finally get the frag just to disrupt about the control for the last few minutes. But now let's see what Maestro can do to try and bring this back. Wenger getting a lot of damage done. Must take down Rafa, and Razy also cleans up Max as well, both with the heavy machine gun. And we've spoken a lot about the meta, how the LG and the heavy machine gun has been the most used weapons in the majority of his maps. But Wenger's taking down Rafa, Maxter taking down Razy in their 1v1. But Wenger managed to get the trade onto Maxter, still able to get the Mega, and still quite nicely stacked in, doing so much damage. Razy trying to finish up with the rockets as well, and Wenger take him down again. Now only down by 2.
This is much, much better from Maestro. They've managed to get themselves onto an item comfortably and win a couple of exchanges, removing all the weapons that Rafa and Maxter would have had at that point. It's leveled out the gameplay, and they've immediately been able to get themselves back into it. In fact, for a moment there, it had been a while since Chicago Doggers had been able to acquire a frag. We have got 20 seconds now till the next power-up. There is Mega Health. It's been taken by Rafa. Oh, sorry, Maxter there.
That very early from Razy. Good try bot from Maxter. And Wenger manages to take down Maxter in the end of the trade. Quad's coming up in a few seconds, but he's going to try and put a stop. He doesn't have the health, but Razy's come back in, actually stolen it, and then taking him down straight after. That was a huge play coming out from Maxter and Rafa there.
Still super even. Rafa has been found.
Stolen the heavy.
Maxter levels it up yet again. A swing past his teammate. He has heard where one of them have gone. Wow, they're going for the rail shots. Unbelievable. 9 points of health. They're still doing damage, but Maestro have done pretty well keeping them weak. Actually, I say them. Look at the amount of health and armor that Rafa's got. He is absolutely loaded with health.
Yeah, he's able to push him willy-nilly any time he likes. Is Rafa now dropping on down, get a good amount of LG, but have to witness Maestro pick up the heavy in the process. Now up by 3 is Rafa now just licking his wounds just a little bit. He was going to head to the pillars to pick up the light, but realised that one of the players of Maestro is already there.
Mega Health up. Is he going to go for it? Oh, neutral
trade. But it does mean Razy will be able to pick up the Mega anyway.
Does, so that control is sort of fractionally lost there for Rafa. Maxter, is he pushing over towards the heavy? I think he's down below waiting to do something with it. But we've got Wenger securing control. So we've got to swing back into Maestro's favor at the moment, but they do still have to win the fights based off that. Wenger with some rails onto Rafa. Doesn't really want to go through the teleporters. I believe you could hear a little bit of spam coming out there from the other end of that long hallway.
They did, just okay, a little small talk going on about I'm going to watch your way, I'm going to watch this, and just trying to hold these angles, but Razy not really that bothered, just going to be pushing straight forward. Oh, way too much rail damage is available. Is he going to be able to still hit his shots? He's taking a very big risk. Protection's actually up in 10. That was a big kill, but Wenger got killed by Maxter. Maxter gets 2, and that's going to be their window of opportunity now to try and get that protection. But look at that, you can see Maxter's already there, actually prioritizing the damage first. That was huge from Maxter. And now Rafa must have cleans up Razy, and Max is still on the hunt to find out where Wenger is.
He managed to retain so much of his armor from that last heavy. And we've got another double kill, so it looks like we're going to have Chicago Doggers look to re-extend things. We have got Rafa on his own a bit, so might be vulnerable to any other one-on-ones, but he has managed to health up pretty quickly, it seems. Protection, another 5 seconds. Trying to push in, manages to somehow get a rail of those last moments of the protection. Now Razy just trying to do combat with Rafa without Maxter getting involved, but he loses that.
I like this as well, just delaying the Mega by another 5 seconds just to throw them off if they try and make any kind of push for that quad damage later on. If they miss the timing again, but it's still going to be up a couple more times. Smash is just holding that top bridge area to feed info once Rafa's picked up this heavy. This is very good methodical play coming up from Rafa, but it's playing at a much faster pace as Rafa's coming in from behind. But Raiden did take down Maxter as he's trying to get away with the tail between his legs as he goes out. Venger's going to spawn with him, and Rafa's just trying to stay alive, knowing that that Mega's going to come up thanks to Max's delay.
We're getting to that point now where Miser really can't afford to make any more mistakes. It's not so much the frag limit that they'd be worried about, it's the time limit at this point. There's 2 minutes left. There is one more power-up really soon, and he loses out. Rafa steals the heavy. That was absolutely crucial. That could have changed the game a little bit had he not taken it, but it is not the case.
Yeah, going to have to maximize the potential of his quad if they get the quad. That's just going to be another story. As Raze does take down Rafa, 15 seconds left, but it still gives Chicago Doggos time to come up on a respawn and go straight for it with any weapon they find on the spawn. As Rafa's taking down Wenger with the rockets, and Maze is trying to stay alive, takes them both down. And that could be the quad, but Wenger's just going to dive in with the rockets to see if he can at least contest it, because this is going to be their last opportunity. Doesn't seem to be the case, but Maxter still manages to take it down, left on 37 HP. That could be the final nail here to solidify map number 3.
Yeah, I mean, Maxter and Rafa don't have that much health to work with. So that's something for Maestro, but you've got a minute left to make a massive swing of kills. Got to hit those rails. Maxter fractionally vulnerable. Both players are weak, Rafa and Maxter, that is. We need to see what can the others do. Okay, Wenger getting a rail onto Rafa. With a pummel there, surely you can take down Maxter.
To get away, how long for there's going to be another story? Nice rail as they was flying on up, and it looks like Razy will be able to get the trade, but they can't afford to keep trading out these kills. Eventually, Maxter and Rafa will win map number 3, but look at the time, 25 seconds left. It's just not going to be doable at all in the slightest. It's a little bit of a shame. I said it earlier, that quad was so important for them, which is why Wenger overextended to try and contest for it with those rockets on spawn. But there's nothing more they could have done. So it looks like Chicago Doggers will be taking map number 3 in this best of 5. And it was very close to begin with, but the last few power-ups that Chicago Doggers were able to pick up for the denial as well was fantastically played. And that is going to be it for map number 3 for Maxter and Rafa. Let's see what they can do now on the side of Maestro to bring this back in maps 4, potentially 5.
It does seem like a repeat versus Cheaters, whereas 1-0 down, and you start climbing back. 2-1 to Rafa and Maxter. 27 kills for Rafa. He had some insane moments.
That first quad, I should have just dropped to pillars and made them like come to me and just waited for you. And then when I decided to swing to you bridge, then I most randomly got body blocked. Like Slash came in and then I got stuck.
Damn. 9-9-9-6.
Let's go.
Yeah, they're feeling, well, normally they're quite calm anyway in terms of how they perform after a win or a loss, but it seems like they're pretty good spirits in terms of how map number 3 went and how the beginning of this series went as well.
There was the slightly BS moment. I think Razy did something ridiculous to get, I think it was the second power-up that Rafa was talking about. It was just silly.
It's so difficult to contest these power-ups against Chicago Doggers. Of course, they're not going to get every single one, but the way they play, you kind of feel like they grab them like 70-80% of the time, and that, of course that's going to win you games.
I'd love some stats for that, actually.
I would, yeah. That would not surprise me. Their preparation for these power-ups have been monumental to their victories here. And I'm not saying that without them it could have been a slightly different case. It has been on a couple of maps like we saw in that first series against Basita earlier yesterday and then from today, but it seems like they do plan, their thought process and how they plan for these power-ups is just what's really benefiting them the most.
Yeah. Let's play through the rest of it. As you can see at this point, we are late into the game. It was 11 minutes and it was 30-31 each.
Yeah.
Then a minute later, 8 frags had happened for Rafa and Maxter.
And there's a point where Maestro was stuck on 14 for like the last 3 minutes. It was like, there was like,
yeah.
I don't know how to explain how It was a go. It's just unanswered frags for like 2 or 3 minutes.
It's
Denying the
control,
weaponry
though.
so well as well as the items.
Yeah, that's it. If a team is getting sort of synchronized, switching from the mega health to the heavy armor, and always exchanging an equal amount of damage, it means they're always able to restack, to overstack, and you just see that one team's scoreboard just freezes. They don't really advance anymore at that point.
No.
And your objective as an opposing team is you can't just battle with the control, you have to push them out of control. And that's where it gets difficult, because as soon as you finally kill them, have you got more than 10 points of health? Okay, maybe you have a chance to get control.
Yeah, pretty much.
If you're weak, then it's like they're just going to come right back and do it again.
Yep, that sounds about right. As if you'll just join us, this is the upper bracket final. It's now 2-1. Favour of Maxter and Rafa versus Wenger and Razy in this best of 5. And just to let you guys know at home, whoever makes it to the grand final will have an advantage, but it won't be like previous years where the team or the player, so to speak, would have a 1-map advantage. It will be a bracket reset, so whoever comes down or comes up from the lower bracket, if they win the first series, then it will be a bracket reset, but it will not be another best of 5. It will be a best of 3, because we'll be here till 6 o'clock.
I've always had a difficult relationship with map advantages.
Yeah, it's very debatable how they should be. I feel like bracket resets are better, but it's just the stamina you need to acquire depending on how long before you dropped into the lower bracket.
I've always felt that a lot of Quake events has been a battle of stamina, and the simple punishment of having to play that many more series is enough.
Yeah.
That's your disadvantage, is you've played like 4 hours more. And you're playing then late in the day. I know that a lot of it's very, people will dispute it. And,
of course, yeah.
And I'm certainly haven't got the right answer, but it is my general feelings.
Like, I don't know what you would agree with. Like for me personally, I think I would prefer a bracket reset because it's fairest. It's probably the most fair outcome you can have. It's just the mental fortitude you've got to have.
Well, that's it,
But the plus map advantage, it's annoying, but again, they do deserve it. So
they deserve something, right?
Yeah.
And I think I actually haven't really seen this done before, where you have a sort of best of 5 and then a reset to a best of 3. I actually think that's a really nice sort of
first time I've witnessed
middle ground. And I think, I almost wish we used those a lot more earlier in not just Quake Champions, Quake Live.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's tournaments that have had it in there, but I can't remember the last one that has been.
Yeah, it's even if it was a best of 5 or best of 5, I would prefer that over a best of 7 with a +1 advantage in terms of maps, because you're very limited to what you can do. You have to play every map, you have to play every champion, and every time we've seen a best of 7 over the course of countless years in Quake, you kind of feel like the person who's come from the lower bracket has had to use a champion they
I was never a fan of that too.
Exactly, but at least for a best of 5, they can still pick and choose to a certain degree.
This sort of, you have to learn all 15 plus maps in the pool, I think is BS, personally.
Yeah, that's true.
I agree with champion bans though, and I agree with mixing it up and having different champions, but make it easier to know your champions.
Yeah, stop making life so complicated. Jeez, come on. Map number 4, we will be heading into Awoken, and it's going to be the Athena and Ranger from Maestro, and the Athena and Strog coming out from Maxter and Rafa. Let's see how this is differentiating the two of them. We've seen some very interesting Awoken games in the past here over the course of the last 3 days. Sure, it's going to continue to do that, but we're going to get our first stalemate. Interesting.
And again, this is a map that both Wenger and Razy absolutely adore. The thing is, I always just look back at the sort of how tactically astute Rafa is I don't think this is quite the same as Corrupted Keep. I was not surprised at all to see that Rafa and Maxter won the map pick of the Corrupted Keep. That was the map pick of Maestro. Here, I think this would be amazing if we would finally see Chicago Doggos losing more than one map in a series, which they've not done yet.
That is true.
So we'll have to see. Are they vulnerable? Maybe it's just the one map and that's it. Then they get too angry and riled up.
You always find that you always find at least a couple of his top teams will make this huge strides into their performance overall when it gets to the later stages of this tournament. And it always seems to be one or more of the Maestro lads or Rafa and player name here. So and this time it's going to be Maxter and who was it previously? Dahang, wasn't it? So yeah.
You know better than me.
Oh no, I think you know better than me in that department, But Maestro are coming up by 3. Looks like their strategy is to play defensively until the lads on Chicago Doggers will make the first move with that double rail combo. Razor just trying to stay alive. Good rocket and good cleanup with the machine gun there and the rail straight afterwards. But don't forget, good damage coming up from Wenger earlier.
Very paranoid going on to the Mega Health, but smart to be paranoid like that. Only around 100 points of health. You don't really want to push in willy-nilly, as you say.
Yeah, not something you want to do, really, is it? Even at your worst times, or even at the best moments. But Razy done very well here with the quad. I know he may have not picked up a lot of frags, but it's the denial and keeping it away from his opponents, which has been the key factor. Look at this. Look, they're just daring for them to go for the Mega, just creating that trap. But they just realised Razy's already at a T-junction, and Wenger actually pushed in towards the choke point just after Razy got the first frag, or the first bit of damage, sorry.
Because then protecting his teammate there, killing the Pika. Whoa. Beautiful team play from Maestro. And 10-2, look at this advantage that they've managed to get. Yeah, this is huge.
They've changed their style completely. You kind of feel like these traps which Maxter and Rafa are trying to leave behind or create, and it's just not working for them at all. Like, even the crossfire at the Mega, it was, I think, a very good decision, and still they took completely different angles from what they were expecting. It was a huge risk, but the gamble didn't work.
Is he able to do anything with this? He's been so low on health. Rafa has managed to turn back and take him down. 27 HP for Wenger. Not much he can do to push in. And it would just be him offering his life at that point. And this has sort of become Chicago Doggos taking a bit of map control now. But is it going to last? Items are spawning. Whoa, important shot, but Maxter is there to pick up the pieces, and he is loaded with health and armor. He does take the Mega Health. This pummel, what is this damage that he's taking? He just about survives, but what has he lost on the way through? That protection up in a couple of seconds. The respawns are back already. There's the Pika, and he does manage to kill him. Rafa has got the protection, and already within the first 4 minutes, we are seeing quite a tremendous comeback.
He's got so much protection, and in the end, though, I think you could at least get 1 or 2 frags before protection runs out. Let's see what the defensive posture is going to come from Maestro and how we're going to try and deal with this. Of course, they're going to make the rotation, not going to stay around for too long. They are trying to get away, but he's LG to push him back, but Razy just could not get away. Is now closing this deficit to 3, and I did say at least 2 frags would be nice in order to make the protection worth it, and he got exactly that. So well played from Rafa there just to close that gap.
Stacks are currently quite even, but we are about to have the mages spawning, and that's one Maxter's just grabbed one. Mega Health is being contested, taken by Rafa, but fairly injured off the back of that. Now, are the Maestro players happy to keep pushing in? It's a little exchange there. Maxter again, holding position on the rail.
Took a sweet time with that, and it worked out nicely.
Really difficult to control that Pika, actually. Like sensitivity goes to 100 at that point.
Well, that's why I don't use it.
No, exactly, same.
For that reason. So, down by 2. Nothing has spiraled out of control as of yet, but still quite early. 5 minutes in, quad's up in 30. Heavy and Mega will be up soon beforehand.
This is such an important rotation now for Maestro. They've really been out of the map for a while. How do they build themselves back in? Back turn there to Rafa, who just says, I'll take 90 damage, and then I'll get out.
That's huge, because if they try and push in now, like, they're not too keen to push that choke point. They may even just have to leave it. They're attempting to go around that choke point, but they've got every angle covered, secured, defensively so well, but comes up with the orb, and in the end, Razor does get cleaned up, and also Wenger, as Max was distracting heavily, and now he's got the quad, but he's only got 41 HP, does manage to supply us with some of his stacks back, but this is where Rafa can continue his path of destruction here. Has been railed back, Heavy is available, decides to leave it, and it's just more folks are staying alive. Huge rocket there coming out for the lads of Maestro.
Yeah, Rafa being very careful, not trying to over-commit. Rail does find Wenger. That is going to be the lead now for the Chicago Doggos. Is it Doggos or Dogos?
I say Doggos, but it's... oh no, now you've made me...
I'm questioning myself now.
No, yeah, I'm going to start questioning that. Don't make me Google it.
Wenger finally being able to take down Rafa, who's just having such a ball then. Razy on max to 2. Pushing them off the control of their weaponry at least. Rapper, sure, he's been stacked up a bit, but there is a contest now over this rail area. But both the Maestro players are critically wounded, as you can see with that fancy double we've got from Rapper.
They've had 2 more power-ups and only up by 2, so I wouldn't say it's a huge margin of error. They managed to at least claw back after that huge deficit they had at the very beginning, which Maestro created. But Heavy is up, Mega's going to follow suit in 5, and it has been picked up. CM Razor trying to back off, but Maxter already standing his ground on the power-up spawn, and Rapper cleans up straight away onto Wenger.
Chicago Dogs are just smashing it at the moment with their coordination. Yes, they're struggling sometimes on a contest of a mega health, but they're always right back in it immediately after, helping each other beautifully. And it's just as Maestro seem to think, like, right, they're getting a handle on the map somewhere, but it just slips their grip so quickly afterwards.
And you heard that from Chicago Doggers as well in terms of their comms. I heard them saying, make sure you hold those key positions, and that's exactly what they're doing. They've got no reason to make any unnecessary pushes, but another power-up in the favor of Chicago Doggers once again. Still got that protection, and of course he's going to keep on pushing through. Nice team kill coming out from Maxter and Rafa there, just basically baiting them into that lower side.
It's been the one power-up they had at the beginning, got them a massive advantage, but they're not really able to do anything at the moment.
No, quite a lot of unanswered frags really. Red 1, maybe like 5, I kind of feel like, over the course of the last couple minutes. Rafa adds another one to the tally, now making that 10. We need them to try and clutch up on this power-up in terms of contesting it a bit better.
I mean, I keep asking myself what they need to do, but they need clean frags. That's all it is. Get clean kills. I think they stole away their heavy armor there. Could that be the beginning of something? Yes. Are you going to have to keep investing kills to try to make something happen? Yes. Is that dangerous? Yes, it is, because they keep getting closer and closer to that 50 frag mark.
A little bit separated now as the players are just trying to get weaponry at this point. They are trying to contest, but contest for what? They're just at the realm spawn right now, trying to come in from behind. Wenger tried to join with Razy, but sadly couldn't do too much, and that direct is not going to do them any favors at all. As he's just diving in from the LG. Does get taken down finally, but Maxter instantly there for the trade.
Pushing from Razy. Wenger, I don't know if he meant to fly over just then, but he has a shotgun there. There's a couple of one-on-ones taking place. Wenger does beat Maxter down. Rapper pretty weak. This quad damage is crucial. If their quad goes to Maestro, then there's still a chance for them to make it back. But otherwise, I think you can call the series there pretty much. Rapper weak on the side. He's got one hook left, but Brazy, crucial rail shots there to land.
And we do have a listen-in which is going to be ready to find out what the T-coms are going to be like towards the end of this map.
Weak to me. Don't know.
I might get railed now.
I
Trying to get heavy.
I rail Athena.
I'm weak again.
Oh my god.
Athena dead.
Yeah, I will get probably.
I'm on LG, they have rail again. One banana. I took Mega.
I'm very
Fighting
weak.
Athena.
I'm very weak. Trying to help you.
She's 1 health.
Dead.
Not bad with the quad there, but they still got a lot more of a comeback to go, still with that 13 frag deficit. Wenger doing quite a lot of damage there, and I kind of feel like as this series is going on over time, there's a lot more, there's not really as much unforced errors coming out from Chicago Doggers. But saying that, great double coming out from Wenger. Can they close the gap? That's going to be another story.
Yeah. They were starting to get that lock on the position. They're just so weak at the same time. They wanted to get that mega health. I think that went over to the Chicago Doggers in the end. I'm pretty sure Rafa took that. They need to land their rails and they can't do it. And they're just starting to get pushed off the map again. And Vega cannot find that final shot to end the spree. And this might be it. 4 minutes to go. It's so much work to be done. Crazy. He's appeared back up at the top. Managing to push. Wenger on the sideline, still landing his shots. Brazy has absolutely nothing. He's on 1 point of health. Wenger's clutch shots that he's landing at the moment. I think they managed to hurt Rafa quite significantly. Oh my god, the double kill while Rafa was on a single point of health. We have the protection, Maxter with another. It is 48 to 35, and surely you just start to push in.
Yeah, it's just a matter of time now. They can just run in as much as they like and eventually trade, but of course they're going to make this play as methodically as possible as Maxter manages to get one more frag left remaining. Still, Chicago Doggos will be able to secure their ticket into the grand finals as Maxter jumps on and finishes them up for the TP, and as you can see, Chicago Doggos managed to take it in this upper bracket final, 3-2-1.
This is why they're the favorites.
Yep, and that is why they're the favorites, exactly that.
People can only win one map against them.
Yeah, I mean, we said they were showing their weaknesses earlier, but they proved they came here to win. They put in the work, they put in the prep.
It's just amazing how consistent they are with their power-up setups, and I mean, it's not even just like they just keep control. How come the others can't seem to break through and get more than a single heavy armor in a row?
The hardest part about, because everything is hard when playing versus them, but the hardest part is keeping timing and being able to set up as fast as they want to play.
Yeah.
Because they want to play super fast, and the fastest they play, Rafa figured this out early in Quake Champions, to overwhelm the enemies, you just play super fast because he's going to keep making high-quality decisions. He's going to keep positioning himself really well, especially in team modes. They're going to keep coordinating and communicating really well, and no one else, or almost no one else, can play at this pace while making high-quality decisions.
So what I'm hearing is DBE can win if they can keep the high-quality decisions as well.
And if Dramis can keep hitting rockets.
Yeah, okay.
But do you think DBE were making high-quality decisions?
Sorry?
Were DBE making high-quality decisions, or were they hitting high-quality shots?
Does it matter if you're hitting high-quality shots?
Yes, because they do both.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, that's where you could be a little bit stuffed in that department. There's only so far you can go. Well, we've seen it in Duel for how many years now. But you kind of feel like in that series over time, these unforced errors or very minor mistakes were kind of limited as it progressed, and you saw that. And you heard them quite a few times. It's like, hold the key areas. Don't make some silly aggressive push to go for that choke point in the Mega, which you see on the Woken all the time. And how they still prep for those power-ups is beyond me. You kind of feel like it's like slamming your fist through a brick wall and you're just getting nowhere. Just apart from some cuts and
From the enemy's point of view, you're like, we gotta get there, and there's like not a lot of thought. And from Rafa and Max's point of view, we gotta get there, but since they've done it so many times, they know exactly when and how to get there, and they go to the places that they want, and the enemies are just kind of scrambling around, hoping they can hit the shots, but there's not like all that thought behind it.
Yeah, and you can tell they prioritize certain parts as well. They have not just the crossfires they have in place for certain items on the power-up, but also I think there's an element of comms commitment as well, where when they make that first call out, they commit to that first person. Forget about the other guy, because we'll just do 2v1s, and by the time that occurs, you've seen it time and time again. One of us going to be off, one's going to be coming in, they're going to be completely dismantled in a 2-for-0, one of those silly 2-for-1 trades, and then you only got one player with a small amount of weaponry to come back from after the power-up. It's very little things like that's going to make a huge difference, and that's where you're going to have to try and force a lot of situations to be more chaotic in order to force ways to scramble and actually get these power-ups. But yeah, I kind of feel like it's like a 78% grab every time.
Yeah.
It's just
if we had the stats,
it's actually...
I don't think you'd be far off if we had the actual stats.
I wouldn't be surprised.
He knows the stats, he's calculating like he did before,
yeah probably. I've got a Casio in my head. But yeah, I'm just very impressed with the discipline they have for it.
No, they do, and I think that often Wenger and Razy were trying the right things, but sometimes if you have the upper hand, it's up to you to make a mistake rather than the enemies to make a good play. What they're doing are making good plays, you're just not letting go of the control at that point. If you keep exchanging equal damage, the person in control will always win. So there we go.
Yeah.
Game over. Don't even try is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Don't even bother. If you love games with power-ups in, just don't play against them. I think that's what
just don't play against Rafa and Maxter.
Yeah, just don't play twos. Let's just put it that way. But we're going to find out more information from the lads on the Chicago Doggos as Linus has an interview with them about that series.
Indeed, and that's another grand final for you two. Both of you have been at the grand final and KeenCons previously. Both of you won KeenCons previously. How does it make you feel to be back, Maxter?
I'm at home, and this is where I belong. Last year, I just needed to have. I mean, Rafa is just a friend, you know. He needed to win last year, and I decided to just get the third place. And made him just win the tournament without dropping a map. I mean, I just gave him a favor.
So being a nice friend and sharing a title, right?
Sharing is caring.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, you picked Exile, and I think you did it because they've been banning it all tournament long so far. Were you actually surprised with how they performed on that map then?
Yeah, I think because we've played them before in some of the online cups on Exile as well, and we thought that we would play pretty well there, but they had like a really, really good string of control with a couple of the power-ups in the middle of the game that made it like really difficult to come back. So we just used it kind of like we did, who did we lose to earlier? Oh, like when we like lost to like DBE once and whatever, just kind of like taking the adjustments from the loss, like how are they playing? What's the type of tempo they feel like they're at? Like, do we notice any weaknesses going into the next map that we can exploit? And thankfully we made those adjustments from map to map really well. And hopefully we can ride that momentum going into the grand finals, whoever we match up against.
Yeah, you were matching their paces on CK perfectly already, and I think you played Strog BJ. Do you think that the BJ has some advantages over a Ranger in the 2v2 matchup?
Because my original idea, my original idea was to, I don't know if you guys caught it on the mic or not, but I was going to play BJ for quads and Ranger for protections. But any time I popped my ability that game, it felt smooth enough to keep fighting. So I just was like, well, I'm doing enough with it. I'm using it at the right time. I'm just going to keep rolling with it. So I think both have their advantages and disadvantages. I still think Ranger's hitbox is a little bit bigger. So sometimes in the HMG trades or the LG, if you get caught first, you're kind of piped. So yeah, it just comes down to personal preference. But Ranger, I think, definitely better for securing like protection for sure, because it's such a death pit on Corrupted Keep.
Yeah, it gets super messy around there. I've seen you earlier talking about your mousepad, and you switched it actually up for this match. What do you feel more comfortable on the second one?
Actually, I was just trying because since we started to play on LAN, I was feeling like my sensitivity wasn't even close to what I used to play. Like I was feeling like when I was rotating, it was like too smooth. Like I was feeling that acceleration. Then we were just touching some settings here and there until the guy here that always have tech issues just found the problem. I mean, probably he has at least like a FAQ ready for every tournament, because he even found a problem here, so imagine how it is. But he found the issue, and after that I just said, okay, I don't need this mousepad. I will just swap to the one that I was using on group stage, and from then I was just feeling okay with the sensitivity.
All right, okay, yeah, and with the technical help from the Team Liquid tech support, I'm sending it back to the desk.
Thank you very much indeed. We've got a few questions out of him anyway. But what was I say? Yes, so in terms of the next matchups as well, we've still got a few best of fives to go. From the three teams left remaining, from Cheaters, from DBE, and Maestro, if they run it back, do you feel like one of these three teams, which one of those three teams do you feel has the biggest amount of potential in order to put a spanner in the works against
I feel like
Chicago Doggos, do you think?
If they are in good spirits, I think Cheaters probably has the best chance. But I don't know, like Maestro, DBE I still think is a wild card for me.
I want to see
entirely.
DBE versus Chicago Doggos. I think that's
seen
the
that
only
on the main
matchup
stage.
out of those four we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
And they don't really seem to have a care in the world about, they've probably got the least amount of hesitation more than anyone. Even though they're probably not as organized as Chicago Doggos, it could throw that spanner we require.
And you were talking about their comms earlier, like Grafe and Maxer, probably everyone can hear them at home picking up from a microphone because they're so loud and intense.
Yeah.
And DBE, they don't even, I've never heard one of them even.
They talk?
They barely even talk, because like Dramis has a really fast sensitivity with Axel, so if anyone raises their voice, he will just start missing and shaking. So they cannot afford to even go loud.
How they express at a live venue is not what they express in-game. It's just a polar opposite, isn't it? So
I think they put all the emotion in-game and nothing comes out.
Exactly. It's like very cool, calm comms whilst they're doing this at the same time. It's just like not really expected. You don't really get one or the other, do you?
R&B just speaks with his rail, I feel like. It's just,
that's what I said to him earlier, yeah.
And they seem to just be, when they're playing well, they don't seem to need to speak because they are covering each other so concisely every time. They both seem to know when to move to each item, but R&V admittedly saying that sometimes he's losing those timings.
Yeah.
and yeah, he just immediately stands on an item after having taken it.
Yeah, and they do say their synergy is very good, which is why sometimes their improvisation is what's been most important, because by pushing at the same time, but come back at the same time, that's probably what got the best coordination with the lack of hesitation. But we're not going to hesitate any longer. We do have a break coming up for you guys, but when we come back, we do have the lower bracket semi-final. So don't go anywhere, as we're back in just a few moments. See you soon. And welcome back to Barcelona KeenCon 2024. We're down to our final 4 teams here in the 2v2 tournament here for Quake Champions. And now we're down to the lower bracket semi-finals. We had an incredible upper bracket final run. And in the end, it was Chicago Doggers who took it 3-1, even though Marshall did take the first map. And then they looking extremely strong and potentially winning this tournament, as we'll have to find out soon enough. Joining me is Ince and Zoot, as usual. And we're going to have DBE versus Cheaters. Now, I am going to ask for your thoughts and opinions, but you have to put a hold on that because the teams are all ready to go onto the stage.
Excellent.
So we do have DBE versus Cheaters. I noticed DBE were quite eager to continue their run from earlier, so I thought, yeah, let's just get them on the stage and get the flare rolling.
Yeah, and I think DBE right now, they might have been a little bit nervous earlier because they really wanted to get into the top 4. But now that they're in the top 4, I think they can kind of feel like, okay, mission accomplished. We came here to do what we set out to do, and now there shouldn't be a lot of nerves on their side.
I think the only nerves now is to do with getting into the prize money. I think that's the main thing, because they've kind of like fundamentally achieved, as you say, their goal. Like top 4 is a really good position for them to be in. But I actually kind of think both teams, as soon as it's like you're breaking the bubble, right?
Yeah.
You're getting into that money. I think both teams will be a little bit nervous. I think maybe DBE slightly more, but still both teams are sort of at a high level competitive. Dramas is probably the most experienced, I would say.
Sure, I still say Cheaters should be a lot more nervous right now. It's kind of their obligation, given the online seeding especially. They got second place in the first like 4 months of this year. Sirius was basically the best 2v2 player online. He won every single cup. And now, not even getting top 3, I think it would be a big disappointment for them.
That's true.
And between these two teams, you've got to remember, it's a team which is just full-on commitment, even if it's the wrong decision, and lack of commitment. And this is going to why I believe it probably will go to 5 maps. It wouldn't surprise me in the start. And sorry, just to quickly add, I did speak to RMV earlier, and it was what I expected him to say. Realistically, he felt I was going to get top 6. They're extremely happy now they've made it into the top 4, but they know that they have a lot more potential now just to keep making that run. They don't feel like they're going to hit a brick wall against Cheaters, but they feel like they can continue breaking each skill ceiling.
There are some parallels to be drawn with Kilson and Avek. The 3 players in the server are really happy to play a very fast game. Celts will be happy with that. I don't know about Sirius will be as happy. Could be the Kilson to the previous series, but I should stop talking because it looks like we've got picks and bans happening.
Yep, we do, and it looks like we've got Deep Embrace coming out first from DBE, and Cheaters have actually whipped out Exile. I've noticed that's been their first pick every single time, and we have mentioned in the past that Exile has been their go-to map, with Dark Covenant being taken out, Cheaters taken out Veil, and we're left with Awoken, CK, and then Molten Falls to finish things off.
Oh, and Cheaters banning Clutch right off the bat. Not really NDB banning Anarchy. Okay, so they're kind of banning like just typical champions. So Cheaters might just ban like, is that Ranger?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's Ranger. Yep.
Interesting. And now DBE, well,
very fast.
What will they ban?
Yeah, I was gonna say they're not mucking around. This is the fastest pick ban we've actually had, and I think that's probably faster than like 3 of them combined.
Yeah, they just want to do it, show as fast as they want to play. They want to also do the champion picks at the higher pace.
But look what's available. Like Slash is available, Athena's available,
Strog is available.
Yeah.
So only Clutch and Anarchy are really not available, and that's really not a problem. And I think that like the first 3 maps are kind of fine for Cheaters, except DBE. It's going to be very close. If the teams manage to play the kind of game they want to play, I can't really call it.
Yeah. I think it's going to be very tough, and it's a completely different clash of styles where you've got 2 players on DBE who were just more about improvisation on the fly and the commitments to battles, and you've got on the other side where it's more of a methodical element, with Celts being on the front line feeding the info and Sirius actually playing that support. We're probably going to be one of the best support players with his aim skill to complement that, and it's going to be weird to see how this is going to work. Maybe on maps like Deep Embrace or CK it may not work, but on other maps like Exile, Molten Falls, Awoken, if you hold the key areas, that could be more beneficial for them.
Can we do some predictions before you kick me out of here?
Go on, you start.
Oh, I just wanted to generally start. I think RMV is going to win map 1.
Just RMV?
Yeah.
What about, is Rami's going to lose?
No, he'll share in that victory, but RMV's going to win it.
That's fair.
What are you like?
I don't have any other predictions. I think that's probably more what I want to see.
Okay.
I want the RMV show because his rails are just stellar. Just absolutely love it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I honestly don't really know what to make otherwise. I think it's, yeah.
Because it wasn't like it was map 1 where we actually did it. It was the entire series. But Gonzo, we'll let you go.
Okay.
You go have your break. This is going to be like 5 maps, so we'll see you in an hour and a half. I could guarantee it, because every time I cast it, it's going to be 5 maps. But it's me and you in, so we're going to look into this lower bracket semi-finals. This is for a place in the lower finals and for top 3. So this is prize money at stake here at KeenCon 2024, as we're going to kick things off from ROV's perspective. Already the tri-bat on the rockets and just backing away. Good damage over the rocket early on, and he has that rail, the all-important rail, which he's been absolutely flaring up with throughout this whole tournament today.
Not sure what I think about the Champions picks, because I mean, it's Sirius playing the Strux, so it's kind of fine, but I would still like to see Sirius on BJ or Doom. But they know they kind of have to match the champion picks, or they were going to get absolutely overwhelmed by the 2 expert crouch sliders on the server.
Yeah.
Yeah, leaving both Slash and Strug versus RMV and Dramis is a very bold choice. Not a lot of teams can afford to do that and still win.
Still DB with a fantastic start here, now up 5-2, make it 6. Good LG coming up from Dramis there, Mega's up in 5. Heavy's going to be up in 10, so just shortly afterwards. And it looks like Dramis and RMV are going to play the waiting game, just denying that rail, but also make sure to get that Heavy. But I like this from RMV. I did say that he's been one of the most proactive players here in this tournament. And you can see he's going top mid to see if he can dish a little bit of damage whilst Dramis was getting the Heavy, because they were well aware that they were backing away and having that defensive posture.
I really like how Dramis has been playing this lane. He's found out a new weapon, basically, the rocket launcher, and he's been using it really well. Kelts getting the first power-up, and DBE, oh, they almost don't get it. Can he survive? Oh, he doesn't survive, but everyone dies. Sirius should be able to collect the double power-up. What can he do with Heavy about to spawn? And after this, Sirius isn't really known for running power-ups. He usually allows Kelts to do it, but he has a fast champion this time around, and he has absolutely insane aim. Although, he really didn't need absolutely insane aim to get the kill on Dramis there.
Yeah, it's literally the worst person to give it to at the moment, but Sirius, pick up those 2 pouts was crucial, especially with the spawn he had after the trade from Kelts earlier, and this is looking very good now. Cheetahs now managed to gain the lead up by 1 after those 2 power-ups. Controlled over the last 30 seconds. Good direct coming up from Sirius, coming up with the peek as well, but the Heavy has been taken. Mega's been up for at least 5 seconds. They're all just trying to gun for it, but it looks like Cheetahs were able to grab that while Sirius took down Dramis.
Yeah, really good support by Sirius. He really excels in this kind of gameplay, going from one side to the other, not really committing, but there to help Kelts with the rail.
And we're all tied up once again. Dramis is coming from behind to support RMV. Good support there coming out from Dramis.
And now we're seeing what Sirius doesn't excel at, when the game gets really fast and people start going too much for him. Oh, and the RMV actually pummels Sirius there. Gets the gauntlet out, a little bit of disrespect.
A pretty crazy start to this map already. 3 minutes in and 29 frags a minute, 30 now. 10 frags a minute at this stage, but it doesn't really surprise me too much considering how DBE play. Now RMV does clean up one with the machine gun and trying to stay alive, but the rail is in the hands of RMV. Sirius now trying to do a little bit more with the LG and rail combo, and having to back away once again. Mega is up, and both perhaps are going to be up soon. Prioritizing the quad, of course.
Oh, RMV, they both win the 1v1, so I guess Sirius and Kelts will have to be happy by taking the protection. The protection is a little bit delayed though, there it is, and Kelts is able to get it. Can he get the Heavy though? Dramis trying to get the Heavy, and Kelts is going to die, and he gives double power up to Dramis, and Dramis will likely be way more aggressive and fast than Sirius was with the double power up.
Yeah, this is going to be an entirely different ball game now. They're trying to keep their distance and still has about 5 or 10 more seconds of protection compared to what he has for the quad, so he can continue that aggression even when that runs out. Now up by 5, looking to try and extend by 6. RMV is already in engagement, and Dramis is trying to look for him and use that quad, but found nothing, which is so unusual on a map like Deep Embrace, but they kept their distance, which is good. RMV managed to get 1. Dramis is now trying to stay alive, left on 16 HP, and the Heavy is up. May even just give it to RMV if he's close enough at this stage.
So far it seems that cheaters are able to keep up with the tempo that DBE want to play at, but DBE is still a little bit more comfortable in that.
Yeah, he certainly is, as Kelts does clean up Dramas there with the LG. Still up by 6, as RMV just keeping his distance, but at the same time trying to get the angles for these rails, even with the lack of height advantage. Good rocket coming out with only a sprinkle of damage. Still on 5 HP, no idea how he's still alive, but trying to make a good go of it to try and deploy as much damage as possible before being cleaned up, but still able to stay alive. This is just madness. Mega is up and has been collected, but not for too much longer, as Kelts managed to take down RMV. Now only a 2 frag deficit for cheaters to try and claw away back from, almost 1.
Good string of control by cheaters. They haven't died in a fair bit and they're able to collect the items and do damage in the items they aren't collecting. Power up coming up soon. And I'm very curious to see how teams are preparing for this one. Kelts staying high ground. Great kill on Dramis just as he picks up the heavy. He's protecting the area. He still has a lot of stack. Very serious. He just died in. Kelts get pushed off the map. That's going to be quad for Dramis. The protection is still up. Oh, Sirius kills him. And where is the protection? Protection is on RMV's hands. Heavy spawning soon. Will Sirius go there? He will, but Dramis kills him and RMV kills him. But Kelts is able to collect the double power up now. And surely, after getting the heavy, he's going to go on a little bit of a rampage. Still has a good few seconds of double power up. Oh, there he goes.
Great aim skill came out from Kelts and good
Come
aggression
on,
as
you
well,
have shot
making
him.
that prediction. Yeah, after that last row, you would think he would continue on the warpath there, and protection finally ran out afterwards, and he was just trying to push him for that spawn rail. Been cleaned up with the rockets, not really much for RMV to do there. Venture to take it and hope for the best with the close range rails. Kelts left on 11 HP, just licking his wounds at the moment as he's backing away up by 4.
Yeah, Kelts is not really hitting all the shots, but his movement is impeccable. And Sirius so far has been there to support in most occasions. They're back on the lead, although a very marginal one. I like the position that they're both taking, like Sirius realizing Kelts isn't very stacked, but still wanting to keep the pressure. He took the offensive role himself, and Kelts now doing a bit more of support. As you could see, like we've been watching Kelts for a whole minute and a half, and Sirius is the one getting the kills. But it's an interesting POV.
Certainly is. Definitely been a damage dealer here, and Sirius is doing the cleanup duty recently. But we'll be up in 25. Heavy's going to be very important for either side to then have a slight edge with terms of stack. Going for his quad.
I don't think Sirius has died in over a minute either. He has every single weapon with a lot of ammo. Power-up's coming up soon. Sirius might just have to use the peeker here. He doesn't get the LG fight, he does win it. Can he get the kill on RMV? He does. He doesn't have much HP though. He might have just jumped off the map, but no, he goes for the jump rail instead and gets it. Gets the Mega as well. And RMV gets the protection. Can he get the kill?
Might even be able to get a double power up, but it looks like he has managed to back away. But you've had double power up twice this game. Don't really want to make it a third, and good angles and good way for Sirius to continue on this warpath here. Now up by 10 as started to spiral out of control a little bit.
Yeah, now it's 10. Oh, there's the click on rail and Sirius realized, oh, I just ran out of ammo. He steals the LG from his teammate's point of view before dying. Not the best teammate there, Sirius.
No. Still room for DBE to make a comeback on this. We've definitely seen it before, and I'm sure they'll be able to do it again. Let's see how they're going to try and approach this. But cheaters have just been keeping them on lockdown so far, and actually separated them quite often. Left on 10 HP, somehow still alive, finally taken down by Dramis. And Sirius now left on 3 HP as he's heading towards that rail. Will they be able to clean him up? Surely they will, as he has been finished off by RMV and now having to back away again. Dramis just trying to get a few flicks here, as one of the players, I think that was Kelts, trying to go across from top mid. Mega has been out for about 5 seconds now and finally picks up.
What I take from this map so far is that Sirius can play very fast when he wants to. Because in a lot of times this match, it's been Kelts the one standing back a bit more and Sirius the one trying to get the items himself. And I like to see that.
Just got to give him a bit of a nudge, don't you?
Exactly. Back when I used to play with him, like 2018, he was the one going for the items and I was the one camping. So he does have that in his arsenal, he just doesn't really use it often. Last power up potentially.
So it's just taking a leaf out of your book, basically. So it's just taking a leaf out of your book, basically. Yeah, oh, fair enough. Got up in 5. Celts is going straight in. Got a great stack. Already taken down RMV. Dramas is there as well, but it's just not happening here. Ray had a good preparation for that quad. Now going straight for the protection.
He almost rocket jumped up there, I think.
Yeah, that's what it looked like. But he's got heavy along with that protection. So it's going to be very difficult. Celts can't really give this quad away. Gonna try and do what he can anyway. So much LG, and it doesn't even matter. They don't even need double power up again. That would have been the 4th time, and that is going to be it. Yeah, exactly. 50 to 34. Yeah, who would have thought that either?
But yeah, like it started out good for DBE, but as soon as like the Sirius and Celts found their groove, they just didn't let up.
Yeah, they just kept them separated and were doing a lot of weapon denial, especially for that rail. They've witnessed what they were like against Endpoint earlier, and Cheetahs has put a stamp of authority onto it.
YW, YW.
YW?
Inner circle joke. There we go, that's their comms.
Incredible, incredible. You could really tell what goes on through their brains with those comms. Not a lot.
Yeah. Yeah, I was going to say, you make it sound like it's like brain melt.
We're alone for most stuff. Yeah, that's why I told you to
But
slow down.
definitely, actions speak louder than words, and I think they're just a great example of that. Go through the replays, and it was quite back and forth. But one of the key factors here is not just the weapon denials, but just keeping them separated for the majority of that second half, and also picking up the double power like almost 3 times, and just managed to be able to make the most of it in terms of getting the maximum potential for these power-ups. It's just been amazing, and sadly for RMV and Dramas, during that first map, their counter-attack for breaking their setup for the power-ups when Dramas, when Sirius and Celts was there early, it was just a little bit uncoordinated, which is something I wouldn't normally say, because
the game was
very coordinated earlier against Endpoint.
The game was tied here at 27-27, and then you go through a minute and it's 28-35. And from there on, they barely even got any more frags. And just Skeleton Sirius barreling on through.
I think I say barely fist bumped. Oh, dear me. Going into the second map, it is on XR, and this is Cheetah's map pick. So let's see what they can do here, if they can make it a 2-0 lead in this best of 5.
Oh, someone jumped onto Sirius and lived to tell the tale. He does get railed off spawn, and he... Okay, look, I have an inner joke. I used to play with RMV, and every single time we played Exile, in the first 10 seconds, he would fall through the same hole that he just fell. Not even kidding. He would fall every single time.
But even from that angle, that's
from any
bizarre.
angle, he would find a way to fall into that hole. And I'm glad to see...
Things never change?
Yeah. The habit remains.
He's keeping that track record. Not exactly the track record you really want to keep consistently. As we're heading on forward, Cheetah's up by 1, and Celts just daring for them to go for the TP with that nail gun, but it looks like it has been cleaned up. Dramas with a great double. That 2-for-1 trade, and now tying things up. And let's see if DBE will put up a better fight for these power-ups. They had a good way of contesting power-ups at the start of Deep Embrace, but a lot of improvements required here on XL if I want to make it more competitive.
I'm not sure what I think of RMV going with the Eisen there, quite honestly. I don't really think he's a champion that suits him a lot, and I've never really seen him play it. Sirius gets the power up, he gets both of the kills. He's gonna... Oh, I thought he was gonna give the power up away, but no, he wants to run it himself.
Well, have been known for making changes quite late, so we'll see if they do decide to make the change from the Eisen later on or halfway through this matchup. Just trying to stay alive, which is understandable. Quite a lot of the quad left remaining, about 20 seconds. See now, Heavy's not come up for another 15 seconds here, so Sirius is gonna pretty much treat it like it is playground here, but can't find anyone as the lads on DB are doing their best to keep their distance and avoid any kind of confrontation from Sirius. But it wasn't too bad. That could have been a lot worse considering how XL can be quite unforgiving.
It's still relatively close, and Celts is still being the aggressive one, even though he didn't have the power up. Mega about to spawn, but no player seems to care about it. They're all taking their individual fights. DB now retreats to hopefully collect the Mega. And Sirius is playing the kind of game that he wants with the long range. He just really still needs a rail. It's the only thing missing from his game.
Oh, good LG coming up from Sirius, but we didn't expect anything less. And Dramus managed to get the trade straight after he took down RMV. As Celts does get the heavy, but at what price? As Dramus also gets Celts with the support from RMV and having to back away again. Dramus is literally just flying through every hurdle like it's Takeshi's castle.
Yeah, I'm not sure where he was going, but he had to pay the toll. Oh, nice. Good prediction.
A nice rocket to rail now from RMV, just trying to stay alive and just expecting to go for the TP, which he did, but was able to solidify that frag. As we're 3 minutes in, it's been back and forth. Now DBE take the lead, and we do have protection coming up in 20 seconds.
Nice. Dramus. Yeah, Dramus not going to be able... RMV just suicide, and Dramus probably has to die as well. He does. They're going to respawn. Will they be able to get there in time and with a weapon ready? Let's see. 4 seconds. And Sirius, he's always positioned that outside of the LG teleporter. Seems that... Who even got it in the end? RMV got it in the end. Not a lot to play with, but he gets the heavy. That should be enough. Should be able to collect a couple of kills. If he actually hits a rocket. There we go.
That is absolutely unreal. And he still has the protection, mind you. And he actually dives into both of them. So much damage output coming from the side of Cheetahs, but...
Good thing Dramus was there helping him.
Yeah, because that could have gone way, way worse than expected. DB now up by 3 frags here, and now...
Someone coming in? Nope. No one's going
to go next from Cheetah's side.
I think RMV now showing us that, yeah, he does forget items. Item diamonds. You dropped the heavy and realize, oh wait, I was at LG teleport for like 30 seconds. Someone probably picked it up already.
Good direct there, followed by the heavy machine gun coming up from Sirius and just throwing damage down and just showing such authority with the heavy machine gun. Good damage dealt coming up from Sirius.
Sirius really wants to get to that heaven position or outside his LG teleporter. Those are like the 2 best positions for him to play at, but Dramus is not letting him set up ground just yet. Mega coming in. I see Celts trying to fight for it. I don't really see Sirius anywhere. He seems to be more interested in getting weapons for now. Celts there a little bit alone.
I think caught one surprise there, so couldn't really study his aim during that last engagement, but Heavy has been picked up and Sirius managed to get the frag onto RV, but Dramus managed to clean up Sirius straight afterwards. Quad in 10, extremely important here if the DBE want to maintain that lead, but Sirius has already taken down Dramus. Surely this is going to be theirs for the taking. Good tri-bot, but just not going to be enough. If even had a road, that'd be great, but the tri-bot should do for RV, but Celts is just taking out both of them straight away, and he's got the Mega. This is looking rough now for DBE.
Yeah, Celts surely just going to collect a few more frags. They seem to be wanting to push him. I'm not sure if they're aware how much tech he had, but he's not really being defensive either, since he doesn't quite have the weaponry, but now he will have the weaponry. A lot of HP and armor too. I mean, not armor, but a good enough stack to allow him to continue being aggressive. Oh, yeah.
Definitely
Sirius kind of saved him there.
Yeah, definitely. You can kind of tell that they assume that Celts is a lot lower than he thought before. Maybe because they assume that he's stacked up on a couple of health orbs, not that Mega from earlier. Again, maybe they actually didn't have the timing for it.
It's hard to gauge the HP on Strok, because sometimes if you have a fight versus him and he wins, you kind of think, oh, he's low, but you forget that he has Destroyant right after, and which kind of tricks you a lot. Mega soon. Right. Very good support. They seem to be actually playing together now as well, the Cheaters, which is a good change.
We're going to say a shock to the system. That as well. Sirius laying down the airstrikes from above with the rockets. Managed to get one good direct there. And lovely way to do a huge amount of damage considering the position he was in that 1v2 scenario, but managed to take full advantage the height he had remaining while both players of DBE were down below on Heavy. RMV just trying to stay alive, trying to get a bit more done before he's getting cleaned up, and Dramus also doing the same thing, trying to stay alive after picking up, or trying to pick up that Mega. Doesn't get it, and we've got protection coming up in 20 seconds.
Protection approaching, and RMV, it's kind of working, like the game is close. I still don't really understand why the why the Eisen? I don't see really the turret being much use for him. He does throw the turret before, so it did serve as a bait there, but did it work? No. The purpose was there, just the execution not really working out. Yeah, I think RMV is oh my god, so much damage by him. Is someone that is so gifted at combat that he should just play BJ, for instance. Someone who is a champion who is more suitable for combat instead.
Yeah, for Sirius, he's probably suited to play against players like RMV and Jamis. This is pretty much his playground. This is pretty much aim training for him, isn't it? So much work here. Sirius just absolutely going crazy with his LG, and his aim skills just really been punishing now for the side of DBE. And DBE had the lead on a number of occasions in both these maps, especially in this map in particular, but they've just been riding that struggle bus to contest the power-ups, and the lads on Cheaters are just taking full advantage of it here. Now up by 12 frags in this second map.
It's quite a significant lead as well, kind of like the last map. It's not like they're doing anything special, they just seem like they're going to work, and it's just working. It's like they have their number, basically.
Yeah, exactly. It suits their style. Sirius is coming with the dual wield against Dramus there, 4-vet heavy, trying to stay alive as he jumps straight through the TP, but gets cleaned up by Sirius once again. And you can see Dramus does actually finally get the trade, but
I'm not sure if they can even get the power up at this point. It's 20 seconds for the power up, and they only need 2 frags. And they don't stop trading. They still keep going for the fights. They gotta slow down at some point. When it's not working, they have to slow down.
And there we have it already. We were going to go to a listening, but it wasn't even required. No. Almost managed to, yeah, 50 to 38.
It seems like everyone on the server at 19 kills and Sirius was at 31. And you know, if Sirius is getting over 30 kills, you are going to feel it.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. I didn't mean aim training earlier as in like in terms of skill. I just mean that in terms of their aggressive style, he's always going to be prepared because he's going to play that support role, and it's going to complement his aim skill every time they make an attempt to challenge him. And he's probably one of the last people you want to challenge.
Yeah, definitely. And the RMV does have amazing game, and he can win a few fights, but Sirius overall is the most consistent aimer. And I'm kind of scared they might get 3-0 because Cheaters seem to have their number. As RMV said, they've played them a lot of times, and it kind of goes 50-50, but it's not that clear how to play them, basically.
Yeah.
Because with DBE style, I'd say every match is a 50-50 for them.
Yeah.
They 3-0, then point, but they could have just as easily lost 3-0. I mean, they didn't 3-0 and point. What was the 3-0 game?
It was the DBE who took down endpoint 3-0.
Oh, it was, okay, yeah. I was right, nice.
You compliment yourself.
They 3-0 endpoint, but I think if they play them again, they could also just as easily gotten 3-0.
Definitely.
That's how volatile their style is.
And as you saw there on the GoFundMe page, make sure you check that out if you go to GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. We have our donation goals and milestones. All the milestones have almost been reached. We're at 4,891 euros. The next one is 20,000, which is still a bit of a feat in itself, but we've had some very generous donations from the entire community, and we can't thank you enough for all of your contributions. I think we had earlier Asta Esports with the 2,000 euros, which is absolutely insane. Thank you very much. And again, thank you for all of you at home for bringing in those donations. But the goal is still open. Make sure to head over to the GoFundMe page, search for KeenCon 2025 to unlock further milestones. And here we have it, we're going to go into this third map, potentially the final map here in this series, the way things are going. As Jamis now just backing away with those rockets and just trying to keep that defensive posture to decide exactly how Cheaters are going to make that next push. And Kelts has already taken down RMV, but a good direct from Jamis to keep himself alive.
And I was seeing a message on the screen earlier. If you follow KeenCon on any social media, you have a chance to win a KeenCon X Govest t-shirt, and I guess I have to follow them again on all social media because I really like that t-shirt.
I'll probably have to do the same. 47 HP, keeping himself alive with the tri-bar here as he came up with the LG. Good stuff from both his players. Great
Very
coordination. Nice. RMV did a very important role there going to that choke point to give Dramus a little bit of cover and a little bit of leverage there as well. But Sirius comes out with a trade. RMV goes in.
And goes down.
Yeah, it takes himself out. I guess he's on 4 HP. We'll let him off.
Like you see this from DBE and cheaters, like the momentary coordination or those bursts of coordination. But how intentional are they? Because if you're talking about a team like Maestro or Chicago Dogs, you know it's completely intentional.
Yeah.
But with these two teams, it seems to happen a little bit more on accident rather than intentionally a lot of the times.
Yeah. What is up? RMV does have it, and it's not often you see a power-up on the side of DBE, so let's see how much they're going to take advantage of this. Still got plenty of time to work with that quad damage. Now on that T-junction, the question is which way is he going to go? He's going to go in the right direction, but he didn't actually realise there was someone actually hiding around the corner. Beautiful rail. This is exactly what we wanted to see from RMV. That has been taken down, and Sirius finishes up Drama straight after picking up the remaining quad.
I can't believe Sirius even went there, because after they got railed 3 times, the Sirius still felt like fighting.
Yeah.
Seems like he's having fun. But if you hit the shots, go for them.
Yeah, why not? DB up by 10, sorry, up by 10, wish it was up by 10, up by 2 currently, but Sirius misses that rail and comes in with Dramus's rail of his own, and you know, this is kind of like a replica of what we've seen in the previous 2 maps. DBE has the advantage at the beginning, and then cheaters are able to adapt around their playstyle.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if it's the same thing again. We see Sirius with the Athena, just a mirror matchup of strong Athena, and this is kind of cheaters' home map most of the time. They should be very comfortable here. For now, we do. Oh my God! I was gonna say Dramus had such a comfortable lead. Would be fine with taking any fight, and then he just gets obliterated in half a second.
Lock and load.
That rail from Celts earlier on Rocket. Sirius now, both of them at that choke point, so we need to be a little bit careful here, considering protection will be up in 30 seconds, so these items are quite important depending on how much stack they have left afterwards, and that direct.
I would be so mad if I was RMV there. He's just taking damage from nowhere, really. Those angles shouldn't exist.
No. How are they going to progress this protection though? Because cheaters does have a much bigger stack.
Sirius, okay, he has the Athena, but he's there going there a little bit too early. Celt needs to come in and try and help. They do get the kill on RMV, and then Dramus will follow, and that's Sirius picking up the protection. Let's see what he can do with the Athena. Can he collect any frags?
By this time, I get this mega first before making his path of destruction potentially. Having a little look around, they realise they're around water and actually already rotated around. These have been some very good defensive rotations and took out Celts in the process. But sadly, for RMV, finally been taken down by Sirius, and there's not really too much Dramus can do here apart from just take it on the chin, come up on a respawn, build up his weaponry in his arsenal once again, and now he doesn't have to worry about that protection anymore. But you've got to remember, Sirius still has that stack, and Celts just taking down RMV with the Pika, and Sirius finish off Dramus with the rail.
We see Sirius sometimes have these bursts of when he gets comfortable in the game, and he can go a whole 2-3 minutes without dying while hitting rail after rail after rail. And we're seeing it happen now, and it's not a good sign for DBE. Dramus takes him down, shuts him down, so it should take Sirius, you know, a few more seconds to at least try to get comfortable again, because he will need the weapons, he will need some stack, he'll need a good position.
I've been fairly impressed with how cheaters have pretty much put DBE on a leash and just put a stranglehold onto the aggression which they deployed earlier on against Endpoint. Good rockets coming out there from RMV, but not going to be enough as Sirius managed to stay alive with that LG. As we're 5 minutes in, cheaters are now up by 5 frags, but we're seeing a little bit more now coming up from DBE. Good damage coming up from RMV with that heavy machine gun, and they've got one of those key areas, and all we need to do is try and hold it, and maybe, just maybe, get that quad, but it looks like RMV isn't going to be able to have the longevity of his life cycle.
15 seconds to go. Drum is getting position at the power up, and I think we're going to go for a listen into the team comms. See what the players are thinking.
I do know he's there, man. You gotta
How do
show me
I
that.
miss these shots?
Just need to know he's there. We gotta.
Enemy has the quad.
Rushing LG. Okay. B, copy. On rail. On rail. I did 60 only too. Hit. Nail. What the fuck did? Rocket. Hit him.
Getting mega.
Yeah. Stork has rail. I'm saying, you know. Doing shit.
Oh.
I'm dead. They triple-tilted me.
He got kind of owned there.
Certainly did, and now giving it to his opponents. Now Dramus is just trying to run away over here and try and make advantage of this quad whilst it's got a few seconds left. Manages to get 1. Now the deficit's only by 4, so we're seeing signs of life coming out from Dragonborn Esports.
We see signs of life, but not really like actual counters to the gameplay of cheaters, because it still feels like cheaters aren't really under a lot of threat or pressure, if that makes sense.
I know the vibe, yeah.
It's still like, whenever we see Sirius or Celts, or even listen to their comms, it doesn't seem like they're stressed at all. It seems like they kind of have the game under control. And I mean, they are 2 maps up. They shouldn't really be feeling the stress right now.
Well, that's a key factor, isn't it? You kind of feel like they've not been out of control for this entire series. I was saying that, though,
Really
finally...
good string of frags now by DBE might change that.
Yeah. Picking up that rail for the side of cheaters, that's going to be huge for them. Good rail coming up from Dramus. This is what we like to see. Hits another one. One more will do it, but it's going to claim up the LG anyway. Great stuff from Dramus to trying to keep themselves on their toes and keep this map competitive. Now only down by 1. Protection up in 22 seconds. And if they manage to get this Mega as well, that's going to be huge. But RV Stack is so weak. And actually, both these players are really weak. So if cheaters push at any time with 10 seconds remaining for this protection, it's going to be theirs, guaranteed.
Let's look at the stack on Sirius Athena right now. Celts basically gets both of the kills alone with no stack, and Sirius now has a massive stack to try and run the power-up. And they should still get the kill, and well, Celts gets both of the kills pretty much alone. And the power-up goes out.
In all fairness, I think that was still quite beneficial for them. Even though they had to push with limited weaponry, they managed to get the protection off the map. So that was a big denial come out from them, because they could have extended their lead or made cheaters extend their lead even further. So that was a big, big play there.
What a rail. But yeah, I still need to see something from DBE that makes me believe they can actually at least even take a map, because right now it doesn't feel like it could change anytime soon, even though the frag lead isn't that far apart. They're starting to, you know, string some kills together and get some items, so that's a sign in the right direction. Oh.
Oh,
They
caught
get
him
the
at the
Sirius.
checkpoint.
No.
Oh, lovely rail there from Sirius, but it does get caught by Dramus in this trade. They're trading much better now on this map in comparison, which is why I've been keeping it so close. Heavy Machine Gun coming up from RMV to finish up Celts.
Seems that they're playing more together as well, finally.
Yeah. Which is weird to say, because I've kind of felt like their coordination was so good in the past. More really due to the improvisation. Celts does take down Dramus finally. Does RMV get cleaned up as well? Oh, the missed rail. It still misses and somehow stays alive. Thanks to Dramus come up with a respawn to finish up Sirius. Good rockets coming out from Dramus again. But remember, quads up in 30, Mega's just been picked up, and the heavy soon to respawn.
Let's see with the teams setting up for the power-up now. RMV gets 2 kills. Still 20 seconds. This should be enough, though, for them to get the heavy. He's gonna drop for it. He gets it. It's 2 rails as well. They don't even need to move now until the quad. Don't take any risks. Just stay positioned. And Dramus, where did he go? How did he die? He didn't have to go anywhere. And RMV now trying to defend this alone. Dramus does come in, but it's not gonna work. It's gonna be quad for Sirius. I feel like I finally saw the light at the end of the tunnel, and then I saw them take massive, unnecessary risks.
That tunnel's been closed now temporarily. Still up by 1. Sirius is assuming that they're just lurking around the proximity, but not making any noise. Finally finds 1, but a lot of damage has been delivered to Sirius. But I think this is a good job by DBE. They've actually limited the amount of work that Sirius could have provided for their team in order to extend their lead.
You kind of feel like Sirius was the one like preventing himself from getting more frags, because he played that very defensive. He seemed to be very scared of any traps or rail angles. He still got 1 kill, but he's going to go down now, probably. Okay, the CDB getting the heavy, that's good. These suicides in the end, and Celts with a crossfire. You're going to clean that up. 4 frags ahead. This can be another 3-0, back-to-back 3-0s almost.
It's weird even saying that, considering how the first 3 series started. It was like 3-1, 3-2, 3-2, wasn't it? And now Sirius, it's been on such a low stack for such a long time, but he's always holding his angles where if he hits or misses the shot, he's going to back away straight away in every circumstance. And now RMV does manage to take up 1. Celts trying to stay alive to pick up this heavy, which he manages to do. This protection is going to be so important later for DBE to claw their way back. It's now down by 5. This protection is a must a must grab in order for them to keep themselves in this series. Mega is up, will be picked up by Celts. Light isn't available underneath, but that's going to be fine. They've got enough stack now to stop any pressure being applied.
I like
by
what TVE tried. They just tried to get some light armors, tried to get some weapons, and now they are ready to make the push for the protection. Celts tries to deny them an opportunity to make the push, but it doesn't work out for him at all, and now Sirius has to defend the position completely alone. He doesn't have much in the way of HP. He should be able to go down. RMV gets it. Let's see what he can do with it.
Drummers just need to try and stay alive and cushion the blow and support when necessary. RV does stay alive. Drummers has actually come in now, and his stack's a little bit better than it was earlier. This is great teamwork coming out from Dragonborn Esports. Now only down by 2. Protection's going to be run out in the next 7 seconds.
Now
He's trying to find exactly where we are. Finds one, go for the TP. Just needs to keep getting that info. Actually gets greeted by him anyway. Lovely rockets coming out from RMV. But it's that round, but he's done more than enough. And Drummers is just chasing him down. And you can see a little bit of light here and a bit of life here coming out from Dragonborn Esports. This is kind of what we saw in that previous season against Endpoint. It's a little bit late, but better late than never. Now down to 37 HP, and Jammers doesn't find him, but RMV still managed to stay alive, still takes him down 48 apiece. And what can Cheaters do here in order to close this series out?
I'll get better position, but you see Celts now has rail position, has the stack. They don't need to attack much. He has the peeker if he wants to take some risk, and he decides to use it, but doesn't work at all. And now he kind of lost position, lost his stack. Needs to play a little bit more safe again. They can't really go for the Mega. Mega's going to be DBEs. Sirius on the other side of the map. They need to get defensive position for the heavy. And they seem to have gotten the defensive position. Celts wanting to be a little bit aggressive. He does get the heavy, but he's not getting any damage done. He's going to go down. It's 49 kills for DBE, 48 kills for Cheater. That rocket almost won the map right there.
And Sirius just trying to stay alive. He isn't reliable as of yet, but it's going to be tied 49 apiece. Celts is taking down Drammers, and he managed to hit a very crucial rail. Needs to back away, as you see one has actually had a heavy machine gun, and Sirius is just trying to get through. But Celts is the one who takes an RMV 50-49, and they stop it from going any further in this series. Well played by Cheaters, taking them down 3-0. But well played by Dragonborn Esports, who tried to close at that third map and give himself a bit more of a morale boost to continue the series.
Yeah, if they had found that form that they found in the last 3 minutes, if they had found it earlier in the series, we could be going to a 5-mapper. But it was a little bit late that they found that form. And it seems that they really just like 3-0s.
Yeah, but yeah, it's one of their favorite pastimes.
Endpoint, now they get 3-0s. All in a day's work.
Yeah, you can see from the scoreline there, it's pretty close, really. Not really too much to talk about there in terms of the KDs and what to expect and their assists. They've just been performing extremely well. It was definitely a lot better performance, and it makes you wonder what could have been, what could have happened. We just didn't see the same. I wouldn't say we didn't see the same life from the previous years at Endpoint because of the way DBE played. It's just Cheaters just knew exactly how to put him on a leash.
Yeah, and it's funny that we talk about Sirius having kind of a support role, but almost every map that we see is the one getting 30 kills.
Yeah.
He plays support, but he gets the kills. And Celts is the one kind of enabling him with the space by going for the items and even going for the power-ups. Like if Sirius was getting the power-ups, he would be getting like 50 kills maybe.
Yeah, probably. Or something like that. And what did you think of the series, Sue? Did you catch a few of those games? Hello.
I did catch some of the games. I think the main thing I took away from it is, at the beginning I was wondering, is Sirius going to be on or off? And Sirius was on, I think, the entire series there. And
I think he's been on since the start of the LAN, basically. We've rarely seen him go under 25 frags.
That's true, but I think day one, when they lost early on, that was the only real time that I saw him sort of underperforming, but everything else has been sublime from him. And I think in particular in this, he didn't really let DB properly get into it until Awoken, which was tremendously close at the end.
And we were scared that maybe DB would speed up the pace too much for him to catch up, but he played their pace.
Yeah, it was perfect.
Yeah, he just matched them and he was able to overtake them.
Yeah, but he was happy for them to be that aggressive and to be able to I think Sirius doesn't mind a bit of chaos. He likes a little stability as well in terms of the structure placed by Celts. But again, just the power-ups once more, just able to hold his key areas, making sure to continue the denial. There was a few ups and downs during those last few minutes on Awoken, which could have kind of changed. I think those last 3 minutes is probably the best we've seen out of him for that whole series. And even then, it wasn't really due to how Dragonborn Esports were playing. Cheaters were able to do a lot of things, like even in the first game, how often did they put them on that death cycle and keep them separated? They did it quite a lot, especially during the middle of that first map on Deep Embrace.
Yeah, as I said, if DB had found that form earlier in the series, we could be going to a third map. And you see RMV being very disappointed there at the end of the game, but I don't think they have to be. They played phenomenally throughout this LAN. They go out as 4th place, which is still a really good place for them. And yeah, with them, if could have gone a bit differently if they had started hitting their shots earlier. They didn't, but it's absolutely fine. They played great. I'm proud of them.
So
yeah, it's one of those situations where it's what could have been, even though realistically they knew that they wanted to get top 6 and made it, and now that they got top 4, they knew they were just that 3 games away to hit that €1,000 prize pool for 3rd place. It can be a little bit heartbreaking, but I think after this, give them an hour or 2 to cool off a bit, and I think they're going to be proud for what they've achieved.
100%. But now cheaters have no breaks, really.
Yeah,
no, they have to just keep on going. If they want to get to the end, you just keep on grinding at this point.
And I think the last 3 teams remaining are the kind of 3 teams we expected.
I think so. I think so. I think we got there in the end. Maybe not the fashion we expected, but we got there.
Yeah, one way or another, we made sure that they got to into that position. But we do have an interview with the lads over there with Linus to see exactly what they thought about that matchup and see what cheaters are going to feel going into the next series.
Yes, indeed, we have the cheaters right here in an interview. I mean, congratulations for securing 3rd. That should be your highest LAN finish. How do you feel now?
It feels awesome. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, so the unofficial master represent is pretty happy about that. One thing I noticed is that you always manage to pull away on the after mid map, right? So apart from Awoken, but what do you think made you pull away?
We always try to control both items, like when we can, and it's just sort of like you need to be patient, but then like eventually, like everything you sort of starts working, and then you can like manage to cycle like both items, and then you get a power up like right on top of that, and then you manage to create some sort of gap. I mean, I don't think there's anything specific we do more than just we keep trying, and then it just works at some point, and then we get the lead. Try to keep it.
You also changed up your pick and ban process quite a little bit. Is it just opponent specific? Yeah, you banned Veil for once. And didn't lose it.
Okay.
So.
So, in our first game against Chicago Doggos, I did not understand the pick ban system quite the best. So I banned Deep Embrace thinking we're going to have another ban right after that, and I see them picking Veil. So that was a mistake I learned from, I think. I didn't mess up any bans after that. But yeah, we banned Veil purely because we knew how the ban system worked.
All right. So yeah, you have your next game against Maestro. They play quite a bit different to Railed or Dragonborn esports, but I think you feel quite confident nonetheless, do you?
Yeah. We're
It sounded very confident.
we're not really like nervous or anything. I think we can beat them, assuming that we play the game that we know that we can play, and we get the power-ups, and we hit our rails, I think.
All right. And then I'm sending it back to you, Lethal.
Thank you very much, Linus, and thank you very much, gang, there on Cheaters. And we are not going to go to a break. We're actually going to go straight into this next series. So it will be...
Whoa.
Oh, I know, absolute madness.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Whoa, okay.
Yeah, we're not having any breaks.
You just got
here.
It's been a long weekend.
I'll be honest, I was asked, and I was like, nah, we don't need breaks. Let's keep it going. You know, we need a bit more quick action going in here. And following after that 3-0 series, they now have to jump straight back into the next series, which will be against Maestro Ray, which is going to be a little bit different compared to what we had to play against Dragonborn esports. For Maestro Rave, I kind of feel like if they don't win this 3-0 or 3-1, it's going to cause some issues in the grand final. I want to see a dominating performance from Maestro in order to feel like there could be something going for them in the grand finals. But if Cheetahs absolutely dominate them, then it could be an entirely different ballgame.
I was just seeing if Cheetahs had left by the time you started saying that. So yeah, okay.
I did say I did say it's just Maestro. But no, whichever team managed to, I want to see one of these two teams basically dominate. And if they do, then it will give me a little bit of hope for whichever goes into the grand final against
I don't think it's going to happen.
No,
I don't think it's going to happen.
I think it's going to be quite close.
Yeah, it should be. I think they're fighting for the chance to lose versus Chicago Dogs in the final right now.
That's what it feels like, right?
Right?
That is
it's
what it
kind
feels
of
like.
what it feels like. The Chicago Dogs is like, they may have not started super impressive, but as the time went on, and with every hurdle they faced, they got better and better and showed why they're the best team.
Can someone play with Rafa's mouse drivers or something like that?
So whoever's going to win is going to play to lose the grand final.
Possibly.
Brilliant.
You should still
That's
watch
exactly
you should still watch
the
it.
inspiration you want. So if you want any kind of like positive inspiration, this is your guy.
Nice pun.
Unbelievable. I'm going to pretend I never even heard that.
Right.
Anyways. Why am I here? Unbelievable. So, from what we mentioned earlier, you've seen how Cheetahs played. They did extremely well against Dragon Ball Esports. With Maestro, how they played against Chicago Doggos, I don't think it's more on their side of things. It was just Chicago Doggos improving, making those like minimal unforced errors over time.
But Chicago Doggos will lose the first map in the grand final.
Yeah, that's
standard.
We know that's going to
do that
happen
now.
because they think that they have a map advantage, but apparently they don't.
No, it's a map disadvantage.
Map disadvantage. That's what it is.
Until they realise, oh yeah, it's the end. Oh well, better free bracket reset is.
Exactly.
Unbelievable. So it looks like we were trying to skip a break, but it looks like we're going to go.
So it's on you. You have to deal with this now.
Yeah, I know.
You made this happen.
We didn't want the break, but the players apparently do need a break.
Yeah, well, actually, I've been told, but
there we go.
But it's just one of those things. But just before we go to a break, just let you know about the GoFundMe page. Make sure you search KeenCon 2025 to find out all the milestones. Actually, we've covered every single milestone so far. We were at 4,891 euros, I believe, previously. We're now actually on over 5,000 now and 41 euros. So we've covered literally every single milestone, and the last one being the 20,000
if we get
for
to
KeenCon next year.
We get to 10,000 in, sets up an OnlyFans, so you should.
Yeah. So, well.
Sorry, I was interrupting your flow there.
No, it's fine. No, it wasn't really a flow. I was just like trying to just make things up on the spot in my head, which is quite hard work for me. Maybe Ince can do it instead.
No, thank you.
What do you mean no?
No.
Oh, okay. Well, okay, I'll leave it to. I won't embarrass him any longer. But we'll see you after the break for the lower bracket final between Maestro, Rave, and Cheetahs. Don't go anywhere. We're back at Barcelona KeenCon 2024 and some very impressive hand gestures there. And we've got our lower bracket final coming up next between Maestro, Rave and Cheaters. And Cheaters have been on the warpath in the lower bracket. And let's see if the likes of Maestro can put a stop to them, depending on which team is going to go through to meet Chicago Doggos in the grand finals. Joining me as always is Ints and Zoots. And this could be a much closer affair than expected. I think the clean sweeps now is over. We've had 2 in a row, pretty much.
At least until we get to the grand finals.
Yes, yes. It's,
obviously.
So this is what I like about it's the fact that he likes to bring a lot of climax
Honesty.
into the games.
Okay.
Or we could say honesty as well. We could say anticlimactic, but yeah.
The thing
but
is,
anyways,
both of these teams are in a very similar skill level right now, and it's up to one of them to level up to win the right of to play versus Chicago Doggos.
To lose versus.
Or
Sorry.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'll take your line.
You say that now, and then we'll probably find out it's going to go into that best of 5. It's going to be a reset, and then blah, 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 blah.
I mean,
but,
that's what we hope for, right?
Well, exactly, yeah. You know, more Quake action, the better. And just let everyone know at home that with the grand finals, even though it's a bracket reset, it'll be a best of 5, but the reset will be a best of 3, just to give everyone. But I'll remind you guys later on, don't you worry about that. And so going into this best of 5, you'll talk about leveling up, and this is where one of these teams needs to really reach that skill ceiling and get to the next level. Who do you reckon is the team most likely to have the potential to do that?
Maestro.
You think so?
I mean, it's clear. Maestro were the best 2v2 team until this year started, pretty much.
They've both
and it's up to them to reach that level again. The more the tournament progresses, the likely they are to get back to that shape. When it comes to Cheaters, they have the potential, but we see a lot of like miscoordination, timing's not there, some problems with champion pool. They have a lot of potential. Like when it comes to aim, they have Sirius, right? And Kels has a great champion pool, but I think overall Maestro have the potential to level up right now.
Barometer though for who can perform the best is based on their results versus Chicago Doggos, and they've both lost 3-1. And
what is it? But Maestro did beat Cheaters in the first day of group stage. They won 2-1.
But I wasn't there then, so that doesn't count.
Oh, it doesn't count if you didn't watch it.
Count.
Okay, so because we did
that
half the
means
groups,
it never
half the groups don't count either.
Never
basically. But the match is going to get underway very shortly as we're going to bring the teams onto the stage. And the teams are Maestro Rave versus Cheaters. Cheaters have been almost back-to-back series. They only just won a couple of series ago. They won that last series in quite clean fashion against Dragonborn Esports, and now this is a different kettle of fish entirely in terms of skill levels.
We've seen this yesterday, I want to say. We've seen a Maestro team kill. We're going to have another Maestro team kill here.
Basically.
I'm sure the management of Maestro will approve if Cheaters wins.
They got 2.5 teams here though, so
technically, yeah. A top 8 and
or at least
2 top 3s. Unbelievable. So we've already discussed what needs to be required in terms of the mental state going into the game, but I think these picks of bans are going to be crucial. I want to see if there's any kind of fruity champion bans. We'll see later
hold on. You asked me earlier who had the potential to go to the grand final and step up, and I just realized Razy is in Maestro.
He has to be second place.
He has to be second. Okay, so Cheaters have the potential to go to the grand final and win it. If Razy gets there,
he can't win it.
He can't. He's cursed. He's actually cursed.
We need to calculate how many seconds he's had, but I don't want to go on about it because we're just going to potentially add more to the tally.
I calculate.
He's had what, in a row or just like
not
overall in Quake Champions?
Overall, Champions dual lands.
Is that in dual and is that in
it
dual?
Was in a row.
No.
Because his last first place was in Italy Open 18.
Razy did come third at QuakeCon 2021 as well.
Oh right, he did go a couple. Oh, wow. He didn't get second, he got third instead.
So it's not quite in a row. I mean,
yeah, not quite in a row.
I know I'm kind of clutching at straws here,
enough in a row definitely to be a mild inconvenience at that point.
Is it 10 in a row until the podium finishes? Yeah, okay. Yeah, so maybe I was nitpicking a little bit.
Even more amazing than if he makes it to final and wins.
Yes.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, absolutely.
You know, the worst part is that Razy kind of has that mental block against Rafa. And Wenger kind of has a mental block against Maxter.
And you can say you broke the curse.
Oh, it seems we have the picks and bans going underway already. They are going at it very fast.
Oh, well, that is fast.
They really are. We're going to bring up the picks and bans for you shortly. They are going to be live for you to see what the players are thinking, and maybe some comms as well from each team to decide how they're going to go through each map, and then the champion bans right at the very end. So far, it's Deep Embrace from Rave, Maestro Rave, and we've got Exile from Cheetahs, which is standard. Cheetahs been Exile every single time.
And Sirius remembers the pick ban order now.
Yes, that is very important.
Yeah, what was it? Because I missed it, but what was the bit about the ban order?
I think he thought that it was pick, and then he banned 2 before the end.
Oh, so he banned the max
so I think he forgot
that it was best of 5, basically.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. Yeah.
So Deep Embrace, Exile,
probably a time not to forget.
Corrupted, Awoken, and for the last map, Blood Covenant.
Interesting. It's going to be quite spicy. All going for all the small maps and just banning Molten Falls and actually banning Veil as well. And the Clutch ban straight away, of course, for Razy. That's to be expected. We expect the Clutch to be banned here, and if they make it to the grand final, we're banned there as well. We've got a Nyx ban, which is a good ban there from Maestro.
Ban now. There it is, the Anarchy ban. And from Maestro Rave, I don't know what else they would want to ban. Maybe BJ?
Wouldn't be too much of a surprise.
It is interesting they're doing this without much prep time this time.
Yeah,
they haven't had like the night to think about it or an afternoon. It's very quick turnaround here.
Maybe Strog as well from Maestro Rave?
Visor?
Visor, okay, yeah, okay. You don't really want to give someone who already has a name bot a wall hack on top of it.
Yeah, that does.
They are cheaters, but we gotta limit them.
Yeah, for the record, by the way, they're not actually cheaters, but I just want to just for anyone
they are
that
news to me. I thought they were. Well, we got the picks.
We see Molten Falls banned almost every time. I think it's the map we have seen the least throughout this whole weekend.
Are you happy about that?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah,
There's
me too.
a time limit every time.
I'm not a fan of Molten Falls, honestly.
But
there's a time and a place for it. I'm glad we've had like 1 or 2, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm satisfied with that. That's enough Molten Falls.
Exactly.
I'm sure CNZ at home is probably crying because he loves a good Molten Falls. But, but again, it might be one of those players where you get some maps where you may really hate it, but you're still good at it.
Yeah. Just happens to fit your style, right?
Pretty much, yeah, pretty much. It's one of those things you love to hate. Great example.
Thinking about picks for like each map, Deep Embrace will likely have Athena Slash from both teams, or Strog. Athena Strog is also good on both on the first map. And on Exile, without Nyx, Anarchy, Clutch, or Visor.
We saw medium champions and stuff.
Yeah,
before,
probably
like
Strog
BJs,
and Ranger or BJ
Ranger.
works very well for Sirius. Then CK probably the same thing, Strog, BJ, and Ranger. Awoken might just be the same thing.
Maybe. No, actually, I was thinking Doom, but no, not really. Not
People
until
don't
maybe
really play Doom a lot, honestly.
Yeah, every time we said that Doom's probably not good made available, when it just appears, it's just a bit of a pain. But I'm going to leave you two to crack on and cast. Enjoy the lower bracket final in this best of 5 between Maestro, Rave, and Cheetahs. So it's take it away.
Let's do it, Ince. Let's get into it. We have got an Athena and Strog versus a Slash and Strog. That one is by Cheetahs wielding the Slash and the Strog. We are starting off on Razy, who is pretty damn stacked with this heavy armor as we get on to the only double power-up map over here.
Kind of interesting that the Sirius and Calts don't really go for the Athena here, but I get it's probably Sirius playing the Strog. He's played very well versus DVE last map. So they're just going to try and keep the game as it was before. But of course, now they're going up versus Maestro. Not quite the same as going versus DVE.
Razy hasn't missed yet. I'm going to curse him. Cursing him. Cursing him. Not cursing him. There we go. Double kill we've got from Maestro. Beautiful work, Razy.
Oh, yeah, we almost saw someone there. Can he find the angle? It's more impressive that the guy from LG can see him. Because from LG, you don't really ever look at that angle.
Razy, good timing on the heavy. That's going to be the last one before the power-up spawn. I assume they're all going to try and work their way over towards the quad, but maybe if setup fails for one team, they'll
the rocket doesn't work.
Settle back.
Maestro don't really have a lot of stack right now, or weapons to work with. Wenger now gets the rocket, and the Rail's going to try to make his way onto the quad. Again, not much HP for him, but Razy gets the kill. Kels is there alone now trying to fight too. Kels gets it. And he gets away, and Sirius is also there, so power up for cheaters.
Razy should get the protection at this point. I imagine he would have spawned on the other side of the map. There it is, with the Strog, has the protection. There is about...
10-second delay.
Yep, half the quad time remaining. Sneaky, sneaky. Big amount of damage with that rail. That's actually completely crippled Razy. Stacking and finishing with the rail anyway. There's another bit of power up for Celts to play with.
Oh, he almost landed the shot, but he still has all of the protection to go. If he could just land the rail. I think he can do it. Come on, Celts, we believe in you.
He's got this. There we go.
But he's just going to die.
Oh, Razy eventually taking him down. Not too bad of a run. It has put Cheaters in the lead by a couple, 7-4. But there is still so much just fighting around here constantly. The Maestro already making it back and closing that gap.
Yeah, it's going to be a brawl until one team actually gets a good double power-up run and establishes control over after it. And so far, it's just... we're at least a minute away from something like that happening. The teams will just keep fighting and fighting. Now it's gonna be a while, 20 seconds until a major item appears. And I don't think teams want to stop fighting though. They just want to show who has the best combat skills. And here on this server, everyone does. Oh my god. He just dropped on him with a rail, but no, it's just, you see, it's the ego. They all want to show they're the best aimers.
He's got other weapons, but he's still going for those close-range rails. That's with the LG. Sirius takes him down a ton. That's a pretty important kill. Razy had tons of weapons there. Essential that he did that.
Sirius now, he likely doesn't really want to take fights at all. He does go for that, but he has the light there. Now he should just stay put, help Celts maybe, and try to get in position for power-up. Good kill on Wenger.
Quad's up.
And that's for Sirius. Very well played there for Sirius. He had a lot of patience. Wenger coming up. He still has a few seconds to get there, but since he didn't move immediately, he's not likely to be able to get it.
He's just taken like a mega health worth of those health files.
Yeah,
He's just
look at his
so
stack.
stacked here. This is insane. He's going to get double power up over here, and he's going to be able to push on through. Cheetah's looking good. There's another one. Finishing with Razy, who just has his gauntlet out. He is fully loaded with health and armor.
I was going to say that. We don't say this often in Quake Champions, but he was fully loaded.
Surely push a bit more. Push with your player, not with the peeker.
You can even rocket jump up. He has protection and 300 HP in armor.
He's just really going to help Celts a little bit. Celts is chilling over there, 1 versus 2. Do something serious, come on.
So much stack and no will to play. There you go, finally goes up a jump and gets a couple of kills. Yes, indeed, Strog.
He is holding on to this side of the map, though. It's like he wants to sort of anchor this and let Celts just scrimmage around over on the rail side.
Yeah, setting up crossfires, and he keeps landing these really important shots as well. Every shot that Sirius lands, Celts tries to gets the finishing blow. Heavy about to spawn. Sirius not quite there in time. He's gonna let that one go.
It's amazing how effective Celts is really being, considering he's being left alone most of the time, 1 versus 2, and he's really not giving away that many deaths at all. Cheetah's now finding himself 5 frags up, 20-15. And we get to see a little bit of Celts here. I think he deserves the camera time, given the amount of insane hard work that he's pulling through.
And especially because Slash is not a champion with a lot of stack. And he manages to hang out in fights for a long time. And I think we're going to listen into some team comms before this next power-up in 10 seconds.
I had to kill him because otherwise I would have died.
With me.
This way. Coming, rushing.
I'm not protection.
Okay.
Nice.
Heavy now. Heavy now.
Got heavy, 20.
I got mega, pretty sure.
Gotta get something from this.
Rail.
Hopefully he's a bit more proactive this time around.
Wins.
Doesn't seem like it.
Well, he's trying. It looks like he's really trying to, but Maestro being quite evasive, which is what they need to be doing.
I mean, if they're playing versus Athena and Strog, it's very hard to catch up to them, even if you're a Strog yourself. Oh,
Finally, something hit. Back into that center map a little bit. Oh, beautiful rocket, Sirius. LG to finish it. Not quite. Wenger has a smidgen of health left, which Celts is able to shave away.
Now a 6 frag lead for Cheaters. They did get 2 double power-ups, so it's not that surprising. Still overall pretty close. Good kill by Celts. Can he get kill on Wenger as well? He runs out of LG ammo, but still gets the kill done. Without any support from Sirius there, because Sirius was on the other side of the map picking up ammo,
They've been playing most of the game without help from Sirius, but they're still doing very well.
The thing is, we say no help from Sirius, but every time we're on Sirius' point of view, we see him landing shots.
Yeah, it's like the crossfire, right?
Exactly.
It's just from the back.
It like for us, it looks like he's not doing any damage.
It's like feels like a distant relationship they have.
Yeah,
you know?
very distant relationship from Serbia to Sweden.
Beautiful
Celts
work.
Getting even more kills now with 10 frag lead over them, over Maestro. Look at that support from Sirius. How nice of him.
There we go. Occasionally he comes in, you know.
Power up coming soon. Sirius not quite there yet, but there's still a few seconds. He has time. He has a decent stack too. He's waiting for Celts so he can bait him. And they get the kills once again. Power up protection about spawn, but Celts, he knows he cannot get there on time, so he's just gonna let that one go. Crazy picks it up.
I think he wants both. He really wants to get both. He spotted him.
He can get it.
Oh, Wenger's in the way, just body blocking from the protection. He's not going to get a chance to do it. Amazing work from Celts. He's been the unsung hero of this map, in my opinion. And now he can push forward and get a bit more. This is a dominating lead. 16, 17 kills advantage. And he's going to find another one. Oh my god, there's so much damage.
On Maestro's map as well. Very nice. Celts is playing out of his mind.
Yeah, this is insane.
I believe that we are closer for them to get 50 kills than we are from Maestro to getting 30.
Yeah.
Definitely feels like that. Look at Celts' movement. He knows, like, his survivability is so good because he knows when he has to get out. That is the most important thing. When we see DBE play, for instance, they have a very similar type of movement and aim, but they overcommit to a lot of these fights. And Celts knows exactly when he needs to back off.
At the moment, this just looks like a humbling experience for Maestro.
Yeah.
Celts just being so annoying to play against. It's not just the disengaging, it's the immediate re-engaging without necessarily expecting it. Just the shifting, the moving around, being sneaky.
Very nice. They should be able to get the 50th kill just in a second.
Oh no, Celts denied it. Sirius, can he get it done? Razy picks up a kill. Celts through the teleporter, surely something on the side. Eventually, Sirius picks it off, 50-27.
Dominating performance on the first map by Cheaters. I did not expect that at all.
It's like Celts' mouse pad was on fire. He's just trying to put it out there.
Pretty much. Celts played really well. And again, we still see Sirius on top of the leaderboard. And I believe if we do look at the damages, Sirius will still be on top. At Wenger, with 6 kills, he's had a nightmare this game.
He has had a nightmare.
Not what you would expect from Wenger. But you know, when we come to, we talk about players with Maestro have low playtime, I think Razy doesn't affect him that much. But Wenger, he kind of needs more playtime just to get back into the swing of things. Razy, it feels like he can play just with like 1 hour of playtime again, because he always gets 2 lands like 5 minutes after he has to play.
It's strange because you can't really see the damage there, so you can't see the true impact that every player has had.
Behind them and ask.
But I don't really want to do that right now with Marco. But if from the surface, that looks like one of the weakest performances from Wenger this LAN. But
I think he's had this LAN.
Yeah. But is this one of those one-time things? Everyone has a nightmare game from time to time.
Yeah.
It does happen. Can he pick himself back up and go into map 2? We're going into Exile and actually get some damage done properly. Because we all know what Wenger's capable of.
Yep.
But Celts and Sirius just denied him to the maximum.
Yeah, I mean, Celts, as you were saying earlier, his ability to go out of fights and then go back in when they least expect it, and even more than that, to react to every single information or damage that Sirius does is insane. That's why, like, we think their coordination is not that good, but Celts' coordination is spot on.
Yeah.
And I guess it's kind of their game plan, right? Sirius hits rails and he gives out some information here and there, and then Kelts just acts based on it, and he's super effective.
Is Kelts good at sort of feeding back that information too? Because
Yes.
we saw those times where I'm serious at the other side of the map, railing it, but it's Kelts who's sort of navigating those 1v2s,
if he knows
right?
here is 1 or 2 rails, he knows, oh, maybe he's going to go to this HP bubble and I can finish him off.
Right.
And Kelts has been doing that phenomenally.
Yeah. No, I know that Sirius got more kills during that game, but I thought the playstyle that Kelts had to play in order for them to be successful was just so difficult to navigate.
Yeah, especially with Slash.
Yeah,
you don't really get a lot of stack to play with.
Oh, exactly. And any mistake you make, you just explode.
Very, very good performance by Kelts.
But we do go to Exile next.
Yeah.
Do you think things will be different?
If anything, I think it's going to be a very good map for Cheetahs, and we're starting up already on Sirius' point of view on the second map of the lower bracket final.
Yeah, Wenger did not want to immediately erupt like that.
Not the best start for
He needs to get into this game a little bit. I've been watching the kill board a little bit. There you go, gets back into it. Double kill for Wenger. That is more like it. That is 50% of the kills essentially that he got previously. Getting caught out, so we're just over tied up. Well, it is 3-2. But it is early days as we go on to the second rotation of items.
Oh,
Crazy.
great rockets. Oh, he doesn't get the kill though. Kelt's there to clean up, and he gets a second kill right after.
Crazy.
And now with the Destroyers, they probably still believe he's low, but he's absolutely fine. He has fighting stack, basically. And Strog BJ from Maestro and Strog Ranger from... I kind of expected it to be the other way apart. With Sirius going with the BJ and maybe Wenger going with the Visor, with a Ranger, but no.
Oh.
Just gets a...
Oh my god.
It is so hard to go up against cheaters, it seems, because Kelts navigates the fights perfectly, and then there's Sirius there to do cleanup if Kelts doesn't get the kills. 10 seconds for the first power-up.
Let's see the setup. Sirius pushing around the back sides of the map. Razy trying to fend him off with the rockets, not really landing much damage. There's an orb just to misguide him, and Razy completely distracted by this. It's a clean defense of the power-up area, and Sirius with Ranger, with a middling stack, has a chance to do a bit more damage.
There's Mega for him, so he feels a little bit more comfortable pushing out. Can he find the Maestro players, though? I think Wenger is hiding right behind him. Oh, that. I think that might be... Yep, that was Wenger. He still hasn't gotten any kill with all of this. And, you know, when you are playing the Ranger, it's very hard to chase the Strog, but Kelts does manage to get one of the kills at least. I think that Kelts is a much better power-up runner than Sirius is.
But he
just plays so much faster,
right? As well.
Oh!
See you later. Razy gets the credit for the kill on that out of bounds.
Then I think it is also because if Kelts is running the power-up, they are more likely to run into Sirius well-positioned.
Yeah, that's
so it kind of works out for both of them.
Totally right. The amount of times I've seen Sirius just picking up kills on the side when Kelts is running the power-up.
Because he just opens up so much space for Sirius to control the map, basically.
This is insane at the moment. 8 frag advantage. Again, we are early days, but we are moving from a map that was already a dominant victory. It was 50-27. Again, that's one of the most one-sided victories that we've seen, apart from, I think we saw a 50-15, which was against Endpoint.
Yeah. And like I was talking to Sirius yesterday or earlier today, and he was saying that the team they're most nervous of playing versus is Maestro.
Really?
And right now, it doesn't seem like they're nervous at all.
No, not at all. Would not see it.
Nice. Oh, wow. He really hit the double air rocket there. Can he get the kill? He absolutely gets the kill. Power up spawning soon, and they both win their individual 1v1s. And this time around, Kelt's going to be the one running the power up.
They can't get back. They cannot get back there in time. It's an easy power up pickup for Kelts.
There's heavy spawning, and Kelts... Oh, Sirius is the one actually getting, but that's fine. Kelts doesn't really need it.
No,
and now we're going to see Kelts opening up... Oh, you almost fall there. Kelts opening up the space for... Movement, please.
This is what you wanted to see, though.
To open up the space for Sirius. Nice.
We need to see some slow play, I think, for a minute from Maestro. This is getting out of hand already.
I kind of want to see them go back to Ranger as well instead of the BJ. Doesn't really seem to be working much.
Oh, yeah, finally finds the rail angle. Sirius cleans up again. endless amount of rails that are landing from these players. Still strings another one together despite Razy taking him down. Here we are, 20-8.
I feel like Sirius just plays at that LG teleporter for like 15 minutes. This seemed to be his favorite spot on this map.
Wenger just trying to get into the game a little bit here again. Can't even take down that frag. Serious, how much health? He's on about 3 HP at the end of that.
Okay, Maestro starting to come into some items. They're finding them, they know the timing now. But they're still just dropping frags.
Serious just out of bound Wenger as well somewhere. He was moments ago, he just had no health whatsoever.
And he's still getting the kills.
Maestro is struggling to get to double digits even. Wenger just stuck here, weaponless.
The domination hasn't stopped yet.
Not at all.
It's not looking good for the Maestro boys.
I don't really feel like it's gonna stop either.
Yes, good position. Defend the heavy. I like how Wenger is playing that because he knows that Kelt has the position on it. But Kelt's immediately trading. Power up soon.
So they're hitting so many rails. It's just almost infinite amount of damage.
Look at their position. Maestro coming from the same spot and just Kelt alone. He's going to clean up both and get all the Stroyans after. He's back to maximum health.
Just a chase. Might as well at that point. There's still another mega health for you to take afterwards. There's going to be heavy.
He doesn't even need it, but yeah, might as well just get it and just
why not?
Completely try and steamroll Sirius and Razy and Wenger.
20 frag advantage. And another second to go. Is there a rail angle that he can find? Not quite.
He does find it. Oh, and he gets
God.
the kill. That's disgusting. Now Sirius just pushing on a helpless Wenger, standing at the heavy platform 15 seconds before it spawns with the rail out. Not looking good for Maestro. I feel like he should have given that one to Kelt, but okay. He already had the 100 armor.
No, he wants it. I feel like we just don't see... There's just no good weapons that Maestro have been having either. It's not like when they needed a rail, they haven't had it. When they need the LG, they haven't had it. Like those fighting situations never really suit them.
Yeah, every fight they have taken has been a bit scrappy.
Yeah.
And with Sirius and Kelt, they are taking the fights that they want most of the time.
Double kill there for Wenger. He has been getting a few of those. I mean, for the impact that there's been, I've definitely seen Wenger on the scoreboard somewhat.
I like that he's trying to delay the heavy so that cheaters don't get the timing of it, but it doesn't really matter. Just get the item and try to play.
This is the best string of action we've seen from Maestro for 2 maps at this point.
6 kills in a row. That's good.
He's still like lacking weaponry massively. He's just rockets and heavy machine gun.
How has Wenger gotten like 5 frags or 6 frags without dying with only 1 weapon?
Yeah, I don't understand.
And power up spawning now, and he still doesn't have any weapons, even though he's been alive for over a minute at this point.
Oh no! He does get the direct rocket. Razy's right next to it. How low on HP is Sirius going to be?
He's fine. With 50 HP, that's basically 150. Due to the protection.
All that hard work, and Maestro just couldn't quite clinch the power up. And that power up was going to allow them to just continue the control that they'd been recently having. At least it's a sort of protection right now and not a quad, which would likely steamroll the scoreboard a bit more. But only 10 kills are needed for cheaters in order to go to map 3.
Gonna go up. Can he get the kill? Not quite. Oh, yeah, there it is.
There's a double for Razy. Okay.
Zoot, is there still time?
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that was a very fast answer.
No, I very much think so. I mean, if you think about it, Sirius and Celts have essentially gained a 20 frag advantage by losing only 5, 6, 7.
None of you gets out alive.
Whether they actually do it is a different question, by the way.
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part.
Oh, I needed these items. Sirius with another double. And these exchanges favor them enormously. Again,
they need an next power up.
You know, a bit hot.
At this point, I don't even think that they can get to the next side.
I think we're listening to Lethal.
Yeah, it's really bad. Yeah.
Hi, Lethal.
It's like madness.
Thank you for contributing to the cast, Lethal. Very strong opinions there by Lethal. Obviously on Maestro's performance right now. And that this Maestro needs this power-up desperately. And look at the weaponry from Kelt. He always has at least more than one weapon. Power-up coming up soon. He does a lot of damage on Razy at the left side, and Razy's not going to be able to even challenge for the power. It's Wenger there alone. Where is Sirius?
Wenger rockets, that's what we need to see at the moment, but both the Maestro players are critically wounded. Wenger, he's railed from the sideline. 2 more kills needed. Kelt trying to get close. Sirius picks it up. 1 more kill, and we are 2-0 in favor of Cheaters. There's the final rail. 50 to, I think that was 33 at the end.
They are making Maestro look like a group stage team at this point. It was 50 to 27 in the first map, and now it was 50 to 33. Absolute domination from Cheaters.
This is progress for Maestro.
You know what would he see progress for Lethal? He was saying before the game he needs to see a convincing performance.
Yeah,
I know.
He needs to see a convincing performance from one of these 2 teams. And right now, we look like we might get a 3-0 from Cheaters.
I'm getting quite distracted at the moment by the commentary.
Yeah, Lethal is doing commentary without even being on the desk.
That's impressive.
How dare he?
That is impressive.
It is wildly impressive.
I think we're back. You're hot. You're hot.
Cool. But yeah, with the next map coming up now, I don't see a way for Maestro to stop this momentum that they're having.
But I wanted to go back to the point that you were making as well as what Lethal was saying, that you need a dominant victory in order to challenge the Dogos.
Yeah.
Dogos. And that's what they're showing at the moment.
Yeah, absolutely. If they win this comfortably, this will give them a massive confidence boost, and it will make Chicago Doggos actually think twice and maybe shake their confidence a little bit, even though they beat them.
I'm still trying to get the idea around my head that Razy might not come second. Conceptually, that's hard to
It's
grasp.
hard to imagine.
Yeah.
Is Wenger the problem?
I think Wenger has had some problems in this series. I think he started to fix them quite a bit in map 2. We definitely saw him shine a little bit more, but still being outshone by both of the Cheaters players.
Yeah, both Kelt and Sirius are completely on point. It's very hard to stop them when they're all hitting their shots, and Kelt's movement has been great. Sirius' sense of opportunity is very accurate right now as well.
We are going to CK though, which this is the map that Wenger and Razy picked against the Doggos, but they lost that one. However, I think the issue there was really Rafa rather than themselves. I do expect them to play this very well versus Cheaters.
They have to. I mean, there's no rails, so should be easier for them to fight Sirius, especially if he needs to actually get closer to fight. We're gonna see. We're about to. This is match point for Cheaters. Take us away, Zoo.
Let's do it, guys. We have got Strog and BJ on the side of Maestro. We've got Strog and Ranger on the side of Cheaters. We have got an immediate dart in with the shotgun, the dual-wheel shotgun, but it has not worked out for Razy. Wenger holding back a little more, doing some damage on the rocket spawn, but is going to get blasted by the Dire Orb, and it's an immediate 3-0 advantage. So picking up where they left off on the previous map.
Some foreshadowing.
It's just, they're running away. They have to leave all of the items on the map. We heard how Kelt and Sirius were talking in the previous interview that they like to try and control both of the items on the map, and they work their way into the map in order to do that. It normally happens later on. It's kind of happened from the very beginning.
I mean, can they get the kill at least, just to give me some confidence, because I'm not feeling it right now.
Yeah, 1 minute, 7 kills. None in the way of Maestro.
Really not what you would expect. I was assuming both of these teams were in a similar level of skill, but Cheaters stepping up massively.
But
really enjoying their performance right now.
It's one thing getting this far, it's another thing getting over the finish line.
Yeah. But right now, this is the hurdle that they must overcome. There we go, 1 kill for Maestro.
Let's go. Round of applause.
That's something. Power up spawning soon. Sirius well positioned, does do a lot of damage onto Razy. He's getting it, 50 HP.
It's not much to work with, but it is something. Needs that mega health.
Can he get anything else then? Can he find the Cheaters?
Forward to each other, there's a play behind!
I love that. Oh, they do get it, the power back in the end. I think Kelt was just baiting him with a sound, going up and down the jump pad.
Yeah.
And Razy was like, where is he? And Sirius just standing behind the corner. If that was planned, that was genius. Even if that wasn't planned, it was still genius.
This is good. A little bit of a recovery being made at the moment by Maestro. They, despite losing the power up for a second, they did get back on it. Mega Health was taken by Sirius.
The weirdest part for me is that they didn't change their champions at all from the previous map. It makes sense that Sirius and Kelt wouldn't change, but Wenger and Razy not changing it either.
Wenger's had an amazing string of play just then.
Yeah.
I can stop banging on about him now.
You are satisfied.
I am.
Even
well,
if they
he
don't
gets the
win
map win, I
anything
might be.
Yeah.
He still has that hurdle to overcome. Almost a full recovery here, 10 to 11. Oh, the rush in from Kelts. That is going to stop the string of kills that Wenger had. Now we are going to watch Razy, who's just got the shotgun. Going to move back for the LG. Going to share that. Oh, shout, push from Kelts.
Nice.
Good patience. Can you stop taking the lightning gun, Wenger? For God's sake.
He just wants the shaft. I love Razy's shotgun. He has such patience with it every time, and it always looks like he's going to miss it, but then he always hits it. It's great. Power up in 20 seconds. He's trying to fight for the heavy right before. Can he get the kill before it spawns? He doesn't, but he does get the kill at least.
I think we might need to start seeing an adaptation from Cheetahs, because the last two maps, they haven't really had an issue with anything that they were doing. It's starting to become an issue.
It's a power up for Raze. He's not very stacked. You can hear BJ screaming here and there. And now they're starting to bleed out frags quite a bit.
This is really, really good. This is amazing work from Maestro. From the brink of unconsciousness, they've woken up out of their coma.
Let's not forget, they were also 2 down versus Endpoint, and they made the full comeback. The whole...
That's true.
Reverse sweep. Can they do it here as well?
Chicago Doggos like to lose 1 map to start with. Maestro like to lose 2.
There we go. Crazy. Up there, upping his ability. Getting one of the kills, can he get the second one as well? Not quite. But yeah, at this point, Cheaters, do they even want to do anything different? I think they still have so much confidence in a 2-map lead that they're just going to keep playing as they are, because it's not really going wrong either.
They're very low Maestro players for a moment. Razy trying to back out, but under a bit of pressure. Kelts through the teleporter, trying to get close. Sirius can clean up from the other side. The denial of the Mega Health.
Can they go to the heavy as well? Or is Kelts going to collect it? They do get there a little bit late. Kelts collects, but he's going to go down. But he still gets the kill before with the tribal. And the other kill. Kelts is...
He's a machine.
Yeah. An absolute machine. Good damage by Wenger.
Well, I can't
Just seemed like he finally found some confidence there.
Yeah, yeah. He's making these aggressive plays work for him. It's been causing problems on the side of Cheetahs.
10 seconds for the power up.
He hasn't got any rockets or anything. Some splash damage is fairly limited here on ammunition.
A lot of damage by Sirius.
Here's Razy. Where's Razy? Needs him to help with the protection area. Protection has been taken already. Sorry, make that quad, my mistake.
Yeah, Razy died very early versus Sirius, and he couldn't get the fast enough respawn to be able to help. And now Kelts has a lot of stacked work. He doesn't even need this mega, he just wants to get it and go get the kills that Sirius left. Can he find the players? He doesn't need the heavy either, so that's fine to lose it, as long as he has the timing on it. Can he find the next 2 kills?
Where have they gone?
Yeah, they're just running so fast. Well, Wenger gave them 1 back. Seems fair.
Just like herding them into Sirius at that point.
Yeah. And that's why we like watching Kelts power-up runs, because Sirius is able to position himself in a way that with Kelts moving so much, they run into him instead.
That was a big shotgun blast right at the end, so got a good amount of damage going. We are tied up 27 to 27. Maestro are playing for their life in this tournament. If they lose this map, they are eliminated in 3rd place at Barcelona KeenCon 2024. Cheetah's looking for as positive a result as possible to give them the most chances. I really feel like every map that they don't have to play is extra energy that they have to play a grand final at this point. And it's getting to the point where endurance and stamina potentially could become a factor.
The Serious point of view is kind of interesting because you see him up to rockets when Kelts is going for the heavy. Then you see Kelts going for the nail room, and he takes another position to try and crossfire every time. He's just always trying to find damage on long range, basically. Again, he sees Kelts going in for that, he comes in behind and tries to help after. It's just very interesting support play. He's still the one getting the frags, but it's Kelts opening up the place. Yeah. But his serious sense of opportunity is incredible to be able to take advantage of it.
We've got protection spawning in 2 seconds. Maestro don't seem to be that close. Sirius gets a fairly easy pickup just there.
Kelts was just fighting both of them. Like the distraction in space that Kelts creates in the map, just a lot of chaos. That Sirius is able to just pick up a clean protection.
I wonder how much of that is deliberate and how much of that is sort of intuitive, and they know what that's what's meant to happen.
Can you get some of the kills? You should be able to get this one onto Vanguard, not quite. Oh, he gets the kill onto Raze instead. And now, and onto Vanguard as well. Right now it's when things start to look a little bit desperate for Maestro. Even though the frag lead isn't that much, we see complete control of the game by cheaters.
We did say that they had to do something since Maestro are getting into this map quite a bit, but it has stopped. Maestro were at least neck and neck, if not slight advantage. Now we have a 10 frag advantage for cheaters, looking to guarantee themselves top 2 over here.
And finally Sirius going down. It has been like a few minutes without him dying.
Good work, Crazy. Got some intense preparation to make for the next quad that will spawn in 40 seconds time.
8 frag lead. Maestro need to try and do something desperate to come back to this one. I'm not even sure what they can do due to the mostly domination that we're seeing from Cheetah's POV. And right now it's a 1v2 and then another 1v2 for Maestro. They're not really able to counter cheaters in any type of way. 10 seconds for possibly the last power-up. Let's listen into some team comms. If they speak. They don't even need to speak. That's the craziest part about this team. You were asking if it's intuitive or not. It is.
There we go, yeah.
Find you.
Finally a word.
Close. Good shot, come over.
Both tunnel, probably.
Okay. Covering, the other side.
Not in front, BG.
Push, Mega.
Did it.
Yeah, that's fine.
Tell him to push Meg and then he still did.
Going up for I need.
Yeah. Grabbing guns. We don't need to rush them.
Nope. He's very weak. He got my wild dog. He's 50. He's going at you.
Yeah, close. Cutting mid. He's one shot. One more mid. There's a shaft at door.
Oh, got it in time. Razy wanted that. Looking for a mid. Venga is going to back him up a little bit. But Maestro can't really make any mistakes anymore. It's 5 kills remaining for cheaters to get themselves to the grand final. Make it 4. Almost to the 3rd remaining. Sirius pushing on Razy. Maestro are collapsing in this series. It has been a difficult map 1, an even harder map 2. Map 3, there's been a glimmer of hope. But cheaters are shutting down the door with only 1 kill to go.
And this has been the highest frag that Maestro have gotten this series, 34. First map was 27 they got, second map 33, and now they have 34. For that to be the highest frag count of Maestro, overall a whole best of 5, that's insane, and cheaters take the 3-0 in dominating fashion.
Very well played there to cheaters. Convincing game. That's going to give them a lot of hope moving into the grand final.
Yeah.
And they'll be buzzing from that. I know Kelts was laughing and smiling area, but now they're probably going to be thinking of that final prize on the line.
Exactly. On Lethal, you mentioned earlier that you needed to see one of these teams make a dominating and convincing performance to show that they can take down Chicago Doggos. How's that for domination?
I think that's exactly what was required, wasn't it? So I don't think they're going to play for second place in the grand final, as you mentioned earlier. But
I didn't think that scoreline was possible between these two teams, especially with over 15 frag difference every single map.
I thought that series was going to go much longer and back and forth. And the scoreline showed. I was really surprised with the performance they were able to put on. It was just an entirely different ballgame. It's like they just switched on that series. Some the teams had to push him to a certain limit, and that's what they've done so far. And we know that I think only Wenger had one quite bad performance on one of the maps. I know it
got
wasn't
6 kills on the first map.
Yeah, that's pretty rough.
The weirdest thing is that at CK, Maestro started on the lead to the point where you said, oh, cheaters have to change something. I guess they did.
Yeah, well, exactly right.
Yeah, they completely changed. Did they seem a lot more coordinated and efficient compared to what they've done in previous series?
Yeah, even though they weren't speaking.
They
were barely talking, right?
Like,
just
the way they're
telepathy.
playing, it looks like they're actually adding small talk to the gameplay every single moment, to every situation, and it's just uncanny.
I mean,
mad.
What was unusual about that? We've had 2-0s and 3-0s in this tournament. That was the most convincing one over the Saturday and Sunday.
Not once they even got within a 15 frag difference.
It's insane. I was absolutely not expecting, particularly in a series like this one.
They're just making sure we stick to the schedule.
Well, that's it. That's it.
We thought we wouldn't get any 3-0s today. We got 3.
3 in a row, yeah.
Is that right?
We got 3-3-0, especially one on the lower bracket final. That's insane.
But I was expecting having that more during the earlier stages of the lower bracket. I wasn't expected to be at this high level at Spark. And I do think that if the likes of Cheetahs perform how they did against Maestro just then, bracket reset on the cards.
Definitely a chance on that.
Do you think that Crazy's low-key relieved?
That he's not second again.
Like I said, he gets a podium finish every time.
Yeah.
We can say that, because we know
it
there's
might
probably
not
like
feel
1 or
as
2
bad.
third places.
I think it probably doesn't feel as bad, but I certainly think it probably doesn't feel as good as first.
Do you think they're going to be cheering for Cheaters or Chicago Doggers in the final?
I think they'll probably cheer for Cheetahs, only because Crazy is mad at Rafa.
Oh yeah, okay. Makes sense.
And they're the underdogs.
Not massive underdogs though. I don't think it's an enormous thing. But the way that Doggers are playing, then it does make everyone seem that way.
It does make sense, yeah. And we had Rafa, who won the duels last year. We had Max, who won the duels the year before. So they're technically together. They've had it back-to-back since 22.
It's their tournament, right? That's what
Sirius did win the first KeenCon.
Sorry?
Sirius did win the first KeenCon versus Maxter in the grand final.
Is that in 21?
Is that in 2022, but in Bilbao, a few months before the one in Barcelona.
Ah, I didn't realise. I thought that was on different years. I didn't realise that was actually the same year.
It was like just a few months before.
See? KeenCon historian. That's better than I do. But yeah, very impressed with the performance. Every time I came back, I could look at the scoreline, and it was just crazy how they were performing. And the difference in skill, let's put it that way, and it showed the difference between limited practice and how they managed to practice and live to this moment. So really impressive stuff coming up from Cheetahs. But speaking of Cheetahs, we do have them now ready for an interview, as Linus has them on stage, ready to see what they think about that series and how things could go in the grand finals.
Yes, indeed. I have the Cheetahs here with me, and let's be honest, they're starting to become regular people here in the mix zone. Congratulations, and first of all, thank you very much for keeping us on schedule with all your clean sweeps. How did you feel like the series turned out?
It felt good. We played good. We played the way that we have been practicing. Like for the first time during the entire tournament, I feel like we're actually playing the way that we should be playing. Yeah, felt good.
And now the grand final, it's best of 5 with bracket reset. So, I mean, first game will be probably same approach for you as the last game as well, right?
Definitely. Like, we just need to keep up the pace we're playing at. Like against Maestro, we knew they were going to hit a lot no matter what, and from our previous experience playing them, we just knew we had to keep up with our plan, stick to our plan, and going for items. And eventually, we brawl out those rails and all the damage they're throwing at us, and just overcome it.
Yeah, and you are sharp as usual with a power-up setup. Like, you seem to have that done, but your opponent also have that done. Do you think that you'll outmatch them with them?
Yeah, I'd say so. A lot of times we had more stack, or we had better positioning or better guns. Like a lot of times we tried to make them low before the power-ups, or just sort of like catch them out beforehand, like so we can like kill them. But a lot of the time, it just sort of felt like they were not really ready for the power-ups, because we kept the pace like so high, so we give them no real space to sort of relax in, to sort of like to get the timings and whatever. Like, so we just sort of tried to keep it as fast as possible, while also like maintaining the items, which gave us the power-ups, I think.
Perfect. I mean, that's basically textbook then, I'd say. Yeah, that's so far from the cheaters. I'm sending it back to the desk.
Thank you very much indeed, Linus, and thank you very much, cheaters, for that interview. Now, before we go to a break, I'll just ask you guys a couple of questions before we head into it. So with cheaters, you've seen, I think this is now they're at their peak potential. How far do you feel they could take Chicago Doggers in terms of like all the way? Do you reckon it's going to go the distance? Do you feel like Chicago Doggers have that ability with their adaptation to get round to what needs to be done?
I feel like they can actually win if they perform like that. I generally think that's on the cards. It's going to require a lot of adaptation and sort of immediate introspection from Rafa and Maxter to be able to battle against that. I think it would make an incredibly exciting final, because I think both Rafa and Maxter are able to adapt better, in my opinion, but if Celts and Sirius are able to keep that pace going as they've been talking about, that's going to put a lot of questions for Rafa and Maxter.
To quote Celts, yeah.
Yeah, I was expecting quite a simplistic response.
They've now won the last 7 maps in a row.
That's crazy when you think about it, considering the
they went to the
position
6th map, right, versus
yeah.
Team Bobber, and then 2 clean sweeps. So 7 maps in a row.
That's crazy, that really is. And you've got to remember how, well, I wouldn't say how close, but Chicago Doggers did put on an incredible performance against Maestro Rave earlier on. And how they did against Maestro Rave just then was 10 times better. The only difference was they might have been quite demoralised from that upper bracket final earlier, which can make a little bit of sense. But we've seen it so many times where they come up from lower bracket and they've had this massive swing of victories, and then when they actually get to the grand final, it seems to tend to be a completely different outcome due to not playing how they should be playing, or maybe they're just forced them not to play the style they want to actually contribute to in the finals.
No, agreed. Sorry, I was having a look at the replays at the same
time. No, that's fine. No,
it's been a long day, guys.
Also, yeah, I know. It has been very long. It's been, but do you know what? We want it a little bit longer, so a bracket reset would be a nice touch.
That's it. That's what I'm looking forward to.
Honestly,
I'm genuinely, I'm given quite a lot of hope, because I'm thinking exactly the same as you. We saw them kick absolute ass on that map, on all of those maps.
Yeah.
Let's see
I
it
think
again.
that's the best I've ever seen them play.
Okay.
And we're going to go into the first and second seed of the online series. So Sirius and Celts were dominating the first couple of months of KeenCon Team Series, and Rafa and Max were dominating the latest stages, and now they both need to bring out their best to see who will be crowned the KeenCon champion.
And was Rafa and Max competing right at the very beginning? Do you know this? Because I thought they might have started a little bit later, but I'm
No,
sure
they started at the same time. I think they missed one tournament.
Yeah.
But they still competed in most of them.
Oh,
and
interesting.
Just cheaters dominating the first couple
and they've
of
just been consistent throughout the entirety of the team series. That makes sense.
Were you expecting this to be the grand final? I know Maestro was someone a lot of people would have expected. I think, given the online season, it was sort. I'm not surprised at all.
I think almost everyone expected 2 out of these 3 teams to make it to the grand final.
Right.
The most consistent teams have been Chicago Doggers and cheaters, and everyone kind of expected Maestro to maybe the practice would be enough for them to get there. It didn't really pan out that way, but yeah, I guess this is a very expected final.
I think we can all agree that this is the top 3 we expected, just in the wrong order. The reason why we're saying it is because we weren't really too sure how Maestro are going to play here this weekend with the limited practice. When we looked at the group stages, we were like, okay, they're looking pretty good. And then we looked at yesterday, they're like, okay, it seems like the flow is now building up. Now the endpoint's pushed them to the limit. And then just fell short against, well, I wouldn't say fell short, fell flat, I think is probably the right phrase to put it, which is a little bit unfortunate, but I think they should be happy with a podium finish considering the limited practice they had. Because you know what Quake's like, if you're not playing this game every day for months upon months on end, this is what happens, you know.
No, exactly. I don't think they're going to be livid with it. I think they would have hoped that at least they gave a better performance during that match and made it a bit closer, but it's not going to sting too badly.
No.
They'll get over it quickly.
Yeah, they'll live.
Sure.
It's not going to ruin their Christmas.
No,
Let's put
it's
it
too
that
far
way.
out.
Yeah, 6 weeks away. If they're still dwelling it after 6 weeks, then.
Have you done your Christmas shopping?
Nah, I'm one of those Christmas Eve kind of people.
Oh, really? Okay,
Yeah.
yeah me too.
Yeah. This is it, this is it. Well, that was the replays from the lower bracket final, and when we come back very soon, we will have the grand finals coming up between Chicago Doggos versus Cheaters. No one expected this, but some people may have expected it at the same time. Might not have been on everyone's bingo cards, but we've got to remember with Chicago Doggos, they did come from the upper bracket. So for the likes of Cheaters to win this, they need to win the first set and then the bracket reset with its best of 3. But we want to have it now, though. We're going to take a little bit of a breather, have some breathing room here, chill out a little bit, try to recuperate from our energy for the grand finals, because it's been a very long day. And we'll catch you very soon for our grand finals here at KeenCon 2024. And we're back at Barcelona KeenCon 2024, and we have had an incredible 3 days of action here in the Quake scene for 2 versus 2. And just before we get to the nitty-gritty, the grand finals and the end, we're going to have a little interview with our good friend here, Zomba. But we do have Zoot here as well to be my right-hand man if there's any questions he would like to add. But Zomba, before we get started, how are you doing?
So happy to have this event again another year. So as soon as we keep playing competitive Quake, I'm happy.
Yeah, well, you're always a positive, happy man anyway, even without it. But with Quake, it always puts a little shine in your eyes, isn't it? So to start with, what I was going to ask was, how have you made KeenCon so big in compared to the previous years from the very beginning?
Well, I think the key was to bring the professional players from QPL. So we try to position our tournament and our company as one of the operators that can operate the Quake tournaments. And our idea was to expand the KeenCon to outside. No? So we try to invite the pro players to well-executed events with nice TV production, with nice environment for the players, for the spectators. So step by step, we keep growing, and well, right now it's true that there is not too much Quake tournaments, so we are the only one and the only professional one. But it helps to us. But I wish that we had more Quake tournaments. So I would like to compete with another tournaments to be better. But it is what it is. So well, I'm happy that the KeenCon is growing and yeah, with the final product that we are showing to the world. So,
yeah, in my opinion, over the last few years, I think we can agree that you've made rapid growth of how KeenCon's gone from just a humble land to now onto the big stage. And one of the biggest questions for me was, why the change in format? Because for the last 7 years, we've been sticking to duel. If it's been round-based or it's been time limit duel, how come you decided to go, oh, do you know what? Let's switch it to 2v2. Why the change?
Well, we always thought that the team modes were more fun in Quake. So we thought that creating the team series for half a year, that the players need to have rank inside the game to be able to play. So this will bring more players and more fan base to the Quake scene. So we keep alive the people and we give a reason to play for Quake, because Quake is a competitive game, so there is no competitions, there is no players, no Quake. So we thought that the team building was a nice idea, and also speaking with the professional players, they thought that, well, it's a good idea to change. So I think we has been not as successful as I wish, because was wanting more teams of every level, so you have the chance to play against the professionals, even online in a monthly series. But well, the reason was that, no? Try to find the old TDM good memories all we have, and try to bring them to the current time. So that's the reason, basically.
Yeah, no, that's perfectly understandable. I think it's very important to add variety at a certain stage, isn't it? So I think bringing in 2v2, it's added a nice variety in terms of like managing to change things up and add a little bit more team elements and a little bit more skill to see exactly how other players can progress in the different format. But I know you're eager.
Yeah,
to
I know.
there,
2v2's taken many shapes in Quake Champions as well. We have had it in the past. Just to interrupt your interview, Lethal,
how dare you?
I also just want to say sort of a thanks, just not for myself, because I have the pleasure of getting to attend this event in this amazing production environment, something that I didn't think I'd be doing at 35 years of age, but also on behalf of the community, because I know how much it means to the players and to the spectators to be able to still have these events where they can watch some high-level Quake. And we're gifted to have also some new young players, which, to be honest, we've been missing, I think, in a lot of previous earlier on Quake Champions events. So firstly, it was a thank you that I want to give to you, but also I wanted to ask, are you surprised at any of the performances here? You're obviously wanting to watch the Quake yourself. What did you think about the sort of results and so on?
Well, the final is not a surprise for me. So, but yeah, I was surprised about Team Bober. I was not expecting them to perform that well. So I think, well, I know FaZe that he's a good CPMA player. He's a beast. But Chenzo, for example, he's a new guy, so he's coming from a Sleepgate.
Yep.
And yeah, I was surprised that he's hitting a lot in LAN. So that's the reason, no, that we have the chance that players can play on LAN. So yeah, and here I want to say thank you for Bethesda to be able to bring us the LAN server. And yeah, I was surprised with Team Boba. I was willing to do a surprise myself with my partner, Irian, but we, you know, the group stage was so... we had our chances, but well, we are getting old, so...
Well, you did say to me that you could have made a grand final if you wanted, but you were so busy working this event, there was no way you had time. So I think that's a good enough excuse, but I think Maxter kind of closed out that excuse because he's also been doing the same. So I think that excuse is probably invalid now.
Yeah, well, I will do maybe I keep doing KeenCons, you know, if I can win some.
Build your level up, yeah.
It's all right, we'll let you off. We'll let you off.
My level is going down and the KeenCon is going, it's going up. So.
We're seeing the trajectory now, like in a comparison, like supply and demand, but instead it's completely different for you. Now, those were the easy questions. Now we're going to go another little bit harder now. What is your predictions for the grand finals? You know, you've got Chicago Doggos versus Cheaters. Cheaters have been performing extremely well, especially in that lower bracket final. We didn't expect to be such domination against Maestro Rave. Do you feel like they've got a chance against Chicago Doggos to maybe take into a bracket reset and win the whole thing? Or do you reckon it's going to be the usual suspects after they won it the last 2 years?
Well, I think that it's going to be so hard to play against Doggos. Well, I'm a big fan of Maxter. So I think he's probably he is one of the best in the world. Also, Rafa is the GOAT. So they are training a lot, I know, because Maxter is living here. So training a lot. So the communication are almost perfect. But well, we have another beast like Sirius, that the Aim God and Kelt. So I think Doggos are going to win, but I hope that we have a long final, so all the spectators can enjoy more quick games. Yeah.
And I'm going to give you, this is the hardest question, and I think the audience here, the viewers at home, especially us, very curious as to what I'm going to ask you, and I think it's going to be obvious what I'm going to be asking you anyway, so, but I'm just going to throw it out there. So, you know, as Quake fans here, we would love to see more events. Are we expecting to see another KeenCon next year?
Golden question.
Had to throw it out here because I'm sure that's what everyone's asking.
Now all the people is looking at me. It's like it's gonna get crazy
literally
again.
everyone's looking at you thinking, is he or is he not?
No, we had the whole tournament, the milestones that were running pretty well. I think there is 5,000 euros. I want to thank, or 7,000. Wow. Sorry. So yeah. I want to say thanks for all the donators, the spectators from Quake, sincerely, because we cannot, as a company, we have been investing a lot of money during 3 years with no return, so people need to understand that it's hard to handle these kind of events because they are big and they are expensive. But yeah, if we together, the Quake community, and also I want to say hello to the big teams here outside here, like Team Liquid, Big, and Endpoint, Maestro, and Iron Fist. So if they want to collaborate with us in order to bring a new tournament all together, I'm open to talk with them and yeah, to keep another year another Quake tournament. So from our side, I would like to, from my company Adrenaline, we want to add another 2,000 to these milestones.
Oh wow, fantastic.
So in order to help, well, maybe I'm going to be single because my wife didn't know that. So, so yeah, I need an outer room to sleep. Yeah, we want to add another 2,000 to the milestones. And yeah, to say to people that we're going to keep the milestones during the upcoming months, December, January, February, in social media. So if they want with giveaways and a lot of things, maybe we do some tournaments online with people can collaborate. So we keep this money. And during the next year, if we reach some decent amount, then maybe we can do another KeenCon 2025.
No, that's exactly pretty much what we wanted to hear, but that's fantastic news. So we know that there's going to be potential depending on the circumstances, basically, on how things will go in the coming months, and then basically take it from there. So, you know, even with a potential collaboration, I'm sure some of the organizations out there would be pretty keen on the idea, no pun intended. But no, lovely for the interview. Thank you so much, Sombra, for popping on board. It's been an absolute pleasure, as always, to have you interview and have a bit of our yearly chin wag, so to speak. And I know that you guys at home and the audience here, of course, are very eager to see the outcome of Barcelona KeenCon 2024 and see how things are going to turn out in this grand final. So without further ado, let's get them onto the stage. It is Chicago Doggos versus Cheaters. And Sombra's turned into Ints. Welcome.
Welcome back, Bruno.
Yeah, not too bad, not too bad. It's seriously good news for the Quake scene, depending on how things are going to go next year. So it's definitely not out of the realms of possibility. So we should be seeing more Quake action next year.
More online stuff as well, more online stuff as well, which is all the the grassroots stuff that we need leading up to these major events as well. Bless you, Bruno.
Yeah. He's basically made sure to sneeze in my direction, so that way at least I'll catch a flu for tonight. Brilliant.
You're getting old, so you need to stay safe.
I appreciate
that. Right. Yeah, that's true. But yeah, you are right. Yeah, it always starts with grassroots. You know, we probably will have some kind of online shenanigans before leading up to maybe a offline event. So definitely not out of the realms of possibility, which is great.
I agree, and I think that's what's been great about KeenCon too. They've had that league system to lead us into it, and I remember that part of the rules is beyond the online ranking.
Yeah,
make sure you're playing.
To be able to participate in the tournament, you gotta be ranked. So every week you have pros streaming very actively and also playing ranked very actively, which is really good for the scene.
Yeah, it's incredible stuff. And now we've got to move on to the grand finals after the interview we just had. But we're going to, again, discuss about the potential outcomes of what could be happening here. Could we see a bracket reset? Could we not? Can Cheaters now step up to the plate and play how exactly they just did against Chicago Doggos? That's going to be the big question here.
There are two very likely outcomes. Either Chicago Doggos wins or Cheaters wins.
Wow. Shut the front door.
Wow.
I just blew your mind.
I can't believe
your
it.
analytical input in that phrase was just crazy. Very impressed. Let's get someone who may add a little bit more detail.
I'll
How are
try
you feeling
to.
about
I am. If Cheaters can actually continue to carry their momentum, the thing is there has actually been a bit of a break now. It's been sort of half an hour or so. Is that enough to sort of, as the fire died down, is the wick low?
Yeah.
Or are they all still ready, and that's actually the respite that they needed in order to bring themselves back into this?
Very good question. I felt like if those previous two series earlier on were actually more of a close affair in comparison, then I think that would be quite debatable. But seeing how things go, I think there's still a lot left in the tank. I don't think they are fatigued as we would like. We know what they're like. These are the kind of guys who will play into the early hours, so this is like wake-up time for them anyway. And we'll just see how this goes.
I think we can hear Maxter having a little chat. Oh, they were serious.
Now we can hear Sirius and Gelt, but they don't really speak.
So how do they communicate then if they don't speak?
They just hit shots. Every time one hits a shot, the other gets, oh, maybe I should push.
It's like a vibration.
Yeah, pretty much. Like, look at it. They have not spoken a word in the last 30 seconds.
Maybe they don't want to speak to each other. Maybe it's just a business decision just to sit next to each other and play.
What about Molten? That's we are getting the picks underway apparently.
I thought there'd be a bit more in-depth discussion about that. So, looks like we'll be kicking things off on the Veil by Chicago Doggos, and then Cheaters, they've been picking Exile every single time, first time rounds, and
I really like
surprise.
Chicago Doggos' first pick, just going straight into Veil, because it's not a map that Cheaters love to play.
I find that quite interesting, though, how CK's been banned by Maxter and Rafa, because they've been performing extremely well on the map, but I think they're a little bit scared of the aim school being provided from Cheaters.
Cheaters banning Molten Falls. Again, they not really a map they're much a fan of. Chicago Doggos going to Blood Coven. Seems that they have not really lost their confidence here yet.
No.
And Cheaters going to Deep Embrace, which is a weird pick, given that Awoken is still there. I would expect Cheaters to pick Awoken, and then Chicago Doggos to pick Deep Embrace, but kind of traded each other's picks there, so Cheaters banning Strog. Okay. So Cheaters should ban either Athena or Slash at this point.
Why?
Yeah, I was. Okay, I'm glad I was going to say I'm not expecting a clutch ban, but
Not
it
I,
came out because
I would expect a clutch ban, yeah, but not from them. It seems like at some point they just traded champions. That's weird, right? That's got to be weird.
There's some targeted bans, it feels like, from Chicago Doggos, but not necessarily by cheaters. Is
And
it just
Chicago
like, I
Doggos ban and Nix.
don't even want Celts to consider picking clutch. It's a self-ban.
It's been less.
It's got to be a self-ban, because why would he not be clutch? His clutch is great.
But did they not get destroyed by them earlier on in the tournament?
I don't remember if they actually played clutch then. Wasn't it versus someone else?
Yeah, it might have been versus someone else. So, and there was a clutch, and the Celts did lose that.
Yeah, so maybe he lost a lot of his confidence as clutch, but still, it's a surprising. Yeah. I would expect other teams to ban clutch versus Celts, but I wouldn't expect anyone to ban clutch versus Chicago Doggos. So a bit of a surprise there, I think.
Yeah, it's more based on favoritism of their champions rather than what they play best with, rather than the meta, as we've rightly seen. So kicking off with Veil into Exile, then Blood Covenant, Deep Embrace, and then to finish things off, well, I say finish things off, Awoken, but of course there's a bracket reset, we'll have to go through that other pick ban phase. So predictions before we enter this matchup now. We've obviously discussed a little bit about the mental state and how they could progress and how they've been performing leading up to this grand finals. How do you think it's going to go? Is this going to be a bracket reset, or do you feel like Chicago Doggos are going to do it just by one set?
I can go map by map. I think in Veil, I need to look at the
Chicago Doggos, surely.
Yeah, but I'm going even like thinking of the champions first, because like at Chicago Doggos, they're likely going to play Keel and Ranger or something like that.
We've seen that a couple of times.
And then cheaters probably go Ranger and Sorlike. And I think it's going to be like Keel versus Sorlike. I kind of favor the Sorlike, but it's a map that really favors Chicago Doggos.
You're so slow in your predictions, you guys.
It's fine, I'm just doing map per map. It's fine. I think Chicago Doggos win the first map. So
I'm leaving you, Lethal.
Pardon?
Take us away, Lethal.
Oh, okay. I was going to say, because I was a little bit worried about what was going on there. But we're going to go into the grand finals here in this first map on Veil between Chicago Doggos and Cheaters to see who's going to be the winners here at Barcelona KeenCon 2024. As we start off from Max's perspective.
We have a new hub for the grand finals.
And we
Very
do. Nice and golden. Love to see it. And already Celts whipping up that rail to actually both of them taking them out. And now it's 3-1 in favor of Cheaters.
So Celts taking a page out of Chenzo's book. I going with Athena. And Sirius going with Keel. I've never seen either of them use these champion picks on this map before. So this is new territory for me.
Yeah, very interesting picks, and still using that Athena for Veil, which is not something you've seen too often. Don't get me wrong, we saw it once before and it worked. But
yeah, but
will
not
it
by
work
Celts.
again?
I mean, it's a really good Athena, but with Sirius, it doesn't really matter what champion he has, because his playstyle doesn't depend on the champion. But still, it's a new combo for them, with synergies that they probably haven't really explored before.
Yeah.
So their telepathy has got to be stronger than ever.
Pretty good so far, as Sirius and Celts have actually slowed things down a little bit, but now Sirius needs to move out of position because Celts was actually taking quite a bit of damage. But even if he drops down, he might get caught off guard here. And Celts trying to get in there as soon as physically possible. Quad's coming up in 5. Are going to be in position. Rafa is. Max is just below and literally managed to take it down. Will he still be able to grab it? Yes, he does. With the orb, which means it's going to be the Quad in favor of Chicago Doggos.
There's the heavy too. So Rafa has everything to play with. A lot of stack. There's the rocket, there's the rail. Now he's going to be hunting for frags. Can he find someone? Celts actually got the kill. Great pixel rail by Rafa. Mega was already taken, so he's going to try and keep hunting. Their team is still his team behind by 1 frag, and hopefully he can close up the gap just then. Find Sirius, but Celts brings back one frag ahead on their favor.
Almost a good predictive rocket, but he was definitely right in terms of the area which Cheaters were located, and you've got to remember as well, they had that quad, and Cheaters
really
are still in the lead.
Yeah.
Exactly, didn't really get the maximum
At
from
the end
it.
of it, it's kind of the same as it was, because Rafa got 3 frags, but Maxer died 3 times. So they were behind by 1, they're still down by 1. Nothing really changed.
And Max managed to get a little bit of damage there, but Sirius's LG was just unreal, pushing him into the LG stairs, and Sirius only left on 22 HP, make that 4. Finally gets taken down, but Celts a little bit too late, but Rafa then finishes him up straight away with that orb. Really may get good use of the orb here, and Sirius just trying to stay alive at the moment, as we've got Heavy coming up in 20, Mega's already just been picked up, and Protection in 40. So these next items are going to be crucial for contesting that item, and a nice rocket by Maxter.
comfortable by Maxer helps them get back some of the frags, and now they're actually in the lead. Sirius not a lot to play with, and with Kill, it's kind of uncomfortable to play until you get at least a rocket launcher. But the heavy machine gun for him does enough damage, honestly.
Nice to turn the game once again.
Power up coming up soon. You can see Chicago Dog is already trying to get well positioned for it. Great rail by by Rafa. They're already set up, and both Kelts and Sirius are below. I guess Kelts is gonna try to do another hook up, but you can see Rafa. He has the orb in. Oh, Kelts actually steals it. Can he get away? He can't. No, he can't, because they dropped down on him, and Sirius was not there to help him right in time. So another power-up run by Chicago Doggos. Can they get a few more frags this time around?
Again, Rafa and Max just, wouldn't say pure domination for these power-ups, but at least making sure they're secured. Yeah, exactly.
You know, 2 for 2 in power-ups for them, but
yeah.
they don't really get frags with it.
No.
They were up by 2 frags before the power-up, they're still up by 2.
Been more for denial purposes more than anything, and as you can see, Sirius taking down Max with that pineapple there, over the kill going through in, and actually managed to get top control as well. Sirius still doing a fair amount of damage, and Kels is there, but looks like he wasn't able to take out the heavy. I think he just realized, I thought, oh, okay, maybe I could have gone for that,
It didn't work at all.
Sirius
thankfully getting the kill. They do miss out on both major items, but at least are getting the kills. So not that bad. Max are trying to come in, but Kel's there to help Sirius. We just threw the machine gun. He drops down onto 2 players. Kel's doesn't quite have the stack to help. And I'm still kind of confused about the team dynamics with these 2 champion picks on this map.
And he's already done 3 for 3 rails.
Yeah.
Finally, Maxter takes him down, but he got a lot of value for his life there, considering the stack he was on. And Sirius managed to stay alive, but
Nice.
at least he burned the heavy. That was huge.
Exactly. And now after spawn, he's going to have much more stack than both of the Chicago Dogs player. So he's surely going to use that to his advantage. There's the Athena using this verticality. Kelts does not seem completely comfortable with the movement yet. Oh, getting pummeled there. Is Sirius gonna come to the teleporter and help? No, he's on the other side of the map waiting for the heavy that spawns in 15 seconds.
I was waiting for a little dig there as Sirius to take down Rafa. Maxter gets the trade onto Sirius, and Kelts with the high ground onto the Mega. But the problem is Quad is coming up in 10. And looking at the stacks, Chicago Doggers aren't looking too good for contesting this Quad. It may potentially be a guarantee, but Max is looking to maybe sneak in as we have to grab that Quad, but it's going to put a halt to that, and that's going to be Sirius at the pineapple. Managed to get Rafa as well, so the Quad is going to go in favour of Cheaters, and this is now going to be their time to shine and try and extend their lead from 3 to God knows what, considering their circumstances.
I'm gonna get it on Kevin. I'm dead. Oh my god, I'm fine. Okay, I'm fine. I'm coming to you. I need. Kevin now, Kevin now. I got. Thank you. Ranger's getting. He got it, 23. Grab them again.
I'm
going rail.
That was good from Chicago Doggers, in my opinion, considering they had to keep their distance, but had that crossfire going if the Quad came after them and the pummel comes out from Rafa.
They got more frags in that one power-up run than Chicago Doggos got in their 2 power-up runs.
Pretty much.
So a little bit more effective power-up runs by Cheaters, and they're still on Chicago Doggos map. They are keeping it very, very, very close, even though they have really weird champion picks. I dig it. I don't think Chicago Doggos would have expected these picks, so they don't really have a plan for it.
You reckon Cheaters expected it?
No, that's why nobody has a plan for it.
Deary me. Cheaters up by 3, even though they haven't had as many power-ups on the sides compared to Chicago Doggers, but they're looking very good here. But Maxter is quite a big stack here, waiting for that heavy, and Keltsmar pushes a little bit too far, but did quite a fair amount of damage onto Maxter before he was taken down. But Kelts does take down Rafa in the meantime and trying to find another onto Maxter.
I don't think I've seen Chicago Doggers take a free item yet. Every time they try to take an item, they get railed or rocketed or they get killed right after. Really good effectiveness on the items by Cheaters. Even if they're not getting it, they're at least making them pay with their lives or a lot of damage.
But this is good though, they're performing pretty much the same as how they did in that lower bracket final. We haven't seen any sort of minor changes which are going to affect their gameplay from a dramatic standpoint. Still up by 4.
Max just goes down. Where is Rafa still fighting there? Can Rafa take it? No, it's a power-up for Sirius. And they get 2 kills immediately. They now have a frag lead of 6. This is uncharted territory for me, both in champion picks and how this map is going.
Looks like they're both hanging around that rail room, but one of them's trying to split open and skit apart and actually get away from the TP. Rafa does manage to get Kelts in the meantime, but Sirius is on a field day in a moment. Pretty much his playground here with his protection. Only about 5 seconds left until that protection is over, but Sirius is definitely getting a lot more out of this power-up compared to the previous one.
They've gotten so many power. They've gotten the last 2 power-ups. Usually people don't really get 2 power-ups in a row versus Chicago Doggos, but Cheaters kind of defying all expectations so far. They are leading by 8. Can they keep it going until the end of the map? Getting the first map win is going to be paramount for their confidence going into the rest of the game, especially taking down Chicago Doggos map.
Still up by 9 at the 8.5-minute mark. Sirius just making sure to try and stay alive. It gets alive long enough to get that heavy.
Kelts stole it.
And Kelts managed to grab it, and Kelts is still on standby here with a huge stack. And just adding more damage here onto Chicago Doggos. That's just trying to get away, but Kelts is just barely missing here. Just back-to-back rounds. 3 out of 4 there. And trying to finish up with the nail, but Maxter finally cleans him up with the pineapple. And Sirius just chased him with 3 HP. They just don't care at this point.
I love Kelts' weapon selection. Right now, he's starting with Steel Nailgun as starting weapon. And he's had it for, you know, quite a few hours now. It's kind of working out, because Nailgun, the starting Nailgun was buffed in the last patch, so he's doing 15 damage now. And it's being very, very effective. 8 frag lead. Power up coming soon. Rafa not really stacked for this. Thankfully, he will have the orb and a few health bubbles to help him. But, oh, that if he rails him once more, I'm not sure if Rafa's going to be able to get there on time. Let's go listen in to the team comps as we prepare for possibly the last power up. Forgets it, but it goes down. Serious. They can win the game.
They certainly could, yeah. Only 3 frags left as we're approaching 10 minutes, and Sirius is continuing to absolutely pump win here. 3 power-ups in a row. Sirius now literally just looking for the targets to literally track on, and already now 1 more left for Cheetah to try and get this first map victory, and a lovely way to finish things off. Cheetahs up 1-0 in this grand final.
I gotta say, that was the most impressive and dominating performance I've seen from this team. It's like they are a completely different team to what they were 4 hours ago.
Yeah, and they've won, what, 8 maps in a row now?
Yeah, 8 maps in a row, and all of them have been domination.
Yeah.
Like utter domination. I wonder if they were waiting until they got to the last day, to their last lifeline, to bring out this kind of performance. This is insane.
Yeah, it's pretty incredible stuff. It's the first time today which I've witnessed them. There was times before where it wasn't the fact that it was chaotic. I kind of felt like a lot of the times they were, you know, out of their depth or out of control in a lot of ways. But this is the first time I've seen, especially in this series, where I feel like they've never really lost that control until apart from the first few minutes, and it looked much, much better. And they were contesting the part a lot more efficiently compared to what we saw in the previous series in the past over the last 3 days.
Yeah, now going to their own map later is going to be Exile, and they're just looking very, very strong. And at this point, at what point, as Maxer and Rafa being the favorite, do you start getting worried? Because they probably didn't expect to lose by 15 frags in their home map.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a shock to the system, and even with the champion picks, that was a little bit odd, but it worked in their favor, which is good. And just to remind everyone at home, donations, we are coming at 7,366 euros. Thank you to Adrenaline for that 2,000 euro donation earlier, added to the pool. Much appreciated. And thank you to all at home for your donations as well. And you can continue to contribute there if you head over to the GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. Very important there. And we've already reached every milestone apart from that final one. If you want to help us reach that, you're more than welcome to. A little bit far off so far, but we've hit literally every milestone now, bar 1, which is really impressive, and the community have been fantastic just making those contributions. But now going to head into the second map, as you rightly said, their map pick. They've been extremely good on Exile, pretty much against everyone, and let's see if they can continue with that track record, or if Maxter and Rafa have something else to say about it, as we're now going to kick things off from Sirius' perspective already with the heavy, and now he's going to rotate back around, and Kelt's already been cleaned up by Max's heavy machine gun.
They did lose this map earlier versus Cheaters, but they still decided to go in and choose it again. They have not lost confidence, and how could they? After winning 8 maps in a row, their confidence must be at an all-time high. Maybe coming soon. Sears already in position, not quite landing the shots, which has been uncommon.
Yeah, a bit weird from their perspective, as Chicago Doggers have had that early lead, as Celts had to take on a couple 1v2s while Sirius was on the back line.
Celts started on the Athena. It's been 40 seconds. He's already swapped to BJ. So the Athena not quite working out. I respect it. They want to try something, didn't work. Instant switch, so the adaptation is there. Sorla gets well on this map. We don't often see it either.
No, we don't. No, I want to say it's for the first time because normally we've been seeing it on Veil. But the reason why I also respect that change this early on, because we've seen it a couple of times where cheaters have made the change when it's way too late into the game and it's not going to be any more beneficial just due to the circumstances they place themselves in. So a minute in, already Chicago Doggos are now up 6-3. Quad's coming up, and this is going to be the game changer here in the next 12 seconds. Sirius trying to get into position. We'll catch one of the players and actually caught Rafa there off guard. He was actually looking to try and feed info, but Sirius is only on 11 HP with 3 seconds left remaining to try and get this
go for another angle.
But it looks like he's trying to back away, and Maxa now, great orb as well. Now we can see what he can do with his quad to extend their lead.
And yes, the timing of all the items just needs to find the kills now. They're leading by 3. Mega's up. Rafa's going to be able to take it, and Maxter getting the kill onto Sirius. How many more can he get with this? I think he knows where the other player is. Oh, apparently not. He's gotten a call from Rafa. One player is at the rail. Oh, he's just behind you. Just missed out the timing there a little bit to get the kill. And again, I mean, they got a couple of kills, but it was brought back to the same score difference almost immediately. And they actually missed out on the heavy as well, so Celts, I think, collecting that heavy.
Oh, trying to value his life as much as possible, but Celts managed to pretty much run and gun in that situation and wasn't really too bothered. Rafa does take down Sirius, and Celts just needs to stay alive here. You've got to remember, the items still got a little bit of time until they appear, as he's trying to get him to position early, but there wasn't really too much he could have done anyway with the stack he had. And now Sirius getting into an engagement with Rafa. He's going to win that outright with the LG. Great stuff there to try and get into back in the matchup. And it's quite interesting, but still cheaters only down by 2, now by 1, but Sirius still put on the huge amount of damage considering he's falling through down below from rockets, and Rafa gets a very important double. Picks up in this. Always trying to get the heavy. Mega's been picked up as well, and the protection will be up shortly after. So these two items are going to be crucial to their stacks to contest the protection.
Yeah, indeed. And right now we don't really see the game going either way yet. Let's not forget though that Veil kind of also started like this until he reached the 30 frag mark. That's when, after a few power-ups, when control starts getting a little bit more set in. And for right now, Maxter has been getting all of the items. Playing on the... Okay, that's coming is the second power-up. Celts dies immediately before it. Sirius, I think they know where Sirius is, and Celts... Sirius just changed his position, so they might not exactly know where he is, but they see Celts coming in. Sirius jumping in as well. They get kill on Maxter, but Rafa gets the kill, gets the power-up. No real items spawning just yet. Try and chase for a couple of kills, gets Celts, gets the heavy. He knows the mega timing as well, I'm sure.
Rafa's just calling out, reminder the items as well. Mega has been collected and almost managed to...
Seacarrier was almost smiling there.
He was, with that huge stack of protection. Yeah, he'll definitely be slamming the desk off of that one, but managed to stay on board. And Heavy's going up in 10, but Rafa's still got time to kind of linger around the map and just ring around the rotate to see what he can find. Hasn't found anything, but Celts does take down Maxter in the meantime with the support from Sirius as Rafa does pick up the heavy. Great rail coming up from Rafa and just trying to recuperate and try and recover, but again takes down Sirius. Great play from Rafa, just staying alive and, well, just valuing his life and getting additional frags out of the tally. 22-13 now.
Yeah, they've been putting a lot of resources trying to get the kill on Rafa, but they even if they hit him every time he goes for an item, they are still not getting the kills, and worse than that, they are getting killed at every item they try and shoot for. Finally getting rid of Rafa, and they get the kill on Maxer as well. They should be able to collect the heavy, so maybe a little bit of momentum can stem from this. Let's find out. They know where Mega is, they don't really do damage there. They tried their best.
Well there, but still trying to get them out of position. As Max was actually directly on Rafa was actually directly underneath, making a rotation behind him, but Maxter couldn't stay alive long enough, as Heavy will be up in the next few seconds. Sirius is now trying to use the LG to try and punish Maxter, but Maxter had other ideas with the heavy machine gun, and that was a huge play coming up from Celts. We're now going to go for a listening with the teams on the stage to see how we're going to try and pick up this next quad.
We're both here.
Still T, yes. Okay.
Help me for heavy.
Yes. 44. I'm with you, keep coming.
Perfect.
You should just die, actually. Give. Now. Got it, okay, 60. Got it. Cuts, got it.
Oh,
I'm dead.
no.
Okay, it's at cut. It's gonna take him a bit to get there.
It's fine, I need a natural BJ.
No, it's still there. Okay, he's healthy and Mega's up.
I can't get it.
Getting Mega. I got Mega. One here.
That was crazy how not only did they take out the quad player with the stack that Rafa had, but also stopping him from going cuts and actually doing all that damage just because they couldn't get into the room in the first place. Unreal. And now it's going to help the lads on the side of Cheetahs to make some form of comeback here. They were down by 10 to 12 and now they're only down by 8.
I gotta say, I think the power-ups, not like the control-wise or like the who's got more, but before and after each power-up, cheaters seem to be getting more frags, even if they're not getting the power-ups itself. It's outside of power-ups that they're really missing out on control a lot of the times.
Yeah.
There goes another, again, there goes another clean heavy this time around for Maxer in Rafa. And cheaters just missing out on these items every single time.
Down by 7 minutes in. Sirius literally just trying to stay alive, but trying to at least go from shoddy to cuts, but that's not going to happen at all. Good rail coming out from Rafa there to try and extend their lead back to what it was before. Only up by 9. Great orb coming out from Maxer, and now looking to do further damage onto Kelts, who's managed to get away. Leaving the heavy up at the moment to pick up for Rafa, and now he's going to rotate back around and use that mobility to try and make a crucial route to get behind him. Protection's going to be up any second now. Rafa does manage to take down one, and that is going to be Kelts laying down after that rail coming out from Rafa. But good play from Maxter, distracting both players at the time to give Rafa a little bit of room in order to manage to pick up those slays.
Yeah, they kind of messed up there a little bit on the mega timing, but no harm done. Rafa is still has the protection and he has enough HP to survive a few fights. Now they're extending the frag lead. It's now a 13 frags in the lead, and it seems that they're kind of dominating cheaters like they were dominating their map. It's kind of surprising, to say the least.
It's quite incredible how they're actually dominating on each other's map pick as well. It's we've seen that a few times today, which has been pretty interesting. Now heavy well at next 5 seconds. They've been having a pretty good time in terms of item control and the preparations for it and the position, of course, to go along with it too. 40-27. Oh my goodness! And Maxer just continuing to lay down the law there from above. 43-27. Pretty much all but over now. I kind of feel like the only way cheaters can come back in this if they get the next 2, maybe 3 power-ups, but it's even lucky to even get to the next power-up.
They're still 50 seconds away. They basically have to play flawless until then. For that, they need to get this next heavy, and they don't. They give out the clean frag, the clean heavy pickup. Kelt's now getting a lot of damage on Rafa. Rafa is just going to be waiting for this light armor to be up, which he's obviously timing as well. Mega up soon, and Rafa just going to collect 5 frags until Chicago Doggos take us to a 3rd map. Coming in 10 seconds. I'm not sure there's a lot that cheaters can do now to prevent us from going to an early 3rd map. They really need a good power-up run this time around. Kelts gets it. Can he do anything with it though? Oh, he's just going to go down. Maxer raining down rockets. Sirius gets it. He gets a kill. Mega is up, but he's so low that he can't even pick. Can he find anything? Okay, that's when he gets the Mega. Okay. He's going to need a lot more than that, but that's the good start, I suppose.
Yeah, he certainly will, but at least he's got a huge stack, but it's going to be a tall order. We'll see if this comeback even happens. We see some crazy comebacks, especially early on yesterday, but this is going to be a little bit too much, in my opinion. As Sirius is trying to stay alive and hope that someone, Kelts actually comes from behind and takes down Rafa, and it looks like he was able to. So yeah, good coordination there.
Soon. We need to push for that item. Chicago Dog is both already there. they will get a clean heavy. Because Sirius and Celts are playing super defensive with the position now. But if they're getting the kills, it works. Because with the aim difference that they have, they can kind of go for this style. Max, however, is the ability to get one more kill. It's now 48 to 37.
I think Max Digger got 3 rails in a row. Could be on par with Sirius at the time.
It still doesn't
feel
possible.
jump pad. No, I don't think so. The way they're playing now, long Sirius stays alive here, but it's going to drop down at 4 for Heavy. Great rail coming up from Sirius and good support coming up from Celts there as they're still pushing on forward, but Celts is only on 17 HP. He needs to stay alive, manages to, but Sirius is also so weak. And the protections come up in 25 seconds. This is going to be crucial. There's no way it's going to be able to. And they actually both technically got affected by the sprint and taken down. And it's going to be all tied up here in this grand final.
Yeah, it was kind of clear that we were going to get to an early third map, but the speed getting the 2 kills there to close it out, very good. Great performance by Sirius on that last map, getting more kills than anyone in the server. And Celts, he kind of had a bad start with the Athena, switched out to the BJ, but didn't really seem to be working either.
Still back at third, it's been pretty unreal. And how do you feel like the game's been going so far, Zoot, from what you've witnessed for our first 2 maps?
I mean, amazing work from Cheetahs in map 1. It's just really continuing the momentum that they had previously, as you said, 8 maps in a row. Finally, Rafa and Maxter can put a stop to that. It looked like it was starting to get less competitive on Exile, just, you know, the typical Rafa and Maxter losing their first map and then kind of getting into the series and taking things away.
It's a bit of routine at the moment.
There's a good bit of work that we saw from Sirius and Celts, though, at the end. There was a really great effort at a comeback. They just left themselves too little time, and there were too few frags left for, you know, Rafa and Maxter to win.
The important thing is they showed signs of life, and they can hopefully continue that forward into map number 3, because, yeah, it has been the track record from Chicago Doggers, where they decide to maybe give you the first map to give you a feeling of hope, and then it's a feeling of loss.
That's it. Afterwards. And I do feel like Sirius and Celts are incredibly momentum-based. Is this sort of stunt in that momentum? Is that it? Is it now shut off? Or
I think if they hadn't had that burst of comeback at the end, maybe it would affect them mentally a bit more. But since they had that comeback at the end, maybe their momentum has risen up and their confidence is still relatively high.
Because they were playing well at the end. That was some solid performance we were getting.
In the middle, that was kind of awful.
For sure. And hopefully Celts isn't too down, because I saw that he was fairly low down the scoreboard. But it's encouraging, because I feel like Sirius is almost the emotional anchor for the team. So if he's feeling good,
Sirius is the emotional anchor for the team.
But I mean, it's almost like it dictates the direction that they're going to go. If Sirius is feeling good, I think they've got a high potential. I think if Sirius is feeling bad, then it can spread.
I agree. I kind of agree in that sense.
Yes, that's what I meant by it. Sorry.
I kind of agree. I'm quite shocked by that. I was waiting to say something else about the emotional thought process.
No, I'm honestly kind of curious to see this next map. No idea how it's going to go. I think it's going to be Blood Covenant, if I'm not mistaken.
You are not mistaken. It's Blood Covenant.
Nice. I'm rarely mistaken. I'm really surprised.
Yeah, the interesting factor is it was a map which Chicago Doggers had been selecting first time every time during the groups and the early stages of the elimination bracket. And now we mentioned it before, where it could be something they will not be selecting first anymore, and rightly so. But I think after the game we had against Maestro earlier, they probably feel like it's a little bit more refined compared to what we saw yesterday, and why not give it another shot? It's best of 5.
They're winning each other's maps so far, so I'd love to continue that trend. I think that sounds lovely.
Fabulous.
But yeah, again, I mean, let's have a look at the no Nyx, no Anarchy. I'm guessing we're going to have Slashes and Athenas.
Most likely double Slash and Athena.
It's going to be fast. Sirius has shown us that he's very happy to play a fast game when he's in the mood for it. Celts is definitely up there with him in that regard. I think this is going to be quite a hectic game we're about to see.
I think the main key for Cheetah is going to be get control of the rail. As long as they can get there and give Sirius that rail, you can make it work.
And Rafa and Max are going to be more than conscious that that's going to be an issue if they cannot fight over there. So probably that's going to be the focal part of the map where whoever's winning the rail that's going to spread around to the control of the major items. That's going to spread around to setting up better for the power-ups. Yeah,
they need to create some big distractions, because we know that they like to be at the power-up early on Blood Covenant, and you need to see some tremendous plays to break their setup if they do get it early or prepare for the stacks. So Insol's catching a little bit, mate. You can probably take over me if it gets to map number 5, and Zoot, you're back on board. As we're going to start things off with Maxter here on Blood Covenant, and we're going to see what they're going to be able to do to potentially win the second map, or they're going to take it. But Maxter's already taken down with the trail there from Slash, and now on the hunt for Sirius, but will Sirius be able to get away?
That Sirius did get a chance to get himself a railgun just there, so he has got something to work with. Celts get himself a quick double kill, so Cheetah's right back in there. Rafa also with a rail.
Yeah,
so
Max literally straight-lined him, didn't he, when Celts had the LG, so that was quite clean from him.
We've got a weak Athena on the side of Cheetahs. Rafa taking a bunch of LG damage. We've got another rotation at least until we get over to the power-ups. Where are those players? By the teleporter, not going to go through. Not going to make themselves vulnerable to Rafa on that top part of the map. Just seeing Sirius LGing out maxed up at the rail. Again, as we said, that important part of the map that we need to see controlled.
Waiting for this next Mega. Isn't going to be contested for it, rightly so. Max has actually taken down Celts, but Sirius is only on 10 HP, gets cleaned up by Max there as he came on the flank. Great play from Max there for the double, and good support coming up from Rafa. Now at 4 apiece. Quad is going to be up in the next 12 seconds. How are Sirius and Celts going to prepare for this? As you can see, Celts just still dancing around the pillars. Actually, when he to chop someone down, he's taken quite a lot of damage, but Sirius is now going to try and get on it in here. 3 seconds there, Rafa takes him down. Celts is the only one left standing here. So weak, and Rafa does finish him with the heavy machine gun, and he's got the Mega to boot. Now he could just take full advantage of this quad.
That was almost a really good distraction there by Celts as Sirius coming through the top, but Rafa managed to pivot his focus at just the right time to deal with pressures from both sides. So it's an excellent start to map 3 for the Doggos. But can they be stopped? Just quick double there. Both the players on the Chicago Doggos. And here following up on the rail, Sirius trying to get a little bit of control, but he is going to drop right back down.
Certainly will. A little LG engagement between Rafa and Celts, and Celts actually comes out on top of that one, switching to the shoddy and cleaning up. Maxter gets a very crucial first rail, looking for the second, but you can see just barely manages to get away, and he just realised that he's actually completely gone. You're right, as Sirius does take down Rafa there. So only down by 4 so far, considering the quad was in favour of Rafa and Maxter to begin with. Protection up in a minute, but more importantly, both Mega and Heavy almost in sync. Are going to be coming up shortly, but Maxter, will he be able to get it? Just had to take that last rail, and again, trying to stop them.
Oh, no more pressure on him, so he's going to get away with a lot of health and armor just there. Onto the next rotation across the other side. Oh, the Mega's been taken, never mind. Brilliant shots, Maxter. Can you find another vertical rail?
Oh, he actually goes after with the LG, and I think Maxter wasn't really too sure. I think he was more expecting him to go through the LG tunnel and then go back around, but instead just go straight forward with the LG, just guns blazing, and almost got away with it.
I'm not sure what Celts' plan was going up the bounce pad. He's just trying to keep pressure, keep them low, make control difficult. Celts and Sirius have just got themselves away with a couple of kills. And I think that Heavy went over to, I think both major items went over to the Cheetahs. That's essential now moving into the next power-up. It is going to be protection. They are keeping the game pretty close. Can they bring themselves into the power-up room now?
Oh, they're both going to go for it. He's going to swing for it, but it looks like they managed to grab it before he's entered even the room, and Rafa was able to take down Sirius.
There was just a little bit late on the timings just there. Sirius needed to swing in just a fraction before. It was just too simple for Rafa to just step onto the protection, essentially, as simple as that. And Rafa still with some overstacked health.
560 HP roughly, you'll be right.
Right, there we go. 16 to 12, considering the power-up control as seen so far, it's really not too bad of a scoreline for Cheetahs. But they need to bring this back. Otherwise, this is going to end up being that 1 map loss and then sweep of the rest of the best of 5.
The fact that they're keeping this competitive after 2 power-ups is a strong showing from Cheetahs, and it feels like for them there's definitely a way back in. But not only that, think of all the weapon denial they've had to deal with, as well as the item control, and still only down by 4 frags. Let's see how this is going to go, as the Mega and Heavy will be coming up quite soon.
Celts and Sirius moving around the map quite a bit together. A little 1v1 there. Celts taking down Rafa. Maxter not got a ton to work with, but he is getting the damage output. There goes Celts with Heavy up. Maxter the control all on his own, completely unchallenged over there. So we're going to have to do a bit of a guess timing on the side of Cheetahs. Can't find the damage quite, but the rocket's going to find him behind the pillars. 11 HP, where do you go?
Max to the last 30 seconds has basically just been unstoppable. The damage output he's displayed so far has been crucial to keeping this scoreline from getting any more competitive.
Well, we've got the heavy about to spawn. Cheaters are going to be looking to pick that pretty cleanly. It is going to go over to the Slash, who is healing up a little bit from that. Mega health has been taken. We need Cheaters to get a good setup on this power-up. Sirius takes down Rafa. Maxter is somewhat fighting on his own over here, but where is Kelts to help out with this? He's trying to get some damage done, but they're not able to take them out. There's a stray rocket, but Maxter, he deals with the pressure. 3 power-ups in a row now. Maxter with limited stack will probably wait for this mega health and then try to go on a bit of a frag run.
Yeah, it just seems to be getting a little bit too late to the party each and every time, which has been a little bit unfortunate here. But again, another quad, and I kind of feel like every time they get a power-up, they extend their lead by 2. It seems to be a running track record. Now up by 7. Not getting the most out of it, but the main prerogative there is just to deny your opponents from the power
And he's
itself.
retained stack. You can see the Rafa's healthy with the armor. They're meeting at the same time over the rail. A quick takedown on Sirius and punishing the mega health immediately. Reaping the benefits for minimal amounts of time, and a phenomenal rails there from Maxter. Rafa picking things up, but very much a team effort.
Oh my god, that LG just pinning him into the corner. Maxter has literally switched it from 10 to 12 at this stage. But in all fairness, the last few minutes he's just been extremely impressive and very difficult for both Sirius and Kelts to kind of tackle, and finally taking him down.
Maxter, though, he's just the anchor here on the mega health, making sure those items are getting taken, making sure that the team is holding on to a semblance of the control. It's putting a lot of stress here. Oh my god, Maxter with a crucial shot. And again, he's just going around, swiping up all the items. What an enormous stack to be having as a light champion. And look, they can pretty much set up for the power-up now. It's going to be mega health. They won't worry about the heavy armor as the protection spawns. And if Maxter doesn't take any damage, I don't really know how the Cheaters break in to get the power-up. That's going to be 4 power-ups in a row at this point.
There's nothing they can do. Rafa needs to try and defend the power-up area as much as possible so Maxter can grab this protection. Once he manages to stay up, but to try to fly on in, having to back away, he's been derailed, he's going in and outside the TP to try and cause a distraction. Managed to finally steal the protection, but is it going to be enough? Yes, it will. It's Sirius does that close range rail, and now this is their time to try and close this gap. Now down by 10, and still got a lot of protection left, and Sirius is getting a lot of rails out of it during this course.
Sirius, now you have to show us why you are known as the aim god. You've got to be hitting everything. He's already been hitting every single rail as we've gone to him. I'm cursing him a little bit, but he is under a lot of pressure at the moment. They have 9 frags to make up just to tie things up, and protection is about to run out, and they have to start thinking about the items. Both players here around the heavy armor, and it is Rafa fearing for his life. There's the close range rail, and Kelts following up. This is perfect for them. Make sure that they secure that heavy armor. It looks like Sirius really wants to stress onto the mega health and make sure that they're not getting too many benefits from that as well.
Goodness.
Beautiful damage we're getting from Sirius.
Aim skill coming up from Sirius here. It was exactly what was required. Rafa has taken down Kelts, mind you, but they have closed the gap. It was by 12 or 13 now, down to 8. Quad come up in a minute, both Mega and Heavy coming up soon. Max is already in position for that Heavy.
I mean, Kelts does get taken down by Rafa and Maxter, but this is the kind of game they want to play. Kelts get up close, cause some chaos, and Sirius firing those rails in from a distance. That's how we saw them get so much success playing against Maestro. Is that the formation that they want now in this next part of Blood Covenant so that they can make this 7-frag comeback? There's going to be a final rotation of major items in a few moments, and then it's going to be all eyes on the quad damage.
Certainly will. These items are important because you need the biggest stack as possible in order to have an increased probability of being able to get that power up and then make your move. Now down by 7.
So we've got the Mega Health was taken by Cheaters, we've got Heavy Armor has just been taken by Chicago Doggos, who can get that poke damage before the major item spawns, sorry, the power-up spawns by the teleporter. Rafa under a lot of pressure. Where's Kelts to help out? He's up on the side. Kelts gets another kill. 2 HP for Sirius, but Kelts has got what he needed. There's no big items, but that light armor is an absolute savior. It gives him a bit of wind in his sails to push forward and try to extract a couple more frags from this situation. Down goes Maxter. Heavy armor up next. And Celts is going to leave that one for Sirius. No, he's not. He just wants to get stuck in the fight. Needs to provide some support. And now ensuring that the spawn of Rafa doesn't sit back over at the heavy armor, retaining that control. Didn't get copious amounts of frag just then, but has got excessive control.
Yeah, that's the most important thing. And Celts is actually taking quite a lot of damage as they're trying to progress. Great kill onto Rafa. And they're trying to stop him from going for the heavy. And it looks like Sirius manages to take down Maxter. Heavy's up in 10. Mega's now up.
And they haven't pushed that, though, have they? They lost quite a bit of stack. They needed to get some 25s. They will get the heavy armor. Rafa and Maxter could be thinking about the rail at this point. Rafa, oh my god, comes in with the LG, but the close range rail shot. These are the clutch shots that they need to be landing. These are tilting shots for Rafa to receive. He knows he's close to getting those kills. Oh my god, Sirius. He keeps on landing.
And look, and now they've taken a lead, 37-35, and there's so much of a scuffle and chaos around that power-up room. You'd assume that one of the potential quads coming up next, it's been back crazy. As they're trying to go for the heavy, do not manage to. Rafa does take down Celts, but Sirius still going absolutely mad with that rail, and he's available himself.
I think Celts lost a little bit of focus on the heavy for a moment, so there's a sort of minor mistake there, but not anything unrecoverable. However, Rafa with position up on the Mega Health. It's a 1-for-1 that happened down at the lower pillars. But we are in a sort of turbulent moment at the moment. With Rafa with the Mega Health, best stack he's had in quite a while. And now we have got the all-important protection. It's taken by Rafa. He's on 100 HP. He is under a bit of pressure. And I think, can Celts survive? No, he absolutely can't. And Sirius, oh my god, the pressure that he's putting on him. He is landing some damage, but that is going to be a tied game now. This is to see who has the map advantage in this series. Can Celts and Sirius bring themselves a map closer to a reset, or can we get a map closer to Chicago Doggos taking the title?
You can see they're trying to keep their distance away from Rafa, but Rafa just making the correct read every time with the position which they could be at, even though they're trying to keep their distance. Good rail coming up from Maxter, and now it's their turn to potentially swing back momentum. Now up by 2, as Mega is going to be up quite soon, as they're trying to at least make preparations for it, but it needs to be a big kill if he manages to stop, but Maxter takes both Celts and Sirius down, along with picking up the Mega. No light available around the pillars, but that's fine, he'll take that.
I think we just got the rail over there for Celts, it looks like, but under a lot of pressure. There are weapon issues on the side of Cheaters. Sirius without the rail, he's done a ridiculous... Oh no, maybe he does have a rail. We've got the LG, he gets taken down from the top. 45-41. We are most likely going to get to this quad, but I don't think we're going to get a whole lot further, especially if the control's retained by the Doggos.
Yeah, this quad needs to be taken by Cheaters, and I'm not too sure how, considering the stacks at the moment.
Sirius and Celts have to challenge for the quad.
Yeah.
Damn if you do, damn if you don't, honestly.
Oh, good outcome. That was a huge play from Sirius. But the problem is that they've still got time to come up on a respawn and go for that quad. But Sirius is going to flank around as Celts actually committed suicide to restack, which is fair enough. This is going to be a good play from them. But they didn't realize there's someone still at the rockets. They're trying to dive on in as Rafa does take down Celts. Sirius is on his own, and that could be the play they needed in order to get that quad.
Oh, he gets onto the quad, manages to get the kill. Max only needs one more, and Rafa's going to lock it down. That is Chicago Doggos putting themselves on tournament point here.
Unbelievable work, but fair play to the lads on the side of Cheaters. That comeback was just ridiculous, and Sirius, I'd love to know what his hit percentage was. Or actually just the damage overall with that rail.
Oh no, I mean, it was doing amazing damage. It's just that issue that, yes, you've got the control, but not in the final moments of the game where that's when you really need it. Chicago Doggos did get put under a lot of pressure there, but they managed to cope.
Yeah, they were able to maintain their composure and then be able to retaliate straight afterwards. But again, the power-up preparations, man, like even though during those first 3 power-ups, you kind of felt like they were challenged to a certain degree, but you never felt like with those first 3 power-ups, Cheaters were in a position to steal it.
Yeah.
They were always, I wouldn't say out of position, they were aware of the timing, but sometimes either mistimed it when they went for it, or they just weren't in a position to even go for it.
They just didn't necessarily have stack to have moved in. They didn't get the entry damage. They might not have the right weapons to properly engage, so they're trying to just poke damage from the outside, and you know, it's quite easy to sort of hide the angle. Rafa and Max's positioning is obviously exceptional. And yeah, that's 2 50-41s in a row. We move on, though, to Cheetah's second map pick, Embrace. We have seen, weakness is the wrong word, but we've seen competitive Deep Embraces with the Chicago Doggos in the past from other teams. So it's possible for Cheetahs to bring it to a tiebreaker in this first one, but got to say there is a lot of work to be done and to get there. And
yeah,
who knows?
this is it, isn't it? With Max the way he's playing right now, and the leadership and the frontline skill coming up from Rafa, but I do have a lot of faith in this Cheetahs team. I definitely think they've still got the potential to take us to a map 5, even the bracket reset still. I don't think it's off the cards as of yet. Normally, if there's a few weaknesses which are a little bit too major for our liking, normally we would have said by now this wouldn't be surprising if this ended up being 3-1. But yeah, there's still a little bit there. We can agree that it could take us to that map 5. Let's see if likes of Chicago Doggos do take this grand final 3-1, or if Cheetahs can take us to a final map here as we go straight into Deep Embrace. He's already taken quite a lot of damage, but it's actually distributed quite a lot of his own. Siv's come out with the LG. He's going to try and get enough if he can. Doesn't manage to, as Maxter does clean him up.
Well, we've got, again, fast champions to work with. It looks like Sirius wants to play on the Ranger. He's the only medium champion over here. I think Sirius should be applying a bit more pressure to Rafa. Does get the kill with the shotgun. Relatively even start. Sirius, you can see he's limping around with barely any health. I think he's just, decides, I just essentially want to throw away my life, get a better starting stack. And again, back and forth, 4-4, 45 seconds in.
All tied up here during this first minute. It's been very back and forth. These close range rails coming up from Sirius has been unreal. Rafa finally takes him down. Mega's up in 7. And Kelt's now just trying to stand his ground, but good rails coming out again. Sirius finishing up with the rocks. And great position from Kelt's now just to wait for a little bit, pick up that heavy as Sirius has managed to bag that. And now Kelt's is just in a great position, top middle, just to try and suffocate him if they can. But Sirius is also there with the rail in case they do push. Good rockets, good orb as well from Sirius. It looked pretty bleak, but now managed to change things up a little bit, and Kelt's has also taken down Maxter with the power-ups now coming up in the next 5 seconds.
I mean, are they trying to double up onto the protection as well? No, I think we've got Sirius, Kelt's coming back. He's going to take the quad. There is a mega health. Get a little bit of a safety net on your stack. And Kelt's is going to know roughly what side of the map they're on. Is he going to try and push into it? Because they do have the protection. The Athena is wielding the protection.
Do after tanking that last rail, but this will be huge. And they managed to take him down. Is he going to pick up as well? He actually tries to bait it, which is, do you know what? I do, even though he got taken down, I do respect that decision.
Yeah. We're trying to get some of the pre-fired rockets onto it, but wasn't quite able to land the damage. Either way, Cheetahs are holding a small advantage, but this early on in the game, it really doesn't mean too much. Kelt's just pushing through, giving no dams whatsoever. Sirius with the orb kill. I think we've had a couple of those just on this map alone.
Look at the scoreline here, so 15-8.
I don't want to say anything at this point. I want a 5th map in this series.
I do as well. I'm not superstitious, which is why I'm so happy about it.
But there is so much to be done. This is really good what we're seeing in terms of the efficacy of their aim. They're fighting brilliantly. They're supporting each other well. But we need to see some more good power-up rounds. And ideally have them on the quad. Kelt's missing an opening rail shot. That's a lot of wasted value with the stack that he had.
Really was indeed. Both items coming up shortly. I think it's a very important defensive rail. Little tickles him a bit with the LG. Actually managed to clean that up, but Kelt's is straight in with the trade. And Maxter was top mid, dropping down to see if it can rotate back around. But that's the last of the items. The powers will be coming up next. And Maxter trying to hold his ground and hold that height advantage here. A few rockets coming out from Sirius, but managed to get Rafa in the meantime. It's only Maxter left. Where is Kelt's? He came off the spawn, but still the direct comes out. They're trying to push on forward. Maxter coming out with both of those rockets, and they're going to be gunning for that protection. And will they get away with it? So when Victor finally gets it, looking to try and get on up. They have another weaponry in their arsenal, and that is going to be Rafa with both power-ups to try and tie things up and maybe even take the lead. What a stack he's got now.
Yeah, I think there's 5 seconds difference between the two power-ups, which will be useful for later on, but Rafa finding Celts, helplessly running around just there. Rocket, there we go, two-side Celts on for the double here during this run.
We'll get a bit from it though. Whoa. Finally take the lead. As you remember, it was like literally 15, was it to 9 or to 6? Something silly like that. Now it's a 4 minutes in, and now Rafa having to try and back away. A lot of damage coming out here from Cheetahs. And Rafa just trying to back away, trying to rotate back around. Still a good amount of damage though, considering he's backing away. But will get finally cleaned up by Celts. And Maxter taking him just a tad with that tri-bolt, waiting for him to go for that TP. Nice attempts.
Yeah. Awkward angle of the tri-bolt in particular, actually. Oh, Sirius does manage to get the shot right at the end. I'm going to watch him for just a moment. We have got major items spawning. Beautiful rail shot. Getting potentially hit from both sides. Rafa takes the damage. But that is going to be Maxter who will pick up the heavy armor in the end.
Still all tied up here. There's actually barely any segregation with the items at all, apart from the 2 power-ups. And this is where the quads can be so important. Now, if you get that quad first, whoever gets it will have time, maybe not to get the protection, but to at least contest it and be a bit of a nuisance. And that was well played there from Maxter. And now to push it on forward, trying to get everything he can from the murder hole to keep his stack as healthy as he can. Grabs the Mega, backs away. Now he's looking to double back in, add some more influence in terms of damage, but it's actually had to take a lot of damage there with the LG. Good shoddy damage, but Sirius managed to clean up Maxter as well. Quad's up in 2. Will he be able to get it? Rafa's trying to make a go of it, gets a trade, but the quad has been picked up by Celts. So looking at it, he's trying to get involved and trying to get there before the protection actually does spawn, but they've already been there already. Celts only on 70 HP. This is crucial here and need to be very careful about his positioning.
The major items are spawning, so the heavy is up, so is the Mega Health. Trying to push him off. He's in a lot of trouble over there. Just the wrong position to be in. He could have backed off and had the heavy armor instead. Maxter going to have a lot to work with at the end. Still just a small lead for Cheetahs, but it is fragile. So fragile right now.
It really is. All tied up again as Rafa just taking down Sirius. Mega will be up next, followed by the heavy shortly afterwards. Maxter now just trying to get away with that light. Rafa finishing off Celts after the damage displayed from Maxter there. Good rail coming out from Maxter again. Looking for the second. Great stuff there as he now managed to extend their lead by 2. And again, just continuing with his back-to-back rails. Barely missing a beat. Good rocket as well with Rafa finish things up on Sirius.
Rafa stopping him from having to fall out the map. Very generous. Rafa is a generous god.
He's quite generous when he wants to be.
Yes.
Oh my god, that direct.
And then Rafa there, is he going to be able, Max able to clean it up? Not quite.
Gonna stay alive again.
They are pushing him on the heavy. Did the damage, but the hook is what's going to keep him going.
I'm worried about the stack here. For the sides of Cheetahs, it's not looking too great, and Rafa's had quite a similar stack for quite a while now.
Yeah, it's good, really good control that we're getting from Chicago Doggers for what you can have on Deep Embrace. Maxter pushing Celts off the map. Sirius, maybe in a small amount of trouble. Rafa stack not looking too shiny. Mega Health is taken. We've got 5 seconds until the quad, and actually, could this be working out for Cheetahs? Quad is going to get taken. Celts does get the kill. He is so low. He wants to go for the double. Both power-ups. Now can he push forward? He needs some health and armor desperately. There's no major items up for a while.
And he's on the chase. He's trying to go round to the shot. He cleans up Rafa now, trying to find Maxter on the respawn. Will he find him? It's actually hiding around top mid. He's just gone past him. He's going back around. They've still got one top mid, one shoddy. Will he even go back? He won't go back to check shoddy because he's just come from that angle. But wow, what I can say is great plays coming out for both Maxter and Rafa, keeping their distance away from the protection and quad from Celts. They're still pushing in. Good LG coming out here, cleans him out. Maxter gets to trade onto Celts.
I can't believe he's going for those close range rails. You've got to hit something serious. You've got to hit it. Oh God.
But Celts must get the trade.
Barely with a lead at the moment. I think we're 40-40. We are going to get to the 50 frag mark well before the time limit of this mark, but it's just which team is going to get there first. Remember, Chicago Doggers, they are on tournament point. If they win this, they win the title. 41-41.
Maxter did so much damage to keep themselves in this matchup and stop him from Cheetahs to even get the lead. But speaking of the lead, it has changed hands now. Max managed to get one. Rafa gets another. 2 down now. We could potentially be seeing the last power-ups of the game. Depending on how this goes, Rafa just taking so much damage, and they're well aware of that, looking for him here, but instead gets taken down round the corner. Rafa finish up Sirius, and Max also takes down Celts. These power-ups are crucial now for Cheetahs.
Max just stole the Mega Health as well. Rafa's going to come back into the fight with some stack to work with. Everything's spawning at the same time in 20 seconds as well. It's going to be absolute carnage in a moment. We've got rails for rails. Cheetahs cannot make mistakes anymore. There's 4 more kills. There we go. 2 kills quickly for the Cheetahs. Can they break back into this? This is a good time to get Chicago Doggers weaponless, but these rockets are doing a lot of damage. Huge rail shots. Oh, the clutch rail! Celts bringing it back in. He's got a Mega Health that he can get. He has to settle down. They still have a disadvantage. There's still protection on the side of Chicago Doggers. How do they break this stalemate and get to the 50 mark first?
They need to be cautious though with the slash. It does have protection and a full stack, so this is going to be brutal here. Even though they're 1 up, this is being mindful of that, and what a railway. This could be an opening there, a window of opportunity as they're trying to break back around, but Sirius is looking to try and get more done. He's actually gone behind. Max has taken down Sirius. Will take the protection guy, will be able to get it. Doesn't get it in the end, but manages to flank. Rafa stops him, picks up the protection, and now Chicago Doggers are just 1 frag away from winning KeenCon 2024. As having to back away, finds it, manages to get it, and Rafa and Maxter take the grand finals and win KeenCon 2024 in style. What a way to finish up that series.
Unbelievable.
And commiserations to Celts and Sirius. That was really well played.
Amazing performance that they managed to put on just then. I mean, they really kept it as close as they possibly could, and certainly challenging Chicago Doggers more than the other teams. Yes, it was a 3-1, and it was happening in the same fashion that we've seen pretty much all weekend from Chicago Doggers, but yeah, valiant effort from Celts and Sirius.
Yeah, I'm a bit disappointed in Rafa because he did drop a map this LAN, so...
He dropped a couple, actually.
He dropped more than a couple of maps. Very disappointed in him.
Absolutely crazy. You couldn't make it up if you tried. But honestly, commiserations. They played out of their skull, not just in that series, but for the entire 3 days. But make sure everyone gives a round of applause for Cheetahs, who's actually just done a phenomenal job here and managed to actually make it into the grand final. So just been very impressed.
Well, they're all with each other now. Some post-game analysis between the 2 teams?
Some post-game analysis. Well, it was the grand final. We all saw what happened. Cheetahs tried their best. They had some insane runs here and there. Even looking at the frags now, but everyone was playing great. There was no one playing underperforming at all.
That's what was so brilliant about this. It's not like you can pin it on anybody.
No.
It's that everyone really had a great performance. Everyone had their chance to shine throughout the tournament, throughout the grand final. But yeah, Rafa, Maxter, they've been winners before in KeenCon. Now they wanted to do it at the same time.
Yeah.
Seems so, yes.
Maxter back in 22, Rafa last year, and yeah, might as well share the load, mightn't you?
Indeed. And everyone in the crowd was losing their minds throughout all of the maps, really, especially in the last minute of the last map. That was insane.
There's just so many clutch shots coming out. I'm sure we're going to get them back on in the replays momentarily. But I mean, the desperate fight from Celts to get onto the double power-up. Just how do you approach the final moments? I think at that point it was protection for Doggos,
and Doggos had all the armor as well. And Celts tried their best. Sirius somehow went there as well, which I can't say I completely agree with. He tried to be a little bit aggressive without Celts quite being there.
I think his positioning, considering the circumstances, was pretty exceptional, but I just don't think Celts could quite find a way to support him there as well. It made it really challenging.
The stack disadvantage, and he would be out of position completely. He really tried, and then too bad he couldn't pick up the protection on the TP, and then he tried to drop down, and Rafa got there just in the nick of time, railed him, and got the map back from them.
That was insane.
Just robbed.
That was the desperate sort of grapple for it. And it was back and forth the whole way through. So absolutely loved it.
Yeah, as you can see in the highlights, it was just, there was no clear frag lead for any of the teams. Everyone playing out of their minds throughout the whole 4 maps. Once again, a 3-1.
Yeah, it's very strange why they keep block dropping the first map. I don't know if
ritual.
we're having an interview at all, but
Just
something
ritual.
I want to know.
No, I don't think there will be this time.
No? Okay,
no.
That's fine. I can see lots of trophies though up at the front.
Lots of trophies. Everyone gets a trophy except for us apparently. You don't deserve it.
I can make you a trophy if you like.
Thank you.
I'll write a card. It's the best I can do.
And yeah, I guess in the end the favorites did win. I probably wasn't that surprising that Cheaters made it to the grand finals either. They showed why they deserved to be there, and Rafa and Max showed why they were considered the overall favorites in the end.
Yeah, no, completely. And I think when you've got the GOAT playing, at what point is he not a favorite? He's tactically picked a very, very, very strong teammate as well, and that just makes life even harder at that point.
How many lands has he won now in a row? At least 4?
In a row?
Yeah, 4.
Oh, I don't know. Is it 4?
He won the last QWC, he won Foundry, he won the last KeenCon, and he won this KeenCon. 4 at least. Because I think the KeenCon before it had been maxed at the KeenCon two years ago.
So I think, guys, we're going to be handing over to Lethal as we've got some awards to give out here at KeenCon.
Thank you very much indeed. And we do have the awards to give to the top 3 finishes here at KeenCon 2024. And I must say, what a performance and what a grand final these guys are about to put on, and a tremendous show. And commiserations to all the teams who made it. But we will be announcing everyone in the top 3. Starting with 3rd place, it is Team Maestro Rave. Obviously, the 2 juggernauts in the duel scene still did pretty well there, Marcus. Still did pretty well. Don't you worry. Still making it into that podium spot with the practice they did. So congratulations to Maestro Rave for finishing 3rd position. And next, we have 2nd place, and they had an incredible run in the lower bracket, making it into the grand finals and putting on a stellar performance overall. Give it up for Cheaters! Proving why we don't want to ever get into an aim duel with you two fellas. It was absolute madness for the entirety of this event. And last but certainly not least, coming up from the upper bracket, only dropping just a few maps and winning the entirety of Barcelona KeenCon 2024. It's your champions, none other than Chicago Doggers! So guys, you won back in 2022, you won back in 2023. Now, I suppose sharing is caring. You've now both won this year's KeenCon. Now, I'm going to give you the most obvious generic question, and that is, how are you feeling now winning this year's KeenCon?
Oh, super sad right now. Actually, imagine winning a tournament.
I know.
As a kid. No, actually, it's really good. After 2 years of not winning anything, just I need to just get the best player of time to just win something, you know. But yeah, I'm actually really happy because we actually had around 9 months, I think, but with playing with each other. Sorry. I mean, it's been a ride. Like, it was an amazing experience just to play all these months with each other, understanding how we play with each other, improving a lot. So actually, we just finished the job.
Yeah, no, that's fair enough. That's pretty much understandable. And what you thought about the format, because we've been playing Duel for such a long time. We may have had a few team tournaments here and there during the off-season, but how do you feel with twos and how it performs? Do you feel it performs pretty well, or do you want to something you want to maybe switch to?
I love 2v2. I think it's a great mix-up this year to have played it. I think I've had a lot of fun playing with Maxter for the last, like you said, like 9 months. I think it's been a good switch-up from playing all the duel that we've done. And yeah, it's a little bittersweet that it's coming to an end now, but it's, I don't know. This year was great. Really, really appreciate KeenCon for throwing this on, giving us a chance to compete and have some fun. And yeah, team modes are fun, man, so hope more keep coming.
Yeah, I was going to say, because I remember last time you actually didn't even drop a map last year, and this year, it must be pretty sad losing just a couple.
Yeah, but that's part of it. Like, not only are you having to deal with just one person, now it's 2 people who are really good. So there's so many awesome games this weekend, some of the most sickest comebacks. I mean, it's really hard to tell. Was it better this year or in 2018? Like, it's really, really close. Like, it's pretty incredible to be a part of it.
Yeah, the competition has been really tight, especially between the top 3 and between you guys earlier in the grand final. Now, a final question from me to you, Max, that is, how do you feel separated from you guys compared to the rest of the pack? Because the level of high-level consistency we saw from you guys was incredible. In particular, your small talk and how you prepare for the power-ups. I kind of feel like we were discussing it earlier on the desk, and I kind of feel like in terms of your protection and quad control and your preparation for it, you must have had a 70-80% rate in terms of picking them up, even when being stolen. It was just ludicrous and how incredible you was able to perform. But what really separated you guys from everyone else?
I think the fact that our comms are really high level, like the comms, the fact that we just not only work in game, but also understanding what we need to fix. We talk with each other like for a lot of time, just trying to fix this. If we did really bad on a practice, we actually just took care of that. We improved for the next scrim. We actually, I mean, at the beginning of the team series, we didn't do that well at all. Like, we actually just finished second at one of the online qualifiers, and then yeah, I mean, we got really bad at the beginning, and then after we understood a bit more what we need to do, and also he came to Europe. Actually, that helped a lot for both of us to just improve our plays. But I think that the comms and the timing, just, well, like you said, items win games.
Yeah, and that was a pure example of that. I think on Exile or one of the maps, you had like 12 in a row, and I was just like, is anyone going to stop him? Like, what on earth is going on here? And the previous says, no, I don't think anyone did this to a certain degree. But again, congratulations, your Barcelona KeenCon 2024 champions, Rafa and Maxter. And there we have it. All we can say, thank you to everyone, the players, the staff, the production, the viewers at home, all your contributions going to the GoFundMe. And you can still contribute now if you head to the GoFundMe and search for KeenCon 2025. It's made a head over there, and also invite you to follow on our socials at KeenCon Gaming on X and Instagram, and KeenCon TV on YouTube. That's from us and from everyone here. Goodbye for now.
Here come the black.
Yes, fighting Ranger. Yes.